Lin Moyu has died once before. He didn't fall on a glorious battlefield. He died in a suffocating pit of helplessness and regret as he watched his family being slaughtered right before his eyes. In his previous life, he was nothing more than a useless pebble in the crushing gears of the apocalypse, but fate has granted him a second chance. He has been reborn into the past just moments before the Great Catastrophe strikes. His memories of the end times are now his ultimate weapon. Without wasting a single second, Lin Moyu casts aside his facade of a peaceful life. He threw himself into training like a man possessed, grinding day and night without rest, pushing his body and mind to their absolute breaking points. To the outside world, he's just a quiet boy obsessed with working out. They have no idea that within his mind lies a world in ruins and an oath carved in blood. This time, he must be stronger, faster, and far more ruthless. Anyone who dares to threaten his family will pay a price beyond their wildest nightmares. The tragedy of his past life, it will never happen again. The scene shifts to the jagged, rocky desert of Black Sandtown in a world of cultivation and magic. In the heavy silence, a desert lizard suddenly snaps its head up, sensing danger. A split second later, a blood-curdling scream of "run" shatters the air, followed by the frantic, pounding footsteps of someone fleeing for their life. Hot on their heels is a pack of level 3 demon desert wolves monsters with 80 HP, 20 attack, and 3 defense. From the distance, desperate cries for help echo through the dunes. "Someone, help me! Anyone, save us!" The fleeing party consists of a priest, a mage, and a warrior. All of them are only level 3. The blonde girl gasps in terror. "We're so cursed! We only planned to hunt level 1 sand scorpions. How did we run into a whole pack of level 3 demon desert wolves?" She whirls toward her leader. "Captain, what do we do?" The captain points frantically ahead. "Just a little further. There are sandstone trees up there." Demon wolves can't climb trees. If we can reach them, we might just live. But she can't shake the dread pooling in her stomach, thinking, "Damn it, these beasts are relentless. Once they mark their prey, they never stop." To make matters worse, she realizes with a sinking heart that they were already injured from a previous fight. Their only 2 pieces of black iron gear are already shattered. A wave of pure hopelessness washes over her. Are we really going to die here today? Right then, the pink-haired mage loses her footing and crashes to the ground. Her teammates spin around in horror, screaming her name, "Xiao He!" The wolves are right on her heels. They can only shriek, "Xiao He, watch out!" Xiao He looks up, her eyes wide with paralyzing terror as the image of a wolf's bared fangs and sharp claws reflects in her pupils. At that life-or-death moment, a streak of blue light flashes across the sand. It tears through the wolf, sending a spray of fresh blood into the air. The demon wolf takes a lethal strike, its heavy body collapsing right next to Xiao He. The wolf's carcass lies motionless on the scorching sand. Still in shock, Xiao He looks up at the figure who just saved her life. She can hardly believe her eyes, whispering, Did he just save me?" Suddenly, an info panel hovers above the stranger's head, clearly displaying, "Level 1. Xiao He gasps in disbelief. A level 1 player? Is he just a newbie? She trails off in awe as she sees the young man's face, his eyes glowing with a mysterious, haunting red light. The boy stands calmly, shielding Xiao He as he faces the rest of the growling, furious pack. He glares at them and says coldly, "Level 3 monsters? Not as tough as I thought." Provoked, the remaining wolves charge him in a frenzy. The boy grips his sword hilt, his gaze unwavering. Suddenly, his entire body is wreathed in a surge of blue energy that crackles like lightning. He lunges straight into the heart of the pack. The demon wolves pounce all at once, desperate to tear him apart. But in the blink of an eye, 2 brilliant blue arcs of light slice through the air, effortlessly carving 2 wolves in half. A final, decisive strike brings down the last wolf. The 3 girls stand frozen, completely unable to process the carnage unfolding before them. The boy stands amidst the battlefield, cold and detached, his blade still dripping with blood as it rests in the carcass of a wolf. The female captain stammers, sweat pouring down her face. He killed 4 demon desert wolves with nothing but a newbie sword? But the relief is short-lived. Xiao He points ahead, her voice trembling. "Damn it! Look!" In the distance, an even larger, more massive pack is charging toward them. Their crimson eyes burn through the twilight. It's an entire army of wolves. The blonde girl panics. "What is happening? Where did all these wolves come from?" Xiao He replies, shaking, "They must have caught the scent of their fallen pack members." The captain screams at the boy, who is still standing there with eerie calm. "Run. Now. This pack is big enough to wipe out an entire starter village. I'm not joking, you're going to be shredded." He slowly turns his head, a faint, cocky smirk playing on his lips. "Is that so?" Instantly, a mysterious emerald green energy swirls around him, and several glowing cards manifest in his hand. A system notification flashes before his eyes. "Player Lin Moyu, do you wish to summon skeleton warriors?" His eyes flash with a decisive green light as he mentally confirms the command. The cards fly from his fingers, stabbing into the earth and erupting in a blinding radiance. A complex magic circle etched with ancient runes appears, engulfing the entire area. The ground beneath the wolves begins to heave and groan under a rain of emerald energy. Skeletal, glowing hands claw their way out of the sand. Suddenly, a legion of level 3 skeleton warriors boasting 100 HP, 35 attack, and 5 defense rises from the depths of the earth. The demon wolves don't flinch, charging forward with primal ferocity. He just smirks, his eyes turning ice cold. Let's see who gets torn apart first. The skeletal army lets out a wordless roar, raising their shields for the clash. The battle explodes as a skeleton warrior uses its blade to block the lead wolf's pounce. While another skeleton uses its shield to deflect an attack from the flank, the bone army moves in perfect sync, effortlessly halting the onslaught of the savage pack. 15 minutes later, the slaughter is over. Lin Yuan coldly yanks his blade from the final wolf's carcass, blood splattering the sand around him as wolf bodies lay scattered like litter. A string of notifications pings in his vision. Killed 16 demon desert wolves, gained 160 experience points. Followed by the loot, received 16 demon desert wolf skins, 16 demon desert wolf teeth, and 16 demon desert wolf claws. Floating above the dead wolves, orbs of light representing the loot hover in the air, waiting to be claimed. Lin Yuan calmly sheathes his weapon. He absorbs the shimmering essence from the monster corpses, the light flowing into the palm of his hand. From behind a nearby boulder, the female mage, still trembling, stammers to her teammates, "Captain, am I dreaming? Did he really just wipe out 12 desert demon wolves all by himself?" The pink-haired girl approaches slowly, her curiosity getting the better of her. Excuse me, are you a mage? Was that a summoning skill just now? I'm a mage too, but I've never seen anything like what you did. Lin Yuan slowly turns his head, his crimson eyes glowing with an eerie, mysterious light. Who said I was a mage? The girl freezes, her eyes widening in pure shock. Then, what are you? A confident, sharp smirk plays on his lips. Behind him, a massive system interface flares to life. It's because I hold a forbidden SSS-Rank profession. The screen clearly displays his player data for the world to see. Lin Yuan, level 2, profession, Necromancer, talent, dark summoning, Hell's Gate, strength, 5, constitution, 25, intelligence, 30, experience, 150, 9 out of 237. My name is Lin Yuan, and I come from the Blue Star. But I'm not just anyone, I'm a reincarnator. 3 years ago, scientists spotted a mysterious, massive planet named the Demon Star suddenly appearing next to our world. Then, 3 months ago, a shadowy company released a groundbreaking virtual reality game. The game sent shockwaves across the globe. After logging in using their specialized headsets, humans were categorized into various distinct professions. By leveling up, they gained the power to fight the monsters within the game. Slowly, the line between reality and the virtual world began to blur. At first, no one cared much, thinking it was just a game. Until one day, people started manifesting their in-game abilities in the real world. These people were known as the Chosen. But that was when the true nightmare began. A cult of fanatics calling themselves followers of the evil god emerged, invading the real world and starting a bloodbath. The cities of the Blue Star crumbled into ruins. Amidst the devastation of giant tentacles, Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with pure despair as he cradled the bloodied bodies of his loved ones. My parents, they died in that catastrophe. Humanity gathered every ounce of the planet's strength for a final counteroffensive. But in the end, the fanatics crushed us, and I drew my last breath in that final battle. I never imagined that just 1 hour ago, I would actually be reborn. I've returned to the exact moment I first logged into this world. This time, the system granted me a forbidden SSS-Rank profession. Congratulations, you have received the unique forbidden class. Necromancer. Your talent, dark summoning. Hell's Gate, SSS-Rank. Lin Yuan's gaze hardens, radiating an overwhelming murderous intent. This time, I will grow stronger, faster than anyone to protect my world and my family. Back in the present, Lin Yuan coldly wrenches his sword from the corpse of the last wolf. He reaches out a hand toward the monster's remains, deep in thought. A surge of toxic green miasma erupts from his palm, hissing like a ghost as it wraps around the wolf's body. Strands of energy spread out, linking every corpse scattered across the sand. As the dead eyes ignite with a baleful green glow, the system screen flashes. Do you wish to use dark summoning? Yes. The claws of the undead beast tear through the soil as it drags itself back to its feet. Lin Yuan calculates his gains. This profession grants him the raw physical power of a warrior. The entire pack rises at once, their eyes burning with ghostly fire, transforming the monster carcasses into battle-ready zombies. These zombie monsters don't just keep their original levels and skills, they gain a brand new ability. Deathly Vessel. System update. Level 3, Zombie Demon Wolf. Health, 80. Attack, 20. Defense, 3. Skill, Bite. Deathly Vessel deals 200% damage to enemies. Deathly Vessel grants immunity to fear, poison, blindness, injury, and bleeding. He traces a breathtaking magic circle in the air with a flick of his wrist. They are immune to almost every negative status effect. Suddenly, the ground fractures, exploding in a blinding flash of green light. As for the Hell's Gate talent, it allows me to store my resurrected monsters, and my storage capacity will expand as I level up. From deep beneath the earth, a massive, bizarre gate wrapped in heavy iron chains heaves itself upward. An ear-piercing creak echoes as the gate slowly cracks open, releasing a brilliant, blinding light. The zombie wolves march obediently into the abyss of the gate. Standing at the heart of the magical storm, Lin Yuan is surrounded by dozens of monstrous phantoms. If I reach a high enough level, I'll command an invincible army of death. Witnessing the horrific scene, the female mage turns pale and stumbles back. Are you bringing the dead back as zombies? Who even are you? Paying no mind to the terrified girls, Lin Yuan looks up at the shifting sky. It looks like it's almost time. The horizon suddenly bleeds crimson. Blood-red text appears in the air, announcing the arrival of the world boss, the giant death wolf. Lin Yuan's eyes burn with excitement and a lethal edge. Time to hunt a boss. In the distance, countless bolts of blood-red lightning strike the ground with devastating fury, leaving other players paralyzed with fear. The scarlet sky fractures into jagged veins of blood. From within the rift, a pair of bloodshot, demonic eyes peer down at the cowering players. We need to get as far away as possible. Desperate cries for help fill the air as the scene descends into pure chaos, with players scattering in every direction. But the boss is too fast. It tears into the crowd, sowing a harvest of death. Two players hide behind a boulder, watching the massacre in absolute horror. Right before their eyes, the massive wolf snaps its jaws shut on an unlucky player. The behemoth stands tall, looming over a field of corpses. The info panel appears. Giant Death Wolf. Level 6. Health 2,400. Attack 360. Defense 48. Skills Roar, Giant's Heart, and Death Claws. One player tries to rush forward, but his teammate grabs him. No! Are you insane, man? You can't kill that thing alone, you're just throwing your life away. The two players behind the rock tremble as they whisper, "This is the world boss, the giant death wolf. Can anyone even kill a monster that terrifying?" Suddenly, one of them gasps and points. "Look, what is that guy doing?" Amidst the carnage, a lone figure walks calmly toward the boss. It's Lin Yuan. He steps forward with cool composure, sword in hand, his cloak billowing in the desert wind. His crimson eyes flicker with cold determination. The blonde player scoffs. "Look at that sword. He's definitely just a newbie." The other nods in grim agreement. That is right, the giant death wolf is a level 6 Lord tier world boss. Without backup, even if every one of us here teamed up, we wouldn't be enough to even scratch its hide. A status window flickers into view, explaining the hierarchy of this cultivation world. Monsters are ranked from weak to strong, starting from common, elite, and leader, then ascending to Lord, King, Monarch, and finally, God tier. Among them, a Lord tier monster is a nightmare for any rookie, even if it is only level 1. Lin Yuan stops in his tracks. Now it is just him and the massive behemoth facing off. From behind, a player's desperate cry echoes out, "Hey, are you insane? Get back here. You are just throwing your life away." He looks up at the monster and mutters, "Level 6 world boss." Then, with a voice dripping with disdain, he adds, "Looking at you now, you are absolutely nothing." Enraged by the insult, the wolf lets out a deafening roar. A powerful shockwave ripples through the air as the system announces the world boss has activated its roar skill. Lin Yuan blurs into motion, narrowly dodging the blast just as the boss brings its razor-sharp talons crashing down. The world boss activates its Deathclaw skill. His gaze sharpens as memories of his previous life flood back. I remember in my past life, this level 6 giant death wolf only had 3,400 health and 510 attack power, even with its boss buffs. But now that I have been reborn and survived countless life and death battles, I am no longer the weakling I once was. The sharp claws smash into the stony ground, sending debris flying into the sky. With fluid grace, Lin Yuan swings his sword and glides beneath the monster's belly, dodging the strike with ease. The players hiding behind the rocks gape in disbelief. That speed is insane. Infuriated by its missed strike, the monster howls in a frenzy. A crimson killing intent erupts from its body, alongside a system notification. Warning, the world boss has entered a berserk state. Facing that unbridled rage, a smirk of triumph tugs at Lin Yuan's lips. He slams his palm onto the ground. Instantly, a massive magic circle erupts, flooding the earth with a lethal emerald glow. From the center of the circle, a colossal, bizarre gate wrapped in heavy iron chains surges from the earth. Lin Yuan barks a single command, "Arise!" The gate of death towers over the battlefield, blotting out the sun and forcing even the giant death wolf to snarl in caution. As the gate creaks open, Lin Yuan's eyes turn cold. "Go, my army of death!" Responding to his call, a swarm of zombie desert wolves with flickering soul-fire eyes storms out from the sapphire portal. The players watching from afar are completely shell-shocked, stammering to one another, "What on earth is that strange gate? Are those zombies? They look exactly like desert shadow wolves. What? How did he turn so many level 3 wolves into his undead puppets?" Lin Yuan charges forward alongside his undead pack, silently calculating his progress. He has already reached level 3 by slaughtering monsters along the way. The capacity of the Hellgate has also increased to 30. Though it took some time, this level up was well worth the effort. The zombie wolves pounce, tearing into the giant boss with primal ferocity. According to the aggro mechanics of this world, if a summoner is stronger than their summons and both are present, the monster will prioritize the summoner unless the summons strike first. Swarmed by the undead, the giant boss swings its claws in a blind rage, swatting the zombies away. However, one zombie wolf possessing an eternal soul howls defiantly, successfully drawing the enemy's attention back to itself. The boss immediately raises its claws, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the small, battered zombie. Seizing that moment of vulnerability, Lin Yuan's eyes flash. Now, he kicks off the ground and leaps high into the air. Using the aggro mechanic, once the boss commits to an attack on a summon, you can pull its hatred back and interrupt the strike mid-swing. Streaks of azure sword energy slash repeatedly into the wolf's massive frame, completely shattering its attack rhythm. Struck by the surprise assault, the giant death wolf throws its head back and howls in agony. The moment Lin Yuan lands, the boss spins around, its blood-red eyes locked onto him as it charges. But he knows the rules of engagement perfectly. When the boss focuses its hatred on the summoner, use the summons to attack and shift its attention once more. Instantly, the zombie pack lunges, sinking their teeth into its flesh. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lin Yuan leaps back to a safe distance, confident in his strategy. A swarm of ants can bring down an elephant. Even if each zombie desert wolf only deals 15 damage, the 3,400 health of the giant death wolf won't last long. Watching the boss struggle desperately amidst the sea of undead, he coldly concludes, "It won't be much longer now." However, they have no idea that behind them, a trio of players with sinister grins has appeared, whispering to each other. Lin Yuan leaps up, sword raised high for the finishing blow on the beast's mangled body, just as the ferocious wolf bites down on a small zombie wolf. Refusing to miss the opening while the boss is distracted, he drives his blade home. The system immediately announces a critical hit, causing the boss's health to plummet. The boss's health drops from 500 to 300 after the lethal strike. The beast tilts its head back, letting out agonized screams that echo across the entire desert. Its massive body loses balance and collapses, sending sand and dust flying everywhere. Lin Yuan calmly walks toward the gasping monster. The system screen flashes, the boss has only 10 health left, hovering on the brink of death. He looks down coldly at the defeated foe, ready for the final strike. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approach from behind. The 3 thieves who had been lying in wait suddenly spring into the air. They swing their weapons at Lin Yuan and scream, "Now! Kill him and the world boss loot is ours. His zombie army is wiped out, now die!" Despite the ambush, Lin Yuan doesn't panic. He merely glances back, his eyes burning with a murderous red glow. From the distance, the player behind the rock screams a warning. "Young man, look out!" But before the warning even finishes, Lin Yuan spins with blinding speed. He sweeps his blade in a massive, crescent-shaped wave of energy, blasting the 3 thieves back into the air as they howl in agony. 3 bodies slam into the dirt, blood gushing in torrents to pool beneath his dripping blade. Looming over their corpses, Lin Yuan's voice drips with pure disdain. "Don't go overestimating yourselves." The watching players stand frozen, cold sweat pouring down their faces as they struggle to believe their eyes. Wait, what just happened? He wiped out 3 level 3 bandits in a single strike. With the trash cleared out of the way, Lin Yuan casually turns and approaches the massive giant death wolf, which groans as it struggles to haul itself off the ground. He swings his blade, channeling every ounce of his power into a majestic blue halo of energy. The ruthless finishing blow tears through the beast's hide, and the system flashes, critical hit. Simultaneously, a brilliant notification banner flares to life, confirming his victory. The giant Deathwolf world boss's health has plummeted to 0. You have successfully slain the target. Rewards: 480 experience points and 1 soul gem. Watching the massive boss's corpse begin to emit a radiant golden light, Lin Yuan wonders what kind of loot the game's very first world boss will drop. A silver-plated treasure chest and an exquisite sapphire blue gemstone descend gently from the pillar of light. Lin Yuan reaches out to snatch the stone, carefully scanning its properties. Soul gem. Effect: a gem infused with pure soul power. Once you've gathered enough, you can visit the Eternal Council to exchange them for legendary grade equipment. It's still early days, but this gem is the shortcut to snagging legendary gear. Memories of the game's deep mechanics continue to flood his mind. In this cultivation world, equipment is ranked from lowest to highest. White, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythic. Visuals of glowing weapons flash by. Most newbies are stuck with white tier gear and consider themselves lucky to even lay eyes on a piece of black iron. Snapping back to the present, he mentally audits his inventory. 2 hours ago, leveraging his past life knowledge, he used 2 skeleton warriors to bait a black sand lizard away from its post. That move gave him the chance to loot the bronze chest it was guarding. Inside was the black lizard cloak, a genuine bronze tier item. The item screen pops up. Black lizard cloak, bronze. Type, cloth armor. Effects, defense plus 30, spirit plus 10, and agility plus 10. He also glances at his newly acquired title, Hunter. When equipped, his attack power, critical rate, and magic damage all receive a 10% boost. He nods in satisfaction. In this world, different titles can grant players game-changing attributes or special status effects. The Hunter title's bonuses are top tier. Turning back to his loot, his hand brushes the chest lid, and the system announces, "You are the first player to slay a world boss." Receiving a silver chest as a reward catches him off guard. Whoa, a silver chest? The lid swings wide, revealing a hoard of treasures worth a king's ransom. Lin Yuan's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Silver moon sword, silver grade. Attack power plus 100, agility plus 10. Silver death eye, spirit plus 40, featuring a skill that deals 200% corrosive damage to the target. Recovery potions that restore 20% of health and mana upon use. A level 1 skill scroll that instantly grants 100 points of skill proficiency. Monster Essence, a rare drop from elite beasts that can be brewed into potent potions or consumed directly. Consuming it grants 10 points each to strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Scanning his inventory full of high-value items, Lin Yuan feels a wave of pure satisfaction. What a haul! The rewards for the world's first boss kill are beyond generous. At that exact moment, his entire body erupts in a brilliant green aura of level-up energy. The system calculates his experience, and his data updates in real time. He grins as the power surges through him, jumping from the start of level 3 to the very brink of level 4. Each level gives 5 free attribute points. I'll put 3 into spirit and 2 into strength. His status window snaps to life with the new data. Name, Lin Yuan. Level, 4. Class, Forbidden Necromancer. Talent, Shadow Summon. Hell's Gate capacity, over 40. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Agility, 25. Spirit, 35. Experience, 50, 2 out of 779. Though his army of zombie ghost wolves was wiped out, his level up has expanded Hell's Gate to hold 40 undead minions. A truly insane idea begins to take shape. He strides toward the boss's massive carcass, extending his hand as green magical energy swirls. A prompt appears. Do you wish to use Shadow Summon on the giant death wolf? His eyes ignite with an insatiable hunger for absolute power. He firmly utters the word yes. Instantly, the giant corpse's lifeless eyes snap open, erupting with a blinding blue magical light that rips through the darkness of the night. Armored, massive claws saturated with dark energy slam into the earth. A deafening roar shakes the air as the newly summoned zombie giant death wolf rises, boasting a terrifying set of stats. Giant death wolf, level 6. Health, 2,400. Attack power, 360. Defense, 48. Skills, Ghoul Wolf Roar, Heart of the Vile Beast, Death Claw, and Death's Wrath. Ghoul Wolf Roar deals 400% of its attack power to nearby enemies and stuns them for 5 seconds. Heart of the Vile Beast grants a massive 1,000-point health boost. Death Claw increases its attack power by another 150 points. Finally, Death's Wrath grants all allies a 10% attack bonus and a 20% critical rate boost. Looking up at his new war machine, Lin Yuan is beyond pleased. Exactly what he expected from a world boss, it has devastating area of effect, damage, and elite crowd control capabilities. Moreover, after being resurrected as a zombie, it gained an additional ability beyond its mortal form. Death's Wrath. The massive beast obediently strides into the glowing vortex of Hell's Gate. With this wolf by his side, he can replenish his undead army in no time at all. In the distance, the other players stand trembling as they witness the scene, whispering in pure terror, "Oh my god, that's terrifying. Did he really just turn a world boss into a zombie puppet? And what's with that eerie gate? I remember those skeletal wolves came from the exact same place. This man is far more terrifying than any world boss." Just as he's about to leave, Lin Yuan catches a faint whisper and shoots a suspicious glance over his shoulder. Two shadows vanish instantly. He lets out a soft sigh, muttering, "So, they're still hanging around." Looking down at the loot from the three bandits, he discovers they actually dropped a black iron sword. It's a decent weapon for a low-level player, but he already has the silver moon blade. He reaches down and firmly grips the hilt of the dark steel. Seeing him approach with his weapon drawn, the hidden players scramble back in a panic, their voices trembling. "He's coming! Look, he's got his sword out! You don't think he's going to slaughter us for our gear, do you? It's not too late. Should we run for it right now?" With a burst of unnatural speed, Lin Yuan closes the distance and stands directly in front of a player wearing a headband. His voice is ice cold. "You're the one who screamed earlier, right?" The man stares in utter disbelief, unable to process what's happening. "Wait, this is for me?" Without another word, Lin Yuan turns his back and walks off into the scorching desert sun. He raises a hand in a casual wave. "Thanks for the tip. Maybe this will actually keep you alive." The other players crowd around, jaws dropping in shock. "What? No way. He came all this way just to give you that? Look closely, that's a black iron grade sword. It's worth tens of thousands of dollars." 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan is a lone figure trekking through the barren, windswept wastes. Suddenly, his body begins to flicker with jagged waves of static. He frowns, startled. "Huh? What is this feeling?" Instantly, the virtual world around him shatters into a million pieces, replaced by glowing blue electromagnetic interference against a void of pure black. A sharp warning beep pierces the air as a VR headset appears over his head. Back in the real world, Lin Yuan pulls off the goggles and exhales sharply. Just as I thought. Low battery. He's been forced out of the game. He sits silently in his gaming chair within the cramped confines of his tiny room, carefully placing the headset on his desk. His eyes are filled with a mix of iron determination and lingering anxiety. He tells himself he needs to make money fast. He needs a proper gaming pod. He looks up at the massive monitor glowing with the title of his destiny, World of Immortals. The screen shifts, displaying a digital rendering of Earth woven into a complex network. He recalls the basics. World of Immortals is a hyper-realistic three-dimensional simulation divided into regional zones based on real-world nations. Each login zone contains different kingdoms for players to choose from. In his home district of Alp, there are 4 major nations. Images of the kingdoms flicker across the screen. The arid, rocky, ancient kingdom of West Desert, the majestic Southern Empire, and the frozen, desolate North Ming Empire. Finally, there is Tide Island, a kingdom cradled by the vast, endless ocean. Memory drags him back to the moment he first created his character. Please select your birthplace. A. Ancient Kingdom of West Desert. B. Southern Empire. C. North Ming Empire. D. Tide Island. Facing the virtual panel, he whispers, "Back for a second chance." He makes the exact same choice as his previous life, his finger pressing firmly on the West Desert prompt. His gaze drifts off, lost in a sea of memories. "Because before I died, I discovered a secret." The flashback hits him, the city sky being torn open by a colossal, glowing red demonic eye. It rained down total annihilation, drowned out only by the sound of agonizing screams. Buildings crumbled into piles of burning rubble as people fled in sheer desperation. "Help me!" In his past life, Lin Yuan lay helpless under the debris, soaked in blood, the cries for mercy ringing in his ears. "Please, somebody help!" Just as death's cold grip tightened, the hem of a cloak fluttered past his field of vision. Struggling, he forced his bloodshot eyes open to look up. Is that golden jade? The emblem of a West Desert guild and eye-shaped insignia? Who was the first apostle of the Demon Star Lord, really? The memory shifts to the cloaked figure kneeling reverently before a massive, malevolent entity. Back in his dim room, Lin Yuan rests his chin on his hand, calculating his next move. The first apostle is the key to the final ritual that summons the evil god to Earth. He only has 3 years before the world ends. If I can eliminate him before then, maybe I can stop this tragedy from happening again. His eyes blaze with resolve as he focuses on the memory of that badge. The badge is his only lead. Interlocking his fingers, he quickly sketches out a plan. Only the top-tier guilds in the capital of West Desert use Golden Jade. To enter the main city, he needs to reach level 10. If he wants to drag this rat out of the shadows, he has to level up at lightning speed. His gaze hardens into cold steel. That's right. Suddenly, he raises his hand, and a magic card glowing with a faint green light manifests between his fingers. Sitting in his chair, shrouded in a dark, swirling aura, he stares intently at the card. Did I actually summon a skeleton card into reality? He crushes the card in his palm, shattering it into sparks of pure energy. Some players, upon entering the game, gain the ability to manifest their powers in the real world. These individuals are known as the Chosen. In his mind, he sees the silhouettes of legendary warriors, children of fate. Every chosen possesses a powerful hidden class and insanely high luck stats. They are the front line against the coming darkness. In his past life, Lin Yuan only gained his game abilities in the real world when the disaster actually hit, but this time, it's happening years ahead of schedule. It seems the Forbidden Soul Caller ability is truly extraordinary. He wonders how this power stacks up against the hidden classes of the other chosen. Lost in thought, a faint clicking sound from outside the door snaps him back to reality. Lin Yuan stands up abruptly and glances at the wall clock. He slowly walks out of the bedroom, his mind still racing with plans for the dangerous trials waiting for him within the game. Can he truly rewrite his own destiny and save the entire world? The answer lies in the journey ahead for the Soul Caller. Lin Yuan clenches his fist, his eyes burning with absolute conviction and a hunger for justice. The game has only just begun. That is right. Stepping into the dining room, he is greeted by the sight of his father and younger sister, sitting in stunned silence before a magnificent feast. Vian, what is the meaning of this? He carries a steaming plate of roasted duck to the table, a warm smile playing on his lips. Everything is ready. Please, eat. His sister, beaming with joy, taps their father's shoulder to snap him out of his daze. Dad, don't you see? This is a rare gesture from Vian. Hurry up and eat. Her father nods slowly, still processing the surprise. Ah, yes, all right then. Standing silently, watching his loved one's flesh and blood, alive and happy as they enjoy their meal, a wave of overwhelming emotion surges within him. It is a bitter truth of human nature. Only after we lose something do we truly realize its worth, desperately searching for a way to make up for all we let slip away. In my past life, I lived in ignorance, taking these peaceful days for granted. Dark memories resurface of a time when he did nothing but hide in a cluttered room, drowning his life in video games. He had ignored the heavy sighs and the worried murmurs from outside his door. If this boy keeps up this gaming addiction, he is going to completely destroy himself. Can't you stop nagging for a moment? Vian will just get angry again. It was only when the catastrophe finally stripped everything away that I painfully realized just how foolish I had been. His mother replies with a bright smile. Dan said she is preparing for her mock exams, so she took some food to study at school. Oh, that is right. If you have time later, why don't you bring some food to her? What she took can't be nearly as good as this fresh home-cooked meal. His father joins in with a playful tease. I never expected our Vian to actually learn how to cook. These chicken wings are incredible. Dear, don't you dare try to take them from me. His mother laughs softly. All right, they are all yours. As they eat, his father lifts a morsel of food, his eyes suddenly widening with a look of pure, shocked happiness. He looks at his parents with a tender gaze and softly promises, "From now on, I will learn to cook even more dishes for you." At those words, both his father and mother freeze, completely caught off guard by his sincerity. They sit in stunned silence, overwhelmed by their son's sudden change of heart. Then, his mother reaches up to wipe away a tear of joy. His father simply smiles with pride, giving a small, knowing nod. Yes. A short while later, Lin Moyu is outdoors, sprinting up a long flight of stairs, his breath coming in sharp, rhythmic gasps. He pushes his body to the absolute limit, sweat soaking his clothes. He mutters to himself, "If I want to better control the power this game brings into reality, I must have a physical vessel strong enough to support it." Refusing to let himself go soft, he immediately transitions to the heavy bag, his punches swinging with a force that seems to tear through the air. After the grueling session, he stretches and wipes the sweat from his now lean and toned physique. Looking down at the timer in his hand, he frowns slightly in self-assessment. 50 meters in 5.5 seconds. Not bad, but there is still plenty of room for improvement. Right then, the electronic watch on his wrist begins to emit a series of familiar, rhythmic beeps. His gaze sharpens as he looks up and murmurs, "Then, it is time to go back." The moment he logs back into the game, his silhouette emerges from a blinding pillar of digital light. You have entered the stony desert. The desert sky is instantly eclipsed by the massive shadow of a winged creature, accompanied by a screech that rends the air. The dark mass plunges toward the ground at terrifying speed. Its shadow is vast enough to swallow him whole. He narrows his cold, sharp eyes and looks up. In the sky, a flock of grotesque birds with crimson feathers dives straight for him. Facing the swarm blocking his path, he does not flinch, standing his ground like a mountain. With a single, lethal slash, he cleaves one of the monstrous birds in two. Its stat window instantly flickers into view. Common whaling bird. Level 2. Health points 4. Attack power 20. Defense 2. Skill. Beak strike. As fresh blood sprays the air, he sheathes his sword with an air of cold authority atop the jagged rocks. The system notifies him that he has gained 15 experience points. Watching the carcasses of the monsters scatter across the sand, he turns his head slightly, looking unimpressed. only 15 experience points. His blood-red eyes narrow as he sinks into a moment of cold calculation. Instantly, he converts the remains into a summoned beast. At the same moment, a massive wolf paw slams into the brutal sands. From the predatory shadows, an entire pack of desert demon wolves emerges, dozens of pairs of crimson, bloodthirsty eyes surrounding him. Lin Moyu calmly leans back against a boulder, his sword hanging loosely at his side as a smirk plays on his face. His very presence has drawn out the massive pack. It is no surprise, he is the favorite prey of the desert demon wolf. Preparing for the coming slaughter, he decisively flicks open the cap of a magic potion with his thumb. Facing the pack of wolves charging at him with primal fury, he calmly tilts his head back and downs the liquid. Explosive energy surges through his veins as the notification appears. Monster essence consumed. All skills +10. He bolts forward like a bolt of lightning. Then I'll take this opportunity. The savage demon wolves bare their razor-sharp fangs, reeking of death. But his blade ruthlessly pierces the jaw of the lead beast as the battle erupts. Brilliant streaks of blue sword energy flash repeatedly, shredding the wolf pack's encirclement. Lin Moyu lands with perfect grace, flicking the blood from his blade. The system chimes. You have successfully eliminated Desert Demon Wolf ×4. Before he can even catch his breath, two more massive, enraged beasts leap at him from above. Intending to crush his skull, they are met with a magnificent, devastating arc of energy. He cleaves both beasts in two midair. You have successfully eliminated Desert Demon Wolf ×10. Planting his boot firmly in the arid sand, Lin Moyu radiates an aura of emerald sword energy and overwhelming killing intent. Evading a lethal pounce from above, Lin Moyu pivots with agile precision, immediately swinging his sword to unleash a wave of demonic energy that tears through the pack. Gripping his hilt tight, he mutters a grim preparation. Here they come. His eyes flash with a chilling, murderous intent. Right on cue, his sharp blade deflects and bisects the beasts lunging at him. He swings his weapon in a continuous dance of carnage, amidst a thick rain of black blood, wiping out every monster in his path. The system sounds again. You have successfully eliminated Desert Demon Wolf ×20. The massacre continues, the system numbers climbing rapidly. You have successfully eliminated Desert Demon Wolf ×30. He finishes the slaughter with a powerful spin, his sword erupting in a blast of wide-range destruction. The system board displays his final achievement. You have successfully eliminated Desert Demon Wolf ×40. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. Immediately after, the gates of hell swing open, unleashing a pack of zombie wolves to march forward. Looking at his army, he calculates his progress. After 2 battles, the hell gate is once again overflowing with zombie monsters. Standing atop the cliff, he checks his player status one more time. Lin Moyu, level 5, class, Forbidden Necromancer, Shadow Summoner talent activated. Hellgate is at 50 out of 50. Strength 22, Constitution 20, Agility 45, Spirit 48, and Experience 38 out of 1,252. He confidently assesses his current power. After his 4 main attributes surged from consuming monster essences, his combat strength is now enough to take on elite monsters of the same level. Gazing into the distance, he makes a decision. Alright, it's time to go find that person. His destination is Black Sand Town. Pulling his hood low, he quietly blends into the bustling crowd. Suddenly stopping, he stands before the wooden door of a small house. With a creak of rusted hinges, he pushes his way inside. An old NPC looks up and asks, "Who goes there?" As an information panel flickers into view, images of players hunting for skills flash through his mind alongside the basic rules. Additionally, every profession has its own novice instructor responsible for basic training. Facing the NPC, he thinks to himself, "This was my instructor when I was just a novice mage in my past life. His name is Gon, right?" The old man responds gleefully, "Excellent. Teaching you will give me enough coin to buy wine for the next 2 weeks." His gaze sharpens as he analyzes his situation. I was a mage in my past life, so I know very little about the necromancer abilities I have now. However, it can still be considered a magic-dependent class. Producing a coin purse, he muses, I need to master general mage skills that complement a necromancer's fighting style before I can unlock its specialized abilities. He speaks clearly. I want to learn Spirit Flame, Healing Art, and the Art of Stealth. He tosses the coin bag to the old man, who catches it mid-hiccup with a satisfied grin. As long as you've got the gold, everything else is easy. The fabric parts to reveal shimmering silver coins nestled in the NPC's palm. Having received his payment, the old man condenses a brilliant orb of magic and speaks in a solemn tone. Work hard, young man. May the glory of the mages shine brightly upon you. A radiant blue sphere of magic surges into his body, followed by a system notification. Congratulations. You have learned 3 mage skills. Spirit Flame, Black Iron Rank Level 1. Effect. Deals 100% magic damage to the target. Mana cost 10. Cooldown 10 seconds. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Below that, the info panel continues to list the remaining skills. Healing Art, Black Iron Rank, Level 1. Effect: applies healing power to the target, restoring 10% health. Mana cost: 10. Cooldown: 3 minutes. Proficiency: 0 out of 100. Stealth Art, Black Iron Rank Level 1. Effect: user enters a stealth state for 5 seconds. Mana cost: 10. Cooldown: 3 minutes. Proficiency: 0 out of 100. After reading the stats, he strokes his chin in thought, weighing the benefits. Spirit Flame provides long-range firepower, while Healing Art is essential. They can keep me and my allies alive. As for Stealth, it could be a literal lifesaver in a desperate moment. But these are just the basics. If I want to learn high-level skills, I'll need to find a way to gather more resources. With his goal set, a flash of red determination glints in his eyes. All right, time to move out and level up. His next destination appears east of Black Sand Town, Black Sand Mountain. Crossing a steep slope, he moves silently until he stops before the mouth of a pitch-black cave. Staring into the abyss, images of half-human, half-wolf creatures fill his mind. Kobolds. These level 5 monsters infest the nearby caverns. They can track prey in total darkness thanks to their keen sense of smell. They are cunning and love to ambush. Furthermore, they usually travel in packs of about 100. Finishing his analysis, his eyes turn cold and calculating. Kobolds are the perfect targets to level up my zombie army. Preparing to enter, he pulls out a vial and downs the liquid he bought from an NPC half an hour ago. The system immediately notifies him, Night Vision Potion consumed. Effect: provides vision within a 3-meter radius in dark environments. Duration: 30 minutes. With everything ready, he summons the gate. I'll use these kobolds to max out my proficiency for Stealth and Spirit Flame, and while I'm at it, I'll crack open a few treasure chests. Holding a blazing torch, he leads his army forward to clear the path, making full use of his items. Normal torch. Vision increased by 5. At your command, Master. The zombie wolves, eyes glowing with eerie soul, fire, charge deep into the cave. They travel for a while, their footsteps echoing against the narrow stone walls. 15 minutes later, under the flickering firelight, his face tightens with caution. He stops abruptly, frowning as he signals the wolves to halt. Movement! The words barely leave his lips before he spins around with lightning speed, hurling his torch forward. The torchlight illuminates a pack of monsters creeping across the stone ledges. From the shadows, a low, guttural growl erupts as blood-red eyes glare out with murderous intent. Instantly, countless dark shadows with wolf-like forms pounce from the darkness, claws and fangs bared. Seeing his enemies clearly, he lets out a cold, mocking smirk. Kobold miners have appeared. The stats display: normal kobold miner, level 5, health 120, attack 30, defense 6, skill, dig attack. He waves his hand, barking an order. Kill them! Leave not a single one alive! Battle explodes. A reckless kobold dives from the air, swinging its pickaxe straight for his head. Simultaneously, a massive hulking beast raises its razor-sharp claws and lets out a deafening roar of rage. Yet, without flinching, he unleashes a wave of emerald sword energy that carves through the enemy, sending fresh blood spraying everywhere. 2 kobold miners eliminated. Despite their fallen kin, another one lunges forward to strike. It activates the smash skill, leaving jagged gashes on his summoned wolves. Ignoring the damage, Lin Yuan swings his blade ruthlessly, bisecting the beast's body while it's still midair. The system reports 8 kobold miners eliminated. He concludes, these bastards aren't much of a threat individually, but I have to watch out for those shovels and tools. No sooner are the words spoken than 3 more kobolds frantically swing their pickaxes, leaping toward his position. Reacting in a heartbeat, he smirks as his body dissolves into a misty, ethereal smoke. The system flashes. Stealth skill activated. The monsters strike nothing but air, their pickaxes slamming hard into the stone floor. A monster turns around in utter confusion, scanning the dark, but Lin Moyu has already materialized right behind it. You fool, I'm right here. In a flash, he unleashes a devastating slash that tears the beast wide open. It gapes its jaws, roaring in agonizing pain as blood spatters everywhere. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips as his eyes lock onto the new status notification. Black Iron Stealth Art, experience 5 out of 100. He mutters to himself, my stealth experience is finally going up. However, his satisfaction is short-lived. Staring at the monster army newly resurrected within the eerie mist, he realizes these ordinary kobolds are simply too weak, making their leveling process agonizingly slow. The zombie stat panel appears, confirming his suspicions. From now on, you will replace the zombie demon wolves. Move out. He reminds himself, now I need to find the boss of this place as quickly as possible. With his kobold vanguard leading the way, he presses deeper into the cavernous abyss. Suddenly, he freezes, his boots coming to a dead stop on the icy stone floor. Before him opens a massive cavern dome, its walls scarred with jagged dark pits, leading to a splitting path. Detecting a sudden surge of bloodlust in the air, he casts a subtle sideways glance. His piercing gaze locks onto a pitch-black, silent crevice, where a deadly trap seems to be waiting in the shadows. Completely unfazed, a confident smirk crosses his face as a blazing spirit fireball condenses in his palm. Found you! He hurls the fireball forward, and it erupts into a blinding blue blast, incinerating the ambushing monsters. Yet, from the deep recesses of another underground tunnel, a pair of mysterious, blood-red eyes suddenly ignite with pure fury. Lin Yuan and his zombie horde show no panic whatsoever, standing perfectly still as they wait for the hidden enemy to step into the light. Accompanied by a furious roar, a muscular beast leaps out into the open, cracking a wicked whip. The system interface flashes instantly. Elite Kobold Overseer. Level 6. Health 350. Attack power 100. Defense 10. Skills: Dig, Whip. Facing this formidable opponent, he calmly analyzes the situation. Since ancient times, the weak have always been prey for the strong. This is an unalterable law of survival in nature, and eventually, even the hunter is destined to become the prey. A serpent opens its vicious jaws to snap at a wolf, because absolute danger always lurks around every corner at any given moment. Back to the battle. The Overseer violently cracks its steel whip against the ground with destructive power. The impact creates a deafening boom, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that completely obscures all vision. Drawing a parallel to a resilient wolf biting back at the giant serpent's neck, his mind continues to deduce. But sometimes, the hunter disguises themselves as the prey, striking from stealth. His razor-sharp eyes pierce right through the thick dust cloud, mirroring this exact moment. Stepping calmly through the hazy mist, he casually reaches out and catches the beast's spiked whip mid-air. His bare hand grips the deadly weapon tightly, utterly ignoring the pain. The Overseer's eyes widen in sheer horror as a cold, indifferent voice echoes, "Got you." Without giving the creature a second to react, Lin Yuan acts immediately. He delivers a crushing blow that knocks the hulking monster flat on its back, slamming it hard against the shattered stone floor. The beast scrambles up, unleashing a furious, ear-splitting screech as it slams its fist down in retaliation. But the strike hits nothing but an empty afterimage, leaving the monster to gasp in utter bewilderment. Hovering right above its head, Lin Yuan drives his sword straight down, piercing through the enemy's skull. The system panel flashes. Elite Kobold Overseer killed ×1. Stripped of its life, the beast's massive carcass crashes heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Just as the battle settles, menacing growls begin to echo endlessly from the deep, dark depths of the cave. Lin Yuan shifts his gaze toward the shadows, raising his alertness to the absolute maximum. The roaring grows deafening as a massive army of kobolds, clutching pickaxes in their hands, gradually emerges from the pitch-black darkness. Lin Yuan's solitary figure stands firm, facing down the monstrous horde. Under the command of two whip-wielding overseers, the shovel-bearing beasts charge forward in unison. As the horde roars in a frenzy, the system immediately notifies that the overseers have activated their whip skill. The miners have entered a bloodlust state. Attack speed increased by 40% and movement speed increased by 25% for 60 seconds. Facing the massive army, he coldly calculates 40, no, maybe even 50 of them. That's a serious crowd, but my minions are almost a perfect match for them in both numbers and strength. With that thought, he summons a hellgate as the booming roar of a death wolf echoes from within. All of you, come forth and get some fresh air. The zombie wolves, their eyes burning with eerie soulfire, instantly rush out to obey their master's command. Standing side by side with the colossal zombie death wolf, a triumphant smirk spreads across his face as he confidently declares, "The hunt officially begins." Answering the call, the summoned pack lets out a powerful, unified roar. Facing them down, the kobold army doesn't flinch either, raising their weapons and screaming back in defiance. Led by the death wolf, the zombie army lunges forward, tearing the kobolds to shreds in a downpour of blood. The alpha wolf throws its head back and howls, unleashing the demon wolf howl skill that sweeps across the entire battlefield. Caught in the blast, a kobold is instantly dazed on the spot, plagued by negative status effects. The enemy has entered a stunned and severe bleeding state. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan's eyes flash with murderous intent. With a wave of his hand, he orders his army to wipe them all out. The system continuously updates. You have successfully defeated Kobold Overseer ×5, ×10, ×20, ×40. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6. Having completely annihilated the monsters, he stands amidst the mountain of corpses and begins the dark summoning ritual. Row after row of blue-eyed kobold zombies rise to their feet, inheriting the dig, whip, and undead body skills. While the newly raised zombies are busy clearing the battlefield, two surviving kobolds stealthily attempt to flee, but the towering silhouette of a zombie blocks their path, accompanied by Lin Yuan's chilling voice. You think you can escape? He swings his sword, unleashing a razor-sharp wave of energy. You'll have to ask my blade first. Suddenly, a massive hammer crashes down from above, heading straight for the exact spot where he stands. He leaps back in a blur, dodging just in time. Suddenly, the system blares. The boss is unleashing its ultimate move. A massive, muscular kobold boss emerges, its roar shaking the very ground. Its stat window flickers into view. Level 7 kobold boss, 1000 health, 150 attack, 80 defense, and a terrifying unflinching ultimate skill. He lands gracefully on a cliff edge, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I've been waiting for you. The enraged boss charges, swinging its massive hammer in a relentless frenzy. The heavy hammer smashes into the rock face, leaving deep, jagged cracks. But the boss misses its mark. The weapon gets wedged tight in a crevice, leaving the beast dazed and confused. Lin Yuan seizes the opening instantly. He hoists a scavenged battle axe high into the air. With a predatory leap, he brings the blade down in a devastating strike. A thunderous crash echoes through the air, but the blade fails to bite through that thick armor. Just as expected of a boss's defense, he can't even scratch its hide. The boss loses it, swinging its hammer back with violent force. Faced with the oncoming strike, Lin Yuan's eyes flash with sharp focus. That heavy hammer is aimed right for his head. He stares down the massive weapon with cold indifference. The boss lets out a guttural roar, slamming the hammer down. He dodges by a hair's breadth and prepares to counter. It's at least 2 to 3 times stronger than any elite he's faced. Blue flames flicker at his fingertips as he crafts a plan. First, he'll keep his distance while keeping the pressure on with constant damage. Rise, he commands. Instantly, his entire undead army is summoned, swarming the boss from every side. The system warns that the boss is triggering its finishing move, but the undead Deathwolf lunges forward to tank the blow. The system logs a devastating double damage strike. Seeing his chance, he sweeps his hand forward, signaling the kill. The zombie horde piles on, biting and tearing to pin the boss down. Then, the Deathwolf lets out a chilling howl, activating its group skill. Death's Wrath is now active. Attack power increases by 10%, and the critical hit rate surges by 20%. Fueled by the buff, the undead swarm grows even more feral. Their combined assault deals massive damage, forcing a scream of pure agony from the boss. Minus 150. Under the relentless weight of the horde, the boss begins to stumble. Lin Yuan strikes while the iron is hot, conjuring a fireball and activating his spirit flame magic. He soars into the air, raining down a barrage of brilliant blue fireballs. A storm of flames erupts, engulfing the trapped beast. Hit after hit, the creature howls in pain. Minus 20, minus 30, minus 30. He remembers correctly, kobold bosses have pathetic magic resistance. Charred and broken, the boss lets out one final desperate shriek. It lunges at Lin Yuan in a suicidal revenge charge. He just smiles and triggers his stealth skill. In a heartbeat, he vanishes and circles behind the charging beast. If you're so intent on finding death, I won't hold back. He aims for a fatal opening, a patch of soft flesh exposed beneath the armor. He dives down, driving his blade deep into the back of the boss's neck. The sword sinks deep, dealing a lethal blow. Blood sprays everywhere as the boss reels from a massive 100 damage hit. With a final, weak roar, it swings its hammer one last time in total despair. But Lin Yuan just snaps his fingers. Come. A zombie lunges forward, and he effortlessly vaults onto the back of his Deathwolf. Now, the entire undead army surges forward, tearing into the exhausted boss. The creature struggles to stand, but its armor is already shattered. Countless magical orbs manifest around him, glowing with lethal intensity. He prepares to unleash total Ha-Lurk. Your life is mine, he declares coldly. A waterfall of damage numbers erupts. Minus 30, minus 40, minus 40. Engulfed in blue fire, the boss throws its head back, screaming in its final throes. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining monsters roar in a blind rage and charge. He watches the remnants with a steady gaze. Their attack is nothing more than a pathetic, final struggle. The slaughter is swift and absolute. The system notifications scroll by. You have successfully eliminated 18 kobold overseers. You have eliminated 20 kobold miners. You have eliminated 35 kobold miners. Terrified by the massacre of its kin, the remaining boss minion tries to bolt. But it doesn't get far before a cloaked figure cuts off its escape. He draws a blade crackling with blue electricity, his voice dropping to a low chill. Trying to run? Leave your life here first. He leaps high and brings down a lightning-charged strike. The kobold's head is severed clean, spinning through the air amidst a spray of crimson blood. The headless corpse collapses onto the stone floor with a heavy thud. Sheathing his weapon, he takes in the final alert. Boss defeated. 50 experience points gained. Suddenly, the golden light of a level up washes over him. Congratulations, you have reached level 7. Checking his updated stats, a satisfied smile crosses his face. Level 7, perfect. Player. Lin Yuan. Level 7, Forbidden Necromancer. Talent, Dark Summoning. Gates of Hell, 20 out of 70. Strength, 27. Stamina, 23. Agility, 45. Intelligence, 50. Experience, 68 out of 2,745. His gaze drifts toward the horizon, his mind already calculating the next move. This puts him one step closer to level 10, the requirement to enter the main city of the West Desert. He nods to himself, reviewing his current skills. As for Stealth and Spirit Flame, their proficiency is maxed out. They've evolved to level 2, and their effects have doubled. Black Iron Stealth level 2, Black Iron Spirit Flame level 2. Lost in thought, something catches his eye. He walks toward where the boss fell and spots it a bronze treasure chest. Without a second thought, he flips the lid. A brilliant, blinding gold light spills out. The system rewards pour in. Kobold leather bag obtained. Everlasting torch obtained. Skull mask obtained. Shadow gloves obtained. He opens the leather bag. 20 gold coins received. He remembers that soon, the world's major banks will open currency exchange channels between reality and the game world. 20 gold coins are equivalent to 200,000 yuan in the real world. Not a bad haul at all. He examines the other loot. The everlasting torch provides a 3-meter vision radius in the dark with no time limit. The bronze skull mask is a piece of equipment. Effect: reduces physical damage by 5%, plus 10 to stamina, and plus 10 to strength. When his hand brushes the final item, his eyes widen in surprise. He slips on the sleek blue-silver gloves, silver-grade shadow gloves. Their power perfectly matches the raw strength of the kobold boss, granting 30 bonus defense and 30 bonus attack. He lets out a faint smirk, realizing his luck is actually quite incredible. Pulling a silver-tier weapon from a bronze chest is a rare feat, and these gloves match the kobold boss's strength perfectly. He can hardly contain his excitement to test them out. At that very moment, near the kobold cave, a burly warrior surveys the battlefield. This is Hong Fi Long, the level 8 warrior and leader of the Bloodscar Guild. He stands there with a smug grin, boasting to those around him that their recent training has been a massive success. They managed to wipe out 30 phantom desert wolves in less than 1 minute. He declares that as long as the two brothers stand together, nothing is impossible for them. Beside him is the vice leader of the Bloodscar Guild, Hong Fi Ho, a level 5 thief. The underlings behind them scramble to shower them with flattery. They shout that the leader and vice leader are truly legendary for taking down so many phantom wolves in a single strike. Your power is absolutely terrifying. One lackey cheers. Another chimes in, insisting that if they ever run into those losers from the Thunder Guild again, they'll wipe them off the map entirely. That's right, Fi Ho mutters, though he's still seething with rage. He snarls that if that bastard Lin Moyu hadn't appeared out of thin air earlier, they would have claimed the first world boss kill a long time ago. No other guild would have dared to act tough in front of them if they had that achievement. The memory of the announcement flashes back. The world boss, the giant wolf, had been slain by a player named Lin Moyu. The image of Lin Moyu standing triumphantly atop the giant wolf's corpse still haunts them, fueling their shock and resentment. What a joke, Fi Ho spits out, still bitter. I don't know what kind of ridiculous luck that trash had, but the moment I find him, I'm going to rain hell down on his head. Fi Long's expression turns stern as he rebukes his brother. Fi Ho, how many times have I told you not to act so recklessly? The guild leader analyzes the situation with a heavy voice, noting that Lin Moyu is ruthless and his strength is not to be underestimated. Instead of making an enemy of him, it would be far wiser to recruit him to their side. After giving his orders, Fi Long shoulders his axe and begins to walk away, mentioning a kobold dungeon nearby. He decides to go scout its location alone, telling the rest to stay behind and recover their stamina. The lackeys bow respectfully, but as soon as his brother is out of sight, Fi Ho grinds his teeth in fury. Big brother has scolded me 3 times now because of that stray dog. The injustice burns deep in his chest. He grips his dagger tight and roars, Lin Moyu, you just wait. You son of a bitch. One day I'll rip out your teeth and claws right in front of my brother, then I'll take your head just to show him who the truly strong one is. Seeing his boss fuming, a lackey rushes over to suck up, pointing into the distance. Vice leader, don't waste your breath on that useless trash anymore. Look over there, Fi Ho frowns, following the man's finger. What is it? In another part of the forest, a young woman walks calmly, completely unaware that she is being hunted. She is a mage dressed in elegant purple robes, strolling peacefully under the fading light of the setting sun. Fi Ho and his gang slink through the shadows, following her with predatory smirks. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu continues his trek toward the cave. He glances at the notification with satisfaction. Zombie Kobold Boss, level 7, 1000 HP, 150 attack, and 80 defense. Skills include Death Body Swap and Crushing Blow. Crushing Blow deals 200% attack damage upon impact with a 10% chance of a critical strike. He calculates silently, realizing he has just added a boss-level zombie with mass. Furthermore, the number of zombie monsters within his Hellgate has now reached 70. He plans to keep pushing forward at this relentless pace. Suddenly, he freezes. He turns his head slightly as a panicked scream echoes through the trees. "You! Stay away from me! Don't you dare come any closer!" The female mage is backing away in terror, clutching her staff like a shield. "I'm warning you, if you take another step, I won't go easy on you." She watches in despair as Faiho's men slowly close the circle around her. Faiho laughs mockingly, his eyes scanning her with disgusting greed. "What incredible luck to run into such a stunning beauty out here today," he sneers, stepping closer. "Don't worry, sweetheart. You just need to serve us for a little while. Why suffer when you could be enjoying yourself instead?" The lackey beside him grins wickedly. "Exactly. Just make our vice leader feel good, and you'll be rewarded with all sorts of treasures." Unable to take it anymore, she swings her staff in a desperate attempt to defend herself. In a flash, he brutally grabs her by the hair, his voice dripping with contempt. "You're just a pathetic little mage. Did you really think you could hurt us?" He pulls her close despite her terrified winces and threats. "That's enough stupidity for one day. If you still won't give up, then by all means, try again. Keep struggling. The more you fight, the more excited I get." The girl closes her eyes and lets out a final, hopeless scream. He begins to violently tear at her clothes with evil intent. Suddenly, a steel fist crashes into the side of his face with bone-shattering force. The armored shadow gloves gleam under the sun, making a chilling metallic rasp as the fingers clench. Faiho takes the full force of the blow and is sent hurtling backward with a blood-curdling shriek. The underlings watch the blur of motion in absolute horror and scream, "Vice Leader!" His body slams violently into a stone cliff, kicking up a massive cloud of suffocating dust. He lies slumped in a crater in the rock, battered and broken as debris rains down around him, his face a mask of flowing blood. Lin Yuan slowly stands tall, calmly inspecting his glove as if nothing happened. "The effect isn't bad at all," he remarks casually. "It was easier than I imagined." One lackey, paralyzed by fear, immediately turns and bolts. "Oh God, I have to get the leader." The two remaining thugs point their swords at him with trembling hands, stuttering out, Who the hell are you? You've just crossed the Bloodfilth Guild. Your life is forfeit." Lin Yuan responds only with a cold, piercing glare from his glowing red eyes. Their guild crest immediately triggers a memory. The Bloodfilth Guild. In the early stages of the game, they were the top-ranked guild in the Black Sand Town starter village, but they were infamous. Almost every member was a red-named player who lived to torment others. He remembers them clearly. Brutal killers clad in heavy armor, always brandishing blood-stained weapons. Alongside them were wicked mages who carried the skulls of slaughtered players as trophies, spreading terror wherever they went. Although the evil gods haven't invaded yet and a player's death doesn't mean death in the real world, losing equipment and dropping levels causes devastating losses. These little rats had caused him endless trouble. Hearing this, the man with the ponytail narrows his eyes suspiciously. The bald thug stands tall with his hands on his hips, responding with arrogant pride. "That's right, we're the #1 guild with a reputation that echoes through Black Sand Town. You've pissed off our vice leader, so you'd better start praying." He tightens his grip, adjusting the bandages on his wrists. He sneers with an arrogant threat. "It's too late now, but if you don't want to die a horrific death." The thugs grin maliciously, continuing their insults. "Chop off your own hands, kneel like a dog, and keep calling me grandfather until I'm satisfied." Lum Viren doesn't give them a moment to celebrate. With a gaze like ice, he lunges, his blade erupting in emerald killing intent that tears through the very air. In a heartbeat, blood sprays everywhere as the thug's arms are severed, spinning uselessly through the sky. The two lackeys collapse backward, screaming in pure agony. Standing over them like a cold judge, Lum Viren delivers his verdict. "Thanks, but I'll handle the amputations myself. As for that pathetic barking, save it for your trip to hell." Watching the scene, the female mage clutches her torn robes, paralyzed in shock. So powerful," she stammers. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the ravine, the blonde vice leader who was just blasted away skids down a slope of dust and jagged rock. His hands tremble as he reaches for a potion. He gasps for air, his chest heaving in pain. A system notification chimes. "You have used a health potion, restoring 20% of health and mana." A crimson aura of killing intent erupts around him. He grips his weapon, stepping into the darkness while growling every word. "Death is your only destiny." Heavy, ominous footsteps echo through the pass. "Let me see who's brave enough to pull the tiger's whiskers. Who's so tired of living?" A lackey immediately points. "Boss, he's right there." Hearing the commotion, Lum Viren raises an eyebrow and glances back. Behind him, the female mage flinches, her heart racing. The lackey points a trembling finger at him, shouting his report. "It's this punk! He almost killed the vice leader!" The hulking guild leader beside him glares. "Who?" But as the armored leader gets a clear look at the opponent's face, He freezes. Cold sweat breaks out on his brow. He frantically raises his weapon in defense and gasps, "Wait! Hold on!" He stares in terror into those blood-red eyes rumored to be cold and soulless, radiating a pressure that feels like a mountain crushing down on him. His gaze shifts to the weapon in the stranger's hand, his soul trembling. It looks like moon ice, shimmering with a lethality that could cut through anything in existence. A brilliant, terrifying emerald aura flares around Lam Viren, forcing his enemies into a state of paralyzed, fearful awe. The radiance pouring from his body creates a suffocating atmosphere that makes it hard for anyone to even breathe. While the leader recoils in fear, his oblivious men continue to jeer. "Boss, go. Show this punk our real power. You blind dog. You dare provoke us? You want to die that badly? Just wait. You're dead meat." The leader, drenched in sweat, can only grit his teeth in silence. Damn it. That aura, that sword. It must be boss-level loot. 99% sure this guy is the one they call Lam Viren, he thinks desperately. He grips his greatsword, cursing the idiocy of his men cheering behind him. Of all the people in the world, they had to pick a fight with him. These idiots are useless, good for nothing but ruining everything, even as they keep screaming for blood. Get ready to die. Your execution is set. Ignoring the noisy trash, Lam Viren calmly locks eyes with the giant leader. "Are you the head of the Blood-Filth Guild?" he asks softly. Cornered in front of his subordinates, the leader grinds his teeth and tightens his grip. He tells himself his pride cannot be trampled like this. His eyes narrow in a tense glare, bracing himself for a desperate struggle. It seems a fight to the death is unavoidable today. Just as the standoff reaches its breaking point, Lam Viren glances up at the sound of wind whistling down from the cliffs. The mage screams a frantic warning. "Behind you! Watch out!" From the sky, the blonde vice leader dives down like a predator, twin daggers bared, roaring with absolute madness. "Die, you bastard!" His face is twisted in a mask of hatred, his mouth agape as he bellows with every ounce of his strength. "Die!" The guild leader also swings his massive axe with a triumphant smirk. "Kid, making an enemy of the Blood-Filth Guild was the stupidest mistake of your life." This is the perfect opening. Two attackers lunge at once, their blades aimed straight for Lam Viren and the mage. However, the opponent's next move leaves the leader stunned. He freezes mid-swing, gasping in shock. "What?" To the enemy's horror, a massive spectral werewolf, wreathed in a ghastly emerald glow, suddenly erupts from the shadows behind Lam Viren. The beast bares its fangs in a bone-chilling grin, then slams a spirit axe down with the force of a thunderbolt. The overwhelming power of the strike sends both attackers flying back. The werewolf's attack creates an emerald shockwave that shatters the cliffside with devastating force. Seizing the chaos, Lam Viren blurs forward with godlike speed. He swings his blade, cornering the panicked leader. With the shimmering edge at his throat, Lam Viren looks at his target with cold indifference. "Next is you." The leader's eyes bulge, his face turning pale with primal terror. Without a shred of mercy, Lam Viren unleashes a flurry of blinding strikes, severing the life from his enemy. A gruesome death follows instantly as the guild leader collapses into a pool of blood on the sand. Lam Viren turns his back and walks away. He casts a final, disgusted glance at the corpse. This guild isn't even worth being taken seriously. Suddenly, a red system warning for player killing flashes before his eyes, signaling his crime points have increased. 2 points, he notes calmly. Despite the warning, his face remains a mask of stone. "It'll disappear on its own, as long as I don't stack any more points within a week." Behind him, the mage watches the surviving lackeys flee for their lives up the rocky slope. "Oh my god, they're escaping! Should we chase them?" she asks hurriedly. Lam Viren stands still, blade in hand. "They're just small bugs," he replies flatly. "There's no need." With that, he walks toward the vice leader's body, which is slowly dissolving into fragments of light. The loot drops, an explosive battle axe with massive area of effect damage. Next is a pair of silver-tiered dragon fang twin blades, shimmering with a relentless, searing burn effect. These stats are solid. Even if I don't use them, they'll fetch a handsome price on the market. Looting finished, he turns on his heel to leave. The female mage finally snaps out of it, her cheeks flushing as she looks at him with eyes full of pure gratitude. "Great benefactor, thank you for saving me today," she stammers, stepping closer to her hero. I still don't know your name." Lin Yuan pauses for a beat before turning back with a confident, slight smirk. "The name is Standing Against the Sunset," he says, throwing a prideful glance over his shoulder. "One day, you'll see my name at the very top of the world rankings." The sheer audacity leaves the mage breathless. "The top 10? She whispers, stunned by his ambition. But as he strides decisively into the twilight, she rushes after his retreating figure. "To hell with the rankings. Wait, please, let me go with you." The scene shifts abruptly to the howling desert, a barren wasteland choked with dust and sand. There, Lin Yuan stands before a massive, armored creature erupting from the dunes, the level 6 howling thunder scorpion. It raises its venomous, deep purple tail in a lethal threat. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpens instantly. He draws his blade, ready for a fresh bloodbath. A stinger strikes like a bolt of lightning, aiming for the kill. But with razor-sharp reflexes, he dodges and strikes back in a blur of motion. His emerald sword chi carves through the monster's thick armor. His eyes burn with cold, killing intent as a violent surge of mana wraps around his body. Spinning mid-air, Lin Yuan unleashes a massive green cyclone, shredding every scorpion in its path. Victory notifications flood the system interface immediately after. 60 howling thunder scorpions eliminated. You have reached level 8. He brushes his blood-stained robe, grinning at his newfound power. Collecting these paralysis herbs is a chore, but this payoff is a total steal. The world blurs, pulling his thoughts back 2 days. Inside a dark castle corridor, a mysterious sorcerer approaches him. The old wizard with a long purple beard bows slightly to Lin Yuan. Hero, we meet at last. A green system window pops up. New quest detected from Alchemist Amo. Do you accept? He scans the details. Quest: Amo's will. Objective: head to the Howling Desert. Collect 100 paralysis herbs and deliver them to Amo. Time limit: 24 hours. Rank: Iron. Paralysis herbs are lightning, attribute plants found only in the desert. Lin Yuan rubs his chin, recalling his past life. Soon, a special dungeon will open in the main city. He remembers a cavern glowing with blinding blue electricity. That dungeon is crawling with lightning-based monstrosities. To survive, players need massive lightning resistance. Because of this, demand for resistance potions will skyrocket, worth thousands of gold coins. Today is Aimo's only visit to Black Sand Town. Once this quest is turned in, he vanishes forever. Without hesitation, he hits the glowing red accept button. Like a flash, he crushes a charging scorpion's head with a brutal kick. At my level, these things are barely a warm-up, he mutters. With the minions cleared, he kneels in the sand and plucks the glowing herb. Since I snatched this quest, I'll use it to grind my skills. I'm maxing out my new gathering skill right here. Green magical light envelops his hands as the notification appears. Level 2, Iron Gathering. Effect: increased gathering speed with a 5% chance for rare quality herbs. Cost: 1 spirit point. Cooldown: 3 seconds. Mastery: 120 out of 200. He stands tall, his cloak whipping in the desert gale. He glares into the blinding dunes. Time to go deeper. Lin Yuan strides forward, his boots sinking deep into the parched earth. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently. He recoils, hand instinctively gripping his sword hilt. A massive purple stinger bursts through the sand. It lunges upward with a deafening roar of shattering stone. A colossal cloud of dust billows, blotting out the scorching sun. Lin Yuan leaps high, narrowly avoiding the scorpion's silver slash. He skids across the sand, his feet carving deep trenches. He slowly looks up, his eyes narrowing into cold slits as a crimson glint of warning flashes within them. A titangent-sized beast emerges, radiating sheer pressure. Red alerts scream across his vision. Mutant spawn. Crystal Devil Thunder Scorpion has appeared. Danger! 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 Staring at the massive shadow looming over the dunes, Lin Yuan frowns. A mutant devil? Out here? Seriously? The beast's stats materialize. Level 10, Crystal Devil Thunder Scorpion. HP, 2,800. Attack, 400. Defense, 55. Skills, Paralyzing Strike, Venom Sting, Earth, Rending Claw, Crystal Thunderstorm. Despite facing an over-leveled beast, he smirks with pure arrogance. This might get a little messy. Emerald mana explodes around him. Lin Yuan charges like a gale force arrow, dripping with killing intent. You're nothing but a whetstone for my blade today. He strikes the giant pincer with a thunder slash, triggering a violent electromagnetic shockwave, but the impact recoils with the screech of metal on diamond-hard shell. The blow didn't even leave a scratch. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing the beast's armor. There wasn't a single chink to be found. The boss is activating the skill, Paralyzing Lightning. A lethal electric grid exploded, engulfing Lin Moyu. Gritting his teeth, he barely managed to raise his sword in a desperate guard. As he braced against the destructive bolt, the system screamed another alert. The boss was launching its poison needle piercing. Lin Moyu flinched, quickly shifting his stance to defend. The monster lunged, unleashing a blinding, thunderous thrust that forced him to block with his blade at the very last second. The giant scorpion didn't stop there. It fired a devastating bolt of lightning that tore through the air straight at him. Dodging the blast, Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes, calculating his next move. Its power is way beyond what I expected. I need to thin out its combat force first. Dust and debris swirled as the monster charged toward him in a frenzied rage. His eyes flared with light as a dark emerald mana radiated from his body. Awaken, kobolds, he commanded coldly. A brilliant blue rift tore open in space. A pack of kobold werewolves, armed with hammers and pickaxes, stormed out to assault the beast. In a flash, one werewolf swung its pickaxe into the boss's armor, carving out sparks and stripping away 200 HP. Watching the exchange, Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed with calculation. No critical hit yet. Infuriated, the boss unleashed its earth-rending claws skill, slamming its massive pincers down. The sand exploded, sending the werewolves flying into the distance. Seizing the moment the monster was distracted, a barrage of emerald soul fireballs streaked through the air. The volley plunged straight into the scorpion's wide-open maw. A blinding magical explosion erupted within. Ignoring the monster as its health drained from the burn effect, he shouted coldly, "Taste the power of my upgraded soul fire!" Lin Moyu raised his hand, wreathed in haunting green flames, and issued a sharp command. Suddenly, a thick rope lashed out, binding the beast's pincer tight. The kobold werewolves had acted just in time, winding ropes around the monster and straining to drag it down into the sand. Seizing the golden opportunity, the werewolf leader leaped high into the air, clutching a massive sledgehammer and aiming straight for the target. The hammer slammed down, dealing double damage. A notification flashed. A heavy strike had triggered a critical hit. Finally, Lin Moyu muttered with a satisfied smirk, "A critical blow!" Writhing in agony, the scorpion threw back its head and roared, bolts of lightning surging from its cracking shell. Reacting instantly, Lin Moyu vaulted high into the air. The scorpion looked around in confusion, dazed. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu's arms surged with azure lightning mana. The system announced, "Hunter title detected. Attack power increased by 10%, critical hit rate up 10%, and magic damage boosted by 10%. With eyes glowing blood red with killing intent, he channeled every ounce of strength into his raised fist. Then I'll shatter it and turn you into ash." Diving like an arrow straight into the heart of the beast's lightning storm, he let out a thunderous roar. The impact triggered a massive explosion of light that tore through the surroundings as he delivered his final judgment. Shatter! A long, jagged crack ripped across the scorpion's armored shell. Blinding energy bled from the breach. Unable to take more, the monster's body detonated, scattering razor-sharp fragments of its armor everywhere. Simultaneously, the system pinged. "You have slain the mutant monster, Crystal Fiend Thunder Scorpion. Gained 560 experience points. The boss's silhouette immediately rose again as a gargantuan undead. Level 10 undead Crystal Thunder Scorpion, all skills retained." Suddenly, he spotted another scorpion burrowing into the sand. Standing tall behind Lin Moyu was his new giant undead servant, awaiting its master's command. Out of nowhere, a swarm of scorpions rushed toward him from the distance, catching him off guard, but in an instant, his gaze sharpened with cold, lethal intent. Perfect timing. Using the enemy's momentum, he ordered his new pet to wipe out the surrounding horde. The system signaled, "Crystal Thunderstorm activated." He shouted defiantly, "Come on, let's see how you handle my new plaything." Volleys of crystal lightning erupted from the undead, tearing through the air and obliterating the smaller scorpions. Damage numbers flooded the screen. -50, -60, -60. Moving in perfect sync, Lin Moyu, his eyes burning with bloodlust, swung his greatsword and leaped into the air. He rained down lethal, lightning-charged strikes upon the monster swarm. The system chimed repeatedly. Weak point hit. His blade plunged deep into a monster's hardened shell, triggering yet another critical strike. The force of the thrust punctured the armor, causing a geyser of blinding light to erupt from the wound. After the perfect execution, he touched down gracefully, his cloak billowing in the desert wind. Standing amidst the carnage of scorpion corpses, glowing gold notifications flashed before him. "Level up, level up. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. He opened his glowing blue status window to check. Player, Lin Moyu. Level 10. Class, Forbidden Necromancer. Talent, Dark Summoning. Gates of Hell, 20 out of 100. Strength, 32. Constitution, 28. Agility, 47. Spirit, 53. MP, 150. 2 out of 5,159. A satisfied smirk played on Lin Moyu's lips. 2 levels in one go. That feels incredible. At that moment, the boss rewards manifested in a brilliant light. He quickly calculated his gains as the notifications rolled in. Silver tier weapon obtained. Items: Thunderstaff, Greaves, Paralyzing Ring, and Phantom Hand, crossbow. Everything from the treasure chest is silver tier. Selling these will definitely change my family's situation. The desert wind whipped his clothes as he stood firm atop a sand dune, sword in hand. Looking down at the field of corpses, the system confirmed. All monsters in the area eliminated. Suddenly, a shimmering golden light enveloped his hand. A new message appeared. Congratulations, you have received a gold tier class skill book. An ancient grimoire, featuring a sinister red eye at its center, slowly descended into his palm. Golden mana radiated from the book, flowing through him. The title read, Dark Curse. Requirement: Necromancer class. Lin Moyu clutched the book to his chest, a soft smile escaping him. I really am lucky. As the golden light intensified, the system announced that the skill book would be automatically integrated into the player's memory database. A massive pillar of light shot into the desert sky, accompanied by the message. Congratulations, you have obtained an exclusive skill for the Necromancer class. The details unfolded, surrounded by the haunting imagery of ghostly green skulls. Gold tier level 1 Dark Curse. This skill deals damage equal to 20% of the target's maximum health, or restores 20% health upon casting. It consumes 100 mana with a 10-second cooldown and requires mastery over 100. Instantly, Lin Yuan's hand erupts with a brilliant, emerald green soul fire. So, I can restore 20% of the health points for undead creatures, he murmurs, analyzing the data. Lin Yuan's eyes sharpen, intently watching the new power dancing within his palm. He turns toward an undead scorpion standing near the cliff edge, its health bar hovering at 60%. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Lin Yuan fires a bolt of radiant green energy. Let's see what this can do, he says decisively. The energy strikes the monster's head, triggering a glowing restoration crown icon that illuminates the surroundings. The undead scorpion throws its head back, letting out a roar of newfound vigor. Its health bar moves instantly, surging back up to 80%. Lin Yuan clenches his fist to withdraw his magic, staring into the distance with unwavering resolve. That's enough warming up. It's time to head to the main city and find that first subordinate. The scene shifts abruptly. In the real world, Lin Yuan pulls off his VR headset with a dry, mechanical click of the latch. His face is pale, struck by a look of sudden, heavy realization. Wait, could it be? In the living room, his mother stands behind his gaming chair, her face etched with worry as she urges him. Yuan, your father's back is acting up again. Go out there and give him a hand. He flinches slightly, snapped back to reality. Together, mother and son rush to support the father, who is grimacing and clutching his back as they help him settle onto the sofa. Take it easy, dear, his mother says tenderly. As she massages her husband's back, her voice is thick with both worry and frustration. Why are you still so reckless at your age? You never learn. Trying to fix the air conditioner when you know you can't handle it. It would have been better to just call a mechanic. Now look at you. You've gone and thrown your back out. His father lies face down, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he forces a smile to soothe his wife. We have to save every penny we can. Last week the washing machine broke, and didn't I fix that in just a few simple steps? Standing silently in the doorway, Lin Yuan listens as his father continues in an optimistic tone. Besides, this is just a minor injury. It's nothing really. I'll just close my eyes for a bit and I'll be fine. Tomorrow, I still have to go to the school to pick up Xiao Tan. Lin Yuan's eyes drop, filled with unspoken thoughts as he watches his hardworking father, unable to find the words to speak. The scene cuts to the following day under the clear, quiet sky of a bustling apartment complex. In the bedroom, the father is still sound asleep, while the mother knits her brows in annoyance at a sudden noise. Hearing a series of heavy thuds coming from the living room, the mother cracks open the bedroom door, her voice still thick with sleep. Yuan, is that you? Why are you making so much noise so early? As the parents step outside, they both freeze in shock. Two workers are busy mounting a massive, high-end television onto their wall. The entire living room now looks incredibly luxurious. One of the workers approaches and takes the father's hand, making both parents jump in fright. He asks, "Excuse me, are you Mr. and Mrs. Lin? These are the new items purchased by Mr. Lin Yuan. We've delivered and installed them as quickly as possible. Please, take a look and confirm the delivery." Standing stunned in the middle of his own living room, the father breaks into a cold sweat and mumbles, "Wait, I'm not sleepwalking, am I? What on earth is going on?" The scene shifts to a high-end gym. Lin Yuan is performing sit-ups on an incline bench, his muscles rippling and slick with sweat as he maintains a steady, rhythmic breath. Moving over to the treadmill, he keeps a light, effortless pace before speaking. Sorry for the interruption. A beautiful female manager smiles warmly at him. Would you like to sign up for the VIP package, sir? We require an upfront deduction for a 1-year membership. Without a second thought, he pulls out his bank card. Fine, here's my card. He thinks to himself, after selling off some unnecessary equipment, I've renovated the house and bought a family membership at this gym. His eyes gleam with a deep contemplative light. After all, Mom, Dad, and Xiao Tan need to start physical training early. They need to adapt quickly when the era of immortality begins. Holding the card, the manager's lovely face flushes a light pink as she screams internally. Suddenly, her eyes widen in utter astonishment. This is? Her hands tremble as a realization hits her. Hello? Yes, Mom. It's prize money from a gaming tournament I won. Yeah, you two just rested home today. Leave Xiao Tan to me. Watching his sturdy, confident silhouette as he walks away, the manager clutches the card to her chest and sighs. He's so young, truly an extraordinary man. Meanwhile, at the school gates, the final bell rings and students pour out in a noisy crowd. School's out. Hurry up. Let's go to the net cafe next door and team up for a round. Wait for me. Count me in. Amidst the rushing crowd, a female student with flowing blonde hair and a delicate blue bow steps gracefully down the stairs. This is Lin Tan, Lin Yuan's younger sister. She possesses a sharp, striking beauty that draws eyes as she strides forward in her pristine school uniform. Two of her friends run up to her, chirping happily. Hey, it's my birthday today, so come over to my place. My big brother bought my favorite strawberry cake. Man, you're so lucky. Having an older brother is the best. I'm so jealous, I wish I had a brother too. Lin Tan's gaze sharpens as she thinks to herself, an older brother? Is that really something to be jealous of? The image of her lazy, messy-haired brother glued to his computer screen. The endless clicking of his keyboard echoing through a cluttered room flashes through her mind. Cutting the memory short, she adjusts her backpack and marches forward decisively. She grinds her teeth, thinking she absolutely doesn't need a brother like that. Suddenly, a young man steps out to block her path with a sleazy grin. School beauty, Lin. Aren't you a bit too arrogant? He and three thuggish-looking goons surround her with predatory smiles. The leader continues, we've sent people to invite you out so many times, but you never even bother to reply. But since we came here personally to invite you this time, the least you could do is show some manners. Blocked in, Lin Tan glares at them and snaps, what do you want? Her two friends shrink back in fear behind her, trembling as they ask, Class rep, who are these people? The sleazy guy reaches out a bold hand toward her face. Look at this smooth skin. Let me get a little taste. Furious, Lin Tan bats his hand away with a powerful strike. Don't you dare touch me. Get out of my sight right now. The young man's face twists with rage as he swings his hand, delivering a cracking slap across her face that makes the girl scream in agony. He snarls, damn it, you aren't worth a shred of my respect. The thug looms over her, his hand raised for another strike as he bellows. So a little insult is too much for you? Why do you have to act so damn innocent? Unable to dodge, Lam Dam squeezes her eyes shut and raises her arms to shield her face, bracing for the coming blow. But at coup moment, a rock-solid hand shoots out. That hand catches the thug's wrist midair with a powerful, jarring jolt. Sensing the sudden shift, the girl timidly opens one eye, her face pale with shock. Emerging from the shadows, a tall, imposing figure appears, his eyes burning with a murderous red glow as he speaks with chilling coldness. Who gave you permission to harass my little sister? The young man steps forward with an unwavering presence, leaving Lam Dam dazed as she looks up at that familiar face. Lin Moyu? She whispers in disbelief. He maintains a vice-like grip on the thug. The thug struggles frantically, screaming, Curse you! Where did this stray dog come from? In an instant, three of his accomplices rush forward, surrounding him aggressively. If I don't knock every single tooth out of your head today, I'm not human. Are you looking for a death wish? Stop talking and just break his arms first. Answering their threat with violence, Lin Moyu launches a lightning-fast punch straight into the leader's face, sending blood spraying everywhere. Without missing a beat, he ducks low and delivers a devastating uppercut, the sheer force of the blow launching the second thug high into the air. Giving them no room to breathe, he spins with a thunderous sweep kick that sends the third goon flying into the distance. To end the rapid-fire onslaught, he delivers a brutal stomp directly onto the last man's face, leaving him incapacitated with severe injuries. Lin Moyu stands tall and majestic, the explosive power from his final strike causing the ground beneath his feet to shatter into 1,000 pieces. At his feet, the gang of thugs lies sprawled on the pavement, groaning in pathetic agony. Having finished cleaning up the trash, he turns his head with total indifference. Looking at the three girls who are standing there with their mouths agape in shock, he said calmly, they're gone. As they head back, the two siblings walk side by side. Lam Dam asks curiously, why did you come today? She thinks to herself, this guy spends all day with his face buried in games. Why on earth did he come to school to pick me up? He keeps his gaze fixed forward, replying softly, Dad threw his back out. Mom is at home taking care of him. Hearing this, the girl's face fills with worry as she asks frantically, his back? Is it serious, brother? He calmly reassures her. It's nothing too major, don't worry. It traces a rugged, dependable, and incredibly composed silhouette. The silence is suddenly shattered when two of her classmates come running up from behind. They wave their hands excitedly, shouting, Class President! Class President! As they catch up, the two girls gush with admiration. Is he really your brother? He looks nothing like that lazy brother you described. Seriously, I had no idea Senior Lin Moyu was this talented and handsome. Why haven't you ever mentioned him before? Lam Dam stands there stunned, staring at her best friends in utter confusion, thinking, handsome? This guy? Under the brilliant sunlight, Lin Moyu offers a gentle smile that sends the surrounding schoolgirls into a flurry of whispers. Who is he? He's so incredibly handsome. He's one of the seniors who already graduated. He looks way better than any of the boys currently at our school. Seeing her friends completely mesmerized by her brother's tall stature, Lam Dam blinks in surprise, realizing his popularity is unexpectedly high. One younger student even gathers the courage to run up to him, greeting him shyly. "Hello, senior," he responds politely. "Hello there." Lam Dam follows behind, lost in thought. Wait, was he always this tall? Why haven't I noticed this until now? Her gaze lingers on his broad shoulders and muscular build. A flurry of questions races through her mind. He actually has muscles? When did he even start exercising? No wonder he was such a good fighter just now. But he's clearly still the same person. Old memories flood back. She remembers a version of Lin Moyu who was sickly, lethargic, always wearing a hoodie pulled low, and completely shut out from the world with his phone. A far cry from his current shining image, the Lin Moyu of the past was a man who locked himself in a dark room, unkempt and covered in stubble. He used to slump over a game controller amidst a mess of snacks. Lam Dam frowns, staring intensely at her brother's sturdy back. Why do I feel such a sudden and massive change in him? Her friends wave cheerfully as they head their separate ways, calling out their goodbyes. "See you tomorrow. See you." She jumps slightly when she hears a familiar voice and turns around, looking confused. Lin Moyu bends his knees slightly, offering his back. "Get on." She waves her hands flusteredly, her cheeks turning bright red. I can walk myself." She mentally protests. "I don't want to be carried like a baby in front of everyone." Suddenly, an unexpected force pulls her forward, making her stumble. She finds herself collapsing onto her brother's broad back right in the middle of the school lobby. Lin Moyu hitches her up securely and begins to walk. "Don't force yourself if you can't walk." He had sharply noticed the bloody bruise on her ankle. "You sprained it when you were pushed down earlier, didn't you?" Lam Dam is stunned, thinking, when did he even notice that? As they reach the front door, he calls out, "We're home." Lam Dam follows with a timid greeting to their parents. He uses his strong, steady hands to expertly wash the dishes. Their mother smiles, whispering, "Look at our son. It's like he's become a completely different person." Lin Moyu stands before the sparkling clean sink, dusting off his hands. "All done," he says. With a casual flick, he unfastens his apron and turns to leave without a second glance. "I'm heading back to my room," he adds. Lam Dam watches the closing wooden door with a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, wondering why she even expected anything more. He's still just a useless game addict, she thinks bitterly. She suddenly flinches as a hand shoots out, thrusting a small jar of medicine right in front of her face. Lin Moyu's voice cuts through her thoughts. He stands tall, sternly instructing his little sister. "This ointment is top tier. Make sure you apply it right after your shower." He pushes open the door to his private sanctuary, tossing back one final, icy warning. "I'm entering the game. Don't set foot in my room unless it's a life or death emergency." She sits frozen on the chair, her fingers instinctively tightening around the cold, soothing jar of ointment. She closes her eyes, soaking in the fleeting warmth and letting out a playful, affectionate huff. Yeah, like anyone actually wants to go into your room anyway." A rare, genuine smile blooms on her face. The ice surrounding the legendary school beauty finally melts away. Behind his closed door, Lin Moyu leans against the wood, rubbing his forehead with a sigh as his mother's voice drifts in from the hallway. "See? I told you two were getting along better," his mom chirps. "So, what happened at school today?" His sister quickly dodges the question. "Nothing, Mom. I'm going to shower now." He sinks into his plush gaming chair, finally shedding the heavy burden of reality. He thinks to himself that the recent family drama is finally starting to settle down. He brushes back his messy hair, his gaze sharpening with a lethal, unwavering focus. He decisively pulls the virtual reality headset over his eyes, preparing for the link, and mutters under his breath, "Time to head back in." The world erupts into a blinding light as a colossal pillar of energy strikes the desert floor. A system notification flashes. Sandstorm City. Underneath his tattered, weathered cloak, his eyes gleam with a cold, calculating intensity. "Time to go catch that little rat," he murmurs, striding toward the towering, majestic spires ahead. His cloak billows violently in the sandstorm as a system message pops up. "You have entered Sandstorm City." In a dark corner nearby, a man's face is crushed into the dirt by a brutal, merciless kick. The man lets out a blood-curdling shriek. "Ah!" He begins to sob and plead. "Please, noble sir, I swear to God, this is all just one big misunderstanding." An armored guard points a razor-sharp spear at the man groveling on the ground, roaring with fury. "Shut your mouth! You can save your filthy lies for the prison cell." From the safety of the shadows, Lin Moyu watches the violent arrest unfold in the sun-drenched plaza. Suddenly, the guard freezes in his tracks. His eyes dart around suspiciously, staring intensely at the empty air. He mutters in confusion, "That's strange. Was I just seeing things?" Lin Moyu's silhouette vanishes into the darkness of the corridor, hiding behind a massive stone pillar. He narrows his eyes, meticulously analyzing the internal logic of the game. Standing tall in the middle of the bright plaza, Lin Moyu adjusts his cloak and whispers, This is the perfect moment to welcome back my old friend. The scene shifts to a magnificent, towering cathedral labeled the church. Father Lauren stands before the altar, arms spread wide as he performs a cleansing ritual. In the name of the Lord, your past darkness is washed away, he proclaims solemnly. From this day forth, your soul shall be as pure as the virgin snow. Let the holy light guide your path. I shall now perform your baptism. Lin Moyu steps forward into the grand hall, his voice echoing through the silence. I've come from the almshouse for the poor. The old priest's lips curl into a gentle, knowing smile, his eyes sparkling with interest at the newcomer's words. Lin Moyu walks casually through the crowd, his voice ringing out with confidence. I heard there is a patient here in critical condition, and I am here to cure him. A gatekeeper's voice rumbles from behind the massive wooden doors. In that case, we'll have to trouble you to treat Night Dak. Very well, Lin Moyu agrees. The scene shifts to a dim room where a muscular man lies unconscious, a sickly green infection spreading across his chest. Dak was once a legendary member of one of the most powerful orders in the ancient Western Desert Kingdom, the Lion Scorpion Knights. Lin Moyu recalls a vivid image of Dak from the past, heroically charging into battle atop a ferocious lion scorpion beast. In my past life, I couldn't even struggle to get a gold-tier weapon from him until I hit level 15, he thinks. A status window appears. Dak, former knight. Standing beside the bed, Lin Moyu looks down at the man with a calm, steady gaze. Sir Dak, I have come specifically to purge the toxin from your body. Dak cracks open his weary eyes, sweat beading on his forehead as he sees the young man's stats. Level 10. The old priest standing nearby scoffs in disdain. You? You're just a level 10 mage. Even the street guards are higher level than you. Suddenly, Dak begins to cough violently. He convulses, spraying a mixture of foul, blackish-green blood and poison onto the sheets, gasping for air. The poison in your body has already begun to liquefy your internal organs, Lin Moyu interjects. If you refuse my treatment, you won't survive more than a single month. Lin Moyu leans in, staring intensely at the dying man who is desperately wiping the bile from his lips. The words leave Dak speechless. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he snaps his head up and bellows. To cure this poison, you'll need 1,000 grams of rotten gill fish fat. If you aren't afraid of death, go to the desert marsh and test your luck. Immediately, the system lets out a resounding chime, displaying a series of green windows. System, you have triggered a quest request. Do you accept? Quest name, Dak's request. Quest grade, gold. Objective, obtain 1,000 grams of rotten gill fish fat and cure Dak's poison. Seeing this, a confident smirk plays on Lin Moyu's lips beneath his hood. Of course, Lin Moyu replies simply. The scene shifts to the murky, stagnant waters of the marsh, where human skulls bob on the surface and grotesque fish churn the water. In the desert marsh, bizarre fish slither across the arid sand, making sickening, squelching sounds. Suddenly, a monstrous fish erupts from the mud. It unhinges its jaw, filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth, and lunges at a panicked guard. Stats: Elite Rotten Gill Fish, Level 15. Health, 3,500. Attack, 300. Defense, 45. Skills: Leaping Tail Strike and Gill Curse Resonance. Right at that moment, a valiant blonde-haired knight leaps into the air, his blade gleaming. Hold your ground, he roars to his trembling comrades below. Don't let them get a single bite. The massive beast lashes its tail, emitting a blinding flash of light as it slams into the earth. The impact creates a bone-shattering shockwave that rips through the air. The blonde knight and his comrades are hurled through the air, letting out agonizing screams as a brilliant energy explosion scatters them like leaves in a storm. The soldiers flail helplessly, sinking into the thick mud. Panic strikes as they call out to one another, surrounded by a school of grotesque mutated fish. Help! Someone! Help us! A massive fishtail, glowing with a radiant golden light, slams violently against the ground. The system notification flashes. Tail leap skill activated. The colossal rotting fish monster unhinges its pitch-black maw, rows of jagged fangs bared. It lunges straight for the knight, letting out a deafening predatory roar. Gritting his teeth, the blonde knight pours every ounce of strength into his trembling arms, desperately raising his sword in a final block. The world goes dark as the giant mouth looms over him. With its slimy tongue and razor-sharp teeth, the beast blots out his entire vision. The knight's eyes widen in sheer terror, a single thought racing through his mind. This is it. I'm dead. Lin Yuan's powerful hand catches the knight's sword arm, yanking him back with a violent tug. He barks out coldly, "Get out of my way." He charges straight ahead, a fierce blue flame erupting in his eyes, reflecting a gaze filled with absolute confidence and unwavering resolve. The fish beast stares in shock as the blue fire slams directly into its eyeball. It thrashes wildly, let out a high-pitched shriek of pure agony. The blue flames explode violently atop the monster's head, creating a blinding flash and a shockwave that makes the very earth tremble. Lin Yuan lands gracefully, leaving the blonde knight collapsed on the ground behind him, wearing a look of pure bewilderment. He stammers in disbelief. I survived? Suddenly, he whips his head around, his eyes wide with realization as he shouts after the retreating figure, "Wait!" The knight watches in awe as Lin Yuan streaks across the sky like an arrow, trailing a vibrant wake of emerald green mana. He swings his hand, unleashing arcs of brilliant green magic that rain down on the school of fish monsters, dealing one devastating blow after another. One massive fish, its eyes bloodshot and bulging, takes a lethal strike head-on. Its mouth gapes open as it lets out a pathetic, final wail. In an instant, the school of fish lashes their tails and leaps into the air, swarming toward Lin Yuan from all sides. The blonde knight screams in a panic, "Great hero, watch out!" Another giant fish slithers through the murky mud with terrifying speed, its massive body cutting through the sludge as it aims to swallow him whole. Lin Yuan executes a fluid backflip, effortlessly dodging the lunge. A mocking smirk plays on his lips. "Is that all you've got?" He lands firmly on the ground, his expression remaining icy and composed. He digs his heels in, locking himself into a solid combat stance. Instantly, he summons his sword. As the blade pulses with blue light, he declares with cold authority, "Trash gathered in a pile is still just garbage." He raises the razor-sharp edge to eye level and thrusts it directly into the center of the monster's eye, triggering a blinding burst of light. The freakish fish are hit with a barrage of critical strikes, writhing in agony. The knight watches from a distance, paralyzed by the sight. Who exactly is this great hero? 8 of us were nearly crushed to death, yet he's taking down 5 of those monsters all by himself. His power is absolutely incredible. Their most terrifying power is their group attack. The fish all gape their mouths at once, gathering surges of emerald lightning into a combined blast that shakes the heavens. Lin Yuan stands motionless on a jagged rock, staring down the massive tsunami of toxic energy as it surges toward him. He narrows his eyes slightly, his gaze remaining disturbingly calm. The system notification pings. The moldy fish are casting their group skill, Echo of Cursed Fangs. All enemies within range will be hit by a toxic mist, shockwave, triggering status ailments such as confusion and auditory hallucinations. He raises a single hand, forming a glowing star-shaped magic seal. A look of pure disdain crosses his face as he mutters under his breath. "Just a petty trick. I won't fall for it again in this life." He releases his mana, a thunderous roar echoing from his throat. "Rise, giant wolf." He thrusts his hand forward, barking a command to the phantom giant wolf manifesting behind him. "Use your hungry wolf's howl." The phantom wolf tilts its head back, letting out a long, majestic howl that sends powerful sound waves crashing through the school of fish. The strike lands perfectly. The moldy fish are sent into a state of total disorientation. He raises a hand to his face as digital data streams begin to manifest. The system interface glows in midair, detailing his summoned item, the Awakening Mask. This is a single-use defensive mask designed specifically to counter toxic miasma. Lin Yuan equips the mask and dives headfirst back into the fray. Lin Yuan streaks through the air, the gas mask covering half his face, giving him an aura of chilling, calculated bloodlust. He descends like a fallen star wrapped in green mana, swinging his blade with a cold finality. "Fall down and embrace your death." The magic blade pierces straight through the giant fish's eye. The system announces, "Critical hit landed." Using the momentum, he flips through the air and delivers a cleaving strike that splits another monster's head in 2. The word critical flashes across his vision. A ruthless glint shines in his eyes. He puts all his weight into the blade, driving it down into his enemy with a low growl. "Die!" He plunges the sword deep into the massive throat that was waiting to devour him, landing a pinpoint critical strike. The mutated fish twists its enormous body in agony, tilting its head back and letting out pathetic shrieks as it takes hit after hit. Completely overwhelmed, another fish desperately turns tail, slithering up the muddy slope in a frantic attempt to escape the young man above. Lin Yuan tightens his grip on his weapon, his eyes filled with absolute contempt as he watches his prey. "Too slow. Since you love playing the role of a filth-dwelling insect so much, then stay in the mud where you belong." He flips stand weapon, delivering a decisive slash as a massive surge of green mana strikes the earth, his voice cold and commanding. "Then rot down there forever, you trash." The power explodes, forming a blinding pillar of lightning that tears the ground asunder. It incinerates the swarming monsters screaming in agony within the destructive energy. The blonde knight steps forward, gripping his comrade's shoulder tightly. Clutching his staff, his face twisted in pure shock, he gasps, "Impressive!" But instantly, his eyes sharpen with tension as he warns, "It's still too early to let our guard down." The group watches in horror as the mud begins to churn, bristling with countless razor-sharp spikes. The magical scorpion instantly raises its colossal tail, gathering energy into a blinding violet radiance. A series of violet bolts strikes the fish monsters lurking beneath the mud, creating a bloody, wide-scale massacre. Devastating energy spikes plunge deep, piercing through the thick flesh and hardened scales of the beast. One giant fish is impaled through the skull. Its bloodshot eyes roll back as its jagged, toothy maw lets out a sky-shaking scream. Witnessing the carnage, a short-haired warrior below clutches his head, his face slick with sweat as he yells in desperation. It's not as effective as I thought. The gap in level and numbers is too huge. He can't possibly kill them all in one blow. Having dealt with the initial wave, Lin Yuan leaps up and lands before the group, his cloak fluttering as he asks indifferently, "Who said I intended to kill them all?" He raises a hand, grabbing the edge of his hood and pulling it low. His glowing red eyes narrow with calculation behind the gas mask. The blonde knight and his comrade stand frozen in place. Realizing the strange angle of the attack, their eyes widen in realization. Wait, that's where the scorpion is aiming! The bellies of all the female mackerel? On the slope, the carcasses of the females begin oozing a thick, pungent fluid. Countless blood-red eyes emerge from the shadows surrounding the area. Someone stammers in fear. "Look, the male mackerel!" The mage breaks into a cold sweat, his face pale with shock at the madness unfolding before him. He screams in confusion. They're attacking each other! The monster fish have lost all reason, tearing into the flesh of their own kind with savage fury. Savage roars shake the very sky. A male fish snaps its massive jaws onto a bloody carcass, its teeth sinking deep. It reveals eyes shot through with veins of pure insanity. Meanwhile, a calm, steady voice offers an explanation. Whenever a female rotting mackerel dies or lays eggs, they secrete a massive amount of muscatol. The thick, dark purple toxin flows through the rock crevices, bubbling and emitting a distinct, overpowering scent. It drives the males into a murderous frenzy, causing them to slaughter anything within their reach. Standing tall against the setting sun, Lin Yuan says calmly, "I simply used their nature against them to trigger a self-inflicted massacre." At that moment, a fish carcass sinks slowly into the mud, leaving behind a trail of rising bubbles. Suddenly, a behemoth fish with razor-sharp teeth erupts from the mud right behind him. Someone screams in panic. "Benefactor, watch out!" Lin Yuan stands still on the rocky ledge, looking up as the colossal monster looms, blotting out the sky. The people below recoil in shock. One grips his comrade's arm, gasping, "What? Is this a female mackerel? How can a female be as big as the males?" High above, Lin Yuan's lips curl into a smirk behind his mask as he speaks. "Perfect timing!" He reaches out, commanding a surge of green mana to manifest. "Zombie ghost wolves, move out!" Watching from afar as the fish struggles against the pack, he coldly evaluates his prey. As expected of a level 15 elite monster, as violet fluid sprays everywhere, he shouts boldly, "That's more like it!" He executes a mid-air roll, swinging his weapon with force. He creates a wide arc of mana, scattering spheres of dark purple toxin across the entire area. He quickly snatches a handful of slick purple eggs from the monster's belly, tossing them directly into the mouth of a dead male fish. The knights watch in utter bewilderment, frowning at his strange actions. "What on earth is he doing?" Lin Yuan points, commanding the ghost wolf. "Keep going!" A werewolf swings his pickaxe with bone-crushing force, shattering the monster's reinforced scale armor into jagged pieces. Seeing the loot, the soldier's eyes widen in shock. He points a trembling finger, asking if this is the legendary green poison sac found only inside the males. Lom Viren approaches the group, his expression calm and collected. "That's right," he explains. The green poison sac inside the males is essentially a biological version of capsaicin. The toxic fumes and stench it emits scream danger to the schools of fish. Below the surface, the remaining monsters are thrashing in a frantic, desperate retreat. As the fish scatter into the distance, he adds coldly, "They'll keep at least a 5-meter radius and won't dare return. They aren't fully immune to their own toxins. Once poisoned, their fate is sealed." The golden-haired knight leaps for joy, punching the air with a triumphant roar that echoes through the cavern. "They're gone. Every last one of them." Lom Viren turns, wading through the black, carcass-strewn water. Now, it's time to claim the real spoils of war. He stops beside the massive monster corpses rotting on the scorched, barren mud flats. He touches his gas mask as it dissolves into flickering digital data. "This mask definitely did its part," he mutters, closing his eyes briefly. Finally, he holds up a dazzling, glowing gem pulsating with magic. It's a shame he spent 5 gold coins on a single-use item. A heavy loss, but the payoff makes it worth every coin. Suddenly, the system interface flashes with a brilliant notification for the loot. Rotten fish oil, 1,000 grams. Extracted from the greasy carcasses of the desert's putrid fish. A key ingredient for high-tier healing elixirs. It works miracles on festering, poisoned wounds, forcing healthy flesh to regrow over necrotic tissue. Lom Viren bows his head slightly, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. "Oh, I almost forgot this one." He tosses a small, bright red ball into the air, letting it hover above his palm. A new item description pops up. Nose of the teaser, grade, silver, type, armor. a spherical, elastic shell crafted from the skin of a putrid fish. He grips the red ball, his face a mask of silent, narrow-eyed disbelief. A bead of sweat rolls down his forehead. The quest rewards are top tier, but the design is a cruel joke. Whoa, this is so cool, and it glows. The knight clasps his hands, his face flushing with pure, unadulterated excitement. Oh my god, look at it. It's actually moving. Lam Viren shoots him a look of pure judgment. Do you actually like this nosepiece? The knight throws gold coins into the air, laughing with joy. It's so unique. My wonderful savior, would you consider selling it to me? I'll pay any price. Behind him, his teammates break into cold sweats, offering awkward, forced smiles. Sorry. He's always been like this. Lam Viren scoffs and tosses the red ball to the knight. Just take it, he says generously. Consider it a gift. The knight reaches out, calling after him urgently. Wait, at least let me pay you. But Lam Viren has already turned away. No need, he calls back flatly. To the knights, Lam Viren's departing figure seems bathed in a holy radiance. They clasp their hands, tears streaming down their faces. Our savior, he's a literal angel. The scene shifts to the front of a grand cathedral, guarded heavily by two cloaked figures. A majestic wooden door bears a simple sign, the church. The bearded man bolts upright, his face a mask of shock. What? The jagged gash on his chest is glowing green, stitching itself back together before his eyes. Calming down, the man looks at the young man holding the empty vial. I never thought you'd actually be able to get your hands on this, he says, stunned. Ding! You have successfully completed the gold quest for Dax. Reward, gold tier weapon, the Green Spirit Sword. The weapon's detailed stats flash in midair. Green Spirit Sword. Grade, gold. Type, weapon. Attack power, plus 150. Magic damage, plus 150. Spirit, plus 100. Unique skill, Green Spirit Curse. Range, 100 to 150 meters. Deals spirit damage equal to 150%. Cooldown, 0. Mana consumption, 10 points. The sword hovers, glowing brilliantly amidst a web of magic circles and crackling green lightning. He continues his analysis. While the base stats are decent, the attached skill is what makes it a monster on the battlefield. His gaze turns razor sharp as he recalls the carnage from his past. He smirks, thinking of its hidden secondary effect. With every hit, it builds green spirit energy inside the enemy. After 3 strikes, it detonates for an additional 250% spirit damage. A vision of his past glory flashes before him, standing atop a mountain, summoning the giant blade with a flick of his wrist, reveling in his old power. Back then, this green spirit sword was the very key that allowed me to sweep through the western desert and become its #1 mage. Back in the present, Lam Viren gently traces the intricate patterns on the blade. His crimson eyes burn with absolute satisfaction. The system notifies him, main city reputation, plus 1,000. Scorpion Tail Knight reputation, plus 500. But these were enough to allow him to wander through the various districts of the city. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as his eyes locked onto another notification that had just flickered into existence, and he couldn't help but mutter in surprise, "Oh, there is still more?" The system interface shimmered with golden text. Mission completed with excellence. You have earned the NPC's favor. Affinity points with Dark have increased by 10. Watching the man named Dark standing there in a daze, clutching his chest, Lin Yuan thought to himself that things seemed a bit different this time. Dark's expression softened into a gentle smile. He turned his face toward the young man and spoke with deep sincerity. Thank you so much, little brother. If it weren't for you, I might have drawn my last breath on a sickbed by next month. He placed a hand over his heart and lowered his voice in a solemn warning. As a token of my gratitude, there is something I must caution you about. Lin Yuan stood perfectly still, his face pensive as a spark of realization flashed in his eyes. He wondered if receiving those 10 extra affinity points had triggered a hidden plotline just for him. Within his mind, the haunting warning of the cloaked man echoed a memory of a blood-red moon and a murder of black crows. If you ever encounter a man named Quincy, do not go near him. In that moment, he spoke up with a calm explanation. Quincy is my teacher. Why is that so surprising? Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in shock as he stammered back. What? That man? He is your teacher? Dark rested a scarred hand on his thigh, letting out a soft sigh before continuing. Even though you have hidden your profession, the truth is, he stood up straight, facing the young man directly, and declared firmly, you are a necromancer, aren't you? Lin Yuan's brow instantly shot up, his face hardening with wary intensity as he demanded, how do you know I am a necromancer? After I hid my profile, even Quincy couldn't discern my class. We reported directly to the king. We were responsible for all manner of secret missions. One of those duties was hunting down necromancers. Because of that, I once learned a specialized skill, shadow perception. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Lin Yuan repeated it with curiosity. Shadow perception? A glowing red hexagonal magic seal manifested in the air as he explained. Shadow perception is a skill exclusive to the Scorpion Knight Order. Once a necromancer appears, it senses them automatically. The closer they are, the stronger the signal becomes. Lin Yuan looked up at Dark, his brow furrowed in confusion. So, you have known who I was from the very beginning? It seemed there truly were skills designed specifically to counter necromancers. Dark waved his hand dismissively and replied sincerely, "No, I was poisoned, and my perceptive abilities were severely dulled. I didn't notice it at first, but now that I have been cured, that unique presence of the Dark Lord radiating from you, it cannot be hidden." The young man grew even more bewildered, muttering under his breath, "The Dark Lord?" Dark bowed his head with a nostalgic expression, his voice dropping to a low rumble. "Then I shall have to take you back a long, long time ago." The scene shifted to statues of gods radiating brilliant, divine light as a voice narrated. Then, a dark entity wearing a plague doctor's mask appeared. He continued his story. But in the beginning, there was a sixth god, the Lord of Darkness. Immediately after, this god infused his power into a follower's scythe. He bestowed a massive source of dark power upon his most loyal followers, changing their professions to necromancers and forcing them to obey his every command. Under the reign of the Dark Lord, necromancers did more than just spread plagues that killed millions. Zombies with glowing red eyes roared in madness, lunging to tear apart civilians in the middle of the streets. They also turned everyone who had died into undead thralls, causing countless catastrophes. Therefore, every nation began to boycott the Lord of Darkness. Every temple built in his honor was razed to the ground. Every record of him was burned to ashes. The statue of the Dark God lay toppled and broken on the scorched earth. The narration continued, cold and unforgiving. Once a necromancer is discovered, that individual is to be executed immediately. A red X slashed ruthlessly across the image representing a necromancer. That poison has tortured me for 10 years. At first, I thought I could only wait for death, but then you appeared. His personal status screen appeared. Lin Yuan glanced at it silently, thinking, "In my past life, I was just a mage. I never imagined the legends hid such a secret, so that is why the necromancer is a forbidden profession. Fortunately, I have kept my profile hidden this whole time." He reached up to rub his chin, pacing a few steps with a calculating look in his eyes. "Things are getting complicated. I thought that clearing my crime points would be enough for me to investigate the clues about the badge in the main city area." His crimson eyes flashed with tension as his thoughts raced. "But now, if I don't find a way to suppress this presence of the Dark Lord, my profession could be exposed at any moment." Breaking his train of thought, he turned back to face Dark and asked seriously, "Douglas, is there any way to avoid the shadow perception of the Scorpion Knight Order?" Dark instantly clenched his fists, beads of nervous sweat forming on his face. "Unless Quincy helps you. But if he learns your true identity, he will undoubtedly kill you." Dark glared intensely, emphasizing the terrifying reason. Because it was a necromancer who murdered his wife. He continued to stride across the burning sands. Flashing back to 10 minutes prior, Dark had lunged forward to stop him, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Are you insane? You are actually going to see Quincy? He wants to tear every necromancer limb from limb." Lin Yuan only tilted his head slightly, his crimson eyes burning with cold composure and unwavering resolve as he replied, "I have no other choice. If I keep carrying this Dark Lord's presence around, it's going to be dangerous everywhere, not just in the main city. I have to find a way to deal with this." Back in the desert heat, while he's distracted by his thoughts, a massive beam of light energy suddenly tears through the air, aimed straight for his head. He gasps in shock. "Huh?" A deafening crash shatters the ground where he stood just a second ago. He barely manages to roll backward, dodging the sneak attack with wide eyes. What the hell? With lightning reflexes, he braces himself with one hand against the shifting sands, his gaze sharpening as he scans for the threat. Right then, heavy, frantic footsteps echo from the nearby ridge. He looks up to see a swarm of dark silhouettes closing in. Perched on the high rocks is a mob of players, fully geared and armed to the teeth. The shield bearer leading the pack steps forward with a smug sneer. "I've been camping out here for days just waiting for you, and I finally caught you. You ambushed me last time, but this time I've brought 30 of my brothers with me." The shield man behind him lets out a low, menacing chuckle. "Let's see how you enjoy dying this time." A man in a hat adds with a twisted, sickly grin, "Make sure you scream nice and loud when your head hits the dirt. I really want to hear those pathetic screams." As the circle closes in, a tiny mechanical camera drone hovers above them, broadcasting every second of this encounter live. Suddenly, the notification chimes of countless players ring out in unison across the game world. The Bloodstained Guild is now live. On a crowded subway, curious commuters pull out their phones as the host's voice blares through their speakers. "Hello to all you lucky viewers. You've tuned in at the perfect time for today's special broadcast. On the screen, the man in the hat strokes his chin with a sinister smirk. Today's performance is a masterclass on how to rip someone into tiny little pieces. The viewer count spikes to 212. In a busy office, a group of young workers huddles around a monitor, gasping in disbelief. What is this? Whoa, 30 against 1? Who's the poor soul that crossed the Bloodstained Guild? At another house, a guy rubs his chin while looking at his laptop. He looks kind of familiar. He speaks with an icy tone. You two mutts aren't even enough for me to warm up with. Since you're so eager to die, I guess I'll just have to kill you all over again. The live chat explodes instantly. This guy is insane. How does he have the guts to talk to the Bloodstained Guild like that? Wait, say that again? He's actually kind of cool, isn't he? The shield bearer's face turns a furious shade of purple. He swings his weapon and bellows, "Kill him!" On command, 3 assassins armed with daggers move with blinding speed, sliding across the dunes as they lunge straight for Lin Yuan. At the same time, the enemy mage thrusts his hands forward, summoning arcs of brilliant blue lightning that crackle with destructive energy. From the high ground, an archer draws his bow and releases a shimmering arrow of light that pierces the air. "Die, you trash!" he screams. Warriors leap from the cliffs, swinging axes and swords to crush the lone man standing below. Faced with this overwhelming swarm, Lin Yuan doesn't even flinch. A system notification flashes before his eyes. Malicious attack detected. Counterattack window, 15 minutes. Eliminating these attackers will not increase your infamy. A cold smirk plays on his lips as he draws 2 glowing blue spirit blades, crackling with electricity. Only 15 minutes? He muses confidently. That's more than enough time to kill these losers 3 times over. He slams his blades into the ground and shouts, "Undead army, come out and play." Instantly, a thunder scorpion and 7 werewolves erupt from the sand in a burst of eerie green flames. A feral undead werewolf raises its pickaxe high, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. As the mage's lightning orb flies toward him, Lin Yuan stands his ground with an arrogant sneer. "You call that tiny spark lightning? How pathetic." With one powerful swing of the pickaxe, the lightning orb is shattered into nothingness. He waves his hand, barking a command. "Undead thunder scorpion, poison them." The massive beast lunges, skewering an enemy warrior. Seeing the tide turn, the commander breaks into a cold sweat. "Everyone, listen up. Warriors, fall back into shield formation. Mages and archers, open fire." The shield bearers charge forward in unison, slamming their heavy gear into the sand. "Formation," they roar, their movements creating a deafening rhythmic thud. This synchronized movement generates a dense wave of protective energy that cracks the very ground. Behind the shield wall, the mages begin chanting their empowerment spells in a low, haunting chorus. They funnel a massive surge of magic through glowing runic circles toward the lead mage at the center. Absorbing the energy, he grunts as he hoists his staff high into the air. A gargantuan orb of violet lightning coalesces, vibrating with bone-shaking power. He screams like a madman and slams his staff down to unleash the full force of the attack. Jagged bolts of violet lightning tear through the dunes, striking Lin Yuan's undead army with a blinding, devastating force. Up on the ridge, the archers draw their bowstrings to the limit. "Lose!" they scream, raining down a storm of light-infused arrows. On the live stream, the viewer count drops sharply from 212 down to 168 as the chat fills with mocking comments. Are these summons really just fodder for a level 8 elite team? I'm out. Just another scrub who likes to show off. Place your bets on how long the kit lasts. Safe behind the wall of shields, the swordsman swings his blade and mocks him. So what if you can summon a few zombies? Hearing their delusional boasts, Lin Yuan's face remains hooded in shadow, his lips curling into a frigid, mocking smile. "Oh? Is that so?" he replies softly. That eerie smile catches the shield bearer's eye, sending a shiver down his spine as he stammers in confusion. Wait, is he laughing? Suddenly, the chat room explodes once again. What the hell? What's going on? Suddenly, deep cracks begin to splinter across the ground. A localized explosion erupts right beneath the mage's feet, sending them into a state of pure terror. The ground behind them collapses without warning, forming a gaping abyss that swallows the screaming mob whole. "Help me!" Hearing the thunderous roar from behind, the shield bearers and swordsmen at the front line whip around, their faces twisted in absolute shock. They're met with a gruesome sight, a hulking zombie werewolf swinging a pickaxe directly at the head of a panicking soldier. A bolt of emerald lightning tears through the air, striking a mage and making him shriek in agony. As his comrades tremble in realization, the pickaxe descends with devastating force. The commander screams until his throat is raw, scrambling back in pure terror. The enemy formation shatters instantly. A pack of frenzied wolves lunges forward, tearing through the defensive line and knocking over shields. Desperate cries of "Help! Save me!" echo through the chaos. Facing such brutal power, the hooded man and the shield soldier turn pale. Sweat pours down their faces as they gasp. What? What is this? The sheer panic sends the livestream viewership skyrocketing to 302 people. The chat explodes with excitement. Whoa, what's happening? An underground ambush? Do these zombies actually know how to coordinate? Who said he was a newbie? Who claimed they'd tear him to shreds? Now there are literally shreds of people all over the ground. Ha ha ha. On the other side of the battlefield, a mage desperately waves his staff, casting golden spells to heal the wounded. He barks a warning to his team. Watch out! The wounds are poisoned. You have to purify them before healing. But the warning comes too late. A surge of emerald mana erupts from the earth, blasting him into the sky amidst his own screams. Lin Yuan calmly extends his hand, gathering swirls of azure energy. Magical currents dance around his fingertips. Suddenly, a faint ripple shimmers in the air right behind him. Without hesitation, he thrusts his sword into the distortion. The magic blade pierces the chest of an assassin just as he decloaks, causing him to cough up a spray of blood. How? How did you know? The assassin gasps in disbelief. Lin Yuan keeps his grip firm on the sword embedded in the enemy's back, looking down from a rock with cold disdain. At least I'm not stupid enough to try and hide my tracks on sand. Surveying the bloody battlefield, the survivors are scrambling to flee from the demon scorpion's protective barrier. They scream in terror. He's too strong. All the shield soldiers are dead. Run. Witnessing his gang's total defeat, the hooded leader grips his massive greatsword tight against his chest. His eyes turn bloodshot with rage, his teeth grinding together. His face contorts into a mask of madness, reflected in the sharp surface of his blade. I'll kill you myself! Facing the lethal blow, Lin Yuan merely looks up with glowing crimson eyes, his expression terrifyingly calm. He stands tall, his hand tightening around the green spirit sword as magical gales swirl violently around his body. He swings his blade upward in a swift arc, activating his skill, Mark of the Green Spirit's Curse. Massive, ghostly skulls with gaping maws are summoned, roaring as they charge the enemy. Shrouded in emerald mist, they tear through the air toward the swordsman. The hooded man's eyes bulge, his face turning pale with absolute dread as he stammers, "What is this? His magic?" Lin Yuan leaps into the air with a mid-air flip, unleashing razor-sharp waves of mana along with a cold decree. Execution! Back on solid ground, he calmly turns his back on the enemy, his eyes hidden beneath his hair as he begins a slow countdown. 3. Behind him, the hooded man breaks into a cold sweat. His face distorts in despair as the steady countdown continues. 2, 1, a massive explosion rocks the earth, erupting in a blinding flash. The blast swallows the hooded man along with a wretched scream. Lin Yuan stands unbothered, one hand gripping the edge of his cloak, the other holding his smoking green spirit sword. He smirks with satisfaction. As I thought, this old friend feels much better in my hand. At that moment, the viewer count jumps from 302 to 558. The chat goes wild. What? Is he using a cheat code? Wang Feihu talked a big game, but the boss ended up as literal fireworks. Hilarious. The guy who wanted to chop someone into bits ended up getting shredded himself. Does he need a servant? I'm great at cheering. A system notification pops up. Player Huang Feihu has been physically removed from the stream. Back on the battlefield, the shield bearer watches in horror as his comrades are torn apart. Desperate cries for help surround him. Ah, save me! Sweat soaks his brow, his eyes wide with trembling confusion. He wonders if he's hallucinating. In the distance, Lin Yuan stands motionless amidst floating embers of crimson magic, radiating a suffocating pressure. It's only been a few days, and he's already this strong, the shield bearer thinks. All around where the young man stands, the bloody bodies of attackers are strewn everywhere. The overwhelming pressure makes his opponent seem like a godlike entity. He shivers, feeling as though he's staring directly into the eyes of a demon from hell. Suddenly, Lin Yuan tilts his head, his sharp crimson eyes locking onto the last survivor. Caught in that gaze, the soldier freezes. The shield soldier drops his weapon and collapses to his knees, his face twisted as he sobs for mercy. "Don't kill me, please! I beg you!" Ignoring the pleas, Lin Yuan pulls a sword from a nearby corpse and begins to walk toward him. He slowly draws the blade, his tall, imposing figure looming over the trembling shield bearer. He speaks in a low, heavy voice. Now, with a flash of azure light, he drives the sword through the soldier's head. "It's your turn to taste despair," he declares. The strike carries immense force, pinning the soldier's body to a vertical cliff wall. Lin Yuan watches calmly as droplets of blood float around his blade. "It's over," he says flatly. Then, his red eyes narrow, snapping toward the sound of wings flapping in the distance. High above, the tiny camera drone is fluttering its wings frantically, trying its best to escape. Lin Yuan extends his hand as a swirling vortex of emerald energy surges with explosive power. He mutters with chilling composure, "I almost forgot about this." With a sharp flick of his wrist, he unleashes a magical blast that tears through the air like a guided missile, obliterating the fleeing surveillance device in the sky. Retracting his mana, he stands amidst the silent carnage of the battlefield where not a single soul remains. He scoffs. Humph. Finally, some peace and quiet. The scene shifts abruptly to a glistening skyscraper piercing the night sky of the real world. An angry message flashes across the screen. Damn it. Why did that powerhouse have to blow up the stream drone? In a lavish room, a group of men sit huddled in a heated discussion. A chat box pops up. Does anyone know who he is? Another user replies instantly. I know him. That's the monster who slaughtered the giant wolf single-handedly. I saw it with my own eyes. Messages flood the screen at breakneck speed. Where is he now? I need to find him. Looks like he's in the Stone Desert. The Mercenary Guild has already issued an S-Rank invitation. In a dimly lit corner, a blond man in a sharp white suit leans back. Swirling a glass of red wine, his face twists into a sinister smirk as he whispers the name, Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, back in the digital world, inside a derelict warehouse in Black Pebble Town, a disheveled man in rags lies curled up, snoring atop a stack of rotting wooden crates. Through a crack in the door, Lin Yuan's eyes watch him intently from the shadows. The bearded man lets out a loud, drunken hiccup, squinting lazily. You again? Surrounded by empty wine jars, Quincy hugs his bottle tight and grumbles. Go away. I'm not teaching you anything. I've got enough coin, and I'm feeling lazy today. Ignoring the dismissive attitude, Lin Yuan's voice cuts through the air like ice. I'm here to talk. At that moment, his status window erupts in a dark glow, officially revealing his hidden class, the Forbidden Necromancer. The second that ominous aura leaks out, the clay jar slips from Quincy's grasp. It shatters against the floor, sending shards and wine flying everywhere. He lunges forward, frantically hurling everything in reach. Quincy grinds his jagged teeth, his mind consumed by a bitter memory as he hisses. How many years has it been? His calloused hands clench into fists, crackling with blinding streaks of azure lightning. A damn necromancer. Rage boils over. Quincy snaps his head up, his eyes glowing with arcane fury as he roars. How dare you show your face to me? So fast. A ghostly shadow drenched in killing intent flickers past him, moving at a speed the human eye can't even track. Seizing the opening, Lin Yuan flips through the air and thrusts his cold blade forward. The tip of the sword stops a mere hair's breadth from Quincy's eyeball. The young man asks calmly, Now, can we talk? Under the crushing pressure of Lin Yuan's presence, Quincy grits his teeth, cold sweat drenching his back. Lin Yuan's sharp gaze remains locked onto his prey like a predator. Standing tall with his weapon raised, he looks down at the broken man. What is it you want? Quincy asks in a low, gravelly voice. After a long, defeated sigh, he mutters, Fine, if you're that persistent, I'll give you a lead as payment. The story drifts back to a distant memory, his voice heavy with sorrow. Long ago, under the Dark Lord's reign, the immortal world was drowned in endless despair. An image of a woman with a shattered face appears as the cruel narration continues. After a brutal struggle, the enemy Necromancer was finally slain. But as his wife tried to heal Quincy, a foul curse took hold. Her soul was corrupted by the abyss, twisting her into a monster that could never be reborn. Watching his beloved wife transform into a grotesque demon amidst a shroud of dark mist, Quincy could only reach out and scream in agony. He collapsed to his knees, his useless sword cast aside. Bitter tears fell as he searched for any way to break the curse and save her. The only solution was to destroy her corrupted soul. But after that final battle, Quincy didn't even have the strength to lift a blade. Years later, he issued a mysterious quest. Whoever could save his wife would inherit his entire fortune. And for a necromancer, the reward is the secret to shattering the shadow perception, a treasure he looted from that dead sorcerer long ago. Quincy used the reward as bait, hoping to save his wife while making every other necromancer pay a deadly price. The horrific image of his wife, now a demon bristling with blood-red tentacles, flashes by. 158 warriors have taken this quest so far. At the monster's feet lies a mountain of armored corpses, rotting in pools of crimson blood. A cold system notification ends the nightmare. 0 survivors. Back in the present, Lin Yuan's sword remains leveled at Quincy's throat. Without a hint of fear, he demands, Tell me about the quest. Quincy's lips curl into a manic grin, revealing a sharp fang. Do you wish to accept? Quest name: The Soul of a Fallen Wife. Objective: liberate Quincy's wife and put her soul to rest. Time limit: 10 days. Difficulty: silver rank. Lin Yuan's eyes narrow with absolute confidence. I accept. At his words, Quincy bows slightly, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. Then I wish you luck. Perhaps you'll be the one to actually finish it. As Lin Yuan turns to leave, the man's face twists into a malicious sneer. He hisses, That is, if you can even come back in one piece. The scene shifts to a desolate, crumbling fortress looming over a jagged mountain range. The location tag appears, Northern Monument of the Dead, Black Pebble Town. Inside the fortress, Lin Yuan's footsteps echo with a chilling silence. His pace is steady and slow as he ventures deeper into the endless stone corridor. Submerged in the pitch-black darkness, he calmly activates an item. The system confirms. Night vision potion has been consumed. With his vision now brilliantly illuminated, he strides forward with confidence. Behind him follows his demonic legion, a thunder scorpion and 2 torch-bearing werewolves. Stepping inside, Lin Yuan scans the gloomy hallway. This is the Monument of the Dead, a 5-story tomb where everyone from Black Pebbletown finds their final rest. Suddenly, a zombie lunges from the shadows, its jaw unhinged in a silent scream. In a flash, the thunder scorpion's massive stinger pierces right through its chest. The creature lets out a pained hiss as it dissolves. Lin Yuan watches the corpse indifferently. He knows this place is crawling with undead zombies, skeletons, and wraiths. Along the hallway, wandering zombies emerge like blurred shadows. The system reveals their data. These monsters grow stronger with every floor they descend. Next comes a hooded phantom, floating eerily in the air. The 3rd floor belongs to these level 7 to 9 wraiths. Finally, his eyes land on a massive beast trampling over bloody remains. On the 4th floor waits a level 10 hungry ghoul, its face twisted into a sinister, jagged grin. Armed with this knowledge, Lin Yuan leads his torch-bearing werewolves straight toward the shimmering blue light of the spatial teleportation gate. He steps into the magic circle with a sharp, determined gaze. Let's skip the small fry and head straight to the 4th floor. Space warps instantly. The teleportation light whisks him past towering stone pillars and through the dark, ancient arches of the monument's architecture. Ascending rapidly through the levels, the light finally stabilizes. A system notification chimes. Arrived at the Monument of the Dead, floor 4. Lin Yuan paces down the vast corridor, his eyes scanning the oppressive silence for any sign of movement. He freezes. A faint rustling echoes from up ahead. He glances toward a dark corner, where dozens of glowing red eyes are watching from the shadows. Something's coming. Instantly, a ghoul digs its claws into the wall and lunges. The system flashes, wall climb skill activated. From above, 2 more monsters hang upside down, preparing to strike with their shred skill. A whole swarm of ghouls erupts from the darkness, charging right at him. The stat board pops up. Elite Ghoul, level 10, health, 2000, attack, 400, defense, 40, skills, putrid bite, wall climb, and hanging shred. Faced with an overwhelming horde, Lin Yuan's expression remains cold and unshakable. He lets out a sharp challenge. Come and get it. Obeying the command, the thunder scorpion slams the ground with devastating force. A massive fissure erupts with a bright blue glow, the earth-shattering pincer skill in action. It doesn't stop there. It swings its jagged tail, gathering electromagnetic energy that crackles with violent lightning. The massive scorpion sweeps its tail in a powerful arc. In a heartbeat, 3 ghouls are sent flying through the air. The werewolf army joins the fray, unleashing consecutive energy strikes that leave the ghouls screaming in agony. One dying ghoul desperately tries to crawl across the cracked floor. Its blood-red eyes bulge in terror as a glowing blade looms over it. Lin Yuan brings his boot down, crushing the monster's skull. His voice is flat and merciless. I almost forgot about you. Behind him, the battlefield is a mountain of ghoul corpses. Congratulations, you have reached level 12. The young man glances back at his handiwork, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he mutters. That ended faster than I expected. He waves his hand, swirling blue mana around his undead army, though he clicks his tongue in regret. It's a shame his shadow corpse control magic can only revive fresh corpses. It has no effect on these already undead monsters. Suddenly, swirls of deep purple dark energy surround Lin Yuan, radiating a sense of extreme danger. He whips his head around, his eyes widening in shock. A massive pillar of purple light crashes down from the ceiling, triggering an explosion that rocks the entire floor. Lin Yuan barely manages to raise his sword to block the devastating impact. He grits his teeth in terror. What the? The force of the blast hurls him backward. Damn it! His voice echoes as his body is thrown down a bottomless pit created by that single, terrifying strike. Energy cracks of purple light flicker all around him. When he finally hits the ground, he finds himself in a massive hall, dominated by a stone throne lit with eerie blue flames. A colossal shadow entity materializes, letting out a bone-chilling roar that shakes the very foundations of the room. Lin Yuan quickly regains his footing and draws his sword. He looks up and spots a glowing purple coffin suspended in the air by heavy iron chains. He wonders in confusion. A hidden area change? Inside that coffin, a woman with demonic horns and blindfolded eyes stands perfectly still, like a macabre statue. Suddenly, a twisted smile spreads across her face. She licks her lips before whispering in an enchanting, predatory voice. Heh, you finally arrived. With a sudden burst of power, she shatters the coffin and the chains binding her, causing a massive explosion that echoes through the vault. She steps gracefully from the ruins, extending her razor-sharp claws. Her voice is low and hungry. Fresh blood. The system displays her terrifying stats. The Wrathful Witch. Level 18. Boss. Health 6000. Attack 800. Defense 200. Skills. Death Flower, Piercing Screech, and Corpse Explosion. Lin Yuan drops into a combat stance, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the truth. So, this is the 5th floor? The witch lunges with a crazed, bloodthirsty roar. I'll tear you to pieces! Lin Yuan snaps his sword up just in time. The clash of steel against her razor claws rings out with a deafening metallic screech. Without missing a beat, the witch spins, unleashing massive tentacles from her back. The boss has activated Death Flower. The appendages slam into the stone floor, leaving massive craters. They surround him instantly, tightening their grip on the young man. Lin Yuan swings his blade in a brilliant arc of energy, severing the tentacles that threaten to crush him. He lunges back several steps, his eyes narrowing as they track the purple toxin dripping from the twitching tentacles. Is this corrosive poison? He mutters to himself. Watching the rocks melt under the acidic sludge, he quickly analyzes the threat level. Gritting his teeth, he tightens his grip on the hilt, channeling every ounce of his power into his blade. He swings, unleashing arcs of brilliant blue energy. It's useless against me, he roars. The razor-sharp strikes slice through the tentacles with surgical precision. Lin Yuan focuses his mind, his blade erupting in deep purple dark magic as it begins to siphon the enemy's energy. The dark aura clings to the tentacles, causing them to disintegrate into thin air. Seeing her assault fail, the demoness bared her teeth with a primal snarl. She unhinges her jaw and releases a shattering purple sonic wave that rips through the air. A system alert flashes. The boss has activated skill. Boost. An area of effect skill? Lin Yuan thinks. She's summoning something. His glowing red eyes narrow, his face etched with intense focus as he scans the perimeter. From the shadows, a skeletal hand wreathed in a chilling green mist reaches out, clutching the doorframe with a spine-tingling creak. Lin Yuan raises his sword, his expression hardening as he realizes exactly what has been summoned. Skeletons draped in tattered robes crawl out from behind the doors. The NPCs of Black Stone Town. Were they buried here? He exclaims in shock. But it doesn't stop there. Countless skeletons clad in modern armor erupt from the cracking earth. And not just them, he whispers. Those are the challengers who failed Quincy's mission. He grips his sword until his knuckles turn white, his face a mask of wary defiance. Damn it, is she really trying to bring them all back? All at once, the bones begin to knit themselves back together with a series of dry, sickening cracks. A sharp spark of realization flickers in his red eyes. There have to be hundreds more behind those doors. I didn't expect this boss to have resurrection powers. Without hesitation, he summons his undead army and snaps an order. Standing amidst a swarm of werewolves and scorpions, he points toward the wooden doors. Block them. Don't let a single one through. A zombie werewolf heaves a heavy pickaxe, slamming it down to barricade the exit. I'll let my undead army handle these small fry first, he calculates. The lightning scorpion joins in, using its massive pincers to seal the doorway tight, trapping the skeletons inside. Lin Yuan turns back to face the demoness, raising his hand to command his legion. Activate Bloodlust. A werewolf throws its head back and howls, its body radiating a terrifying aura of pure rage. The system screen blinks. Status. Bloodlust activated. The wolf's eyes turn a predatory, blood red. Lin Yuan then calls upon his 2 strongest champions. Kobold Leader, Crystal Lightning Scorpion, come forth! The 2 monsters charge the skeletons struggling at the doors. Attack, he commands. The Lightning Scorpion's massive tail strikes, shattering the floor into dust. The combined force of the attacks triggers a massive explosion, sending bone fragments flying into the air. The sheer destructive power causes the stone walls to crumble and crack. Seeing her army being decimated, the demoness can only glare in silent fury. But as soon as the skeletons are crushed, more green mist seeps from the ground, a sign of a fresh wave of summons. Hovering amidst her regenerating tentacles, the demoness lets out a mocking smirk. Huh? Lin Yuan mutters, caught off guard. She calmly strokes her face, her voice dripping with arrogance. Phantoms are soul-type monsters. Their bodies can phase through physical objects, making them immune to all physical attacks. Lin Yuan's cloak flutters violently in the wind as he swings his sword in a glowing arc. Maybe so, he counters confidently. But that means they take double damage from magic. He leaps into the air, unleashing a barrage of magical sword strikes that manifest as spectral skulls, hurtling toward the demoness. Clutching his glowing blade, he prepares to strike her with the green soul curse. But suddenly, the demoness blurs, moving with godlike speed to evade every single blow. Her sudden burst of speed leaves him stunned. Meanwhile, the wooden doors holding back the undead begin to rattle and shake violently. Skeletal hands batter the wood from within. Lin Yuan looks back, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. The NPCs in the tomb. They're going to break through at any second. I have to end this right now. He reaches into his bag and pulls out a... All right, you and I are about to see just how lethal a ring crackling with purple lightning can be in the right hands. Tightening his grip on the ring, he pushes its power to the absolute limit, while the system interface displays those sweet silver tier stat boosts like health, magic, and spirit. It comes with a paralyzing toxin effect, giving every single strike a 5% chance to freeze the enemy in place for 3 whole seconds. Gear equipped, he spins through the air, unleashing a barrage of brilliant energy blades that scream toward the wraith. He clenches his fist, channeling every ounce of lightning energy into the ring to trigger that critical paralysis skill. A massive bolt of purple lightning erupts from his fist, slamming into the wraith and detonating in a blinding flash. The system confirms the hit as toxin takes hold, and Lin Yuan lunges forward, swinging his blade in a massive glowing arc while shouting, "I am not done yet." Suddenly, a colossal demonic skull materializes behind the wraith, crushing her in a violent burst of light. The sheer force of the impact sends the wraith flying, as sharp green energy ripples tear her dark cloak to shreds. Lin Yuan slams his sword down, triggering a massive shockwave that shatters the stone floor and sends debris flying everywhere. He stabs his blade into a deep fissure to continue his technique, looking up with a satisfied smirk on his face. Not bad at all. A spectral giant wolf appears with a roar. Her speed dropped after that blue soul curse hit, he says confidently. Now wolves howl. Obeying the command, the spectral wolf howls toward the sky, releasing a devastating sonic wave that ripples through the chamber. The system triggers the stun effect as the wraith staggers, clutching her head in total agony while the system interface clearly marks her as being completely stunned. Watch closely here because even though the stun is only 5 seconds, he is confident it is all he needs to finish this. He blurs forward, creating clones that strike from every angle. How many of these hits can you actually take? Damage numbers flash as the pain piles up. Black blood leaks from her mouth while she grits her teeth in absolute agony against the crushing weight of his relentless magic attacks. She screams toward the ceiling, unleashing a violent wave of purple dark energy that tears through the fabric of the room. Lin Yuan frowns as the system warns him. The boss just triggered corpse explosion, turning every fallen body on the battlefield into a deadly magic bomb. Thick smoke and dust blanket the entire area, while jagged purple lightning crackles through the absolute chaos of the explosion. His army of wolves and scorpions are vaporized instantly, leaving nothing but swirling purple clouds in the corner of the tomb. As the haze begins to lift, Lin Yuan elite undead army emerges from the wreckage, standing tall and completely unharmed. Standing atop a high rock, he realizes the boss is trying to collapse the entire tomb using those massive corpse explosions. You and I both know that losing 2/3 of an army is a massive hit, but as he turns back to the weakened wraith with killing intent in his red eyes, he is done playing around. Now it is time to finish this. He leaps high, summoning a storm of demonic skulls. Just disappear already! Those spectral skulls, wreathed in glowing green energy, swarm the wraith like a devastating storm of pure destruction. Completely overwhelmed, she reaches out one last time as her health bar plummets toward the inevitable death state. Her health drops to 300, then 200, then 100, finally hitting 30. She is right on the edge of oblivion. A brilliant aura erupts. The system finally confirms the kill, granting 800 experience points for defeating the vengeful wraith. He lands softly among the ruins, surrounded by his growling ghost wolves. Is it finally over? Silence falls as purple spirits begin to dance around him. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appears from the light and speaks. "Thank you, brave human." She gives him a peaceful smile before her form dissolves into glowing stardust and vanishes. He reaches out as purple light transforms into a small gold ring. The system identifies it as the Beloved Ring, a non-sellable, non-tradable quest item. The item note explains this is an engagement ring from Quincy to his wife, serving as a powerful symbol of their eternal love. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes in suspicion. Is this really the only reward for such a tough fight? Suddenly, a leather-bound skullbook appearing from the void begins to ring out with high-pitched, crystal-clear bell sounds. He reaches out in surprise, realizing that the massive corpse explosion skill used by the boss was actually an exclusive ability meant only for a high-level necromancer. The system screen pops up, revealing a gold-tier corpse explosion skill book that only a necromancer can ever hope to master. He clutches the book, wondering if the person who sealed her was actually a loyal servant of the legendary, all-powerful Shadow Lord. The book dissolves into green light, automatically etching the skill into his memory as a pillar of light surrounds him. Level 1 Gold Rank Corpse Explosion. It detonates a single corpse to deal 60% of his health as damage to every single enemy caught in the blast. 100 mana cost with a 10-second cooldown. Trading a corpse for that massive damage and range is a win he is more than happy to take. That was a nice little bonus. The scene shifts back to the busy, bustling streets of Black Graveltown. Quincy stands on his balcony, staring in shock at the engagement ring in his hand. This really is hers? So what do you and I take from this? Only after being finally freed from their chains can a soul truly remember their past and leave behind their most precious treasure. Alright, you and I are back with our favorite necromancer as he wraps up an emotional quest. Quincy asks if his wife suffered, and Lin Yuan answers calmly, yes. Quincy clutches his ring as a single tear falls. Seeing a vision of his wife smiling, he whispers that he is relieved to hear it. He turns back, admitting he never thought a necromancer, the class he hated most, would be the one to fulfill his final wish. I will never forget this kindness, he says. An ancient leather book glowing with dark smoke slowly begins to manifest in his hands. Opening a chest, he presents a crown radiating a sinister green light. It is time for me to keep my promise, he says solemnly. The system reveals the unique Shadow Crown headgear. Effect 1, your crime value becomes completely invisible to others once this item is equipped. Effect 2, it hides your dark aura. Note, exclusive necromancer gear that cannot be sold or destroyed. Lin Yuan finally takes the crown. Now, watch this carefully, this new item is exactly what he needs to stay under the radar. Even without extra stats, hiding his identity is huge. He smirks, realizing he can now avoid the Scorpion Knights and do whatever he wants inside the city walls without being hunted down. The system asks if he wants to equip the Shadow Crown. He chooses yes. A massive, glowing, magical circle erupts all around him. The crown dissolves into green flames, merging with his body. Standing in the swirling energy, he smiles, knowing he is closer to the truth. The scene shifts to a bustling city in the clouds. Welcome to Sandwind City. Inside, players are busy delivering goods and trading items. Many guilds operate here. Guild 20 is recruiting, led by a fanboy. They claim you can watch the leader do flips if you join. PvP guilds and Apple Guild are also looking for members. A girl mentions the top-tier groups while Lin Yuan checks the rankings. Number 1 is Fury, number 2 is Moonflower, then Star, Hymn, and Eternal. Rank 10 is the Black Tree Guild. You saw that look in his eyes, right? He is not here to play games. He wonders if his target is hiding in one of these guilds. As a newcomer to Sandwind City, joining a top 10 guild will not be easy. He begins walking through the massive, crowded streets. Looking proud and distant, he disappears into the sea of players. I need to find an opportunity, he mutters while walking down the path. He passes countless busy players. His cloak flutters in the wind as he moves through the crowd with total composure and focus. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sound right behind him. Sensing something off, a golden-haired knight spins around with a look of pure surprise. In an instant, Lin Yuan has a sharp blade pressed against the man's throat. Terrified, the knight stammers, asking exactly who he is. Lin Yuan looks down from the steps with a cold expression. But once the knight recognizes him, he lets out a huge sigh of relief. His eyes sparkle with joy as he throws his hands up. Lin Yuan, it really is you. But in his excitement, he trips over himself. He slams face first into the ground with a painful thud. Lin Yuan just stares down at him, completely speechless and deeply annoyed. The knight sits up, rubbing his backside. He laughs, asking if the great Lin Yuan actually remembers him. Lin Yuan glares back with red eyes. His voice drops, asking how the kid knows his name. The knight excitedly explains he saw him on the Bloodstained Guild's livestream. I recognized you immediately, he brags. A flashback shows him sitting in a chair surrounded by countless glowing blue screens. I found clues about you among thousands of comments. He stands proudly near a mountain of gold, claiming he spent $2 million. I bought the latest facial recognition tech from the corporation just to find you. Please, tell me I did a good job. Lin Yuan is stunned. His chibi face expresses pure confusion. You spent $2 million just to find me? The knight scratches his head, acting like it is nothing. The Hantuan Corporation spends hundreds of millions just to test systems. Lin Yuan looks at a distant skyscraper, thinking of that name. The trillion-dollar tech giant that controls the world's high tech? If this guy has that background, who knows what else he has found? Do I need to kill him here? Meanwhile, the knight starts acting like an excited puppy, begging Lin Yuan to form a party. There is an S-tier hunt tomorrow in the Bloodscale Cave. People found an iron salamander nest there. All we have to do is... Before he can finish, he trips again and faceplants into the dirt. Lin Yuan turns away, telling the idiot to stop following him. Why should I take a fool like this seriously? The knight just sits on the ground and laughs after being rejected so coldly. You are right. A powerhouse who soloed the Bloodstained Guild does not need a team. He scratches his head and sighs deeply. Plus, the third team from the Black Tree Guild will be there to scout rookies. If you do well, you might get an invite. Lin Yuan stops. He glances at the rankings where Black Tree sits at number 10. The knight sighs, thinking he will be going alone. Suddenly, a deep voice speaks from behind. When does this hunt start? The knight turns around, completely baffled by the change of heart. Lin Yuan repeats himself patiently, asking for the specific time. The knight jumps for joy and chases after him, screaming with pure excitement. 8 a.m. tomorrow. Lin Yuan. So you are in? Lin Yuan puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him to just call him Lin Yuan. He keeps walking, mentioning he needs to prepare a few things first. The scene shifts to a crumbling ancient fortress in the distance. A skull flag flutters in the wind as the map shows the Vulture Bandit camp. A massive explosion rocks the area, sending rocks flying. And that's where we leave it for now. Trust me, this next raid is going to be legendary. Lin Yuan leads his zombie army inside. Alright, you and I are watching Lin Yuan face level 12 Vulture Bandits. They have 1600 health, 250 attack, and 70 defense stats. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he commands his legion move out. Standing tall on the cliffside, Lin Yuan looks down at the bird monster army preparing for the slaughter. They tear into each other amidst a pile of white skulls, letting out bone-chilling, guttural squawks that echo through the canyon. A bird monster growls, baring its sharp talons in a deadly threat. Lin Yuan reaches forward, his eyes sharp as he signals his troops to charge. His undead horde dives from the heights, crashing into the birdmen with relentless force. One monster leaps high, spinning a massive scythe like a lethal boomerang. The system announces the scythe throw skill has been triggered. The blade whistles through the air, heading straight for the motionless Lin Yuan. But just as it strikes, Lin Yuan vanishes into thin air. The scythe shatters into pieces, leaving the monster completely stunned by his speed. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan leaps into the air, swinging his sword in a brilliant magical arc. He decapitates 3 monsters at once with a bold declaration. "Your life belongs to me." The system confirms he has triple-killed the Vulture Bandit leaders. He continues his rampage, his consecutive slashes wiping out waves of enemies. Vulture Bandit leaders defeated 6 times. Vulture Bandit leaders defeated 10 times. The battlefield is becoming a graveyard of broken wings and shattered bones. He lands softly on the ground, his cloak fluttering amidst the piles of monster remains. He turns back, his glowing red eyes filled with suspicion. Now pay attention, because the boss just vanished from his throne and reappeared right behind our main character. Watch this closely. The system displays the level 19 Vulture Bandit Lord. He has 6,200 health, massive attack power, and dangerous backstab skills. Screaming as the backstab skill triggers, Lin Yuan thrusts his hand forward. Green lightning crackles through his fingers as he activates his legendary corpse explosion. The Vulture Lord lunges forward, shouting for Lin Yuan to die, but undead bird monsters suddenly erupt from the ground, blocking his path before a green explosion erupts. The blast swallows the entire area in a sea of emerald fire. Blown back by the force, the Vulture Lord screams in agony as he hits the cliffside. Lin Yuan flies through the air, delivering a lightning-charged punch to his enemy's head. His eyes flash green as he shouts for the monster to take this. The blow connects perfectly, shocking the Vulture Lord. Lin Yuan roars for him to go to hell as a massive pillar of light blasts the boss into the abyss. Lin Yuan lands gracefully, his hands still clenched as green sparks dance around his body. He calmly declares that the fight is finally over. The system notifies him that the Vulture Bandit Lord is dead. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 13 after that intense battle. His skill panel opens, showing level 3 Shadow Curse. It either deals damage equal to 20% of the target's health or heals his undead allies. It costs 60 mana with a 6-second cooldown. His level 2 Corpse Explosion detonates an undead minion to deal fire damage to all nearby enemies. The damage scales to 80% of his health. The system asks if he wants to use a skill scroll to upgrade his abilities further. He agrees, resting his chin on his hand while thinking the results are pretty good. He previously used a scroll to boost his Shadow Curse. Now that he has pushed it directly to level 3, he has also managed to upgrade his explosive art to the next tier. You and I both know an army of 130 undead monsters is absolutely broken, right? He smiles, satisfied with his growing legion. The details show his new level 15 bandit captains and the level 19 bandit lord. Lin Yuan's eyes gleam as he scans the system data. He wonders if the Vulture Bandit Lord gained a brand new skill after being resurrected as an undead minion for his army. He remembers that when the giant death wolf was revived, it also gained a powerful new skill called Wraith's Rage. Rubbing his chin, he realizes that resurrecting Lord-level monsters might always grant them an additional bonus skill. This is a total game changer. This could get very interesting. Suddenly, a notification appears. The hunting campaign you joined will officially begin in exactly 2 hours. Lin Yuan turns around, his cloak snapping in the wind. He gives the order to prepare for departure. They head toward the Molten Bloodscale cave. Drenched in sweat from the heat, Lin Yuan points forward and asks with total confusion, "What on earth are you wearing right now?" A boy is posing nearby in a suit of blindingly bright armor. Lin Yuan wonders if he is trying to disguise himself as a Golden Knight statue. The Golden Knight puffs out his chest, bragging that he spent 50 gold for a master blacksmith to forge this custom suit of super armor. He tells Lin Yuan not to worry, promising that he definitely won't be a burden today. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound comes from his armor's crotch. The waist armor slides down to his ankles, revealing his polka dot boxers. Both of them freeze in a long, awkward silence, staring at each other. Lin Yuan breaks into a cold sweat, trying to find an excuse. He says he's never seen segmented armor like that before, calling it unique. Han Thon turns bright red, quickly pulling up his armor while stammering. He claims the blacksmith told him this was the latest fashion style. He struggles to lift his helmet, but it's stuck tight. Panicking, he flails his arms and screams for Lin Yuan to save him because he can't see. While Lin Yuan walks away speechless, the Golden Knight stumbles forward blindly and slams right into someone's legs, letting out a loud yelp. The Golden Knight's head crashes straight into a stranger's lower region. The man lets out a short gasp of pain and looks down in total shock. Standing before them is a massive bald man radiating a dark, oppressive aura. The bald man flashes a terrifying smile and asks if he's okay. The system identifies him as Zhao Kui, the captain of the 3rd Squad from the Black Tree Society. He is a level 15 warrior class. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're gonna want to see if they survive this venomous encounter. Stick around for the next part. Wait, is it just me or is someone watching? Suddenly, a hand grabs his collar from behind, nearly giving him a heart attack. Lin Yuan pulls his friend back, his voice freezing cold. Are you seriously not taking off that ridiculous outfit? Han Qing just chuckles awkwardly. Zhao Kui narrows his eyes at the newcomer, letting out a cold snort. Lin Yuan glares back, his eyes glowing red with zero intention of backing down. Sweat beads on Zhao Kui's forehead as he seethes internally. How dare this brat look at me like that? What an absolute pain in the neck. He forces a fake friendly smile and calls out to them. Hey, you two. But he is immediately cut off by another member's aggressive shouting. Walking beside a one-eyed mage, the guy barks out a question. Which one of you is Han Qing? He is holding a registration form with a Golden Knight photo. It clearly says Han Qing Swordsman. He frowns, comparing the photo to the person in front of him. Then, he points directly at Han Qing's face. It is you, isn't it? The freak in the weird clothes. The guild members behind him burst into laughter. What kind of terrible taste is that? It's so bright. Does he think he is at some embarrassing cosplay show? Han Qing scratches his head with a sheepish grin, waving his hand. Heh, yeah, that would be me. He quickly introduces himself. You three are the big shots from the ancient Black Tree Guild, right? By the way, this is my friend. Suddenly a sharp metallic ring. The member draws his sword, pointing it at the two of them with total arrogance. Enough! We don't care about the names of some pathetic rookies. Listen up. We aren't letting you bring a +1 because the registration fee is doubled. It is only because our captain is incredibly generous. Got it? Lin Yuan keeps his head down, eyes hidden behind his hair as he stays silent. Zhao Kui steps forward, pushing the sword down to play peacemaker. What are you doing? We need to be kind to our new friends, don't we? The soldier quickly stammers an excuse, saying he was just joking. The sword is sheathed. Zhao Kui continues with a thin smile. Don't get cocky just because our captain is saying nice things to you. You need to show some gratitude for this opportunity. Understand? The subordinates all bow in unison, promising they will do their absolute best for him. The one-eyed mage claps to get everyone's attention, announcing loudly, Everyone, get in position. I'm officially starting the roll call right now. The other players start whispering nervously. Man, this is intense. I never thought I'd actually get to work with one of the major guilds. Are these the players joining the Rank S hunting campaign? I just hope my gear doesn't let me down in the middle of the raid. Lin Yuan indifferently scans the crowd, realizing everyone here is just a fresh newbie who barely stepped foot into the main city. Zhao Kui turns toward the dark cave entrance and gives the order. All right, we've got enough people. Stop wasting time and prepare to move out. Now watch this guy's face that is definitely not the smile of a hero. Even the Grim Reaper turns away when he sees our guild. So don't worry, everything will be safe. Zhao Kui leads the group into the cave as excited cheers echo through the air. Yeah! Han Qing is now in pure white armor, carrying a small red flag. He happily trots past the grumbling guild member, waving the flag excitedly. Yuan, hurry up! I heard there are glowing slimes inside this cave. The soldier behind them just scowls, wondering if this kid thinks it is a picnic. Lin Yuan follows at a steady pace, his tattered black cloak fluttering behind him. A curious smile plays on his lips, his eyes full of anticipation. I can already smell it, an incredibly thrilling scent. The scene shifts inside as the group travels down a long slope into the molten bloodscale cave. A bit later, the group stops at a fork in the path. A crossroads already? We haven't even run into a single iron-eating lizard yet. Someone explains that it's normal. Those lizards are nocturnal, hiding away during the day, so they must be resting deep within the cave's tunnels. A girl in the squad looks toward their leader with a questioning gaze. Captain Zhao, in your opinion, which path should we take? Okay, let's pause. We've seen this trick. Zhao Kui narrows his eyes and suggests they should all split up. The suggestion terrifies the rookies, as visions of ferocious monsters haunt their minds. But isn't that a bit dangerous for us? Exactly. What if we run into a level 16 elite monster? The mage in green raises his hand to calm the growing crowd. Quiet, everyone. Calm down. To ensure your safety, our captain has already scouted the path ahead of time. No need to worry. When you met us today, we had just finished scouting and were resting before the regroup. A man in round armor looks on in shock. What? Captain Zhao already scouted the path? Zhao Kuei stands proudly at the cave's mouth, nodding to confirm the news. Yes, based on this morning's scout, the middle path has a very strong scent of iron-eating lizards. We have to be careful. The risk of a surprise attack is high, but the other two paths are actually very safe. Remember, greater danger means more valuable treasure. So, I've decided our guild will take the middle road, while the rest of you take the side paths to stay safe. He flashes a cunning smile, asking for their opinion with fake sincerity. So, what do you all think? The unsuspecting players are totally impressed. Say what you want, but the big guilds are on another level. Their plans are always so well thought out. I'm impressed. You're the captain of the third squad and the highest level here. Whatever you say is law to us. We will follow your orders. Amidst all the worship, Lin Yuan coldly raises his finger and interrupts. We'll be taking the path on the left. Zhao Kuei glances back and smirks. No problem. Does anyone else want to go with them? The crowd hesitates, looking at the two strangely. One guy looks too eccentric to trust the others, just a freak. Well, you and I are about to see them regret ignoring Lin Yuan. All right. You and I are starting with this cold-faced monster of a lead. Some think he is hiding his rank out of fear, but a girl defends his good looks. The hater just snaps, telling her to go with him then. Tro Koi just shrugs his shoulders with a helpless look. It seems like our main character's popularity is a bit low, right? He claims that even as the captain of this mission, he cannot force anyone to join them. Ignoring the insults, Lin Moyu simply turns around and walks away, telling his friend to follow. Han Than quickly catches up to him without a second thought. Watch carefully here, because as soon as they disappear into the dark tunnel, Triu Koi's fake smile completely vanishes. He watches their shadows fade with a look that would give you chills. He scoffs, revealing his toxic nature. Two ignorant fools with no clue. Meanwhile, deep inside the silent cavern, the only sound is the rhythmic dripping of water from frozen stalactites, sending tiny ripples across the dark pools below. Lin Moyu and Han Than walk through the silence, surrounded by small slimes hiding behind the rocks. Han Than shivers, noticing the temperature is dropping way too fast for comfort. Sweat beads on his forehead as he whispers that he feels like they are being watched. That creepy sensation is only getting more intense with every step they take. Lin Moyu remains perfectly calm, glancing sideways to tell his friend that he finally noticed. There is definitely something lurking in the shadows here. Han Than panics, wondering why the captain said this path was scouted and safe. Lin Moyu just gives a mocking smirk at his friend's innocence. You really trust that guy? This is an S-rank hunt, yet they brought along a bunch of rookies. It is obvious they are just using people as bait to clear the path. Han Than asks why he didn't just expose the lie. Lin Moyu watches the slimes peeking from the walls and calmly cuts him off. Why expose him? Suddenly, he reaches out and grabs a trembling slime, scaring the poor creature half to death. He throws the slime deep into the darkness, saying he wants to see exactly how many monsters are waiting. They both stop, staring into the abyss ahead. Dozens of glowing red eyes suddenly flash in the dark. As Lin Moyu watches, elite-rank iron-eating lizards crawl out of the shadows, ready for a feast. These things are level 16 with 3,300 health. Their attack is 440, and they use skills like Iron Tail Swipe. A sudden attack slams into the ground, sending shattered stone flying everywhere. In the next cave over, a massive fire tornado erupts with a deafening roar. A one-eyed mage is busy casting spells, burning the lizards as they scream in agony. Right after that, a powerful blue light slash cuts a monster clean in half. An arrogant swordsman swings his blade, yelling at the others to watch his incredible strength. He turns to flatter Tru Koi, saying everything is easy now that the scapegoats are distracting most of the monster force. He cannot believe those idiots actually fell for the lie about scouting the path earlier. What a bunch of suckers. A spiked mace spins through the air with a deadly whistle. Tru Koi says that once the others die, the lizards in those caves will be easy pickings. He smashes a monster into dust, bragging that they will step in to harvest all the rewards themselves soon. They will get double the loot with only half the effort. But suddenly, 3 aggressive iron-eating lizards leap down from the ceiling right toward him. Trio Koi keeps his arrogant smile, asking these mindless beasts who they think they are screaming at. He tells them all to come at him. The monsters are instantly blasted back by an invisible force, their bodies crushing against the stone walls. He says trash should always stay at the bottom. Back in the left cave, Han Than's eyes go wide in total disbelief. Vian, how did you do this? Before them, a monster lunges with its iron tail swipe skill, a massive metallic tail sweeping across the air. If it hits, it deals massive damage based on its attack power. Suddenly, giant sickles come spinning through the wind toward the beast. The system announces the machete throw skill is activated, allowing him to strike targets up to 10 meters away before the blades return to him. At the same time, dark birdmen shadows flicker around the lizards. The system reports that stealth and backstab skills have been triggered. Watching the undead birdmen army overwhelm the lizards, Han Than screams out, asking when he captured all of these powerful spectral monsters. You and I remember the swamp battle, but this is on a whole nother level. Han Than is absolutely buzzing with excitement as he watches the carnage. Lin Moyu looks back with a calm smile, reminding him that he said he was going to prepare a few things earlier. Han Than is speechless. You managed to tame all these high-level monsters in less than a day? Right then, the system screen lights up with a bright notification. 5 elite iron-eating lizards have been successfully eliminated. Lin Moyu walks through the corpses with his undead army, feeling satisfied with their high efficiency. Han Than watches him with stars in his eyes, whispering how jealous he is. He wonders when he will ever be that strong. Suddenly, the entire ground shakes violently. Han Than stumbles, gripping his sword to stay upright as he wonders if it is an earthquake. He sees Lin Moyu is busy collecting the monster souls with a ghostly blue flame, so he hesitates to call out. He decides to check the situation himself since he cannot keep bothering his friend. He wants to be useful too. He carefully creeps forward toward the source of the rumbling. He stops when his heel taps against a strange section of the rock floor. He looks down, feeling confused. Has the vibration stopped already? But then, a massive blood-red tongue bursts through the floor and shoots into the air. Han Than's face goes pale as a ghost. This slimy giant tongue stands before him like a terrifying tower of flesh. He shakes with cold sweat, wondering what on earth this thing is. The tongue slams down, knocking him to the ground as he screams for help. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see what happens to him next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the fire as Han Than gets dragged towards certain death, his face pale with despair. He closes his eyes, accepting his fate. But at the final second, a brilliant green blade of energy tears through the air. Lam Virn leaps in, slicing that giant tongue clean off. He growls, calling it a bottom-feeding beast that only knows how to chew dirt. How dare you try that in front of me? Blood sprays like rain as Lam Virn grabs Han Than by the collar with total authority. He yanks his friend out of the kill zone in a heartbeat. They land safely, but Han Than is left coughing his lungs out. Han Than looks back at the pit, panicking. He warns that a massive monster is coming, and they need to run before it breaks free. Before he can even finish, the ground shatters with an ear-piercing crash. Han Than screams in terror that they are way too late. Now pay attention here, because this isn't your average mob. We're looking at a level 20 iron-eating salamander boss with 6,300 HP. Attack is 850, defense 280. It's got Iron Tail Sweep, Impenetrable Fortress, Earth Burrowing, and Toxic Sand Breath. Han Than is drenched in sweat. The mission said this place only had elite-level monsters, but this thing is a straight-up boss. He steps up bravely to shield Lam Virn, apologizing for dragging him into a fight against a monster of this insane level. I'll hold it off, just run. Lam Virn just smirks, calmly asking if this thing is actually supposed to be scary. He stares at the boss with glowing red eyes, full of excitement. He declares it his prey, leaving Han Than totally speechless. The salamander roars and charges, shaking the entire cave. Lam Virn dives straight in, unsheathing a blade glowing with dark magic power. Let's see what you've got. I'm ending this now. Above them, the Birdman army takes position, and the Elder hurls his massive sickles. Giant blades spin through the air, homing in on the boss. It reacts instantly, activating its Iron Tail Sweep skill to defend itself. Its steel-hard tail smashes the sickles away easily. The boss roars, but Lam Virn is already airborne, waiting for this exact opening. He unleashes a barrage of magical skulls that scream through the air. The Wraith Seal explosion hits the boss's head with massive force. Lam Virn lands gracefully, but as the smoke clears, the salamander looks completely fine, barely showing a few tiny scratches on its hide. Lam Virn narrows his eyes, evaluating the situation. Only a few light burns? The boss tilts its head back, preparing a poisonous counterattack. A terrifying green cloud erupts from its maw. The system warns of a high-pressure toxic sand breath attack coming straight at them. A direct hit deals continuous poison damage, draining 3 to 10% of max HP every second for 5 full seconds. The toxic energy slams into the earth, creating a massive green explosion. Han Than screams for Lam Virn to watch out. Waves of poisonous sand roll in, shattering the surrounding rock. Lam Virn slides backward, desperately trying to dodge the lethal AoE damage. The ground where the sand touches literally melts and smokes. Han Than is horrified. That's a high-concentration corrosive attack right there. You saw that too, right? This boss is way tougher than it looks, and our hero knows he's in for a real fight. He leaps high to avoid another brutal tail sweep, smirking. This just makes it fun. He reaches out, summoning the Vulture Lord. Out of the void, the armored Vulture Lord appears with a screech. The massive Birdman warrior charges straight at the boss with zero hesitation. Han Than's eyes go wide. Is this undead summon another one of Lam Virn's new servants? It's on a whole different level. He watches with sparkling eyes, mesmerized by how epic it looks. In an instant, the Vulture Lord teleports right behind the lizard. It raises its twin blades for a backstab, but the monster glows, activating its impenetrable fortress skill just in time to block. Fortress increases defense by 150% for 10 seconds. Simultaneously, that massive tail whips around to crush the attacker. Lin Yuan sees the danger and yells a warning, but the tail is too fast, slamming into the Vulture Lord and causing a blinding explosion. Han Thon turns pale, shocked by the speed. Does this monster have eyes in the back of its head or something? Lin Yuan lands and glares at the giant beast as it slowly turns its head. He mutters to himself, eyes in the back? He starts analyzing the enemy's weaknesses. Lizards have simple eye structures that mostly rely on changes in light to track movement. That means if a target stops moving, they struggle to see it. But their ability to track motion? That's absolutely top tier. Their hearing and smell pick up even the tiniest vibrations. Some even have infrared sensors to detect the heat of their prey. Remembering their traits, he realizes their sensitivity to a target's path is many times greater than a human's could ever be. A cold smirk plays on his lips. It looks like to beat this thing, we have to make it fall into its own trap. The massive beast growls, thrashing its body as it takes hits from every direction, trying to crush everything in its path. Lin Yuan conjures massive magical fireballs, taunting it. Let's see which is stronger, your scales or the heat of my flames. The salamander moves with insane speed, dodging the fireballs like a blur. It lets out a world-shaking roar, challenging its enemy's power. Lin Yuan stays calm while running, deciding to provoke it even more. Han Thon screams from the sidelines, worried his friend is finished. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are about to find out if those fireballs were just a distraction or a death sentence. Stick with me, we are about to see just how far this guy will push his luck. His friend's eyes widen in shock as he watches the reckless move. Wait, Lin Yuan is charging straight ahead. Right in front of him is a massive, rotting pile of giant lizard carcasses. Han Thon gasps out, "Look at that undead mound!" Lin Yuan leaps high over the lizards, diving headfirst into the fray. He smirks, issuing a sharp command. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks and spins with perfect, lethal grace. As the salamander lunges, he swings his blade, creating a blinding arc of sword energy that catches the beast off guard. In that exact moment, the undead pile suddenly twitches to life, clawing at the monster and pinning it down in pure terror. Lin Yuan mocks him from a distance. "Hey big guy, forgot how to use the brakes?" The monster lets out a furious, earth-shaking roar. Lin Yuan raises his hand as green energy swirls. "Time to enjoy a little feast of explosions," he says with icy calm. "Now watch this part closely. It is absolute chaos." The system activates corpse explosion, and a horrifying green blast swallows the monster whole. Damage numbers flood the screen, -50, -80, -100. Lin Yuan's face is bathed in an eerie, ghostly green glow. He knows the armor is shattered. The giant salamander screams in agony while Lin Yuan stands his ground, ready for the finish. He moves fast, shouting orders. "Eagle Lord, to the left!" As the beast turns its head, he quickly analyzes the situation. This lizard has one more fatal flaw. Its eyes cannot focus on enemies coming from both sides at the exact same time. The Vulture Lord strikes from the flank, preparing a killing blow. Its arrow is aimed directly at the boss monster's eye. Sensing the danger, the boss charges an energy orb in its maw to retaliate. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan vaults into the air. He gathers crackling lightning energy around his blade. His shadow is reflected perfectly in the monster's dilated pupils. He roars out, "This strike is your one-way ticket to hell." He dives down, slamming a thunderous slash right into its open mouth. The blade sinks deep into its weak point. The system chimes weakness, hit. Then, a flood of notifications, level up, level up. Congratulations, you have reached level 14. The massive beast collapses, white smoke rising from its broken, cooling body. Immediately after, blue light from the boss's corpse flows into the undead army. The system reports their health is 85% restored. Lin Yuan reaches out, wrapped in a white aura. His skill screen pops up. Dark Curse has reached level 3. Proficiency is currently at 200 out of 300. One more skill scroll should push it to level 4. He looks back at the massive boss corpse, satisfied. Even though corpse explosion cost him many undead, he is not worried. Getting his hands on this creature makes the sacrifice totally worth it. The monster's new information panel appears right before him. Undead Iron-Eating Salamander Lord, level 20. Health 6,300. Attack 850. Defense 280. It possesses Iron Tail Whip, Power Fortress, Earth Intrusion, Toxic Sand Breath, and an immortal undead body. Lin Yuan gazes at his newly resurrected monster and declares, "From this moment on, you will be my ultimate shield." Nearby, Han Thon sits amidst a mountain of glowing loot, shouting, "Lin Yuan, I have never seen this much gear in my life. Should we start the inventory check now?" Lin Yuan turns, his cold gaze shifting toward the dark entrance of the cave. Wait for it. Because the real trouble is just getting started. "What's the rush?" he asks. "There are still a few rats left to kill. Transition to another cave. where a player's body lies in the dirt, Zhao Kui stands atop a rock, looking down with pure disgust. A swordsman and mage approach him, kissing up. Hey, it was all thanks to the captain's brilliant orders, obviously. With you here, even a Lord-tier monster would be begging for mercy. Their little struggle must be over by now. If we move now, we can reap all the rewards of their hard labor. Zhao Kui cruelly crushes a small lizard under his boot. The sound of bones snapping echoes through the cave. He shoulders his spiked mace and commands, "Move out, time to collect the bodies." Suddenly, an explosion erupts right above them, nearly taking the mage's legs off and sending the whole group scrambling in panic. Zhao Kui roars in fury. "Who is there? How dare you ambush the Black Tree Ancient Guild?" Lin Yuan and Han Than step out of the mist. Lin Yuan crosses his arms, his voice echoing through the cavern. "Wasn't this whole thing about collecting dead bodies? Well, I am here to collect yours." The mage points a trembling finger, screaming, "No way! You two were supposed to be dead!" Han Than points back, full of rage. "You still have the nerve to talk? You are a total disgrace to such a large guild. I never imagined you would use innocent players as live bait," the swordsman growls. "So what? It was an honor for that trash." Zhao Kui grits his teeth, calculating. "Damn it, they survived. Was that cave actually empty of monsters?" Han Than's fists clench as she continues her accusation. Zhao Kui glares at Lin Yuan, his killing intent rising. "This kid is getting on his nerves. Better to just wipe him out now." He steps forward menacingly. "I don't know what luck got you out of there alive, but your lucky streak ends right now." Zhao Kui swings his massive mace. Lin Yuan shoves Han Than back, shouting, "Get back!" He faces Zhao Kui alone, eyes cold. "You think you can kill us solo?" Chains rattle as they clash, metal throwing sparks. Lin Yuan blocks the heavy mace easily. Zhao Kui sneers, "Is that it?" Lin Yuan says nothing, his sword glowing as he summons exploding green skulls. Zhao Kui dodges through the smoke, barking, "Where are you?" Suddenly, Lin Yuan drops from above. "Think I wasn't watching you, idiot?" Their weapons scream as they meet. "Experience proves guys like you should sleep with one eye open," Lin Yuan growls, unleashing a surge that blasts his opponent back. "And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Trust me, you and I are about to see a complete power shift after this explosion." True Koi vanishes into the smoke, leaving Lin Moyu alone in the silence, until a massive shadow looms behind him. True Koi's voice sneers, calling him trash as he prepares to strike. Lin Moyu spins around, startled by the sudden presence. True Koi slams his mace down with crushing force, roaring that worthless lives like his can end at any second. A massive explosion rocks the entire cavern. Han Than screams in terror as the battle erupts. Meanwhile, the enemy swordsman and mage mockingly decide to leave the rookie to their captain. From within the settling dust, Trio Koi stares down at the figure beneath him, asking if the warm-up was finally enough. He thinks he's already won. Growling that he has no time to play around, the captain raises his fist for a final blow. He tells him to just stay down and accept his death quietly. Suddenly, he freezes, his eyes bulging in pure shock. What is this? His massive hand has been caught in an iron-tight grip, and Lin Moyu's voice cuts through the air. Lin Moyu calmly asks if he is the third squad leader of the Black Tree Guild. Triu Koi breaks into a cold sweat, unable to believe this kid could move like this. A sinister grin spreads across Lin Moyu's face as he emerges from the shadows. His eyes glow a predatory red while he tightens his grip on the captain's hand. Now, pay attention, this is where we see just how strong our main character really is. He stands up effortlessly, dragging Triu Koi along like he weighs absolutely nothing. Triu Koi lets out a pained shriek as his fist is crushed by the boy's strength. Lin Moyu's eyes flash with a dangerous red light as he exerts even more pressure. With one hand, he tosses Triu Koi aside like a discarded toy. The captain's body slams into the ground near his allies, leaving a massive crater in the rock. Coughing and staggering, the brute admits he completely underestimated his opponent. He struggles to his feet, brandishing his mace and barking out orders. He screams for his men to attack together instead of just standing there. All three leap into the air, charging at Lin Moyu with a desperate cry for his death. Lin Moyu just looks up, a look of pure contempt on his face. He mutters that trash will always be trash, and these guys are barely worth his time. He swings his blade, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy that sends all three enemies flying. The battle is over in a single, lightning-fast instant. As the sword energy fades, two eerie, green bird-like ghosts dive from the shadows above. Triu Koi and the mage look up, paralyzed by the sight. The phantoms instantly pounce on them, causing the swordsman to panic and the mage to shriek in absolute terror. Triu Koi's eyes go wide with horror as he feels an overwhelming power descending upon him. He can only stare, frozen, at the ghastly skulls swarming the air. Dozens of glowing green skulls rain down, slamming into him with devastating force. Trio Koi is blown back, screaming in agony as the impact shatters his defense. The terrifying pressure crushes all three of them into the dirt, leaving them unable to even twitch. They can only struggle to lift their heads from the rubble. You and I can see the fear in his eyes as he looks up at Lin Moyu's boots. He scrambles back like a coward, begging for the hero to stop. He stammers that if he dies, the Black Tree Guild will never forgive him. He warns Lin Moyu to think very carefully about the consequences of his actions. Lin Moyu stares him down with cold, hollow red eyes before his expression suddenly shifts, breaking the heavy tension in the air. Han Thon suddenly rushes in, hugging Lin Moyu's leg with hearts in his eyes. He cheers that his friend is truly unbeatable, admitting he was worried to death. Annoyed by the clingy behavior, Lin Moyu kicks him away and tells him to get lost. He then points his heavy sword directly at Tru Koi's throat. He points out that the Black Tree Guild is just as cruel to its own members as it is to outsiders. There is no mercy for failure in their ranks. If he dies and loses his precious gear, the guild will hold him responsible. He asks if the captain has a plan to explain his failure to them. Sweating buckets, Tru Koi throws up his hands in surrender. He admits defeat and asks what he needs to do to be spared. A faint smile plays on Lin Moyu's lips. He demands a full list of the guild's high-level players, including their classes, levels, and specific attributes. His mind flashes back to a hooded figure from his past life who wielded powerful lightning. That first follower's skills were unlike anything anyone had ever seen before. Nobody knew how to counter them, meaning they belonged to an incredibly rare hidden class. That mysterious identity remained a secret until the very end. Confused by the odd request, Tru Koi asks why he would want a list of names. Before he can finish, Lin Moyu drives his blade straight through the man's hand. Blood sprays as the captain howls in agony. Lin Moyu leans in close, growling the question again, is he going to write the list or not? Terrified for his life, Tru Koi sobs that he will write it immediately. A moment later, Lin Moyu scans the names on the piece of paper. It seems the guild's top experts are all listed here. Even with some special classes, none of them match the attributes of the first follower he's hunting. Behind him, the trio clutches their ruined limbs, timidly asking if they can finally leave. Lin Moyu turns back, wearing a very mysterious smile. He tells them that as far as he is concerned, he can let them go. Tru Koi sighs with relief, bowing his head in frantic gratitude. But before their joy can settle, Lin Moyu unleashes a blinding burst of light that sends all three of them screaming into the air. His voice turns ice cold as he states they have harmed too many innocent players, and now they must pay the price. He finishes them off for good. The system notification displays the loot dropped from the battle: a silver moon mace, a bronze berserker sword, and a bronze cloak of light. Lin Moyu examines the new sword with a look of surprise. Right then, Han Thon approaches excitedly, holding a treasure chest and calling out to him. He points out that the enemies left an unopened treasure chest behind. Lin Moyu casually reaches out, saying he will take first pick and Han Thon can have the rest. But Han Thon pulls the chest back, insisting he cannot take advantage of his friend. He offers to buy the chest instead, wanting to keep things fair. And with that, you and I watch as Lin Moyu walks away, 54 gold richer and ready for whatever is next. Truly a boss move to end the day. Alright, stick with me because gold tier gear is almost impossible to find here. Han Thon suddenly stops, looking hesitant as he speaks. Look, there is one thing you really should know. Lin Moyu asks what it is. Han Thon breaks into a cold sweat, picturing terrifying dark assassins as he gives a grim warning. The Black Tree Society members are incredibly vengeful. If they cannot win inside the game, they will hunt you down in real life. How about I send my bodyguards to protect you? Lin Moyu keeps walking, waving a casual goodbye. Thanks for the warning, he says. But those guys are just disgusting pests, and I already know exactly how to deal with them. Back in reality, Lin Moyu is taking off his virtual reality headset when a loud voice echoes through the room. Vienne, come out and get ready for dinner. He stands up from his gaming chair, turning back to reply. I am coming. As his hand reaches for the door handle, a sudden clicking sound of a lock breaks the silence. The door opens slightly, and Lin Moyu freezes. A massive figure in a suit is blocking his path, radiating a heavy pressure with glowing eyes staring straight at him. Contrary to his expectations, Lin Moyu breaks into a sweat, his face filled with shock. Looking closer, he realizes that this giant man is actually his father. The man is standing at the door with a virtual reality headset on his head. His father awkwardly reaches up, slowly pulling the device off. Now here is where it gets funny. The man clears his throat and smiles, holding the headset out. Ahem, Vienne, look. Is this not the gear you use? Is it broken? Lin Moyu takes the headset to check it. It is still working and looks fine to me, but Dad, why on earth did you buy a gaming headset out of nowhere? His father starts sweating, waving his hands to explain as Lin Moyu facepalms in disbelief. What? No, Dad, what would you even do with it? Your mother found it while cleaning Tiu Dan's room. Hearing his sister's name, Lin Moyu remembers the image of her in that flaming armor during his previous life. In his past life, Tiu Dan awakened her hidden class around this time. Just then, His mother walks out with a plate of food. "All right, you two men stop standing there and come eat." At the lavish dinner table, his mother smiles playfully while his father quickly tries to defend himself. Your father does not understand this new technology, but he always wants to find something in common to talk to you about. He spent all afternoon struggling to turn it on. That is not it. Do not listen to your mother. I was just worried you would break Dan's things while she was cleaning, so I was just testing it. During the meal, Lin Yuan calculates his next move. If I let my parents enter the world of Eternal, I can use in-game resources to take care of them. When the disaster strikes, they will finally have the power to protect themselves. Thinking this, he smiles and says, "This game is not that hard, actually. Tomorrow I will buy 2 more headsets, so you should try playing too, Mom." However, his mother waves him off. "Do not waste your money, we are fine. You and I both know parents worry, right?" Mom asks if Dan is home yet while reaching for her phone. "It is Friday, she must be with friends. I will call her soon." Lin Yuan quickly pulls out his own phone. "Let me call her." The screen shows the call connecting, but the operator replies that the user cannot be reached. His face darkens. He thinks to himself that even if she did not want to talk, she would at least send a text. She would never just ignore him completely like this. Seeing him frozen, his mother tells him to just eat first. "Vian, she is likely eating out. We will not wait." Ignoring her advice, Lin Yuan immediately gets up to leave. "Mom, Dad, you two eat first. I am going downstairs to buy something. I am afraid the shops will close if I wait too long." His mother protests, but his father stops her. "Just let him go." Watching him walk away, his mother sighs. "Do you remember when Vian and Dan used to be inseparable, like a shadow and its light? I do not know when they became so distant, so let them communicate more." His father nods in agreement. "You are right, let them handle it their own way." Vian is just not good at expressing himself, but he is still the older brother. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan is walking down the quiet stairs with an incredibly serious expression. Haunting memories from his past life suddenly flood his mind. He remembers his sister returning home looking battered, covered in wounds and bruises. The memories continue to flood back, showing Lin Yuan holding a cup of noodles when his sister suddenly walks in. Back then, he turned around in shock and asked, Dan, what happened?" She just clutched her bleeding arm and shouted coldly, "This is not your business. Do not call the police and do not tell our parents, do you understand?" A loud door slam echoes, leaving Lin Yuan standing alone in the dark hallway. Back in the present, his eyes ignite with a sharp, cold determination. In his previous life, after Dan started playing Eternal, she quickly awakened a hidden class, but she also suffered through things she never should have. It all began with the appearance of that mysterious organization. He pictures a group in armor and cloaks. That was the System Organization. The System Organization is a mysterious group founded by 9 chosen ones, and only those individuals are qualified to even join the system. Then comes the image of a hooded woman touching glowing red water. He remembers that among them was an entity known as the Prophet. The Prophet can sense chosen ones in the real world and sends members to recruit them. This organization grew to a massive size at a terrifying speed. The System Organization power became peerless within the game. It did not stop there, as he recalls them even capturing criminals in the real world. Not only that, but their influence on the real world grew stronger every single day. Although their actions were mysterious and unpredictable, they performed good deeds to maintain stability. This made them truly difficult to understand. After Dan was invited to join, she often carried out several dangerous missions, but she never mentioned a single word about the System Organization at home. Hurrying down the apartment stairs, Lin Yuan grits his teeth, desperately hoping it is not them. He pushes the heavy door open, his eyes flashing with resolve as he steps into the night. Even if it is them, he tells himself with determination. Lin Yuan's face hardens into a mask of pure steel. "I will not let Dan get dragged into this mess blindly ever again." With hands deep in his pockets, he strides quickly down the quiet street. Under the nightlights, the crowd passes by, but his mind is only focused on finding that familiar figure among the people. He knows time is running out. "Trust me, you and I are about to see if he can save his sister before things get worse." "All right, you and I are watching a brother on a mission." He spots his target, a lit-up drink shop with a bright letter T sign. Lin Yuan quietly closes in, crouching behind a massive stone pillar to watch through the glass door. He frowns while carefully sizing up the situation inside. Just as I thought, Dan already met them. But they are too far away for me to hear anything, and I cannot risk them getting suspicious right now. Right then, he decides to make a move. His hand starts glowing green as the system activates his stealth skill. It has been a long time since he used this. Lin Yuan's body slowly turns transparent. He calmly walks through the shop door. His stealth skill is currently level 3 and will last for exactly 5 minutes. Stepping inside, he lightly pauses his movements. Even while invisible, his eyes remain incredibly sharp. "This is enough for me to handle the situation." Lin Yuan stands silently right next to the table where his sister is facing 2 young men. Xiao Fan and Hao Chen. Hao Chen folds his hands and speaks seriously. I have told you everything. Whether it is truth or a lie, the choice is yours. Joining us is about more than just the organization's benefits. He looks straight into Xiao Dan's shocked eyes and continues firmly. When the disaster strikes in 3 years, you will be like us, standing up to protect the world. Hearing that, the girl lowers her head in deep thought. Right beside her, an invisible Lin Yuan keeps a cold face while silently recording every single detail. Xiao Fan speaks up to tease his partner. Look at you. You are scaring the poor girl. You need to tone down that terrifying killing intent of yours. Ignoring the teasing, Hao Chen responds with a serious frown. I am talking about a grave matter, and this is ultimately for her own good. After all, this is about suddenly Hao Chen stops mid-sentence, seemingly sensing something strange and unusual in the air. Now watch closely. This guy is dangerous. He senses something and twists his ring to activate a powerful nullifying skill against the hidden intruder. A pulse of energy ripples out across the table, sweeping right over Lin Yuan's blurry and invisible form. Lin Yuan is caught off guard as his system screen flashes a sudden warning. His stealth effect will be fully cancelled after the countdown. 3. Hao Chen's eyes narrow with deep suspicion, staring right at the empty space in front of him. But when he looks toward the counter and sees no one, he mutters. At that moment, Xiao Fan calls the shop owner to break the tension. Boss, why did not you say you had cold herbal tea? I will take another cup, but make it to go. The owner happily replies, please wait a moment. Very soon, the boss brings the fresh drinks out for his customers. Meanwhile, behind the counter, Lin Yuan is crouching low to hide. He breaks into a sweat, wondering if that guy used a ring-based nullification skill. Luckily, that skill has a 3-second delay. Just as the system notifies him, his stealth effect is officially and completely cancelled. Back at the table, Hao Chen takes a sip of water and continues calmly. Lin Dan, I hope you will think carefully about joining our ranks. Hao Chen pushes a business card toward her, saying someone with a true sense of justice will not just stand by when a disaster strikes. Call me once you decide. His sister clenches her hands together and answers with a determined look. All right. After that, the two men stand up and leave the shop. Xiao Fan turns back to flirt. My little beauty, I will be waiting for you. You must come. As soon as they turn away, Lin Yuan immediately reactivates his stealth. His body glows before he quickly rushes past the owner who is cleaning up. Out on the street, Lin Yuan watches their retreating backs. Did they disappear? Because of a careless step while moving, Lin Yuan's foot kicks a paper cup on the ground, making a soft clicking sound. He jumps in shock, his eyes wide with panic. At that exact moment, the two men in front stop dead in their tracks. You and I both know 1 second changes everything. Hao Chen looks at the rolling cup just as Lin Yuan's stealth finally runs out. 3, 2, 1. The numbers make Lin Yuan break out in a cold sweat. The two men charge toward him with intense killing intent. They stop abruptly, their eyes searching the quiet space right in front of him. Hao Chen cautiously steps toward the empty cup on the ground. The square is silent with only the sound of the wind, and nobody else is in sight. Kneeling down to check the area, Hao Chen mutters, there is nothing suspicious here. Xiao Fan, standing behind him, advises, Boss, your nerves are too tight. Just relax. Do you think that girl will join us? They continue walking. Hao Chen states firmly that according to the prophet's words, she will come looking for them sooner or later. That is true. The prophet's predictions have never been wrong so far. Xiao Fan shrugs with a mischievous grin. But I am more interested in finding out which girl I will have an eternal romance with. Hao Chen walks ahead with a strict warning. Survive the coming disaster first before you talk. Xiao Fan follows behind leisurely. Heh, that is still a long way off. High on a tree branch above the square, Lin Yuan hides in the shadows, watching them disappear. This group is definitely tougher than he imagined. If I interact with them too much and my forbidden power is exposed, I will lose my place in the eternal world. I must be careful. It is time to move. Switching back to the front of the shop, Xiao Dan is clutching the business card with a worried expression. As she walks out, holding her phone and looking lost in deep thought, her eyes suddenly go wide. She asks in surprise, Brother, why are you here? It turns out Lin Yuan was waiting on the steps. Holding a bag of groceries, he says calmly. I just happened to be buying things. Have not eaten? She looks away, avoiding his gaze, and stammers that she is fine. Lin Yuan holds up the food and gently tells her it is late. I bought some food. Let's see if there is anything you like. Xiao Dan stands there dazed, wondering how he can suddenly take care of her. Trust me, you and I know family comes first. He turns to his sister and says, Come on, let's just go home. All right. Stick with me as we witness a girl whose world is about to flip upside down. Lam Dan stares at her brother in silence before her parents return home to announce they are back. Her mother asks if she's hungry or needs food reheated, but Lam Dan just closes her eyes, looking exhausted. She tells her mother she doesn't need anything and is going to rest early. The girl heads straight to her room. Meanwhile, her mother turns to Lam Vierne, promising to cook something special for the two of them since they both missed dinner. A click echoes as Lam Dan locks her door and leans back with a heavy sigh. She walks slowly toward her bed, muttering to herself as her thoughts begin to race. She wonders what's happening lately as she falls onto the mattress. Gripping her teddy bear, she lays her arm across her forehead, lost in deep thought. Ever since she started that game, strange and wonderful things have been occurring. In her memories, a giant mantis strikes, sending out blades of freezing cold wind. A purple-haired girl screams for her to run while she distracts the monsters. Her face is pale with terror as the system displays the horrifying details of their enemy. A level 5 long scythe mantis with 300 health and 50 attack power. It uses dark defense and a deadly mad blade dance skill. It moves its scythes with lightning speed to deal double damage. At that exact moment, the beast towers over them, preparing to strike. The purple-haired girl collapses, screaming in agony as the scythe tears through the air behind her. Lam Dan immediately leaps forward to protect her, insisting that she will hold them back. She grips her massive sword tightly and shouts that she is a frontline warrior. How could a frontline warrior abandon those behind her and run? She tells her friend to leave this to her. She screams toward the sky, gathering her strength as a swarm of mantises lunges at once. She swings her giant blade, blocking a thunderous strike from their razor-sharp scythes. Now watch this part carefully. The pressure is intense, and the girl's face shows pure desperation. Suddenly, another mantis appears right behind her, ready for the kill. The monster presses down with its scythe until she screams in pain, nearly collapsing. Just as it seems she is defeated, the system suddenly rings with a notification bell. Congratulations, player. You have activated your latent potential. The system window continues to glow, announcing that a new ability is finally awakening within you. The girl coughs violently from total exhaustion, but suddenly, a spark of absolute determination begins to flash within her eyes. She grips her sword hilt with both hands and lets out a massive war cry. A brilliant surge of power explodes from her blade, creating a shockwave that blows everything back. A blinding light carves through space, sending the panicked monster flying backward. The massive shockwave slams into the earth, creating powerful cracks and shattering the ground beneath them. After that terrifying attack, the girl stands there, gasping for air. She sheathes her sword, looking majestic as the system reveals her new skill name, Blade of Dawn. Back in reality, Lam Dan slowly raises her hand to look at it, whispering that the feeling was so real. She can feel her body changing even in the real world. Looking down with worry, she wonders if she can protect everyone if a true disaster arrives like her brother predicted. Does she really have that kind of power? A faint, mysterious blue light flickers between her fingertips. You and I can see her struggling here. She lays on her bed, worrying that if this power can't stop the disaster, no one else stands a chance of surviving. She jumps out of bed and grabs a picture frame, muttering that it doesn't matter if she joins them or not. Looking at the photo, her eyes turn sharp with resolve. She must get stronger as fast as possible to protect the ones she loves before putting the frame back. The scene shifts to Lam Viren, who is also staring at a photo thoughtfully. He knows their move to a new house cannot be delayed any longer. He needs to focus his energy on the game, so he can't be on high alert all the time. The next day, he tells himself it's time for them to have a better life. At that moment, a receptionist greets him with a warm smile. She walks over and asks if he is here to view the property today. Lam Viren keeps his hands in his pockets, calmly asking for a luxury villa. He specifies that he needs a place with a high-end security system. The employee breaks into a sweat, doubting if this young man can actually afford it. She keeps a professional smile and asks if he's checked the prices for this area yet. Immediately, Lam Viren pulls out a powerful black card and speaks with total indifference. He hasn't checked, but he's sure the money in this card is enough. The employee's eyes go wide as she sees the black card on her computer screen. She clutches the card in pure excitement, realizing it's an exclusive VIP card requiring a deposit of at least 10 million. She's found a literal god of wealth. At their new home, the villa's AI system immediately issues a warm welcome to its new owner. Staff member number 2345 promises to serve him with absolute sincerity. His mother stands stunned by the luxury, asking if he's serious. The whole family gazes at the massive villa in awe. His mother gasps, asking if this is really their new home. She walks out to the private pool area, commenting that it looks just like the luxury houses on television. His father enters the bedroom, shocked by the massive size of the bed. His mother grabs his hand nervously, asking how many years he'll have to pay this off. She even suggests they should just go back. His father clears his throat and agrees, saying they don't want to put too much pressure on him. Lam Viren just smiles to reassure them. He explains there's no installment plan because he paid in full with contest, prize, money, and game income. He tells them to rest easy while he lives in the house next door. He'll be spending most of his time focused on the game. His father puts an arm around his wife, laughing that he never dreamed of living in a villa. He credits his son's success for their luck. His mother agrees with tears in her eyes, realizing their son has finally grown up and can stand on his own 2 feet. Lom Viren watches his happy parents with a gentle, warm smile. Walking around the property, he calculates that the security here is top-notch and nothing to worry about. And that's where we leave it, you, and I know the next step is teaching his parents to play so they can survive the New World Order. All right, stick with me. You're about to see exactly how our main character handles a classic ambush. Suddenly, his eyes darken as he senses danger closing in. Heh, we've been waiting a long time for you to show up. A tattooed giant with an iron bar growls that finding him wasn't easy at all. Lin Yuan calmly puts his hands in his pockets, looking at the leader. He wonders if this is the Black Tree gang boss he already crushed. Despite being surrounded, he takes a casual step forward. Seeing his cold indifference, the thugs lose their cool and launch a frantic, synchronized attack. Think you're a tough guy? Why aren't you acting big now? Look, he's frozen stiff with fear. Go ahead and smash his head in for me. A brute swings his iron bar down at Lin Yuan's head with a roar. Anyone who dares to insult his boss is just begging for death. Just before the blow lands, the system triggers his secret stealth skill. Lin Yuan simply smirks with total contempt, whispering that they are way too slow. The iron bar smashes into the pavement, leaving the thugs staring in total shock. His target had completely vanished into thin air right before his eyes. Now pay attention, because this is where the counterattack gets legendary. As the leader swings, Lin Yuan dodges easily and delivers a massive, glowing power kick. The bald leader lets out a pathetic scream. He gets sent flying backward, coughing up blood before collapsing onto the hard ground in total agony. The thug gasps, wondering if he's even human. Lin Yuan looks down, pointing the iron bar right at his throat with a cold, terrifying threat. You leeches just never quit, do you? Guess you don't value your life much. Terrified, the leader starts begging, crying out for mercy and admitting his mistake. Boss, don't kill me. I'm still useful because I know a big secret. Lin Yuan just tells him to speak while crushing his chest under his boot. In the main city, find a blacksmith named Huo Tian. After that, you just need to keep doing the ore delivery missions for him. Once his favorability is high enough, he will craft you gold-tier equipment. Lin Yuan remembers rumors from his past life about a secret gold item. People said it involved a hidden character, so this guy probably isn't lying. Is that so? He grips the iron bar, releasing a suffocating wave of pressure. Lin Yuan crouches down to give a warning. He tells him not to be stupid again, because he has many ways to handle him, both in-game and out. If you dare touch my family, this will be your end. He smashes the ground to make his point, leaving the leader sweating and shaking in obedience. The scene shifts to nighttime inside the game's main city. At the Darnweed Inn, crowds are cheering and drinking next to plates of steaming hot food. A bearded blacksmith with a messy mane shouts at Lin Yuan. He asks if the kid can really provide him with 100 pieces of ore. Stop joking around. You look too clean to be a miner, kid, but if you actually do it, I will forge a weapon for you for free. Leaving the inn, he realizes Zhao Kui was telling the truth. The next step on his list is to head out and start mining immediately. Nearby, a drunk girl tries to escape from some shady men. They tell her to wait and try to force her to have a drink with them. She tells them to stay away, saying she doesn't even know who they are. She stumbles around, telling them not to touch her while they move in. You and I know where this is going, but watch his reaction. A thug curses at him for just standing there watching the scene. I'll rip your eyes out. In a flash, Lin Yuan knocks him down, calling him a fool who doesn't value life. The girl then approaches him playfully. Oh, what a handsome young man. Thanks for the help. Can I buy you a drink? Lin Yuan just turns away, coldly saying it isn't necessary. The girl shouts for him not to leave so fast. He stays serious and ignores her, but suddenly she stumbles right into his arms with a moan. While in his arms, she teasingly asks if he likes to dance. Lin Yuan just sighs, throws her over his shoulder, and walks away feeling exhausted. Man, what a total pain. He opens a room door, lays her down on the bed to rest, and finally lets out a big sigh of relief. With that done, he heads to the venomous snake mine. He orders his minions to start digging. He calculates that his 12 magic dogmen are perfect miners. Since they are built for this, he will be able to collect a massive amount of ore in a very short amount of time. Easy work. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoes from a distance. He turns his head in surprise, reacting to the sudden noise coming from deep within the cave. A swarm of monsters appears. The system identifies them as level 16 frenzied moles with 1200 health and a powerful bite skill that adds extra damage. He summons a giant scorpion and orders it to kill them all. The scorpion swings its sharp tail, tearing through the pack of moles with ease. The ground is covered with defeated mole monsters. As they fall, a glowing magic circle begins to form on the palm of Lin Yuan's hand. He thinks that collecting different monster types will improve his tactics. The dead moles are soon resurrected as ghost shadows that obey his every command. Right then, a massive fiery explosion shakes the cavern walls. Lin Yuan frowns in total shock, wondering what could have caused such a violent blast. From above, a giant mole boss lunges down at a female player holding a staff. She looks like she is in some serious trouble here. The system alerts him. Level 16 mole boss with 3,800 health, 300 damage, and 150 defense. Skill: Frenzied Pursuit. He backs away, wondering if this is the mine's boss. It seems someone lured it here on purpose. The girl raises her staff, creating a shield. Suddenly, she fires a blast of magic right at him. Lin Yuan stands there confused with his sword out, before quickly jumping back to avoid it. As the attack rushes toward him, he tries to analyze the situation. He wonders if this is some kind of unavoidable lock-on skill or not. Suddenly, the system announces a priest-activated holy shield on him, increasing his defense for 60 seconds. He is completely surprised by this unexpected help. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a world where even mining spots are battlegrounds. Why is the iron ore gone, and why is this priest playing solo? A nearby player watches through a scout drone, hoping to snatch an opportunity. Meanwhile, the priest is running for his life, gasping for every breath. He screams out that he didn't mean to lure the monster and tells everyone to run while he takes the blame. His stream has only 15 viewers watching this intense chaos right now. The chat is already filled with people mocking him for trying to solo a boss, laughing at how his agility looks more like a stealthy assassin than a healer. Lin Moyu watches from the shadows, admiring the priest's noble heart while deciding to take the boss for himself since he just spent a fortune on a new mansion. Suddenly, the viewer count explodes from 15 to over 130. The crowd realizes they are watching the legendary expert who took down a world boss solo. Fans are going wild, begging him to step in. The massive beast lets out a deafening roar, ready to crush the desperate priest in its jagged jaws. Now watch this. This is the kind of epic entry you and I live for. Lin Moyu strikes, his glowing blade blocking the monster's world-shaking blow. Saved at the last second, the priest collapses in shock, stammering his thanks. Far away in a grassy field, a buff bald man watches the battle through his screen. He growls in frustration, muttering that there is no shame in being defeated by a beast of that caliber. His companion, sipping wine, mentions the internet is buzzing about this expert named Lin Moyu. It is annoying how everyone keeps praising him, saying he is the best player around. But he claims no one can match their own leader's skills. The bald man sneers, revealing that he is actually Jiak and Yan from the notorious Mad Rage Guild. He was also watching the stream and mocks Kwangdan, saying the guild leader only looks good because of his high-tier class and guild support. He insists that in terms of pure skill, no one compares to the expert Lin Moyu. This hits a nerve, and the red headband warrior glares at him with pure rage. The bald man quickly backs down, realizing he is talking to a Mad Rage member. He points out that the entire chat section is also worshipping this new guy. People are even saying that Kwangdan, as the leader of the #1 guild, should have stepped down from his position a long time ago. Jiak Nyan does not waste words, drawing his massive blade to intimidate the man. He demands to know his name as the man starts sweating and forcing a smile, asking why he is angry. He nervously argues that he is just repeating what everyone else says. He adds that while Kwangdan is humble, things are starting to change. He warns that when heroes leave, villains take the stage. Ignoring the cryptic talk, Jiak Nan turns away and confirms if the kid is still live streaming. After learning he is in the mines, Jiak Nan marches forward with his heavy blade. He barks an order for every online guild member to follow him immediately. Back in the mine, Lin Moyu is a blur of motion, his blade carving deep wounds into the monster's thick hide. He stands firmly in front of the priest and tells him to leave. The beast's aggro is now locked entirely on him. The giant mole monster goes berserk, swinging its razor-sharp claws at Lin Moyu. Its massive strike shatters boulders and sends a shockwave through the entire cavern. But Lin Moyu is too fast, sliding backward to dodge the area of effect damage. He regains his balance, grips his sword, and commands an all-out attack. Check this out. The chat is absolutely losing it, and honestly, you and I can see why. Over 1,200 viewers are now watching and analyzing every single frame. They praise his perfect threat management and his incredible speed that leaves afterimages behind, calling him a true once-in-a-generation genius. Infuriated, the boss slams its claws down, cracking the earth beneath. It opens its jagged maw and lunges at Lin Moyu with insane speed. Suddenly, a pack of summoned shadow wolves leaps out of the darkness. They swarm the beast, tearing at its limbs and pinning it down so it cannot react. As he glides past the monster, Lin Moyu coldly notes that focusing only on what is in front of you while ignoring the back leads to a heavy price. Tightening his grip, he taunts the beast, saying it does not even need to understand why. He leaps high, preparing for a devastating final strike. Lin Moyu drives his blade deep into the monster's eye, causing blood to spray everywhere. The beast howls in pure agony as it receives the fatal blow. Just then, a magical werewolf leaps into the air with a spear in hand. It lets out a piercing howl that echoes through the dark tunnels. It smashes its weapon into the monster's head, shattering its bulky defense. A brutal chain of attacks follows immediately, leaving the boss with absolutely zero room to breathe. Lin Moyu takes his stance and delivers the final judgment. As a beam of light pierces the monster's skull, the chat wonders who the real boss is. Obsessed fans are begging to be attacked by him. Completely mesmerized by the sheer power of this living legend, the system announces he has defeated the raging mole boss, reaching level 15. He earns the Stalker's dagger and the boots of agility as his rewards. The equipment stats are fully detailed. The dagger adds 20 damage, 5 attack speed, and 25 agility, with a powerful 6th hit bonus. The boots provide 30 agility and speed. The priest approaches in awe, asking if he is the legend who soloed the Death Wolf. He is completely starstruck by Lin Moyu's god-tier skills. He begs the legend to add him as a friend, promising that with his healing support, they would be an unstoppable duo. Lin Moyu coldly turns and walks away, but the priest refuses to let go. He claims he would recognize Lin Moyu even if he turned to ash. Just as he leaves, a fireball streaks through the air followed by a massive wave of energy. Someone is launching a high-level surprise attack from the shadows. Lin Moyu draws his sword instantly, slicing through the incoming blast. At the mine's entrance, a group of figures emerges from the darkness with mocking laughter and attitude. Jiaknan steps forward with his goons, arrogantly promising to turn him into ash so no one can ever recognize him again. Lin Moyu just scoffs, asking if they are making all this noise for a piece of trash. This sends Jiaknan into a towering rage. You and I are about to see a war start. Go live now and show everyone the price of provoking the Mad Rage Guild. Alright. You and I are about to watch these guys learn a very painful lesson about who the real boss is. Lin Yuan watches them, thinking it over. These furious guild members really want to use his name to get famous? Fine, let the free gear come to me. Right then, the system confirms he is under siege. A 15-minute counterattack window begins, meaning any kills he makes now will not count as crime points. The priest standing next to him raises his staff, ready for war. He shouts with excitement, saying he has been waiting for this exact moment for a long time. He yells about the glory of fighting side by side and shining in this hellish battle. In the name of their bond, he vows to protect his loved ones. Lin Yuan just stares at him, wondering who this guy even is. He tells him to just step aside. Meanwhile, J.N. points and shouts, calling him a stray dog. Before he can even finish his sentence, Lin Yuan lunges forward and plants a heavy fist right into his face. He coldly asks what the guy just said. He follows up with a massive kick that sends the arrogant leader flying into the air. J.Yan slams into the ground, leaving his subordinates in a total panic. On the live stream with 5,630 viewers, the comments are exploding. The fight has barely started and the guild leader is already getting slapped. People are mocking him for using his face to block a legend's attack. They are laughing that he opened a live stream just to humiliate himself in front of everyone. The chat is hyped, wondering if the legend can take on the whole mob alone. J.Yan struggles to his feet, cursing and calling Lin Yuan an unwanted stray. He screams in a rage, asking if Lin Yuan really thinks he is a legend. He glares with bloodshot eyes and orders his men to finish him off immediately. The guild formation moves out. The commander orders the warriors to charge while the mages and priests provide support and chip away at his health from behind. Now pay attention here, one against an entire guild? This is where the legend shows his true colors as the archers surround him. Lin Yuan notes their coordination as he activates his stealth skill to target the backline. Lost and confused, the warriors start shouting for their target. They curse as he vanishes from sight, calling for the mages to use a revealing spell. A female mage quickly casts her magic, making the warriors feel overconfident again. However, Lin Yuan is already dropping down from the sky with his blade drawn. It is too late for them to react as the support team freezes in terror. The backline screams in shock, realizing he is right behind them. J.Yan yells at his team to stay calm, claiming Lin Yuan is just on his last legs. He tells them Lin Yuan just fought a boss and must be out of mana. He orders everyone to push forward and use their numbers to crush him once and for all. The viewers are having They admit Furious is the top guild in the West, but if the legend actually wins this, they will have nowhere left to hide their faces. Everyone is cheering for the Great Master. The mob surges forward, screaming and unleashing their most powerful skills to take him down. J.Yan offers a bounty to whoever deals the most damage. Fireballs rain down from the sky while Lin Yuan performs a series of perfect rolls to dodge. He realizes the mine path is too narrow for his mummy army to work, but taking these guys out in one shot will not be difficult at all. A barrage of fireballs explodes around him, filling the screen with light. The chat starts to feel sorry for him as the situation looks incredibly grim. You and I both know better, but the people in the live stream, they think it is game over for our hero because he is only one man. They point out he is facing an entire organized team. The massive impact sends rocks flying everywhere, covering the entire tunnel in a thick cloud of dust. When the smoke clears, they see him running away and immediately give chase. They laugh, thinking he is finally exhausted and trying to escape with his life. The mob follows him deeper into the cave, determined not to let him get away. J.Yan laughs triumphantly, certain that today is the day he wins. Suddenly, he looks up at the ceiling and freezes. From the high cliffs, Lin Yuan dives straight down and delivers a devastating kick right to his jaw. Jie Yan spits out blood as he is sent sliding across the floor, screaming in pure agony. He clutches his face and cries about how heroes should not use sneak attacks. Lin Yuan grabs him by the hair and holds a glowing sword to his throat. Panicked and desperate, Jie Yan screams for his men to come and help him. Lin Yuan coldly tells him that they are not coming back. He asks if his master will be angry since he just led his entire team into a death trap. Jie Yan can only growl in anger. Behind the narrow path, a pack of glowing monsters appears with murderous intent, forcing the subordinates to back away in fear. Lin Yuan does not hesitate and activates his corpse explosion skill. Holding Jie Yan by the head, he watches as the man screams in absolute despair. He asks what Lin Yuan has done, but the master just tells him to ask the monsters himself. The chat hits 10,000 viewers as everyone loses their minds. They laugh that a pro would never make such a simple mistake. The chat is filled with 666666 as they celebrate the play. They call Jie Yan a total clown and praise how easily the legend wiped the entire squad. It was even easier than grinding low-level monsters. It was a perfect play with a perfect score. With one final flash of his blade, he finishes off Jie Yan while the world watches in awe. Looking at the loot, Lin Yuan realizes he got an unexpected reward. He needs to grab everything and vanish before more players arrive to crowd the area. The system shows the bloodthirsty twin sabers. It is a gold weapon with 50 physical damage, 20 attack speed, and 30 critical hit rate. It even has a lifesteal skill that converts 10% of damage into health. After leaving the mine, he heads back to the main city's blacksmith shop. The old blacksmith looks at the ore and smiles. He admits he was wrong about the kid and calls him a truly talented young man. He hopes the boy visits often because he will need a lot of ore in the future. Their friendship level increases by 100 points. And that is how we wrap this one up. Lin Yuan is already calculating his next move since he can only gather 100 iron ore per day. Alright, you and I are jumping back into a long mission, but this month's ore haul is massive. As he leaves, the wheels in his head start turning. The Rage Guild dropped a ton of gear this time. Selling it all to Han Than would just bring him unnecessary trouble. Selling to solo players is a hassle, but it is faster. Still, just waiting for followers to show up feels way too passive. He needs to use the clues he already has. In his past life, the first follower subordinate was a literal snake charmer. This ties back to a hidden snake civilization tucked away in the sewers. That is exactly where the key to everything is hidden. Lin Yuan steps into the dark, damp sewers. Only the sound of his boots and rhythmic water droplets echo through the heavy silence. Scanning the area, he unleashes a pulse of green energy. His mission from the officer is simple: wipe out 30 rat spirits. It looks like a basic quest, but there is a hidden dungeon lurking here. He tosses a scan at a mutant rat for info. The Snake Demon Lair is a secret dungeon that drops flesh seeds. These rare items give your character a permanent stat boost. These secret dungeons have weekly limits, so once word gets out, every player on the server will be fighting for it. He needs his magic corpse to lock down the entrance first. Suddenly, a sharp hiss echoes through the tunnel danger. He realizes that finding the snake room is the only way to locate the dungeon. This is the only secret spot he knows. Pay attention here, because Lin Yuan's eyes go sharp as he spots his target. He swings his blade, smashing through the barrier. Dust fills the air and he frowns. Something feels off. Are the snakes in this lair really supposed to be this massive? A colossal serpent emerges with a bone-chilling hiss. The system reveals a level 60 Hell Snake King with insane stats. The beast lunges with its massive jaws. He jumps back in shock, wondering if this monster is another product of that civilization. How is its level this high? At level 60, he cannot afford to let this thing touch him even a single time. Without hesitating, Lin Yuan retreats and triggers his stealth skill. Even while invisible, he is breaking out in a cold sweat. Dying here means losing levels and gear a total disaster. But even in stealth, that massive tail comes swinging right at him. The impact shatters solid rock, making him realize stealth is useless. He barely leaps back, trying to use the environment to survive. Lin Yuan rolls away as the monster crushes the stone walls with its teeth. The sheer scale of this fight is getting intense. The Snake King lunges forward, snapping its venomous fangs repeatedly. Each strike from its head leaves massive craters in the floor. Mid-air, he realizes he is in deep trouble. There is absolutely no way he can block an attack with that much power. To create an opening, Lin Yuan summons a Thunder Scorpion. The beast charges at the giant snake just to buy him some time. You and I know magic is the only answer here. He smirks, confident he can find a way to take this beast down. The Thunder Scorpion clamps down on the snake, releasing a massive electrical surge. Despite the pain, the Snake King continues its rampage. Gasping for air, he spots a mysterious glowing passage above. Behind him, the snake's massive scales are grinding everything to dust. He slides through a narrow gap just as the walls explode behind him. Safe for now, he turns back with his guard up. The snake's terrifying eyes glare through the crack as it hisses in fury. From his safe spot, he starts breaking things down. Even a monster this strong cannot cause trouble here. After all, this place serves as the entrance to the fortress city. He admires the Western Desert Palace, guarded by a national grandmaster. Any monster that gets too close would be instantly crushed. The giant serpent gives up the chase, letting out one last hiss before retreating. Lin Yuan starts piecing the history together. The snake civilization and the Western Desert Kingdom have a blood feud. The kingdom's power once completely wiped the snakes out. That pushed them underground to plot their revenge in secret. This snake is tough, but it is no match for a grandmaster. The snake demon's lair must be close to that monster. However, he decides to pivot his plan to avoid another disaster. He heads to the market to find some snake bait. That specific medicine should only attract the low-level snake monsters. This way, he will not run into another giant boss by accident. Ahead, a magnificent palace glows under the setting sun. At the stall, the merchant bows with a wide grin, thanking him for the purchase. Lin Yuan double-checks his new items. The snakebait releases a unique scent to draw them in. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out with a bright smile. He has been wandering all over Sandstorm City just to find him. It is that same priest from before, acting all friendly. "My dear friend, I hope you have been doing okay without me. Is this the guy that the mine boss was chasing?" The guy just will not stop talking, insisting they become friends. He thinks finding Lin Yuan again is pure destiny. Lin Yuan asks what he wants. Right then, a system notification pops up. "The son of that year wants to add you." Lin Yuan turns to leave, but the priest keeps pestering him. He wants to know if they should head to Ash Valley together. And that is where we leave it for now, with our hero refusing to team up. Stick around, the real action starts next. Alright, stick with me, this guy just offered to turn our main character and his friends into a legendary squad, a powerhouse quartet destined to be each other's wings and wake up this dying world. Hearing that familiar name, Lin Moyu starts thinking back to the Leng Yue he knew in his previous life. Leng Yue was the leader of the second strongest guild in Sandstorm City, known as Glassflower Water Moon. He was a core member, and rumors said he was one of the 9 saviors who founded the order. Analyzing the benefits, Lin Moyu realizes this is a huge opportunity, whether it is to get clues about the order or to gain his very first loyal follower. However, the hidden dungeon entries reset tomorrow, and if he misses it now, he will lose out on this entire week's loot. He decides it is better to grab the immediate rewards before contacting Leng Yue. Soon, the friend request from Son of That Year is accepted, and Lin Moyu walks away after leaving a promise. Next time, let's clear a dungeon together. I have some urgent business to handle, so I am heading out now. The priestess waves at him with a cheerful smile. "All right, I will be waiting for your invite any time, my dear friend." Drawing on his experience from his past life, Lin Moyu makes his way toward the stone stairs. There should definitely be blue-yellow snakes near the entrance of this hidden dungeon. He drops to one knee, carefully inspecting the cracked ground for any signs of the massive serpent's tracks. His gaze suddenly turns sharp as he spots 3 small blue snakes flicking their tongues while slithering out from a rocky crevice. Watching their tails disappear into the shadows, he realizes these small ones are the true monsters of the snake demon lair. He knows he needs to be extra careful here. Lin Moyu swings his hand, unleashing a magic strike that shatters the camouflaged rocks and clears the path. Stepping onto the dark stairs with his hulking undead minion, he smirks. He finally found it. Right in front of him lies a massive snake skeleton draped across a sickly green wall. Now, pay attention here. The system pings as he enters the snake demon lair. Just look at the sea of monsters squirming below like a forest of tentacles. The system displays the details. Level 10 normal larvae, 1000 HP, 500 flesh seeds, 100 attack, 10 defense, and the flesh condensation skill. The larvae use flesh condensation to grow seeds inside their bodies, with 500 HP. Lin Moyu gathers a burst of glowing green magic and gives the order, "Let us go." The moment he speaks, a massive thunder scorpion is summoned, radiating a terrifying aura as it dives straight into the middle of the monster swarm. As the scorpion's hideous pincers snap open, he coldly commands it to kill them all. The system reports the battle rhythm as the Crystal Thunderstorm skill is activated. The monster instantly unleashes a violent wave of purple electricity. Bolts of lightning tear through the air, completely obliterating the snake larva in the blink of an eye. He rushes forward into the pile of loot and picks one up. This is the exclusive drop from this hidden dungeon, the flesh seed. A system prompt appears, asking if he wants to consume the seed. It is a special medicine that randomly increases a player's primary attributes by 1 to 5 points. For human players, using it increases their tolerance level up to a maximum of 100. Lin Moyu smiles smugly, bringing the bright red pill to his lips. The system announces he has used 1 flesh seed, gaining 3 spirit points, with his current tolerance now at 1 out of 100. You and I both know how broken this is. He calculates he can eat 100 of these seeds, and the permanent power gain is going to be massive. These rare attribute-boosting items are extremely limited, and even at the lowest price, they sell for 4 or 5 gold coins each. Clearing this place weekly means 1,000 seeds. At this rate, he will never have to worry about money again, even without joining a guild. He keeps consuming the items as the system notifications ring out repeatedly. You have used 1 flesh seed, gaining 5 stamina points, bringing your current tolerance to 2 out of 100. With a handful of seeds, he eats without stopping. You gain 2 strength and 4 spirit points. Your tolerance is now 3 and then 4 out of 100. Lin Moya's eyes glow with a mysterious red light. He holds his breath, feeling a surge of overwhelming power pulsing through his veins. His status window pops up, showing his spirit stat skyrocketing to 318 points. Lin Moyu is satisfied seeing his tolerance hit the 100 limit. He decides to stockpile the remaining 900 seeds to sell later. From now on, coming here once a week to farm will be more than enough. Behind him, the magic residue from the dead snakes floats in the air, forming eerie green illusions. Lin Moyu turns to leave, station 3 of his wolfmen undead to guard the entrance. Leaving these 3 undead here is enough to scare off any normal players. For a while at least, no one is going to discover this place. As he walks, he frowns while piecing things together. The snakes here do not seem like the ones controlled by that person in his memory. Could it be that he has the ability to mutate monsters? A level 60 creature absolutely should not be appearing at this stage of the game. Suddenly, his interface flashes with a bright red warning. An incoming call from the real world his little sister is calling him. Lin Moya's expression shifts instantly. With Tudon's personality, why would she take the initiative to call him? Did something happen? He picks up immediately, his voice tense, asking her what is wrong. On the other end, a hesitant and shy female voice speaks up. No, nothing is wrong. I just wanted to ask if you have eaten dinner yet. Lin Moyu freezes, his worry turning into total confusion. Huh? Yeah, I already ate. Through the screen, a blonde classmate snatches the phone from his panicked sister and speaks up boldly. Hey, class president's brother. She actually wants to ask if you can help us with a dungeon carry? Lin Moyu is stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat as he mechanically agrees. His mind is filled with 1,000 questions. Why on earth would Tudan ask him for a carry? Before he can process it, he hears mocking laughter from someone in the background. Haha, see? I told you so. Lam Dan is a professional liar, and her older brother is just a big-mouthed braggart who does not know how to be ashamed. The blonde young man smirks triumphantly while a purple-haired girl nearby looks on in confusion. A sharp-tongued guy in the crowd starts jeering at them. Listen to that confidence. He did not even ask which dungeon it was before accepting. Lam, Dan, your brother is either gaming too much or you two are just a pair of scammers. Trust me, you and I will want to see his response to this. Stick with me. You and I are about to watch a weak student turn into an absolute powerhouse legend. No guild has managed to clear that dungeon yet. The blonde girl steals a glance at her phone, hesitantly confirming the deal with Lin Moyu. Heroic Ash Valley? Did you hear that, big brother? The guy named VM crosses his arms and laughs with pure, arrogant contempt. Stop lying, Lam Dan. Your brother is a dropout scammer who avoids school, and you're just a little liar yourself. Raising trash like you? I bet your parents are just as pathetic. Enraged, the girl glares at him and screams for her brother. But a cold, murderous voice cuts her off as Lin Moyu's eyes turn blood red with fury. Enough, little Dan. Don't waste your breath on trash. I'm heading to Ash Valley right now. Inside the game, the warrior Lam Dan stands on a cliff, her heart racing with anxiety. Even though her brother spends a lot of time and money on this game, her face is still clouded with deep worry. Heroic Ash Valley is insanely difficult, just one step below death level. She wonders if she's just dragging her brother into a mess. While lost in thought, a familiar gentle voice calls out from behind. Little Dan! She turns around, shocked to see her best friend. The system announces that Tien Ha Truong Tie has joined the party. The warrior gasps. Tien, what are you doing here? Tien slams her staff down in anger. I heard everything. Your classmate was just congratulating you on your new villa. But how did that idiot Vuong VM manage to eavesdrop? That guy is seriously a complete scumbag and not even human. I'm here as a witness to make him apologize in front of everyone. Lam Dan's eyes well up with gratitude. Thank you. Suddenly, a nasty voice sneers from below the cliff. Oh, we definitely need a witness. You better keep those eyes open for the results. Vuong VM and the red-haired girl leap onto the cliff, laughing mockingly. I've seen plenty of girls like you who are obsessed with status. Are your parents just servants in that villa? And yet you claim to own it? Meanwhile, the system keeps spamming VIP alerts. As Vuong VM's elite mercenary team joins the party, Lam Dan's blood boils. She glares at them, ready to protect her friend. Vuong VM, you just got lucky with your birth. You have no right to mock anyone. Lam Dan quickly tries to hold her friend back. Tien, ignore him. He's not worth it. But Vuong VM's eyes turn bloodshot as his veins pop. I've had enough of this brat. He orders his thugs to attack, promising double pay if they teach her a lesson. The red-haired girl lets out a shrill laugh. I've hated her innocent act for so long. Let me tear her face apart. The mercenary charges forward, blinded by easy money. Now pay attention because this is the exact moment the tables turn. A massive wave of sword energy tears through the sky. Before they can touch the girls, the thugs are blasted into the air by pure magical force, screaming in terror. What is happening? As the dust settles, Lin Yuan lands in front of his sister. With one swing of his blade, he sends the thugs flying back. He strikes a majestic pose as his black cloak settles. Turning slightly, he asks in a warm, protective voice, "Are you okay, little Dan?" Lam Dan stammers that she's fine, but inside she's screaming with excitement. "He's so fast! My big brother is a total badass!" Vuong VM jumps up, cursing. "You dare sneak attack the mercenaries I paid for? Do you know how expensive they are? Can you pay? Without them, how are we supposed to enter the dungeon?" Lin Yuan is silent. He moves like a ghost, pinning his blade to the throat. "You're the one who bullied my sister and insulted my parents." The rich kid falls back in terror but still tries to act tough. "You and I both love a good face slap, right?" Lin Yuan delivers a blow that twists the guy's face, sending blood flying everywhere. One slap wasn't enough. He follows up with a thunderous kick that sends the bastard crashing into a massive rock, shattering it. "I don't care whose dog you are, if you bite people, you better be ready to get hit." The red-haired girl recoils in horror. "Are you insane? This dungeon requires at least 6 people." Vuong VM crawls out of the rubble, his face swollen and bruised. "You just took out 2 of our members. How are we going to enter now?" Lin Yuan brushes his hands like touching garbage. "I'll handle the missing slots. Just shut your mouth and wait." He starts calculating, knowing this dungeon drops a rare mount skill. "I'm going to need that skill soon." He opens the system and sends an invite to Ma Troi Nam I to reach Leng Yue. The invite is sent. Meanwhile, Thien Thien leans in close to her friend, her eyes sparkling with pure admiration for the brother. "Little Dan, your brother is way more intense than I imagined. Plus, he is seriously handsome." Lam Dan smiles with smug pride. "Really? He's just all right." Vuong VM keeps mocking them, sneering that a poor loser like him couldn't possibly invite anyone decent. He'll probably just call some low-level trash. But suddenly, the red-haired girl tugs his sleeve, her face turning pale as a ghost. "VM, look!" A brilliant figure descends from the sky as the legendary priest, Mat Troi Nam I, makes a flashy, high-tier entrance. The crowd erupts in shock. Isn't that the legendary Grandmaster from the Elite Iron Triangle? The priest closes his eyes, acting dramatic. When the bells of destiny toll, you and I are fated to sink together into this endless sea of ambition with no return. And trust me, you and I don't want to miss a single second of what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch a weak-looking player prove he is actually a total beast. Look at this priest, acting all mysterious and dangerous. Young Master Wang Yan looks like he just saw a ghost. Holy crap, that is the legendary pro Kun Yin. He is the main healer for the second-ranked guild in the entire Western Desert. The red-haired girl switches her attitude instantly, acting all sweet and flirty. "Oh, brother Kun Yin, are you here to carry us through the dungeon? Thank you so much." Lin Dan looks at her friend, totally confused. Why is a pro like him here? High-level legends never join random parties like this. Thien Thien is sweating buckets, completely lost. Suddenly, breaking the cool vibe, the priest throws his arms wide and lunges at Lin Yuan like a lost puppy. "My supreme friend, you finally remembered me. I knew it, you were definitely going to bring me along for a dungeon run. The second I saw your request, I ran here as fast as I could." The priest keeps shamelessly rubbing his face against him. "We are going to be the most invincible duo ever." "Huh?" Lin Yuan looks absolutely disgusted. He uses one hand to push the priest's greasy face away, rejecting this cringy bromance immediately. Seeing this, Wang Yan starts squealing like a stuck pig. He absolutely cannot accept this brutal reality. What? Why is a legend like Kun Yin asking that guy for a carry? How is this possible? Isn't her brother just some random low-level gamer? The red-haired girl starts whispering in his ear. "Young Master Yan, the pro must have joined the wrong team. You should go talk some sense into him." Kun Yin snaps back, glaring at them to protect his idol. "Hey, I am specifically here for my supreme friend. He is the god among gods, haven't you losers heard?" Before things get messy, Lin Yuan turns his back coldly. "Enough, let's just get inside the dungeon already." But Wang Yan is too stubborn to quit. He grinds his teeth and starts pointing fingers like some self-proclaimed expert. "I get it now, Lin Dan. Your brother hired a booster. But heroic difficulty Ash Valley is a place even the top guild, Rage, failed to clear. Seriously, what can a healer from a second-ranked guild even do?" Ignoring the barking dog behind him, Lin Yuan just gives a cold, sideways glance. Now watch closely, this is where the real action begins. He drops a legendary line. "Shut your mouth and open your eyes to see how I crush this place." The heroic difficulty dungeon activates. The party steps through the portal, turning into streaks of green light that tear through space and teleport them deep inside the valley. The moment they land, they are surrounded by glowing red beasts. The system identifies them. Ash lizards. Level 18, 4700 HP, 580 attack power. Their fire breath skill is no joke, launching a burning attack that deals extra damage for 10 straight seconds. Seeing the monsters blocking the exit, Lin Dan grips her weapon, trembling. These stats are insane. Can my brother really handle this? I wish my level was higher. Standing in the back, Wang Yan flashes a devious, pathetic smile. He thinks Lin Yuan brought a priest just to help him clear the mobs. I won't let him have his way. The red-haired girl is already charging a fireball to sabotage them by pulling extra aggro. You got it, young Master Yan. The fireball streaks through the air and explodes right in the middle of a separate group of lizards. She smirks, waiting to see him fail. The hit lizards go berserk, opening their hideous mouths and letting out a deafening roar. Lin Yuan's eyes turn sharp as a blade. He senses the betrayal. Suddenly, a massive flood of red lizards comes charging in like a literal tidal wave of fire. Someone screams in pure terror. What is happening? Why are there so many monsters attacking us all at once? Lin Dan and Tian are paralyzed with fear. This looks nothing like the guide videos they watched before coming here. The ash lizards crowd together, their glowing red maws snapping as they charge at the party, ready to tear everyone into tiny pieces. You and I both know this guy is a snake, but watch how he mocks them. Wang Yan draws his sword, laughing at their supposedly bad luck. But while everyone else panics, the priest Kunyan looks like he is having the time of his life. He raises his staff high and cheers. This is what I am talking about. My supreme friend, your fighting spirit is finally awake, right? This battle will make us both legends. Lin Yuan cuts his dramatic speech short. Thunder Scorpion. A massive magic circle opens, and a giant, glowing beast emerges. The elite Thunder Scorpion triggers its crystal lightning storm. Massive pillars of purple lightning rain down from the sky, blowing the lizards to bits. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yuan grips his sword and charges to the front line, leaving behind one cool instruction. Just worry about protecting yourselves. He becomes a blur of green light, his sword flashes cutting the lizard swarm in half in the blink of an eye. His jade-encrusted blade glows brightly as he spins through the air. With one lethal strike, he clears the entire path, his eyes filled with killing intent. Suddenly, one lizard slips past the defense, lunging straight for the two girls with its jagged teeth bared. Lin Dan grits her teeth and steps in front of her friend, raising her spear. Get behind me, I will handle this. Tian nods, trembling. But before the monster can even touch her, Lin Yuan drops from the sky and drives his blade through its skull. Not a chance. He stands tall on a mountain of lizard corpses, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Lin Dan looks at her brother in total awe. She never imagined he could be this powerful in-game. It is incredible. After cleaning up the trash, Lin Yuan walks over to her. He gently rubs his sister's golden hair. Looking at her with a warm smile, he speaks in a voice that would melt anyone's heart. Don't worry. As long as I am here, I will never let anything hurt you. Lin Dan blushes bright red, her eyes sparkling with emotion. Trust me, you're going to want to see how he conquers the rest of this dungeon. He gives her a confident, charming smile that steals the show. All right, you and I are about to see what it really means to have an overpowered big brother. Lam Dan is feeling totally safe, twisting her hair in pure comfort. But of course, the human loudspeaker Vuong VM has to ruin the mood with his trash talk. He claims this Valley of Ashes is a total walk in the park. He brags that even one person could crush these monsters alone. He thinks his silver tier gear makes him untouchable while that red-haired girl just keeps hyping him up. She sneers that poor people could never afford gear like VM's. Fueled by his own delusional spirit, Vuong VM charges straight into the fray with zero hesitation. Look at me, you idiots. Watch a real master at work. He leaps into the air with a superhero pose, screaming about his true power and status. A split second later, a lizard monster gets fed up with his face and delivers a massive tail whip right to his arrogant, smug mug. His face twists in agony as he hits the dirt like a pathetic frog, groaning in pain. He finally realizes this monster is way stronger than his fragile ego can handle. Lin Moyu just looks down at the dead weight with a cold glare. If you want to die, at least wait until I clear this whole dungeon first. Pushing the loser aside, Lin Moyu begins channeling brilliant green magic. He's busy calculating how to spoil his little sister with the best loot he can find. He originally wanted gold gear for her, but for now, he decides this silver stuff will have to do. Talk about a powerful leader mindset. He tosses the shimmering, expensive gear to her like he's throwing away cheap groceries at a market. These look okay on you, so just take them. The system displays the silver battle bracers with 50 attack and 25 strength. Plus, the glowing silver fearless armor joins the set for maximum defense. With a massive 50-point boost to constitution, it's insanely tanky. The red-haired girl's eyes light up like headlights when she smells that kind of money and power. One piece of silver gear could buy a mountain of luxury goods, yet he just gives it away. Vuong Viem is absolutely fuming and seeing red with jealousy. Enough already, stop being so pathetic. But surprisingly, Lam Dan's teenage pride kicks in and she pushes the gear back, stubbornly refusing to take a single piece. You keep it for protection, she says, insisting she can handle things herself. Lin Moyu isn't even mad, he just gives her a doting, gentle smile. Now watch this part closely, this is where the real action begins. The team dives in, with Lin Moyu leading the charge like a radiant whirlwind of death. He carves through the lizard pack, sending them flying everywhere. Lam Dan swings her greatsword with fierce momentum while her friend starts casting powerful magic spells. Meanwhile, Vuong Viem is just running for his life, avoiding every fight he can. Lam Dan finds herself struggling under the heavy pressure of a monster's attack. She wipes the sweat from her brow, eyes burning with resolve. But then, a massive lizard lunges from her blind spot, jaws wide and dripping with filth. Before she can even scream, a massive orb of green magic slams into the beast's head, vaporizing the monster in a single, brilliant explosion. Lam Dan glances back with a knowing, warm smile. She doesn't even have to ask, she knows exactly who was watching her back the whole time. She grumbles about him still treating her like a little kid, but inside, her heart is blooming with happiness that he still cares so much. Farther away, our pro gamer Lin Moyu is breaking a sweat, sighing in frustration. Why is it so hard to secretly give her gear and support? It's a hilarious sight on the battlefield. One hand is busy slicing through monsters, while the other is sneakily tossing support magic toward his sister's side. Tian watches the whole drama with her jaw dropped, one brother acting all sneaky with his gifts and support magic from a distance, and one sister who knows exactly what's happening but won't admit it. This awkward sibling chemistry is honestly more entertaining than the actual dungeon crawl. Moving through a narrow, ruin-filled pass, the group finally reaches the deepest and darkest heart of the entire dungeon area. The Sun Priest grips his staff and looks up at the massive cliff face ahead. He announces that the final boss is waiting right inside that cave. Then he turns to Lin Moyu with a rare, serious expression. My friend, maybe we should consider pulling back and retreating for now. If we leave now, there's no penalty, but a total party wipe means losing levels and gear. The risk for us is just too high. Lin Moyu calmly nods in agreement. But seeing a chance to talk trash, Vuong Viem pops up again, laughing like a complete and total moron. Oh, this is rich. You were so brave against the small monsters, but one look at the boss and you're already wetting yourselves in fear? Ignoring the barking, Tian tries to comfort her friend. Don't worry, Lam Dan. Your brother has already done an incredible job leading us this far. Lam Dan bites her lip in guilt, looking down at the ground. She hates being a burden and wishes she was just a little bit stronger for him. As the mood hits rock bottom, Lin Moyu slowly steps to the front. He calmly notes that the death penalty is indeed way too severe for them. You and I are about to see why he's the main character. Green smoke starts erupting from him as he tells everyone they don't need to fight. The air turns freezing cold as dozens of muscular werewolf undead rise from the void, weapons at the ready and eyes glowing with malice. A demonic army forms behind him. Lin Moyu just smirks, saying he's enough on his own. Vuong Viem is so shocked his jaw nearly hits the floor. How can he summon this many? What kind of monster is this guy actually becoming? The Sun Priest puffs out his chest like a proud fanboy. You've been in his party this long and you still don't know his true power? Whether it's soloing world bosses or tearing down entire high-level guilds single-handedly, he is in a league of his own compared to you. He is the strongest player I've ever seen. High above, the massive bloodlust lizard boss clings to the cliff, teeth bared and ready to strike. Like a bolt of lightning, a massive green magic orb tears through the air and explodes directly in the boss's face with incredible force. Its yellow eyes flare with pure rage as the final showdown begins. Stick with me. You and I are about to see something legendary. Alright, stick with me, because you and I are about to see a hunter pull off the impossible. A green magic orb slams into the giant boss's chest, forcing its maw open. Now, the Blood Lizard King is absolutely furious. Its bloodshot eyes bulge as it flicks a long tongue, and suddenly, a magic explosion rocks its body, making the entire mountain face tremble. Along with that ear-piercing roar, the system starts flashing some seriously intense notifications. Ash Lizard King level 21, 10,000 health, 1,200 attack, and 300 defense, plus a ton of broken shield skills. Despite the suffocating pressure, Lin Moyu stands tall with hands in pockets, flanked by two werewolf summons holding pickaxes, ready to jump the boss. Meanwhile, the deadweight teammate Vuong Viem is sweating bullets, screaming that 1,200 attack means even a light tap will delete them instantly. But unlike that coward, the warrior Lam Dan grits her teeth, eyes blazing with fire as she raises her massive greatsword with total determination. She thinks to herself that since this started because of her, she can't just let him dive into certain death alone. Without a second thought, she charges down the slope toward her brother's back, shouting that she'll pull the aggro and tank the damage for him. But just as she's about to go all in, the fanboy priest activates his Holy Light Shackles skill. In a flash, a golden magic circle erupts around Lam Dan's boots, pinning her to the ground. With the target locked, the priest strikes a cool pose, telling her to just stay put and watch because she'd only get in his way. Trapped and furious, Lam Dan glares back, asking what he just said, but the priest completely ignores her cursing. He just gestures dramatically, saying they should all enjoy the smooth and elegant performance of their legendary friend. Now, pay attention, because this is where the real show begins. While they bicker, Lin Moyu stands alone at the center of the battlefield, facing the beast. He calmly strokes his magic blade as the system turns blood red, announcing the Ash Lizard King is launching a skill. Instantly, a massive pillar of fire erupts, blasting a torrent of flames directly at Lin Moyu. But he just slides back, dancing through the sword light to dodge the lethal firestorm perfectly, leaving the fanboy priest screaming in awe. His positioning and range control against the boss's skills are honestly top tier. The moment the boss finishes its move, Lin Moyu's 3 werewolf summons leap into the air, diving straight for the monster's spiky head. Leading the pack, 2 werewolves bravely latch onto the Lizard King's nose and crown with their sharp claws. Ignoring the monster's desperate roars, the summons start tearing into it with relentless, lethal bites. Their ghostly green fangs sink deep into the boss's scales as the massive beast gets mobbed by the small, feral pack. Lin Moyu flickers in and out, dealing chip damage while that self-proclaimed commentator keeps yapping. Calculating every cooldown to kite the boss like this? It's honestly a level of skill that's hard to believe. Keeping the rhythm up, another jade beast lunges forward, sinking its teeth deep into the Lizard King's flesh. You see that too, right? This is pure art. Watching this masterclass, the priest prays with sparkling eyes, shouting that it's like Lin Moyu can see every single bit of the monster's data in advance. From behind the safety line, Lam Dan stares in shock, wondering if this is her brother's true power. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl has totally lost her cool, waving her staff and cheering with literal hearts in her eyes. She screams for him to crush the lizard, while Vuong Wiem stands behind her, face turning black with pure jealousy. Vuong Viem's true petty nature comes out as he grips his dagger, sweating while he cooks up a dirty plan. If that guy clears this, his own reputation as a young master will be dragged through the dirt. He figures if he can just trip him up, the boss's ultimate move will finish him off for good. Unaware of the scheme, Lin Moyu lunges into the air, landing a heavy kick right on the boss's sharp teeth. The system shows the boss is down to 315 health, as it prepares a straight-line white energy beam. Seeing the tear and bite skill activate, Vuong Wiem grins, knowing the 8-second cooldown is his golden opportunity. Seizing the moment, the pathetic villain rushes out with a twisted, manic smile on his face. He roars at Lin Moyu to go to hell, but Lin Moyu acts like he has eyes in the back of his head. His crimson eyes glow with killing intent as he shoots a cold glance at the backstabber. Calling him an idiot, our hero casually slides back, letting Vuong Viem's dagger miss by a hair. The spoiled brat is terrified, screaming that there's no way he should have been able to dodge that. Lin Moyu raises his cold blade, telling him it looks like he's tired of living. Not letting him finish, Lin Moyu charges his greatsword with explosive energy, telling him to just vanish along with the boss. With a sharp whistle, the blade sweeps through the air, smashing right into Vuong Viem's face and making him scream in agony. Trust me, you and I just saw the perfect example of karma. This massive impact sends the traitor flying back in a perfect arc, landing him right inside the Lizard King's hungry, open jaws. Alright, you and I are about to witness the main character finish this boss in the most brutal way possible. The system interface flares to life against the darkness, initiating the brutal corpse explosion skill to end this fight for good. The blast ripples through the Lizard King's throat, leaving the arrogant young master screaming in pure internal agony. As the dust settles over the ruins, the global system announces a brand new server record for everyone in the game to see. Congratulations to players Anonymous, Lin Dan, and company for clearing Ash Valley on heroic difficulty. The teammates are stunned. They can't believe they actually survived this impossible run with such high stakes. Your brother is seriously elite. Think you can convince him to carry us through another dungeon again soon? His sister just laughs nervously, scratching her head. He is a busy guy, so we will see about that. The priest fanboy practically glows with pride, telling everyone to just watch his legendary and powerful best friend. Next time, I will show you peak support gameplay. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl starts flirting to get on his good side. She asks for his friend code with a fake smile, but he just hits her with a disgusted look. Lin Yuan's eyes turn sharp. "Shut up," he says. He already knows exactly who she is and does not show any mercy. Without hesitation, he cuts her down for her past betrayal. She does not even have time to blink before falling. Now watch this. With the trouble cleared, the system asks if he wants to use dark summoning on the Lizard King. He decides to claim his new prize immediately, before finally turning back to face the rest of his team. "The trash is gone," he says. "Let's open the loot chest and see our rewards while they are still glowing." His sister shakes her head. You did all the heavy lifting, she says, waving him off with a smile. They are just happy to get the dungeon clear and would not dream of taking his loot. Lin Yuan picks up several scrolls. I only need the mountain magic scrolls, he tells them. The rest of the loot is yours to share. The loot is insane. Silver tier leg armor drops with 30 constitution and 20 speed for the lucky owner. It even comes with 10% fire resistance. Next up is a pair of glowing copper wrist guards that shine with red light. Those add 10 constitution and 15 strength. Then, the legendary flame sword finally appears with some insane stat bonuses. We also get the flame sword with 15 attack and leather boots that provide 10 extra movement speed for the whole team. The priest is beaming. Our guild leader has been looking for these specific leg guards for a long time. This is perfect timing. He offers to buy out all the extra loot with gold coins for everyone to share. The girls are thrilled about the massive payday. But Lin Yuan does not seem to care about the money at all. You and I know gold is great, but he just tells them to keep it all for themselves. Don't worry about those bullies anymore. Call me if you get into trouble again. Now, I have a mission to do. Wait, his sister calls out. He stops and looks back with those piercing and cold eyes of his. You want more loot? He asks, but she is actually more interested in discovering his secret hidden class. She noticed his incredible moves and those endless summons. She wonders if he is actually a hidden genius with a secret class. She asks if he feels different. He looks away, hiding his glowing red eyes that reveal his true nature. He realizes she is suspicious. He can't let her know he is actually a necromancer since she is part of the Order faction. He is just trying to protect her. He quickly hides his panic and puts on his best innocent face to deny everything. I have no idea what you are talking about, he says. Now his sister is the one sweating from his sudden question. She panics and makes up an excuse about an unfinished quest before running off as fast as she can. He watches her go and smiles. Even after all these years, her acting skills are still totally amateur. At least she called him brother today. But his peaceful moment does not last long before a voice interrupts him. The priest fanboy is back, and he has brought 2 high-level players with him to meet his new idol. My leader Xiao Yue just decided to try Ash Valley on death mode, so I had to invite you along. He stands among the ruins, watching them carefully from under his dark hood while keeping his distance. He did not expect to meet the Leng Yue guild this early to investigate the Mirror Flower Watermoon's secret. I am in, he says. I want to see exactly how hard this death mode difficulty really is. The priest is ecstatic and immediately starts introducing his elite team members to the legendary and mysterious main character. And trust me, you and I need to see the fiery girl leading this new elite group. Alright, you and I are about to meet the elite Iron Triangle team, featuring the icy goddess Lady Leng Yu. Ignoring the flashy intro, the guild leader just crosses her arms with a cold stare. Greetings. I have heard much about you. Welcome to our core squad. The priest then points toward a man in a massive wizard hat. This is Xing Hen, our heavy magic damage dealer with an incredibly rare hidden class. He is the main mage of the Iron Triangle. But before the flattery ends, he cuts in with a look of total annoyance. That is enough. I never agreed to let this guy join the team. Dragging a random solo player into our squad is just asking for trouble. His eyes sharpen under his hat, looking at Lin Yuan with pure disdain. The error margin in this death zone is practically 0. A passerby like him won't know how to coordinate. He is just a heavy burden. I am not risking this run on a fluke, you understand? Angry that his idol is being insulted, the priest jumps up to argue. Xing Hen, what is wrong with you? This guy literally just carried us. Swiping the comment aside, the mage smirks and points a mocking finger at Lin Yuan. I have seen plenty of loudmouths with 0 actual talent before. Now watch this, because the mage is about to offer a bet that is as dirty as his attitude. If you can shave off half the boss's health alone, I will give you my gold equipment. But if you fail, you pay for our losses. Xing Hen's eyes lock onto Lin Yuan with a threatening glare. He growls each word. Understood? If you are scared, then get lost while you still can. Facing the arrogant provocation, Lin Yuan does not back down. He leans back slightly, his lips curling into a cold, challenging half-smile. Why would I refuse free gold gear? But I hope everyone here witnesses this bet, so nobody tries to crawl out of it later. They glare at each other as killing intent thickens the air. Sensing an internal war, Lady Leng Yue steps in to shut the drama down. That is enough. Xing Hen, I decided this earlier. If you had a problem, you should have said so right at the start. The deal is done, so follow the plan and drop the ego. Scolded by his boss, Xing Hen, fuming with rage, grips his staff tightly. Flames of magic erupt as he snaps back. Leng Yue, you are siding with this nobody? The penalty for dying in this zone is absolutely devastating. You should really reconsider this. Leng Yue simply dismisses his anger coldly. My decision is final. Now enter the dungeon immediately. Frustrated to the core, the mage falls back, his hateful eyes fixed on her. He grits his teeth, his inner voice screaming with bitter malice. Leng Yue, I will make you see how useless this stray really is. The only person this team cannot survive without is me. Hidden under his dark hat, his face twists with a surge of insane jealousy. He continues to hiss in silence, "It will always be me." Let's pause for a second. The team has entered the fiery depths of the dungeon, and the real nightmare is just starting. Level 18, monsters with 4,700 health and fire breath skills. This encounter officially marks the start of an epic battle. Suddenly, a bolt of golden light slams into the ground from above. Through the dust, a massive lizard head emerges with bloodshot, hungry eyes. Trapped in a narrow canyon, the team finds themselves completely surrounded. Dozens of monsters are crawling across the cliffs, ready to strike. A massive lizard king slithers down, flicking its long tongue at the prey. Seeing this, the priest starts sweating in pure panic. The monster density on this death difficulty is insane. We are surrounded right from the start. Lin Yuan, however, remains perfectly calm. Drawing her glowing blue greatsword, she gives a sharp command. "Melee, classes to the front. We need to find a gap and break out." She charges forward, swinging her sword to pull aggro. "Hold the line while I draw them in. Everyone else, look for an opening to escape." Buffing from the back, the priest quickly responds. "Got it. Xiao Yue, stay back." Xing Hen charges two crackling spheres of lightning in his hands. With malicious eyes, he glares at the back of Lin Yuan's head. "I hate this guy so much, I should just blast him instead." Distracted by his jealousy, a lizard soldier suddenly drops from above, aiming right for the blind spot behind their defensive line. The priest screams in panic. Xing Hen snaps out of it, cursing as a monster slips through to the back line. Mid-battle, Lin Yuan blocks a claw and turns back to shout. "What the hell are you thinking? Xing Hen, get your head in the game." Scolded again, Xing Hen breaks into a cold sweat. It is over. More are coming, and we have no one left to act as a shield. With the situation critical, the red-haired girl desperately pushes her summon forward. "No choice. I have to use my bear cub to block them." Xing Hen tries to stop her, feeling the loss. "That is suicide. They will kill it instantly." "You traded silver gear for that pet?" Just as the formation is about to break, Lin Yuan calmly steps forward. He raises a hand to the sky, dark magic erupting beneath him. He coolly declares, "Leave this to me." A magic seal opens, and three massive shadow wolves with glowing eyes rise from the underworld. They bared their fangs with wild ferocity. A scarred demon bear appears, slamming its massive claws down to create an absolute defensive zone. The dark beasts charge into the fray. Two wolves leap onto the lizard's back, tearing into it until the monster screams in agony. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan moves like a ghost past the monster's jaws. His sword erupts with a deadly green aura as he strikes. He unleashes a wave of sword energy that cleaves through the enemy. The backline is perfectly cleared, making the archer cheer in relief. "You and I just saw a legend in the making. Finally, her pet does not have to be sacrificed." You and I are about to watch a petty villain get exactly what he deserves as Qing Yan glares at Lin Moyu, promising he won't leave alive. The mage stammers, trying to smooth things over with the commander. Lin Yue ignores his excuses and steps forward to shield Lin Moyu from the tension. She snaps at them to focus no more distractions. Before the heat can die down, the system alerts everyone that a new wave of monsters is closing in. Standing on the edge of life and death, the muscular warrior grips his shield and roars, ready to meet the monster horde head-on. The priest closes his eyes, raising his staff as a blinding holy light erupts, ready to buff the entire team for the coming storm. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Lin Moyu alone remains icy and calm. He glances back, subtly reading every single move on the board with sharp precision. Seeing that overwhelming composure, Qing Yan breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes bulging with a mix of panic and pure, bitter jealousy. On the front lines, Lin Yue carves through monsters with her greatsword. While she fights, she is quietly taking notes on the guy behind her. Analyzing blind spots and neutralizing threats in a heartbeat, that level of reflex is legendary. She decides she must recruit him once this run is over. The mage Qing Yan retreats, staring blankly as Lin Moyu summons his minions to cover the rear of their formation. Watching Lin Yu and Lin Moyu fight in perfect sync is like a slap to his ego. He is terrified of losing his spot as her favorite. Watch closely here, because Qing Yan is already cooking up a dirty plan, his hands crackling with lightning as he plots to humiliate our main character. He leaps high into the air, firing a massive lightning bolt straight at Lin Moyu's back while shouting a fake apology about just trying to help. Be careful not to get hit by mistake. Sensing the killing intent from behind, Lin Moyu looks back with glowing red eyes and nothing but icy contempt. What an absolute moron. But Lin Moyu realizes this is a perfect chance to play the victim, lower Lin Yue's guard, and gather some useful information. Taking the bait, instead of blocking the attack, Lin Moyu fakes a stumble and drops to one knee to look vulnerable. He slides across the ground to dodge, intentionally putting himself right between the jaws of two massive fire-red lizards that are ready to bite. Playing the part of a panicked amateur, he lets out a frustrated shout. Damn it! Just as the lizards are about to snap him in half, a soft but powerful hand reaches out and grabs Lin Moyu with total authority. Leng Yue pulls him clear, sending him spinning through the air. The boss lady swings her blade and immediately starts barking out strategic combat orders. I will handle the one on the right, you take the left. Lin Moyu agrees, and then Leng Yue throws him forward while shouting at them. Lin Moyu becomes a blur of shadow. Green and red sword beams crisscross, tearing the lizard pack into bloody shreds with brutal and clean efficiency. Landing gracefully, Leng Yue's purple eyes glow with power as she looks at her teammate and gives the final command to the group. Finish them. A violent wave of energy sweeps the area, leaving a smoking trench and vaporizing every obstacle in their path in an instant. After seeing that flawless team play, the priest starts grinning like an idiot, showering the two of them with shameless flattery and praise. Man, that combo was incredible. Our leader and this handsome guy are totally in sync. They look absolutely amazing together on the battlefield. Ignoring the cheers, Lin Moyu stands tall and flicks his cloak, looking like a seasoned pro. Leng Yue finds herself drawn to his mysterious aura. She sheathes her sword with a smile, asking if he learned that skill after his class change. Lin Moyu just shrugs it off casually. Keeping his cards hidden, he claims it was nothing special, just a random skill book he happened to find while out adventuring. Leng Yue immediately goes into scout mode, asking if he would be interested in joining her top-tier guild, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Unimpressed by the fame, Lin Moyu turns away and coldly rejects the offer. Pass. I have always preferred being a lone wolf in this game. Wait, did you see that smile? It is making Lin Moyu wonder if it is just an illusion, or a familiar face from his past. Unfortunately, that smile just adds fuel to Qingyan's jealousy. He grips his staff, cursing under his breath in a total silent rage. What did that bastard do to her? Why is she looking at him like that? The tension breaks when the priest waves them over. I have gathered all the loot. We can split it later, but for now, let's stick to the plan and crush the dungeon boss together. Leng Yue nods in agreement. But just as they prepare to move, Qingyan steps forward with a fake, slimy grin on his face. Hold on, I need to apologize. After seeing your sword skills, I realize you have a talent that deserves a much bigger stage to shine. He narrows his eyes with a wicked smile, suggesting that Lin Moyu should go in first to draw the boss's aggro for the team. Recognizing the pathetic trap immediately, Lin Moyu smirks, ready to expose the mage's cowardice and lack of skill to the entire group. If I am acting as the meat shield, how am I supposed to deal any damage? Or are you just looking for an excuse to run? Are you really that desperate to keep your golden gear? Caught in his lie, Qingyan snaps back, asking if he can even survive the boss. You are delusional. Finish the mission and I will give you the golden gear myself. Leng Yue steps in, sensing the explosive tension. I do not agree with this. Changing tactics right before a boss fight introduces too many dangerous variables that we cannot control. Qingyan won't back down, telling her to let him decide since she seems to think so highly of his skills anyway. Stick with me, because Lin Moyu is already calculating his next move, staring at that mage with cold red eyes as he plans his final move. Alright, you and I are about to watch our hero deal with a total clown just to get closer to the girl. He decides to play along for now just to shut the guy up. He will settle the score later. He looks up and calmly says, Fine, I accept the bet. The team enters the dry valley. Ahead lies the massive cinder lizard king, covered in red scales, sleeping soundly while waiting for its next unfortunate meal. The sun priest nudges Lin Moyu with excitement. Friend, let me see your full power in action today. Hidden behind them, Qingyan sneers. You idiot. You have no clue this boss was made to counter every single summon you have. It is built to crush summoners. This is going to be a disaster. He waits for the fall while everyone else is watching. Lin Moyu gathers green magic in his hand, eyes burning with absolute confidence. This death difficulty boss is a nightmare in the current version of the game, but he is not afraid. Now, pay attention here. He is using his deep past life knowledge to strike before the monster even moves. He is going for the perfect opening hit right now. He swings his sword, unleashing a perfect crescent of light that tears through the air with massive energy. The magic blast hits the boss right on the head, waking the monster with a violent, armor-piercing shock that deals massive damage to its red scales. Feeling the pain, the Lizard King wakes up and lets out a massive roar that echoes through the entire valley, shaking the very sky above them. System alerts pop up. Cinder Lizard King, King Tier, level 25, 15,000 health points and 1,500 attack power. This thing is a total monster. Qingyan breaks into a cold sweat. A level 25 death difficulty boss? That is impossible for us right now. We are totally out of our league. Players are only level 15. How can we fight this gap? Everyone, stop staring like idiots and start dealing as much damage as you can. He thinks Lin Moyu is doomed, but right as the boss slams the ground to trigger deadly pillars, our hero is already 2 steps ahead of the beast. Lin Moyu flips through the air, dodging perfectly. He lands in a cool 3-point stance, totally unfazed. He slams his hand down to summon a wolf pack. Same old boss patterns, he knows every move before it happens and he is ready for the counter. Meanwhile, Xingyin rushes forward and yells at Lin Yue. Hurry up, now is our chance to strike while we can. As Lin Moyu leaps high into the air, Qingyan smirks. He thinks the kid is jumping into certain death, but the truth is he has no idea. This is perfect. Watching him crawl to his certain death like a sewer rat is exactly what I wanted to see. Suddenly, the boss slams its massive tail down, creating a violent shockwave. The power is overwhelming, blowing the entire backline of the team away in an instant. Through the chaos, Lin Yue grits her teeth and screams, Qingyan, use your crowd control skills now. Panicked and out of sync, the mage fumbles with his staff. Damn it, I cannot make it in time. The team is scattered like leaves in a storm. A furious voice cuts through the total mess and the panic of the moment. Qingyan, what on earth are you doing? Lin Yue glares at him, absolutely furious at his incompetence as he tries to steady his magic staff. Why did you not paralyze the tail? We had a perfect plan ready for this. You just threw away a golden chance for the whole team. Qingyan stammers a pathetic apology, while the heavy warrior sits on the ground, clutching his chest in total despair and pain. We are all broken and crippled here. There is no way he can solo this massive boss alone. We are definitely going to fail. The priest sighs. Quitting a death dungeon carries a brutal penalty that will destroy us. We are stuck between a rock and death. Lin Yue stands up, showing her true leadership skills. I hope you all take a long, hard look at yourselves and learn from this disaster today. Our new friend is playing flawlessly without a scratch, but we are just dead weight holding him back from his real potential right now. She is about to wave the white flag when the archer points ahead in shock. Look, he is still in there, fighting that monster all by himself. You and I saw that too, right? He is not giving up. He is standing in the smoke, calmly calculating his next move to bring this massive beast down for good. The weak spot is behind its back. I just need lightning damage to stop the tail and then I can shred it to pieces. He raises his sword to the sky, calling upon his magic. The monster roars, getting ready to launch a massive counterattack with its huge claws. Too slow. Lin Moyu mocks the beast's speed and gives the command for a lethal, high-speed strike that the monster will never see coming. Thunder Scorpion, break its tail. Instantly, a massive magical scorpion appears and stings the Lizard King right in its most vulnerable spot to stop the tail attack. The system flashes a notification. Thunder Scorpion Star Kill is activated. A high-intensity paralysis effect is now in play on the boss. Lightning explodes through the beast's body. The high-voltage surge locks the boss in place, leaving it completely unable to move or fight back. The system displays the words paralysis effect. The monster's defenses are shattered, leaving it wide open for the final strike and its death. Lin Moyu orders his summons forward. The blind spot is finally secure. Everyone, charge in and finish this fight once and for all. Qingyan is in total shock. He has a lightning summon? And how does he know the exact mechanics to handle a boss of this level? Jealousy burns in his chest as he curses. That kid just proved I am even more useless than a summoned animal. This is absolutely humiliating. The priest cheers, full of hope. It is amazing. Our friend actually has a real chance to win this battle against the boss. And that is where we leave it. Stick with me to see if they actually pull this off. Our tank is ready for round 2. Alright, you and I are about to watch a total scumbag try to sabotage his own team. Qingyan stops everyone with a sinister smirk, whispering, wait a second. Haha, look at these idiots digging their own graves. The mage's eyes are glued to the wolves desperately tearing into the boss. He mocks them. Those pathetic summons won't last long. One heavy strike from the boss and they will be crushed into dust. Just like he predicted, the wolves' health bars flash red as they stumble under the Lizard King's deadly damage reflection. From the Lizard King. To stop the army from collapsing, Lin Yuan calmly raises his hand, and a dark green magic circle erupts from his palm. The system flashes, activating a game-changing skill, Dark Incantation. Pure shadowy energy surges directly into his minions. The wolves' muscles bulge as they grow even stronger in a burst of green light. Qingyan's eyes nearly pop out from the shock. His teeth chatter as he stutters in disbelief. This is impossible. How can he keep buffing and healing his summons like this? Is he really about to solo this boss? Ignoring the shocked mage, Lin Yue draws her massive greatsword, looking like a total boss. She rallies the team, shouting, everyone, get ready! The boss is hitting the execution threshold. Let's take it down now. The team roars in unison. Feeling the pressure, the Ash Lizard King screams at the sky, its body glowing red like burning coal. System sirens blare a critical warning as the boss triggers melting pot of all things. The temperature skyrockets like a volcanic eruption. The entire valley turns into a massive furnace, ready to incinerate anyone brave enough to step into the center. Facing death, Lin Yue's face pales as she screams. Watch out! This is a massive high-damage area of effect skill. Taking advantage of the chaos, Qingyan lets his jealousy take over. His eyes turn bloodshot as he lets out a twisted scream. No way! I won't let you win. The gear, Lin Yue, everything should be mine. Just die along with this monster. Faking the hero, He raises his staff to trigger lightning ring, pretending to split the formation for safety. Everyone move back. Get out of my way so I can interrupt the boss's ultimate attack. Now watch this. This is as low as it gets. Instead of the monster, he aims the lightning directly at Lin Yuan's unprotected back. The sneak attack is too fast. The leader can only gasp in shock before being blasted straight toward the boss's kill zone. Witnessing this filthy betrayal, Lin Yuan keeps his cool, his mind sharp as ice. Using the wind to boost his speed, he sneers. I knew it. I already predicted a piece of trash like you would pull something like this. Lin Yuan is helpless, flying toward the flames. Lin Yuan shatters the ground as he lunges for the save, sighing, what a pain. Fast as a lightning bolt, Lin Yuan's strong arm reaches out, grabbing her waist at the very edge of death and pulling her back. You and I have to admit, this move was smooth. He pulls her close in a romantic carry and whispers, don't be afraid, just hold on tight. With her in his arms, he leaps away from the danger zone. With a cold flick of his finger, he triggers corpse explosion. An internal blast sends a green shockwave ripping through the Lizard King's defenses, shattering everything in its path. As the light fades and the dust settles, the world system starts blasting notifications across every single server. Congratulations to anonymous player Lin Yuan, along with Lin Yuan and Qing Yan, for clearing the death difficulty Ash Valley dungeon. Safe in his arms, Lin Yuan's face turns bright red. Her heart skips a beat as she whispers in total awe. I can't believe you're so young, yet have so much combat experience. Lin Yuan sets her down gently, replying, is that so? Maybe it's just luck. Lin Yuan gets serious, but her eyes still shine with admiration. Even if you won't join the guild, I really want us to be friends. That way, we can raid high-level dungeons together later. Falling for the perfect invitation, Lin Yuan smirks. Sure, why not? Instantly, the blue system window flashes with a sweet new connection notification. Lin Yuan sends the request, and he hits confirm without hesitation. Nearby, the fanboy priest drags over a loot chest, teasing his boss. Wow, in all my years, I've never seen the great Lin Yuan act like a shy schoolgirl who's lost her composure. Realizing they were still close, Lin Yuan coughs awkwardly, blushing as she mutters, ahem, hey, put me down already. Meanwhile, Qing Yan is drenched in cold sweat, clutching his staff and shaking in pure panic. How? How is this even possible? I didn't even get to touch a single hair on her head. Lin Yuan ignores him and stands tall after setting the lady down. The system announces that the anonymous player achieved an 87% contribution rate in the death difficulty Ash Valley dungeon. So, what do you and I think? Is it time for payback? Lin Yuan reaches out and calmly says, 87%, hand over the gold gear now. Trapped in sweating bullets, Qing Yan's face turns pale as he tries to stutter his way out of the debt. Gold gear? Cough, cough. Since the boss has already been it's dead. Now, let's check the drops and split them up first. No more letting this guy talk in circles. Lin Yuan corners him immediately. No need to split, just hand over your gold tier equipment and we're even. Qing Yan retreats, desperately trying to save face. I'll give it to you. Just don't rush me. Let me find a replacement first. Then it's yours. Shutting down the slippery excuses, Lin Yuan smirks coldly, hitting the nail on the head. Looks like you're trying to skip out on your debt. Seeing the tension rise, the guild leader Lin Yuan steps in to defuse the situation with a generous proposal. Actually, Qing Yan's gear might not even suit you. How about this instead? You get first pick of the loot from this run, and I'll personally compensate you with another item from my own pocket. What do you think? Charmed by Lin Yuan's sweet talk, Lin Yuan smiles and takes a strategic step back to set his true plan in motion. Fine, let's go with that. But honestly, I'm more interested in testing my skills against a true master. Lin Yuan sighs in relief and nods. A master? Sure thing. I'll be counting on you quite a bit this time. Let me head back and ask the others in the guild if they're up for it. Negotiations over, Lin Yuan turns and strolls toward the massive corpse of the Lizard King, muttering under his breath. Almost forgot. There's still a part for you. He immediately raises his hand, casting dark summoning on the carcass. But the next second, a blood-red warning flashes his 3 minor zombies have been destroyed. Staring at the sudden death notification from his minions in the distance, Lin Yuan's eyes widen in disbelief. What? His mind instantly races to analyze the situation. He frowns, realizing his undead summons have been taken down. This hidden dungeon area is usually deserted. 3 walking corpses should have been more than enough to scare off any nosy intruders. This isn't normal. Has that snake tamer finally shown himself? His gaze instantly sharpens. Determination flares with a killing intent. He has to seize this chance. The clues are definitely hidden on that man. Without wasting a second, Lin Yuan blurs into a phantom, dashing straight into the glowing blue portal. Hey friend, you haven't taken your gear yet. He leaves the rest of the team behind in utter shock. The scene shifts to a damp, low-lying sewer. Lin Yuan, draped in an invisibility cloak, creeps along the rocky walls. The entrance looks normal, but sticking to this narrow tunnel feels a bit safer. Venturing deeper, he soon finds the bodies of his 2 summoned ghost wolves lying motionless. Dropping to one knee to inspect the scene, he uses his glowing sword to illuminate the corpses, his brow furrowed in expert analysis. There are no signs of a struggle nearby. These undead were strangled, the work of a seasoned professional. These are clearly snake bites, but the common snakes in this hidden dungeon shouldn't be this large. If it were the power of the underworld king snake, my minions would be nothing but crushed remains. Piecing the evidence together, he stands up and declares with certainty, this is the work of the snake tamer himself. Just as he finishes his thought, an overwhelming killing intent drops from the cavern ceiling, dispelling Lin Yuan's invisibility. A massive phantom snake lunges down, accompanied by a notification. Bone, crushing demon snake boss, level 15. It has 4,500 health, 300 attack, 130 defense, and a host of vicious skills. Lin Yuan plants his feet and flips backward, narrowly dodging a devastating tail whip that shatters the ground. He quickly raises his hand, gathering a brilliant sphere of glowing green necromantic magic that pierces the murky darkness. Swinging his sword with a surge of energy, he slashes at the serpent's body. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, his guard up. These sewer snakes aren't low level, and I still don't know what kind of dirty tricks they've got. I need to be careful. Another massive shadow blots out his vision. He looks up, startled to face yet another giant snake king. How the hell are there more? He grits his teeth, muscles tensing as he uses his greatsword to block a menacing strike. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan activates the magic circle beneath his feet and shouts to summon his trump card. Giant wolf, move out! On command, the giant wolf lunges, its fangs sinking into the hard scales before flinging the phantom snake far into the distance. Lin Yuan spins on his heel and sprints toward the shadows, his mind calculating. Stalling here isn't an option. The enemy is hiding and pulling the strings. He has to drag him into the light first. His eyes scan the surroundings. His gaze locks onto an iron gate at the end of the path, where the tip of a snake's tail is hurriedly slithering through. Found you. Lin Yuan charges forward with full force, his fist wreathed in magic. No more running for you, he growls. A brutal blow lands, but it's nothing but a trap. Lin Yuan turns back to see his enemy smirking with a mocking sneer. Fine then, let's see who loses their patience and makes the first move. As the words leave his lips, the system panel flashes, activating his stealth skill. Lin Yuan's body instantly dissolves into shimmering streaks of light, vanishing into the darkness. Losing their target, 2 deep purple phantom serpents unhinge their venomous jaws. They lunge forward frantically, necks stretching out to tear flesh that's no longer there. Their predatory strike misses, teeth clashing against the cold iron gate, their left biting at thin air, the intruder gone without a trace. Watching his prey slip away, the snake tamer grinds his teeth in fury. To his disbelief, the brat didn't fall for the trap. Hidden behind his serpent-scaled mask, his eyes flicker with murderous intent. He seethes to himself, I won't let another soul walk away with the secrets buried in these sewers. This is my domain. A suffocating silence descends, the gloom of the underground tunnels becoming bone-chillingly eerie as ripples dance across the stagnant puddles. The villain holds his breath, his deep purple pupils darting around in a frantic sweep. He's desperately trying to sniff out any trace of the intruder's position. The moment he catches a tiny vibration, he spins on his heel and swings his staff, unleashing a bolt of destructive lightning. Caught you! Now die and become food for my pets, he screams maniacally. The powerful strike slams down, pulverizing the ground into a heap of rubble and thick dust. But contrary to the killer's hopes, Lin Yuan remains as elusive as a ghost. He drops from the ceiling right into the enemy's blind spot, his voice dripping with cold mockery. Where exactly are you aiming, huh? The snake tamer jumps back in shock, gasping, What? Seizing the moment of confusion, Lin Yuan puts his full weight behind a massive greatsword swing. He unleashes a brilliant blue crescent slash that tears through the air. Desperate to save face, the villain reflexively throws up his staff to block the blow. He hisses through clenched teeth. You dare toy with me? Refusing a fair duel, he summons a gargantuan phantom serpent from the shadows, its maw bristling with jagged fangs. The monster roars as it lunges at Lin Yuan. Do you want to die? In that split second, Lin Yuan sharply analyzes his opponent's weakness. It looks like this guy is completely useless at close-quarters combat. He's always trying to back away. If I just summon my minions to tie up these beasts, the win is practically mine. With his plan set, he smirks and taunts. You're not the only one who can bring friends to a fight. Let's let them play together. Watching the undead rise in droves, the snake tamer's eyes bulge in pure panic. Undead again? He mutters, his mind reeling. How can this be such a coincidence? This is impossible. Taking advantage of his enemy's mental breakdown, Lin Yuan presses the attack with a glowing blue magic slash, throwing in some verbal damage for good measure. Is dancing with snakes the only trick you have? Stung by the insult, the villain flares up in a rage. Shut up! A dead man like you doesn't need to know anything. With his cloak billowing in a magical aura, Lin Yuan just scoffs. He dismisses the weak resistance. Stop barking. Without your snakes, you're nothing but dead weight. You're a disgrace to the title of #1 follower. Hearing his benefactor insulted, the villain explodes with rage. He swings his staff, unleashing a volley of toxic purple-black fire. You bastard! How do you know about that great lord? Amidst the chaos, the giant phantom serpent strikes from above, descending with a wave of devastating power. It aims directly for Lin Yuan's head. The villain grips his staff tightly, his face twisting into a vile, ecstatic grin behind his mask. Didn't see that coming, did you? He gloats. I always keep a spare snake. Now, surrender so I can take my time torturing the truth out of you. Hee hee. Surrounded by a nest of serpents, Lin Yuan remains cold and calculated. His piercing crimson eyes see right through the facade. No wonder that ambush was so well hidden. These beasts actually know how to use the terrain for cover. He's clearly a high-ranking member of the first follower's circle. I have to take him alive to squeeze out some information. In the next heartbeat, he swings his sword, shredding the lunging snakes to pieces. Infuriated, the snake tamer pours every ounce of his life force into his staff, aiming a killing blow straight at Lin Yuan. He screams his final judgment. Game over, you piece of trash. Lin Yuan swiftly dodges the strike, his mind already weaving a silent plan. Now's the time. He uses the opening to lure the enemy closer. As the destructive energy tears through the air, Lin Yuan raises his sword to block, feigning a cry of frustration. Damn it! Suddenly, two snakes lunge out and coil tightly around his body. His magic damage actually comes with a crowd control effect. My movements are definitely slowing down. The snake tamer points his staff down, mocking him. When I saw those zombies, I thought my eyes were playing tricks. Who would have guessed you're actually a necromancer hunter? Too bad your skills are so pathetic. It seems you haven't even mastered the basics yet. Tsk, tsk. Hearing his ultra-rare class being exposed, Lin Yuan freezes. His eyes sharpen with genuine surprise. Necromancer hunter? What the hell are you barking about? His mind races as suspicion floods in. How does this bastard know about this hidden class? He even seems to know the entire skill set by heart. From behind his mask, the villain lets out a crazed, triumphant laugh. Come clean. Where did you dig up the information on the boss's location? I have all the time in the world to play with you today. In response to that arrogance, Lin Yuan lifts his head, his eyes burning with a cold, murderous crimson. I'll give those words right back to you. In a moment, I'm going to beat you until you vomit up everything you know. Before he can finish, the snake tamer's face pales in horror. He realizes his precious snakes have been corrupted behind his back. When did you turn my snakes into undead ghouls? Lin Yuan stands with his hands behind his back, delivering his verdict with pride. My undead army is infinite, while your beasts are dying off second by second. Stop your pathetic struggling. His advantage gone, the villain grinds his teeth in a blind fury, firing off defensive magic. Don't even dream about it. Ignoring the danger, he charges forward recklessly. He roars with resentment. I'll never let a mongrel like you catch me. Lin Yuan extends a hand wreathed in glowing blue magic, activating his corpse explosion skill. On command, the corrupted serpent spirit twists violently and rockets into the air to intercept the target. The brutal shockwave shatters the wooden structures blocking the path. Under the cover of the smoke, Lin Yuan activates his entangle skill, launching a barrage of glowing green magic vines to seize him by the throat. You're fast at running away, but you're still right in my sights. Once I master the soul-shattering art, these pathetic snakes will be nothing more than undead materials delivered straight to my door. While deep in thought mapping out his next move, Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly halts at the edge of the rubble. Wait! From within a dark crevice, a brilliant flash of gold flickers, snagging the hunter's full attention. He reaches down to retrieve the strange object, turning it over in his palm with a curious frown. It is a golden pocket watch. After checking it over and finding no stat window, Lin Yuan concludes it isn't gear. It is likely a unique identification token. If that bastard is truly hiding within the Mirror Flower Guild, confronting Lung Yue is the most direct play. He definitely hasn't had time to scrub his tracks yet. Without hesitation, he pulls up the system interface and fires off an urgent message to the guild leader. Recipient: Lang Yue, are you free to meet tonight? I have information regarding the Ash Valley incident. He hits send with a firm tap. The scene shifts to the quiet night sky. Below, the stone castles of the city begin to buzz with flickering lights and evening life. In a secluded corner of a quiet tavern, Lang Yue hurries toward Lin Yuan's table, her voice laced with a hint of apology. Sorry I'm late. Sitting down, she wastes no time, sliding a shimmering golden ring across the table. Here is the gold tier gear I promised. See if the stats suit you. The system panel glows blue, displaying the high-end item. The Ring of Concentration. It is a gold tier masterpiece, boosting spirit by 20, max mana by 200, and granting an insane mana regeneration meditation skill. Running his fingers over the premium ring, Lin Yuan nods in satisfaction, seeing right through the bargain. A mana regen effect, huh? Ever since using the corpse explosion technique, his mana has been crashing like a lead weight. Leng Yue is playing fair. This is a serious gesture of goodwill. But she isn't done, pulling out a pile of loot from the death dungeon with a confident smile. Then there are the spoils from Ash Valley. We agreed you would get first pick. The screen flashes with the silver tier glimmering torso plate. Next up is the razor-sharp meteor dagger, a silver tier weapon designed for bloodthirsty assassins, glowing with a lethal edge. Finally, the crown jewel appears, a level 1 skill scroll that grants 100 skill proficiency points instantly. Ignoring the silver gear, Lin Yuan snatches the scroll and stashes it in his inventory. He closes the deal with a nonchalant shrug. This was made for me, it exceeds my expectations. You guys can handle that other junk. This scroll is all I need. Seeing his decisive nature, Leng Yue rests her chin on her hand, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. I took you for a lonely, brooding type. I didn't expect to see you in a rowdy place like a tavern. Brushing off the banter, Lin Yuan cuts straight to the chase, his expression turning cold and sharp. I was farming mobs in the sewers today when I ran into a high-level player. He was wearing your Mirror Flower Guild badge. I would love to exchange some techniques with him. Any chance you could help me find him? Leng Yue blinks in surprise. The sewers? Let me check with my inner circle and see what I can find. Acting quickly, the hunter pushes the golden pocket watch forward as evidence. He dropped this in his panic. Take a good look. Anything familiar? Do you have anyone in your guild who carries this kind of watch? Picking up the evidence, Leng Yue narrows her eyes, her confusion evident. A pocket watch? Let me see. This doesn't look like standard game equipment. To be honest, I have never seen such a gaudy piece of jewelry before. Having assessed the situation, Lin Yuan gives a stern warning. I see. Please keep an ear to the ground regarding the sewers. This is a matter of life and death for me. Recognizing the gravity of his tone, she nods firmly. Fine, I will keep this on my radar within the guild. With the business done, Lin Yuan casts a calculating glance, probing for internal weaknesses. By the way, you were just handing out gold-tier items to an outsider. Is the rest of Mirror Flower really okay with that? At the mention of her troublesome teammate, Leng Yue's face turns like ice. Star Silver is throwing a tantrum, obviously. But he is the one who sabotaged the team. He has no one to blame but himself. Her sharp gaze softens for a moment as she brushes back a strand of hair, her voice suddenly heavy with nostalgia. There is another reason. You look exactly like my younger brother. Sometimes even I get confused. If he were still alive, he would be just about your age now. Noticing her wistful expression, Lin Yuan lowers his eyes, piecing the puzzle together. So that is it. No wonder her reactions felt so strangely familiar. He gently pushes the pocket watch back toward her, his voice low. That was a long time ago. Don't let the grief consume you. The heavy atmosphere lingers until Leng Yue regains her usual sharp composure. Oh, right. If you trust me, start stockpiling as many lightning resistance potions as possible. You are going to need them very soon. Tucking the ring away, Lin Yuan nods. A system notification chimes, confirming the completion of his A-rank quest to gather 100 stalks of numbing grass. He calculates his next move. The Order faction has already caught the scent of the lightning dungeon. Lucky for me, I hold the recipe for the best lightning resistance potion. I will keep your suggestion in mind, he says coolly. It is late. I will take my leave now. Leng Yue stands up with a polite smile. It is on my way, mind if we walk together? The two of them step out of the tavern, walking side by side down the quiet cobblestone street. Around a corner, Star Silver suddenly appears, his hat pulled low, blocking the path as he spots Lin Yuan with his goddess. Star Silver's face darkens with rage, his hands gripping his staff so hard the wood creaks as he slams it into the pavement. That bastard. He is actually on a date with Leng Yue? I will cripple him right now. But as he turns, Lin Yuan and Leng Yue are already upon him. Oh look, Star Silver, what a coincidence. Are you heading to the tavern too? Caught off guard, he stammers an excuse. I was just taking a walk. Turning his venom toward Leng Yue, Star Silver sneers. Leng Yue, you are a guild leader. Why are you wasting time talking to a nobody like this? You had better keep your distance from him. Lin Yuan retorts with a sidelong glance that drips with disdain. We met to discuss private guild matters. You are just a soldier. Stop worrying about things above your pay grade. Enraged at being humiliated in front of his crush, Star Silver brandishes his lightning staff, sparks flying. Oh, look at the big-mouthed expert. Weren't you just bragging about never joining a guild? Now you are whispering secrets to our leader? He leans into Lin Yuan's face, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Tell me the truth. What filthy motive do you have for getting close to her? Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, thinking to himself, this guy is like a persistent plague, utter trash. Aloud, he fires back with a smirk. Guild leader Leng Yue's sword skills are truly exquisite. I went through all this trouble just to learn a few intimate moves from her. Got a problem with that? Yan curls his lip into a sinister smirk. I see right through you, kid. You've got an ulterior motive. Lin Yuan, don't let this low life deceive you. Stop before you bring disaster upon yourself. It is the final straw. Lin Yuan snaps, turning her back on him with a voice like shards of ice. I appreciate your unwanted concern, but since when do I need your permission to decide who I walk with? Seeing Lin Yuan's fury, Yan panics, reaching out in a desperate attempt to fix the damage. No, Lin Yuan, that's not what I meant at all. She whips around, her face twisted in disappointment. Enough. I went out of my way to come here and help you keep your gear. And this is how you repay me? You couldn't let me down more if you tried. He stammers, breaking into a cold sweat. Lin Yuan, you've got it all wrong. As he watches the two of them walk away, Yan's eyes burn with a murderous, twisted rage. This is all that bastard's fault. He claws at his hair, pacing and muttering like a madman. If I just make him disappear, everything will go back to the way it was. Lin Yuan will only have eyes for me again. His face contorts with a bone-chilling bloodlust as he lets out a low growl. That man has to die. Consumed by spite, he slinks off toward a dark, desolate pier cluttered with rotting wooden crates. Spotting his contact, Yan slams a heavy bag of coins onto the table with arrogant authority. So, you really were hiding out here. Do me a favor and take care of someone for me. The masked assassin remains unfazed, casually lifting a glass of wine for a slow sip. What's the rush? He asks lazily. Let me finish my drink first. Yan explodes in a fit of temper. I'll pay you double when it's done. Just take him down. Make sure he suffers. The assassin receives the target's photo through the system and lets out a cold chuckle as he closes the deal. Well now, you're certainly being generous. I'll take the job. The crooked mage smirks, adding a final, venomous instruction. Remember, pick a spot where a huge crowd is gathered. His face twists like a demon's, his bloodshot eyes bulging with madness. I want you to slowly torture him, right in the middle of broad daylight for everyone to see. The assassin clicks his tongue, staring intensely at the projected image of Lin Yuan's cold face. This kid, why does he look so familiar? The scene shifts to the bustling streets of a sun-drenched desert city. An old non-player character named Dak peers closely at a pocket watch, shaking his head. I've never seen anything like this before. To me, it just looks like an ordinary piece of jewelry. However, you might want to try your luck with the Scorpion Knights, that is, if you can even manage to get inside their gates. Lin Yuan takes the watch back, clicking his tongue in frustration. He didn't expect a veteran like Dak to be so clueless about it. He gives a polite nod. Understood. Thanks anyway, old man. Old Dak waves him off with a bittersweet sigh. Don't mention it. It's a shame I'm retired. Without a damn good reason, it's nearly impossible to get an audience with the commander. Just as the situation seems hopeless, a lovely young girl carrying a basket of snacks steps inside. Uncle Dak, how have you been feeling? I brought you something delicious to eat. Dak's face lights up instantly at the sight of her. Edith, my girl, I'm feeling great now. Thank you for looking out for this old man. Hearing that familiar name, Lin Yuan narrows his eyes and mutters under his breath. Edith, Dak points toward the girl. Tell you what, if you really want to get info from the Scorpion Knights, you should ask her for help. She's the biological daughter of Commander Sith himself. Edith's smile vanishes as she shakes her head, her expression clouded with hurt. No, I haven't been his daughter for a long time. Now, I'm just a self-reliant seamstress. Sensing a hidden quest, Lin Yuan steps forward, testing the waters. Sounds like a family misunderstanding. Perhaps I could lend a hand? Dak sighs, offering his own advice. Edith, the commander is full of regret these days. Whatever happened between you two, don't let it stay this tense. Do it as a favor for your old uncle, okay? Edith offers a gentle smile, a flicker of hope dancing in her eyes. Very well. Young man, please follow me. She leads him into her home, clutching a small box tightly against her chest. I honestly thought I'd never get the chance to give him this gift. I never imagined. Lin Yuan follows closely behind, chiming in softly. It seems you were just waiting for the right opportunity. Edith gently strokes the crimson box before clicking open the latch, revealing a neatly folded black outfit. Perhaps. She carefully lifts the box containing the exquisite formal suit, her eyes filled with unspoken longing. I spent an entire year sewing this suit by hand. I hope you can deliver it directly to my father for me. She looks at Lin Yuan with pleading eyes as she gently places the box into his hands. And please, tell me what he says. Accepting the item, Lin Yuan gives a firm nod. Don't worry, I'll make sure he gets this as soon as possible. Instantly, a glowing green system window pops up. You have accepted the hidden quest, Dusty Kinship. Lin Yuan scans the quest details. Name, Dusty Kinship. Activation conditions. Heal Dak and gain his favor. Reputation with the Scorpion Knights must be greater than 0. Objective, deliver the handmade suit from Edith to her father, the gold rank Commander Sith. Time limit, 12 hours. It doesn't take long for Lin Yuan to reach the gates of the Scorpion Knight barracks. where the entrance is heavily guarded by soldiers wielding massive polearms. Seeing a stranger in a black cloak approaching, the two guards immediately cross their weapons to block his path, shouting out, "Halt! Who goes there?" Lin Moyu remains calm. "Please, stay your hands. I'm here on behalf of Lady Edith to deliver something to the commander." Hearing her name, one of the guards lowers his weapon in surprise. "Lady Edith? Please, wait here. I'll go inform the commander immediately." While he waits, Lin Moyu crosses his arms, silently calculating his next move. The Scorpion Knights are the strongest fighting force in the West Desert. If he can build a solid relationship with them now, everything he does in the future will be 10 times easier. Moments later, the guard returns, waving him over enthusiastically. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Please, follow me." Lin Moyu walks behind the guard, heading deep into the heart of the military camp. He looks around with curiosity, his eyes landing on a massive winged lion with a lethal scorpion tail chained to the ground. Staring at the beast, he runs the numbers in his head. If he wants to get his hands on a Scorpicore mount, the signature beast of this legion, he'll need to grind a lot more reputation points first. Sensing a stranger, the monster suddenly snarls, baring its fangs and lashing its tail in a terrifying display of aggression. The guard leads him to a massive command tent. The soldier stops and gestures toward the entrance. "The commander is right inside. You can head in on your own." Lin Moyu gives a polite nod. "Thank you." As he pulls back the curtain and steps inside, Lin Moyu's expression tenses and a bead of sweat rolls down his neck. He reminds himself that Commander Sith's power is absolute. He is the equivalent of a level 60 Lord-tier boss. Lin Moyu knows he cannot let even a hint of his Necromancer identity slip out. He sees a man in heavy armor standing with his back turned, his hands clasped as he studies a tactical map. Lin Moyu speaks up. "Commander Sith, sorry to disturb you." The silver-haired man, a long scar tracing across his face, turns his head slightly, his voice heavy with a deep, lingering regret. "Tell me, is my little Edith living a good life right now?" Lin Yuan steps forward, placing a red box onto the wooden table. He answers calmly, "Lady Edith misses you dearly, sir. I have come at her request to bring you something special." He carefully lifts the garment from the box. As the old man watches, Lin Yuan continues, "This is a formal robe she spent a whole year sewing just for you. She hopes you can feel the heart she put into every stitch." Sid stands frozen, his heart aching. "A whole year? That child must have poured her entire soul into this. Sigh, why is she still so stubborn and refuses to see me?" Clutching the robe tightly against his chest, the old commander's eyes shimmer with a mix of pride and sorrow. It seems that after all these years, her passion for tailoring hasn't faded one bit. Look at these exquisite stitches. It's truly a masterpiece of art. His face contorts with grief as he hangs his head, drowning in the shadows of his own remorse. "Back then, I was far too narrow-minded. I thought my daughter shouldn't be doing such lowly work as a tailor, and in the end, I pushed her so hard she had no choice but to leave home." His rough, calloused hands gently stroke the soft, ruffled collar. He whispers, his voice breaking, "It has been 10 years. 10 years since we last saw each other." Watching the emotional scene unfold, Lin Yuan can't help but marvel. He never expected a legendary general who commands the winds and rains like Sid to have such a tender side. "I need to find the right moment to ask about that watch." Composing himself, he offers a comforting smile. "Lord Sid, Lady Edith. She doesn't hold a single grudge against you." The commander snaps his head up, his tear-filled eyes burning with a sudden, desperate determination. "Please, tell her this for me. I don't care about that worthless honor anymore. I just want her to come back to my side." Lin Yuan places a hand over his heart and bows respectfully. "Understood. However, there is still one matter I would like to trouble you with." With that, he opens his palm, revealing a golden pocket watch engraved with a skull. "Do you happen to know the origins of this watch?" Old man Sid frowns, scrutinizing the item in the young man's hand. He responds in a low, firm tone, "A pocket watch? I can say with absolute certainty that I have never seen this design before." "Very well. Now, hurry and take my words back to Edith." Lin Yuan tucks the watch away, clicking his tongue softly as he sighs. He has no choice but to accept this dead end for now. "All right then." Just as he turns to leave, Lin Yuan freezes at the sound of the commander's voice calling out to him. "Wait!" Sid's gaze suddenly turns ice cold, one eye flashing with a sharp, oppressive red light as if interrogating his very soul. "Just who are you exactly?" Caught in that suffocating killing intent, Lin Yuan breaks into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. Did he notice a slip-up? But then, the old man closes his eyes, lets out a long sigh, and retracts the pressure. "Forgive my sudden outburst. Since you are someone my daughter trusts, I should not continue to doubt you." Suddenly, the dignified commander holds out a brilliant gold medal, declaring with authority, "You have my deepest thanks for everything you've done for Edith. If anyone dares to bully her, you have my permission to use the name of the Scorpion Knight Order to send them straight to hell at any time." Seeing this, Lin Yuan wipes the sweat from his brow with a sigh of relief. That was a close call, he thinks, before giving a firm commitment. Understood. I will make sure Lady Edith stays safe. Instantly, a green system window flashes with a bright notification. You have earned the recognition of Sid. Reputation with the Scorpion Knight Order increased by 1,000. The notifications continue with more good news. Reputation with the Scorpion Knight Order has reached friendly. You have officially received the status of honorary member of the Scorpion Knight Order. Admiring the medal in his hand, Lin Yuan calculates his gains with a smirk. He didn't expect the old man to be generous enough to hand over a Knight Order medal just like that. After all, there's no way to grind for this item. It can only be gifted by Sid himself. With this treasure in hand, he can basically walk tall anywhere in this West Desert. Leaving the command tent, he heads straight for the shop area, his mind buzzing with plans. My reputation points with the Knight Order are currently at 1,500. The reputation shop is finally unlocked, and he isn't about to let this golden opportunity slip away. There are exclusive items here that can't be found anywhere else. The guard at the shop greets him with a warm, welcoming smile. Greetings, young knight. What can I get for you today? Lin Yuan answers decisively. I want to buy a manticore mount. He chuckles inwardly with a sly grin. He's already hoarded all the combat skills he needs. Now, if he can just activate this mount, he'll essentially be a walking, mobile fortress. The NPC strokes the fur of the strange beast, a hybrid of a lion and a scorpion, and warns him. Manticores are incredibly expensive, you know. There aren't many of them in all of Sandstorm City. The price is 3 million gold coins. Lin Yuan hauls a massive sack of gold onto the table, looking incredibly cool as he speaks without even blinking. Not a problem. The system immediately displays 2 consecutive notifications. Gold coins deducted and Poison Manticore mount has been successfully activated. The scene shifts back to the tailor shop. Edith clasps her hands over her chest, tears streaming down her face in pure emotion. My father. Did he really say those things? Oh heavens. I honestly thought he had long forgotten about his daughter, that he was just lost in his world of knights and orders all day long. Lin Yuan offers a gentle, comforting smile. Don't say that, Lady Edith. The commander truly wants you to return to his side. The girl lowers her eyes, a contented smile touching her lips. Knowing he feels this way, that is enough for me. The familiar interface flashes again with news. Hidden quest. Dust-covered family bonds has been completed. Edith respectfully carries a wooden box and presents it to her benefactor with a bright smile. This is a small token of my gratitude. Please, accept it. And please, tell my father that being able to sew beautiful clothes for everyone makes me truly happy. I still wish to stay here and continue this work. Opening the box, a set of high-tier golden equipment stats slams into his vision. Somber Spirit Mantle, Effect Equipment, Constitution plus 100, Defense plus 60, Spirit plus 30. Attached skill, Magic Immunity, Active Effect. Grant immunity to all magic damage and crowd control effects for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Lin Yuan quickly throws the brand new overcoat over his shoulders, a triumphant smirk appearing as he feels the surge of magical aura. Golden gear with magic and CC immunity? With this toy in his hands, he can almost completely shut down that snake controller. He nods a final goodbye. Thank you. I'll go deliver your message now. The scene shifts once more to the outside of the Knight Order's tents. From within, the sound of Commander Sid's relieved sigh can be heard. It seems Edith really loves the life she has now. Hearing that puts my mind at ease. Meanwhile, the search for clues is far from over. Lin Moyu rubs his chin, his mind racing. Since the lead on the pocket watch is a dead end, he might as well ask the intelligence captain about these snakes directly. He speaks up boldly. Captain, do you have any intel regarding snakes? The captain strokes his beard, his brow furrowing in confusion. Snakes? Ever since the Serpentkin civilization was exiled, every snake around Feng Shui Sa City has been wiped out by our forces. But then he pauses, his eyes narrowing in deep thought. However, if the snake appears in a dream, does that count? Sensing something unusual, Lin Moyu presses for more. A snake? Was there something special about it? Rubbing his chin as he recalls, rumors say it's a massive python, but things in dreams are just illusions. We didn't know how to deal with it. As he speaks, he picks up a letter sealed with red wax, his voice turning solemn. You're an honorary member of the Scorpion Knights now. Since you're so interested in snakes, handing the letter to the young man, he concludes, I'm entrusting this mission to you. Taking the secret letter, Lin Moyu nods instantly. Understood, I'll head out right away. But his mind is swirling with theories. Could it be the underworld king snake? How could it crawl into someone else's dreams? Does this really involve the snake tamer? The system window immediately pops up with a new quest. Quest accepted, Count Kalo's Nightmare. Objective, head directly to Count Kalo's estate to find him. Quest clue discovered. Time limit, 48 hours. Following the system's navigation, Lin Moyu soon arrives at the opulent, massive stone mansion of the Count's family. But before he can even enter, the thick wooden doors burst open. A fierce-looking servant grabs a young girl by the collar and heartlessly tosses her out. She crashes onto the stone floor with a painful shriek. The servant glares, pointing a finger and cursing, "How dare a lowly piece of trash like you defy the Count?" The butler, dressed in a sharp suit with a red bow tie and gold-rimmed glasses, haughtily adjusts his white gloves. "You don't know when to quit, do you? Beat her!" The lackeys rush forward, kicking the girl as she curls up, shielding her head. Their mouths spew insults. "Filthy peasant, you only learn when you're being beaten." A brute raises a muscular fist, hissing through gritted teeth. "The Count even looking at a rat like you is a blessing. Know your place, you lowlife." But before the punch can land, Lin Moyu catches it as easily as a feather. He smirks mockingly. "So, this really is the Count's mansion. Your hospitality is truly an eye-opener." Interrupted by a stranger, the lackeys stumble back, eyes bulging as they bark out threats. "What hole did this gutter rat crawl out of? How dare you stick your nose into the Count's business?" The butler clicks his tongue, smugly pushing up his glasses. "Tisk tisk, trying to play the hero, are we? If you want to die so badly, then stay down, kill him." The girl, lying half dead on the ground, looks up at her savior with bruised eyes. She rasps a plea, "Run. If you offend the Count, there will be no good end for you." Ignoring the warning, Lin Moyu steps forward coldly. "This is exactly where I need to be." He releases a burst of energy, sending the thugs flying into the air with agonized screams. "Ah, what the hell is happening?" Towering over the cowering butler, Lin Moyu asks indifferently, "Where is the Count?" The man breaks into a cold sweat, stuttering to save face. "You. Do you have any idea whose men you're touching? This place is..." Before he can finish, a figure slowly approaches. Looking up at the newcomer, the obese, bearded Count Kalo tilts his head arrogantly. "This is the domain of Count Kalo. Where did this peasant come from, daring to touch my people? Go notify the Scorpion Knights to throw this brat into the dungeon." Lin Moyu calmly pulls out a gleaming gold medal and holds it in front of his face. He smirks. "I'm the one sent by the Scorpion Knights regarding your nightmare." Seeing the badge, the Count's eyes widen in shock. You're a knight?" His attitude flips 180 degrees. He turns and snarls at the butler. "Hang all these useless pieces of junk upside down. Let them starve for 3 days and nights." The butler bows low in obedience. Turning back to Lin Moyu, the Count flashes a fake, flattering smile. "Such blind fools, unable to tell a knight from a peasant. You've arrived just in time. If you can solve my little problem, I'll personally request a reward for you from the captain." Lin Moyu coldly stuffs his hands in his pockets. "I hope so." Following the Count inside, a magnificent library greets Lin Moyu, with giant bookshelves reaching the ceiling. Maids are busy cleaning, servants are dusting with feather dusters, while others bend over to clean ornate velvet chairs adorned with gems. Plumping himself down in the armchair behind his desk, the Count clutches his forehead in misery. "In my dreams, there's always a massive python chasing me, snarling and tearing at my flesh. I've invited the most senior priests, but no one can find the cause. It's absurd. A Count of my stature shouldn't have to endure this wretched torture." He slides a meticulously drawn painting toward Lin Moyu. "I hired an artist to draw that damned snake. Take a look. Is there any way to fix this?" Picking up the drawing of a bizarre three-headed cobra, Lin Moyu narrows his eyes in secret shock. It really is the Underworld King snake. Folding the paper, Lin Moyu smirks slightly and replies calmly, "Lord Count, I'm going to need a little more time on this." Just then, a pretty maid with short hair timidly approaches with a tea tray. The Count speaks in a domineering tone. "I hope you're certain of success. Solving this is best for both of us." Suddenly, the maid trips on the edge of the carpet. She stumbles, and the tray of drinks goes flying. A glass of ice-cold water splashes directly into the Count's face. She gasps in horror. Drenched, the Count bolts upright, wiping his face and roaring like a wild beast. He points directly at the trembling girl. You filthy little brat!" In a fit of absolute rage, he swings his massive arm, delivering a thunderous slap that sends the maid crashing to the floor. He screams in fury, "You worthless bitch, I'll skin you alive." The poor girl clutches her swollen cheek, sobbing on the floor under the oppressive shadow of her cruel master. Please, don't hit me." The Count's face twists into a deep, angry crimson, bloodshot eyes bulging as he lets out a savage roar. "You couldn't even handle one simple task? You useless piece of trash?" Not yet satisfied with his verbal abuse, he spitefully raises his massive leather boot, poised to crush the small girl's face. To him, she was born from nothing but lowly, wretched stock. But before the heavy soul can make contact, Lin Moyu streaks forward like a sudden gust of wind. He scoops the maid into his arms, whisking her to safety in the blink of an eye. The Count stumbles, his foot hitting empty air as he stares in wide-eyed shock. Holding the blushing girl close in his arms, Lin Moyu turns back with a chillingly calm reminder. "Lord Count, We are still in the middle of discussing your commission. Such behavior is hardly appropriate, don't you think? Seeing the knight intervene, the Count is forced to swallow his pride and mask his fury. He forces a hollow, defensive laugh. Haha, my apologies for the slip. I only want what's best for them after all, if she can't handle a trifle like this. How will she ever survive in the real world? He puffs his chest out with smug arrogance while Lin Moyu gently sets the maid back on her feet. When they were nothing but street rats with no place to go, I was the one who showed mercy and took them in. They should be groveling in gratitude at my feet. He thrusts his greasy, cruel face close to hers, his voice dropping to a menacing growl to force a confession. Tell me, Anna, isn't that right? Little Anna keeps her head low, tears welling in her eyes. Her hands tremble as she wrings them together, whispering in pure terror. Yes, yes, my lord. I am eternally grateful for the benevolence you've shown in taking me in. The Count jerks his chin toward the door, ordering her to get out. As he brushes past Lin Moyu and the butler, the Count continues to spew venomous insults and utter contempt. Unlike those of us born with noble blood, her kind is different. These starving rats crawling out of the slums, their lives aren't even worth a stale piece of black bread. He marches back to the lavish dining table and flops into his seat with a thud. He laces his fingers together, preaching his twisted philosophy. But even the lowliest trash has its use. Their only reason for existing is to serve as my personal entertainment. Don't you agree, Knight? Lin Moyu knows the fat pig is taking a jab at him for meddling, but he simply narrows his eyes and chooses the cold comfort of silence. Annoyed by the knight's indifference, the Count turns his focus to the butler to assert his power. Butler, prepare the feast. Set a separate place for this. Unranked knight. The butler bows low to obey. The Count smirks, turning back to needle Lin Moyu once more. If you weren't currently in my employ, you'd likely never have the chance to taste such delicacies in your entire life. Moments later, the long table is overflowing with a mountain of exquisite dishes. As the maids move in a flurry of activity, the butler stands ready to serve his master. My lord, the venison sent by the Count of Golden Hill has been prepared with the utmost care by our chefs. The Count strokes his chin, nodding like a true connoisseur. Not bad. However, he casts a sidelong glance at Lin Moyu, his eyes dripping with contempt. Our knight here is likely from the sticks. He wouldn't know what to do with such refined cuisine. Just give him a bowl of fish soup and be done with it. The butler gives a slimy, sycophantic grin. As you wish, my lord. Hearing the blatant insults, Lin Moyu knits his brows, his mind racing with calculations. The mission comes first, but once this is over, I'm coming back to tear this entire estate to the ground. Whatever you say, he shrugs, playing along. A moment later, Anna approaches, quietly placing a humble bowl of fish soup in front of the young man. Please enjoy, Sir Knight. Lin Moyu looks up and offers her a polite smile. Thank you. Meanwhile, the bloated Count is busy stuffing his face with meat and guzzling wine. Knight, have you figured out a solution yet? Don't you dare waste any more of my time. Lin Moyu calmly takes a sip of the plain soup before making his proposal. I'd like to stay in your chambers tonight to observe the situation. Upon hearing this, the Count explodes, slamming his wine glass down until it shatters into 1,000 pieces. He points a trembling finger, screaming at the top of his lungs. Are you mocking me? Do you really think someone like you can just wander into my bedroom? Find another way. I only care about results. Despite the verbal assault, Lin Moyu remains unfazed, sipping his soup as he curses the man's arrogance. What an insufferable, prideful fool. Later, after the fat pig retires to his room, a cold glint flashes in Lin Moyu's eyes. In an instant, he activates his invisibility and stands right outside the Count's door. He freezes, something's wrong. Suddenly, a sharp, violent crack echoes from inside. Anna clutches her swollen cheek, letting out a cry of pure agony. Seated arrogantly on his jewel-encrusted chair, Count Callow leans in close to berate her. You ungrateful brat. Do you have any idea what an honor it is to serve Count Callow? Do you feel wronged by me? The butler chimes in with oily flattery. Exactly. Countless people would kill for the chance to serve his lordship, yet you throw it away. On the floor, the poor girl trembles, sobbing hysterically. Please, please, have mercy. The Count grabs a handful of her hair, yanking her head back with a sickening, depraved grin. Did you really think that pathetic little knight could protect you? That fool does exactly what I tell him to do. Ha ha ha. The butler pushes up his glasses, laughing along. A knight? Please. One word from his lordship, and he's nothing more than a common slave. Ha ha ha. Hidden behind the ornate wooden door in a shroud of deep blue magic, Lin Moyu's fists clench tight. It's clear now every maid in this house is being held as a forced slave. Inside, the Count shoves the girl onto the cold stone floor, his voice dripping with megalomania. I, Count Callow, hold power not just in the Western Desert Kingdom. Even in other lands, my title remains. You'll never escape my grasp. Ha ha. Anna can only bury her face in her hands, weeping. The treacherous butler leans in, whispering more sweet poison. A man as brilliant as you, my lord, would never be foolish enough to put all his eggs in one basket. The fat man strokes his chin, letting out a cold, satisfied huff. Humph, that goes without saying. Eavesdropping from the shadows, Lin Moyu's mind suddenly pieces the puzzle together. Wait, his title was granted by the king of the Western Desert. It wouldn't mean anything elsewhere. Unless, in an instant, the green system interface flashes to life, updating the quest and triggering a hidden condition. Quest updated. Count Callow's nightmare has changed to arrest the traitor. Grade, gold. Objective. Throw the traitor Count Callow into the dungeon and find proof of his treason. Time limit, 48 hours. A smirk plays on his lips. It's exactly as he suspected. This pig Callow is a traitor. He needs to contact the Scorpion Knight Order and fast. Activating a specialized item, the system interface pings with a notification. Item used. Arrest request sent to the Scorpion Knight Order. Back inside the room, the Count's eyelids suddenly grow heavy, dark circles framing his eyes. He lets out a massive yawn, grumbling to himself. Why? Why am I suddenly so exhausted? He claws at his head in a frenzy, his bloodshot eyes venting their rage onto the kneeling maid. Damn it. That miserable snake is the reason I can't close my eyes at night. And you won't be living in peace either. Before he can strike, a terrifying force erupts from outside, a single kick shattering the thick, gilded wooden door into splinters. The doors fly open, and Lin Yuan strolls in with his hands in his pockets. His trench coat flutters behind him, radiating an air of cold, effortless arrogance. My Lord Count, I believe I just heard a rather pathetic scream. Meanwhile, he's already mapping it out. He just needs to stall for time until the Night Order arrives. Seeing the intruder return, the Count's blood boils. He points a trembling finger and shrieks at the top of his lungs. You damn knight, how many times must you insult me before you learn your place? The butler lunges forward with a sneer. Do you have any idea what a grave crime it is to barge into the Count's private chambers like this? Ignoring the yapping of those two curs, Lin Yuan looks down at the young maid and speaks softly. Leave now. I have some private business to discuss with the Count. The girl looks up at him with tear-filled eyes, completely stunned. Feeling insulted, the Count's bloated face twists as he spits out words of pure disdain. You dare ruin my fun and think anyone is leaving? A lowly little shrimp like you actually has the delusion that you're someone important? That knight's metal can't hide the stench of your pathetic peasant blood. The butler bows, fueling the fire. My lord, shall I grant him the punishment he deserves? The Count tilts his chin up, barking a cruel command. Bind him and hang him upside down for all to see. I want him to watch with wide eyes as he sees the tragic end of all low-born filth. The butler pushes up his glasses, rubbing his hands together in sick anticipation. Rest assured, my lord. He spins around and bellows for backup. Guards! An assassin is attempting to murder the Count. Instantly, a swarm of guards storms into the room from the luxurious hallway. Seeing the overwhelming odds, the maid, Anna, grabs Lin Yuan's coat in a panic. Please, run away! Don't throw your life away for me! But Lin Yuan only narrows his eyes, scanning the pack of mongrels before him. A confident smirk plays on his lips. You think this trash can actually take my life? You're not even in my league! The guards let out savage roars, leaping through the air like predators. The assassin is here! Take him down! Lin Yuan takes a stance and swings his arm. A magnificent gold-inlaid greatsword slowly manifests, wreathed in crackling deep blue electricity. Gripping the hilt, he raises the blade to eye level. His eyes burn with a murderous red glow as he whispers to the girl behind him. Get ready. You're getting out of here first. She nods frantically. Without another word, Lin Yuan spins and unleashes a wave of azure energy. The ground splits open as the strike sweeps the frontline guards away, leaving them gasping in terror. What? Seizing the moment, he grabs the maid's hand and pulls her along, vanishing from the guards' encirclement in a flash. The massive ironwood doors of the mansion remain shut tight under the silent night sky, like a suffocating cage. Suddenly, a monstrous force shatters those massive doors from within. Wood splinters fly everywhere as a violent explosion tears through the darkness. From the thick clouds of dust, Lin Yuan strides out, his cloak billowing behind him. He leaves behind the maid, who collapses to the ground in shock. The guards are hot on his heels, brandishing glowing swords and barking orders. There he is. Don't let him get away. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes as he cuts through the wind, his sharp gaze scanning the area. There are too many maids and servants around. It's not the right time to use necromancy or corpse explosion. The servants huddle in the shadows, trembling and whispering in fear. Is that him? Did he really try to kill the Count? A guard clad in iron armor rushes past, turning back to bark at them. Shh! Don't say such things! A maid's voice cuts off as her face pales, her eyes wide with horror. From above, a guard sent flying by Lin Yuan falls through the air, screaming for mercy before he crashes down. Help! Save me! Meanwhile, their savior charges forward, a blur of blinding blue energy carving through the ranks. He stands tall and proud amidst a sea of groaning soldiers. Lin Yuan sheathes his sword, calculating his next move. Now I just need to keep an eye on the Count and the butler until the night order arrives. Then it's over. Suddenly, glowing green magic chains lash out from nowhere, binding Lin Yuan's limbs tight. Despite being paralyzed, he doesn't flinch. He just smirks coldly. A crowd control skill? Perfect timing to test the Dark Spirit's equipment. His system interface flashes a brilliant green notification. Resistance skill activated. Control effect dispelled. The butler sneers as he and the Count step forward. He grips his magic staff with smug superiority. You knights are all the same, all brawn, zero brains. Count Carlo stands behind him, chest puffed out. Did you really think I didn't have masters protecting me? Break him, make it painful. Hidden behind the doors, the maids weep in despair. It's over. He's fallen into the hands of that devil butler. Who can blame him? The butler is a former elite from the Royal Mage Corps. The butler cackles, pressing his glowing lightning staff against Lin Yuan. He unleashes a thunderous strike, laughing like a madman. This spell will pour lightning directly into your veins. It's quite unpleasant. The glow of the staff reflects off Lin Yuan's icy, killer expression. The butler keeps rambling. That feeling is something you won't forget soon. In a flash, Lin Yuan bats the attack away with a voice as cold as death. Keep your little toy for yourself. His blade plunges deep into the butler, who coughs up blood in pure shock. Ah, you weren't restrained? He collapses to his knees, hacking up blood. The obese Count breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes bulging as he stares at Lin Yuan, who stands before him like a god of death, his face contorted with panic. The Count stumbles back, pointing a trembling finger. I summoned you here for a mission. Are you trying to start a rebellion? Lin Yuan points his blood-soaked blade at Carlo, his voice heavy with judgment. Forget the mission. I think your act of high treason is a much bigger issue. The fat man shudders, his face pale with dread. What? How? How do you know? The butler scrambles up from behind, his face a mask of madness as he lunges with his staff in a desperate sneak attack. You've seen too much. Just die and stay out of my way, he shrieks. As if he has eyes in the back of his head, Lin Yuan doesn't even bother to turn around. He simply points two fingers toward the sky, unleashing a reverse blast of emerald magic that halts the lethal strike in its tracks. It's a shame I can't just tear you apart right now. The mission requires him alive. The butler is sent tumbling back by the impact, screaming in sheer disbelief. What on earth? A knight? Who knows how to use magic? Before the man can even process the shock, Lin Yuan is already closing the distance, right in his face. A violent burst of holy lightning erupts, striking the royal mage directly. The searing heat sends him into a spasming fit of agony as he wails piteously, his body scorched by the light. The sheer force of the blow hurls the butler's body across the room like a rag doll. He slams into the stone floor with a bone-shattering thud, kicking up a cloud of dust before collapsing into unconsciousness. His shattered glasses hit the floor, a fitting end for a bully who relied on borrowed power. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Count hitches up his robes and scrambles up the stairs, running like his life depends on it. He screams back over his shoulder as he flees. You bastard! I'll definitely find Red and report your crimes. I'll see you sentenced to death. But as he looks up, his heart stops. Standing right there on the stairs, blocking his path like a demon from the underworld, are a pair of pitch-black boots. The Count stammers in terror, sweat pouring down his face like a waterfall. How did you get here? Lin Yuan's silhouette looms over him, blotting out the moonlight and radiating a suffocating pressure that pins the Count to the cold stone steps. What's wrong? Weren't you just screaming about sentencing me to death? Casting aside every shred of dignity, the cowardly fat man drops to his knees, waving his hands frantically in a desperate lie. That's not it at all. I was just going to find Red to request a reward for you. No, I'll personally ask the king to grant you a title and riches. Lin Yuan ignores the pathetic drivel. He raises a hand, igniting a blazing sphere of emerald magic fire right in the man's face, his lips curling into a chilling smirk as he closes the trap. Capturing a traitor like you and handing you to the king will get me all the rewards I need. The ball of mana whistles through the air as it descends, Lin Yuan's gaze cold and judgmental. When you were ruthlessly persecuting innocent, unarmed people, did the word mercy ever once cross your mind? The Count clutches his face, howling in hopeless agony. Ah, stop, please stop. Under the searing heat of the green flames, he blubbers and pleads for pity. I know I was wrong. Is that enough? Please. I'll release those peasants right now. Lin Yuan's voice is like ice, instantly extinguishing the man's last hope. It's far too late for that. Lin Yuan reaches out and hoists the portly Count into the air by his neck, leaving him kicking and gasping for breath. He's got the traitor firmly in his grasp now. Lin Yuan growls through gritted teeth. You'd better use this time to think very carefully about how you're going to confess your crimes. The fat man continues to squirm, throwing out cheap bribes. No, I'll give you anything you want. Just take it all, please. Just spare my life. The only answer he receives is a brutal, magic-infused punch that explodes against his chest. Lin Yuan shows no mercy. Say goodbye to your life, and that filthy, pathetic title of yours. A surge of emerald energy, as powerful as a thunderbolt, slams into the ground with unstoppable, destructive force. Right at that moment, Commander Red arrives, looking majestic atop his manticore. He calls out an inquiry. I hope I'm not too late. Is Count Callow unharmed, and where is this culprit you mentioned who's pulling the strings? Lin Yuan stuffs his hands in his pockets, his demeanor cool and arrogant as he replies. I'm afraid there's been a mistake, Commander. The criminal we need to arrest is Count Callow himself. He's the traitor. At this bombshell, Commander Red breaks into a cold sweat, his face pale with shock. A traitor? Heavens! He turns to the young knight, his expression turning deathly stern. You need to be absolutely sure about this. Laying a hand on a count without evidence. That's a capital offense. Meanwhile, Count Callow lies sprawled on the ground in a pathetic heap, pointing a shaky finger and screaming insults to try and reclaim some shred of his lost dignity. Do you realize this is a death sentence? You sent a madman here? This is a blatant, disgusting insult to a man of my rank. Red furrows his brow and crosses his arms, looking troubled and hesitant. Based solely on your word, I cannot officially order the arrest of a noble. Lin Yuan simply leans back and crosses his arms, completely unfazed by the tension. Just as the situation reaches a deadlock, the maid Anna steps forward, her hands clenched tightly together. Summoning every ounce of her courage, she speaks up clearly. Wait! I know where the evidence is. Anna walks over to Lin Yuan, looking up with eyes full of unwavering determination. I once overheard the Count secretly plotting with the snake people. What's more, they even have an altar for worshipping them right inside a hidden chamber. The young girl's face shines with fierce resolve as she points the way. The secret room isn't far from here. The evidence is definitely hidden inside. His mask stripped away, the Count's face twists into a demonic blood-red scowl. His eyes turn bloodshot as he shrieks like a madman. Liar! When would I ever associate with those disgusting snake people? Like a cornered beast, he lunges forward, intent on tearing apart the girl who exposed him. You peasant, I'll rip your tongue out! But Lin Yuan is already there, standing firm as an unbreakable shield. With a decisive strike, Lin Yuan delivers a kick infused with emerald magic that sends the fat man tumbling away. The system mission said so, he mutters coldly. That makes you a traitor in my book, old man. He turns to the commander and makes a formal request. Commander, please take the Count into custody for now. I'll be back shortly with the evidence. Seeing how far things have gone, Red sighs heavily and rubs his forehead, forced to agree. Fine, a matter this serious. I suppose we'll have to wait for the results of your search. From atop his mount, Red waves his hand and barks orders to his squad. He leaves 2 knights behind to assist with the search, while the rest immediately begin escorting the Count back to the barracks. The soldiers stomp their spears in unison, shouting their acknowledgement. Lin Yuan turns to the maid, his voice a steady pillar of support. Lead the way. There's nothing to worry about now. Looking at the knight's strong back, Anna's face flushes as she whispers, Yes, you're not like the others. I believe in you. Led by Anna, the group heads deep into a gloomy, stone-paved passage that feels cold to the touch. The Count's secret path leads right through here, the girl explains. One of the knights following behind probes the area with his spear, wondering aloud, A sewer? This is exactly the kind of place those snake people love to haunt. Trailing behind, Lin Yuan casts a suspicious glance at the short-haired maid, his mind racing with sharp deductions. Why on earth would a simple maid know about a place as godforsaken as this? They come to a halt before a massive, sealed metal door. This is the secret chamber where they usually meet, Anna reports. Lin Yuan steps forward slowly, his eyes fixed on the entrance. Leave the rest to me. He grips the edge of the door, tensing his muscles as he slowly pries it open. Glancing back, he warns his team, Stay alert. I'm opening it now. The gap reveals nothing but a pitch-black, suffocating void. Lin Yuan peers inside, clicking his tongue in surprise. It looks completely empty. Suddenly, out of the crushing darkness, massive, savage serpents lung with venomous fangs bared. Lin Yuan leaps back, shouting at the top of his lungs, Everyone, get back, now! Behind him, the knights recoil in sheer terror, clutching their weapons with trembling hands. Facing the swarm of aggressive vipers, Lin Yuan draws his blade with calm defiance. No need to panic, they're just a few oversized worms. With a few lightning-fast flashes of his blade, the swarm is butchered. Severed snake bodies lay scattered across the floor in a gruesome pool of blood. Hiding this many venomous snakes here, something is definitely wrong. As he speaks, Lin Yuan's eyes narrow, shifting toward the maid, Anna, who stands silently in the distance. His mind races, analyzing every detail. She doesn't look scared, not even surprised. If the entire team was wiped out here, there would be no witnesses left to testify against the Count. Is she a snake shifter in human skin? Could she be working with that fat pig? Maybe she realized the count was finished and pretended to help me just to save her own skin. This snake repellent potion is loathed by snake shifters. If she's faking, one drop of this will strip away her mask. With a flick of his wrist, he hurls the glass vial. It shatters against the stone, releasing a pale yellow mist as he offers a smooth explanation. This is snake repellent. It'll clear out any stragglers so we don't have to worry about a sneak attack. The yellow smoke swirls around Anna, engulfing her. She simply folds her hands over her chest, looking apologetic and perfectly calm. No reaction, no irritation, nothing. I'm so sorry. I had no idea something so terrifying was hidden in here, but the evidence must be inside. Seeing her absolute composure, Lin Yuan silently averts his gaze. A flame of green magic ignites in his palm, illuminating the room. He breathes a silent sigh of relief, letting go of his deep-seated suspicions. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. He turns to the girl with a reassuring smile. It's all right. This wasn't your fault. The group pushes deeper into the stone-paved chamber until they stumble upon it. A massive, sinister statue of a coiled serpent. Lin Yuan crosses his arms, his voice cold. Found it. The evidence. A knight lifts the statue, his voice trembling with shock. My God, this is the totem of the Snake King. The king ordered all of these destroyed. That damn count dared to hoard this many? Beside him, another knight holds up a scrap of fabric embroidered with a specific pattern, his eyes wide with horror. This is the count's family crest. He really was conspiring with the snake shifters. This is high treason. Behind the two knights, who are now breaking into a cold sweat, Anna lowers her head, a twisted, eerie smile spreading across her face, hidden by the shadows over her eyes. She clasps her hands, playing the role of the fragile victim, her voice cracking with feigned sobs. Please, Sir Knights, you must make him pay for this. The scene shifts to the dungeons, where Count Carlo slams his fist on the table, barking at the two guards. A whole night has passed. Where is your proof? How dare you smear the honor of a count like me? When I get out of here, I'll make every last one of you useless worms pay. The heavy cell door creaks open. Commander Shich strides in, his presence commanding, followed by Lin Yuan. Zeech's eyes burn with fury as he bellows. We found the evidence. Drag him out for a full interrogation. The guards snap their heels together in a sharp salute. The guards brutally shove the count down, forcing him to his knees. Shut your mouth! Confess your crimes, you pathetic traitor! The count breaks into a cold sweat, stammering in sheer panic. What? No. That's impossible. I have no connection to the snake shifters. Watching the interrogation with his hands behind his back, Commander Seech sighs, shaking his head in disappointment at the young man. Beyond belief, to think Carlo was actually a traitor, he claps Lin Yuan on the shoulder, his voice thick with pride. You've done a great service this time. I've already reported this to the king. A reward will be coming your way very soon. Lin Yuan offers a modest smile. Thank you, Commander. I was only doing my duty. Behind them, the sharp crack of a whip echoes, followed by the Count's agonizing screams. Ah, stop! I am Count Carlo. The butler's voice joins in, high-pitched and cowardly. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a butler. Zeech's expression turns grave. He strokes his chin, analyzing the situation. I fear the snake shifters have already gathered too much intelligence on the Kingdom of the West. I'll personally lead the troops for a thorough sweep. As for the maids in the Count's manor, I'll have to trouble you to handle them. Lin Yuan's eyes flicker with a hidden plan. There's a certain treasure left in the Count's house that he absolutely cannot miss. Snapping back to reality, the young knight accepts the task. Understood. I'll see to them personally. Just then, a guard rushes in, breathless. Commander! They're talking! Sheech's eyes sharpen like daggers. He turns instantly. Oh? Get the pen and paper ready. The one-stapper butler, now bruised and swollen, scrambles forward, eager to sell out his master. I'll talk first. Ah ya, the Count has been meeting with the snake shifters in secret. The Count refuses to let him take the lead. With a blood-smeared face, the Count screams in a piercing screech. Shut up! It's not your turn to speak! He uses his bloated body to headbutt the butler, sending the man tumbling away with a pained yelp. Carlo crawls to Sheech's feet, tears and snot streaming down his face as he trembles. I confess. I did have some small dealings with outside forces, just a tiny bit. He looks up, sobbing like a pathetic dog. But I've been honest and confessed. You must ask the king to show me mercy. Disgusted by the traitor's shamelessness, Seech grips his sword hilt, cursing under his breath. We've risked our lives for this country for years, and a man like you dares to bite the hand that feeds him? You're a dead man, you bastard. The system interface flashes brightly. Mission, capture the traitor, completed. Scorpion Knight Corps reputation plus 1,000. Yet Lin Yuan frowns, feeling a nagging doubt. Was it really that easy? What about that giant serpent from before? I must have missed something critical. Closing the system, Lin Yuan bows in farewell. Since he's confessed, I'll head out and arrange housing for those maids now. Zeech nods, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glares at the fat noble. Go. I'm going to make sure Carlo coughs up every single secret he's hiding. The heavy wooden door of the cell slams shut with finality. The traitor's filthy secrets are sealed within the confines of a private interrogation room. Inside, the knight unsheathes his blade, pointing it directly at the Count's throat as he roars with absolute authority. Confess! Who among you serves as a spy for the Serpent People? The Count's eyes bulge in pure terror as he shrieks a desperate, frantic plea of innocence. What Serpent People? My contact was clearly an operative from the Southern Tortoise Kingdom. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan has already returned to the gates of the Count's opulent estate. He rubs his chin, digging through memories of his past life. He recalls a forum post where someone once bragged that within the house of Carlo lay a legendary shield, a gift bestowed by the king himself. With god-tier stats and a unique special skill, it has to be hidden somewhere in this very spot. Slipping into a cluttered storage room filled with crates and chests, Lin Yuan scours every corner. His glowing red eyes scan the room, hungrily searching for the hidden treasure. He flings open several expensive wooden chests, only to find them completely hollow. Lin Yuan clicks his tongue in frustration. Did someone beat him to it? How could anyone else possibly know this item existed? Returning to the main hall, a guard escorting the maids rushes over to report. Sir, the girls are all gathered, but we've discovered one is missing. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes. Who's gone? It's the maid named Anna, they answer anxiously. Lin Yuan's expression darkens as a flicker of green magic ignites instinctively in his palm. His mind races. Was she silenced by the Serpent People to cover their tracks? Or was his initial suspicion about her the actual truth? Snuffing out the flame, Lin Yuan spins around and strides into the shadows of the corridor. Whatever the case, I need to find her and fast, he mutters with grim determination. Halting before the basement door, he sharpens his focus. A living person doesn't just vanish into thin air. This secret passage leading to the sewers beneath the mansion is the most likely lead. Descending the damp stairs into the pitch-black, freezing sewers, his silhouette is slowly swallowed by the gloom. His mind frantically pieces the clues together. Ever since he arrived, he's had a nagging feeling that he's overlooked one crucial, vital detail. Think, if the Count was truly in league with the Serpent People, why on earth would he voluntarily mention dreaming about snakes in the first place? Just then, a familiar female voice cuts through his thoughts with biting sarcasm. You're far too late. Lin Yuan's eyes snap wide, his body tensing into a combat stance. Who's there? In the dim sewer light, Anna stands with her back turned, mocking him with delight. What's the rush? You weren't the one forced to suffer undercover in that rotting, pathetic mansion. You have the luxury of coming and going as you please, after all. Out from the shadows steps a figure in a black cloak, with purple hair and a snake-scale mask covering half his face. He flashes a sinister, wicked smirk. Well, well. Is that fool Count Carlo finally finished? Seeing his sworn enemy, Lin Yuan immediately triggers his invisibility skill. The system screen flashes, stealth activated. Hidden in a spectral state, his brain goes into overdrive. It's the Snake Tamer. Why is Anna meeting him in secret? Isn't she supposed to be a mere NPC? The Snake Tamer clicks his tongue in admiration. Tisk. Tisk. I'd expect nothing less. Anna, you truly are a natural-born actress. That pig of a count probably went to his grave, never suspecting you were the one who prepared that secret chamber. By now, Anna has stripped off her maid uniform. She stands revealed in a skin-tight combat suit that highlights every dangerous curve. Crossing her arms, she replies with smug confidence. Of course those fools never suspected a thing, but then she frowns. However, a strange knight showed up. For some reason, he started suspecting my ties to the Serpent People. He even used snake attractant to test me. I'll have to leave the dirty work to you, the Snake Tamer sneers. Oh? I thought you had those idiots wrapped around your little finger? His expression hardens as he demands, what does this man look like? Anna pulls out a portrait, her voice cold and professional. This is his face. I must continue my mission for the Serpent People, weakening the nobility of the West Desert Kingdom step by step. Then, she counters, and what about you? How is your snake replenishment coming along? The Snake Tamer takes the portrait, glancing at it with total indifference. But in the next heartbeat, his face twists into a mask of pure rage, veins bulging in his neck. He hisses through gritted teeth. It's him, this bastard. If it weren't for him, my precious little snakes would never have left me. He's the one. He's the thief who stole my hidden dungeon. Crouched in the shadows, Lin Yuan finally sees the full picture. Anna is a serpent spy, planted to frame and eliminate the West Desert nobility. But another question arises. If the Count was truly framed, why did the system mark my quest as complete? Forget it. I'll just wait for the right moment and wipe them all out at once. Hearing the tamer's hysterical screeching, Anna crosses her arms in disdain. What's wrong? You've run into him too? He's just a knight who knows a few spells, isn't he? Can't you handle a simple nuisance like that? Infuriated, the Snake Tamer bellows back. What the hell do you know? His power is far beyond anything you've seen. He can even summon the undead. If it wasn't for that damned undead guarding the dungeon entrance, I wouldn't be in this mess. Anna recoils in shock. Undead? You mean his classes? The tamer grinds his teeth. Exactly. That's why I need you to lend me the Pluto snake for a moment. His face twists into a mask of pure evil, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. I'm going to tear him limb from limb. Unexpectedly, Anna shuts him down instantly. Absolutely not. The Pluto snake is meant for another plan. If it enters the range of the West Desert State Preceptor, he'll destroy it without a second thought. That is a loss our serpent civilization cannot afford. Desperate, the snake tamer grabs her shoulders, pleading hopelessly. But I can't wait any longer. You have to let me use it. Anna shoves his hands away and leans into his face, her voice a sharp warning. I will not let you act this recklessly. Still cloaked in invisibility, Lin Yuan analyzes the situation. Normally, NPCs don't have this much complex interaction with players. Is this snake tamer using Anna to farm reputation points for the serpent civilization? He tightens his fist, his resolve hardening. He won't let this bastard get what he wants. Suddenly, a violent blast of pressure erupts, shaking the entire sewer system to its core. Lin Yuan whips around in shock. Through the billowing white smoke, a gargantuan jade-green serpent with glowing golden eyes slithers out, its massive head rising to exert a crushing, terrifying pressure. The snake controller retreats in a hurry, stepping back several paces to leave the main stage to the beast and its master. Standing before the massive serpent's head, Anna crosses her arms and drops a chilling threat. The Ming King snake can sense my every emotional shift. If you truly intend to make a move, I won't be able to stop it. The snake controller curls his lip into a sneer. You two really are a master and servant with a deep, touching bond, aren't you? The giant serpent narrows its eyes. A single thought consumed its mind. It's all for that plan. Anna gently strokes the beast's iron-hard scales. Seeking some form of empathy and comfort, the snake controller finally relents. Fine, whatever. I'll find a way to deal with him myself. Just keep carrying out your mission. Don't forget what your old boss told you. You must coordinate with my movements. Anna leans her head against the Ming King snake's firm body, clutching a stolen shield as she grumbles in pure disgust. I know, just let me rest for a minute. Serving those old geezers is absolutely nauseating. All I got from this trip was one mediocre shield. After being tormented by that fat pig for so long, it's definitely more loss than gain. As the snake controller turns to leave, Anna tosses her head and calls out, "Suit yourself." The entire drama is captured by Lin Yuan's watchful eyes. Lin Yuan looks down at his soul hands, calculating his next move. His stealth is useless against the Ming King snake. He can't afford to be reckless. A new plan forms. He'll send a tiny snake to tail the snake controller and strike once he's far enough away. A small soul serpent instantly detaches from his body, gliding away silently. Looking up at the massive serpent, Lin Yuan whispers a comfort. Don't be impatient. Soon, very soon, you'll see Tianri again. The snake flicks its tongue in eager anticipation. Lin Yuan clenches his fist. He decides the Count's business can wait until he asks the knights later. Dealing with the first disciple is the top priority now. He needs to snatch that snake controller first. Opening the tracking map, he smirks confidently. With the dim soul's skills, he's sure he can land a surprise blow this time. The snake controller is walking briskly when a numbing jolt of electricity suddenly surges down his spine. He stops dead in his tracks, startled. Is it that undead brat again? The system alerts him. Magic numbing perception activated. His purple eyes bulge in shock beneath his snake scale mask. Damn it, I'm being followed. He hurriedly pulls out a teleportation scroll, gritting his teeth in hatred. Lucky I prepared this. Sooner or later, I'll wipe that bastard out. The system immediately flashes a notification. Teleportation in progress. A brilliant green magic circle appears beneath his feet, swallowing him whole before vanishing without a trace. Lin Yuan freezes, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Another one of those expensive teleport scrolls? Lin Yuan muses. It seems this first disciple has more resources than I thought. I need to build up my own capital too. Right, it's time to stock up on a batch of high-potency lightning resistance potions. Once that lightning attribute dungeon opens, they'll be the hottest items on the market. His gaze hardens with determination as he looks toward his guarding undead minions. And to do that, I have to keep control over the hidden snake den dungeon. Meanwhile, at a solemn cathedral, a lady named Edith offers her emotional thanks. Oh my, I never imagined these homeless girls suffered so much. Let them stay here. Another girl grasps Edith's hand in deep gratitude. I can teach them how to sew. It's much better than going back to being servants. This was the purpose of our trip. Thank you, Lady Edith, a knight speaks up. We shall take our leave now. Oh, by the way, has your confession statement been finalized? Another knight replies. It's already been handed over to the commander. To think he was secretly colluding with the Southern Return Empire. How shameful. Southern Return is our mortal enemy. As the knights depart, someone watches them and mutters, so the Southern Return Empire is pulling the strings. In this immortal world, Southern Return and West Desert have always been bitter rivals. I hope he gets the karma he deserves. Once the knights are out of sight, a figure in a black cloak with a crow perched on his shoulder whispers from the thickets. Go tell the boss the target has left the knights. We can strike at any moment. The crow lets out a few caws as if it understands, spreading its pitch-black wings and soaring into the blue sky. Back to Lin Yuan, who is calculating the formula for the high-potency lightning resistance potion. Brewing this requires a high-level alchemist, but they're all tied up in major guilds. He stands before a mission board, frowning slightly. This formula item is a one-time use. If they learn it and then turn on me, it'll be a massive headache. Lin Yuan reaches a decision. Finding a freelance alchemist and signing a contract is the safest bet. He scans the mission papers on the board. High-level freelance alchemists aren't easy to find. I'll post a bounty mission first to see if anyone fits the bill. Suddenly, his gaze stops at a specific mission flyer. He picks it up and reads to himself. Player Luo Qingyan has posted a bounty. Luo Qingyan. From his past life memories, she was one of the top 10 alchemists in the West Desert, and her main class was a ranger with powerful long-range attacks. Lin Yuan's eyes light up. Most importantly, she never joined a guild. The system screen flashes instantly. Bounty mission accepted. Friend added automatically. A chat interface pops up, and Luo Qingyan's voice rings out, filled with surprise. Huh? I didn't think anyone would actually dare take my mission. Didn't you see the Raging Flame Guild members intentionally blocking my listing? Lin Yuan types a blunt reply. Never heard of them. When do we finish the mission? Luo Qingyan giggles. Well, aren't you the impatient one? Fine then. I'm sending you the coordinates. See you soon. Coordinates. 225-478-6-5. He mutters. High-level freelance alchemists are rare. I hope she's worth the partnership. Lin Yuan quickly makes his way to a jagged, rocky canyon. A crisp voice rings out from behind. Hello there, sweetie. Are you the one who took my mission? Luo Qingyan, a stunning female ranger with long brown hair, appears. She asks as she walks toward him. Just you? The granite golem is an elite monster, you know. Are you sure you can handle this alone? Lin Moyu turns back with a soft grunt. He realizes the drunk girl from the tavern that day is actually Lak Queen Nan. Lak Queen Yan steps closer, leaning into Lin Moyu's face with a teasing grin. Well, look at you. Didn't expect my little brother to be such a hottie. I'm counting on you for this mission, okay? She leaps onto a rocky ledge, draws her bow, and winks. Stay safe now. Big sister's gonna use her arrows to protect you. Lin Moyu replies coldly. No need. Lak Queen Nan thinks to herself, this guy doesn't look very reliable. Lin Moyu sighs. Since there's no one better available, he just has to settle for her. Lak Queen Nan points ahead. Those granite golems are hiding in those rocks. They're always lurking, waiting to ambush people. They venture deeper into the canyon, footsteps crunching on the gravel. Suddenly, Lin Moyu stops, his gaze sharpening with caution. Humph. Lak Queen Nan still laughs carefree. Don't you worry. Even if the mission fails, I won't hold it against you. Right then, the ground shakes violently. A massive granite golem bursts from the cliffside, lunging forward. An information panel flashes before Lin Moyu's eyes. Granite golem, level 15 elite, 3,600 health, 300 attack, 410 defense. Skills, iron body and power block. They both snap into a combat stance. The golem roars, swinging a boulder-sized fist downward with crushing force. Lak Queen Nan doesn't even flinch. She draws her bow, and a glowing green energy arrow ignites. Watch this! I told you Big Sister would protect you! The arrow whistles through the air, but the moment it hits the monster's steel-hard body, it bounces right off. A mocking mist pops up. Lak Queen Nan pouts, her face falling instantly. Of course it's like this. Combat is way harder than alchemy. Before she can finish complaining, she jumps in fright as two more golems emerge from her flanks. They raise their fists toward her. At the critical moment, a shadow blurs past. Lin Moyu stands before her, one hand shoving her back to safety. His other hand is already gripping a razor-sharp sword. Hide well, I'll handle them. A faint blue aura erupts from his body. His eyes turn icy, his brain working at full speed. These granite golems thrive on surrounding their prey. Instead of fear, Lin Moyu wears a provocative smirk. Their defense is high? Fine. He'll exploit their aggro to draw them all in for a head-on clash. He instantly fires two orbs straight at their heads. Standing in the distance, Lak Queen Nan stares blankly at Lin Moyu's back. She mutters, why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? A handsome guy, cold and decisive. Suddenly, a memory flashes in her mind. Lak Queen Nan freezes as the truth hits her. I remember now. Is he the one who chased those thugs away from me at the tavern? Can he really solo these monsters all by himself? It turns out she wasn't just seeing things while drunk. She frantically digs out a recovery potion and runs toward the battle, heart pounding with worry. Geez, he must be cursing me out right now. Don't be scared, little brother. Sister's coming with the meds. Before she can reach him, Lin Moyu slams his foot down, launching himself into the air like an arrow. He raises his sword high and bellows, "Gate of the Underworld." Instantly, a massive, eerie green portal tears open behind him. From within, hellhounds and werewolves from the abyss charge out with blood-curdling howls. The undead army tears into the granite golems, igniting an earth-shattering melee. In the blink of an eye, the monsters are completely wiped out. Their bodies shatter into fragments, leaving golden spirit cores shimmering on the ground. Lin Moyu lands softly, picks one up, and walks over calmly. He holds the spirit core out to La Queen Nan, whose jaw is still on the floor. "This is the granite core you needed, right?" A system notification confirms the bounty mission is complete. La Queen Nan takes it, dazed. "Is it over just like that? Am I hallucinating from lack of sleep?" Lin Moyu shrugs. "They were just a few elite mobs." She looks at him with sparkling, admiring eyes. "Now I remember. You're the one who took me back to the hotel, aren't you? I owe you big time for this. But wait, with strength like yours, why did you even take my mission? You could easily take on quests with much higher rewards, couldn't you?" Lin Moyu looks her straight in the eye, stating his goal clearly. "I'm looking for a high-level alchemist to sign a potion-making contract. I don't trust the people in the guild. You just happen to fit my requirements. This is a business deal with a very generous payout. Interested?" La Queen Nan smiles charmingly and nods without a second thought. "Sure. I saw what kind of man you were that night. So, shall we go grab a drink and discuss the plan?" Lin Moyu immediately opens a virtual contract panel. "I'll tell you the specific plan later. For now, sign the contract." She replies happily, "I sign. I usually hate these contract things, but if it's you, little brother, no problem." Lin Moyu nods in satisfaction as the system confirms the success. The notification is clear. Player La Queen Yan has agreed to the partnership contract, establishing an employment relationship with player Lin Moyu. Personal info hidden. La Queen Nan crosses her arms, winking playfully. "So, I'm working for you now. What do you want me to help you with?" Lin Moyu replies, "I have a recipe." Mid-sentence, Lin Moyu stops. He narrows his eyes, scanning the surroundings. "Wait, this place is?" He looks up at the jagged stone pillars. A sudden sense of déjà vu washes over him. "I feel like I saw this scene somewhere in my past life. The spawn points of these golems follow a specific pattern." Suddenly, a flash of green light erupts. A massive monster with a lion's body, eagle wings, and a scorpion's tail appears out of nowhere. La Queen Nan panics, but Lin Moyu recognizes it instantly. It's a manticore. Without hesitation, he leaps onto the beast's back. The creature lets out a roar and beats its wings, soaring into the sky. It leaves La Queen Nan standing there, stunned. "Huh? He just left like that?" Soaring through the air, Lin Moyu looks down at the panoramic view of the canyon. It all clicks. No wonder. So this was the perspective of that photo on the forums in my past life. From above, the stone pillars where the golems appeared are arranged in a mysterious array. The manticore circles once before landing in front of the largest pillar. Lin Yuan's eyes flash with excitement. This is the entrance to a hidden dungeon. Deep within the ancient catacombs, he and Luo Qingyan venture cautiously into the darkness. One radiates a dark blue energy, while the other is enveloped in a vibrant green light of life. Luo Qingyan whispers as they walk, her eyes wide with disbelief. "I can't believe there's actually a hidden dungeon in this stone forest. But there's only 2 of us. Are you sure about this?" Lin Yuan remains stoic, his mind racing with calculations. In his past life, the forums only had a single photo of this entrance. Beyond that, there was absolutely no information. Hidden dungeons are death traps, but the loot is legendary. Even without intel, he has to take the risk. He glances at the girl beside him. "If I recall, you're the one who insisted on following me." Luo Qingyan immediately pouts, putting her hands on her hips in an adorable display of protest. "Hey, I was just curious. Don't worry, I don't want any of the loot. I just want to see the world for once." Lin Yuan shakes his head slightly and says firmly, "Since we're here, you follow my lead. Let's go, the entrance is right ahead." As his foot hits the first step, a wave of ancient, bone-chilling cold washes over him. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes at the long, dark corridor leading deep underground. At the end of the path lies a massive stone sarcophagus. Lin Yuan immediately recognizes the subterranean ruins of the Azd civilization, an ancient tomb. He explains the lore to a bewildered Luo Qingyan. In the world of the immortals, the Azd were a civilization that worshipped death. They observe the strange patterns etched into the walls as they walk. Lin Yuan continues. What they sought was the ultimate transcendence of the soul, a state of immortality. They mastered powerful techniques of crafting artifacts from human remains. However, this civilization collapsed hundreds of years ago. The ancient stone steps are crumbling and decayed. Luo Qingyan shivers, hugging her arms tightly. "I don't know why, but I have a really bad feeling about this." Suddenly, a low buzzing sound erupts from the sarcophagus, growing louder by the second. Lin Yuan instantly snaps to attention. The sound of mosquitoes? Wait, no. A black shadow streaks out from the sarcophagus with terrifying speed, leaving a blurry trail in its wake. Lin Yuan barely manages to shout, "It's too fast!" He swings his blade, unleashing a brilliant arc of blue sword chi, but the shadow is swifter. It effortlessly evades the strike and lunges straight for Luo Qingyan. She lets out a sharp cry as a surge of black energy wraps around her. Paralysis spreads through her body as the shadow finally reveals its true form. A wraith in a tattered black robe, wielding a massive scythe with eyes glowing a haunting purple. Level 17, Black-Robed Wraith. Health, 4,500. Attack, 530. Defense, 45. Behind the wraith, a swarm of smaller monsters begins to crawl out. One of them speaks up, "Is that an insect-type monster?" Luo Qingyan grits her teeth, feeling her limbs turn to lead. I can't move." Lin Yuan doesn't turn back, barking orders to his subordinate. "Null, get her out of the dungeon." Despite being restrained, Luo Qingyan quickly pulls several vials from her bag and hurls them toward Lin Yuan with all her might. "These potions will give you a temporary boost." The system log flashes. Agility potion used on teammate Lin Yuan. Agility increased by 10%. Attack potion used on teammate Lin Yuan, damage output increased by 10%. Defense potion used, defense increased by 10%. Lin Yuan feels power surging through his veins as he analyzes the situation. "That thing focuses on blitz attacks. I need to clear these minions first." He dives into the swarm, his green sword light flashing repeatedly as he mows down the smaller mobs. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind strikes from his flank. Lin Yuan recoils in surprise, his expression turning grave. This guy is smarter than I thought. It knows how to time its strikes. Standing before him is a massive dung beetle, its body shimmering like polished jade. Lin Yuan slashes at it, but the blade bounces off without leaving a scratch. "A high defense beetle? No wonder I'm not dealing any damage. Does it have a special defense mechanic?" Atech Empire Scarab God. Special High. Tier Monster. Health, 100. Attack, 1000. Defense, 0. Skill, Immortal Execution. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, his resolve hardening. High speed and lethal single-target damage, this is exactly what his team is missing. "I'm not letting you escape." He immediately summons a massive lightning scorpion from the earth to block its path. The beetle takes flight instantly, grazing the top of the scorpion's head. "Don't even think about running," Lin Yuan roars. He chases at maximum speed, but the creature is like a lightning bolt, dodging every attack in its path. At that exact moment, Lin Yuan leaps into the air, bringing his sword down in a crushing blow. No matter how cunning it is, it can't outrun a strike infused with necrotic power. "You're just a bug." The beetle is shattered by the strike, dissolving into countless shards of energy. Lin Yuan screams, "Die!" Lin Yuan exhales a long breath, his sword still pinned through the dying scarab god. Whew, even if he only did a bit of damage each time, it couldn't get away. Death was only a matter of time. Suddenly, the system interface coldly displays the words, "Health reduced to 0." Lin Yuan stands tall, extending a hand as teal necrotic energy swirls in his palm. "Very good, now fight for me." From the beetle's corpse, a violent burst of teal light erupts, shattering the surrounding stone floor. The light begins to coalesce. The fragments of the beetle quickly reform into a brand new scarab god, radiating a haunting glow. A faint, childlike voice echoes in his mind. Where are you taking me?" Lin Yuan thinks to himself he didn't expect it to have a sliver of sentience. This is an incredible find. The beetle doesn't wait for an answer. It flies straight toward the massive stone sarcophagus. Lin Yuan realizes it instantly. "That coffin. Can you open it?" The beetle lands on the lid, releasing a powerful surge of energy that triggers the ancient mechanism. The heavy lid slowly slides open with a thunderous rumble, and a pillar of blinding light shoots from within, piercing the heavens. Lin Yuan watches the magnificent sight, finally understanding. No wonder there was no info on the forums. You actually need the scarab god to cooperate. From within the pillar of light, a golden book emerges. The system announces, "Congratulations, you have obtained the cursed book. You may now pay the price to choose your own skill." A list of skills flashes before him. Amplify damage level 1, curses a group of enemies, increasing the damage they take by 50%. The cost? His maximum health decreases by 200 points. Night vision level 1, curses a group of enemies, slashing their field of vision. The cost? His own vision decreases by 50 points. Weakness level 1, curses a single enemy, reducing the damage they can deal. The cost? His attack power drops by 100 points. Attack reflection level 1, curses a group of enemies, forcing the damage they deal to reflect back onto themselves. The cost? His strength drops by 10 points. Fear level 1, curses a single enemy, causing them to flee in sheer terror. The cost? His mental energy drops by 5 points. Lom Viren scrolls through the list, nodding in approval. As expected of a civilization that worships death, these skills are focused on devastating debuffs. Judging by their effects, they won't be easy to dispel. Without a moment's hesitation, he reaches out and selects the very first skill. Amplify damage has the strongest practical effect in combat, so that's the one. Losing 200 points of max health isn't a deal breaker for me. The Sacred Scarab has already compensated for my lack of burst assassination capabilities, and Curse Magic is even better suited for group battles. Combined with the crowd control removal from the Gloom Spirit, I can focus down high-priority targets. Once the skill is learned, Lom Viren glances at the remains of the defeated wraiths. They don't matter anymore. He turns to leave, and the Sacred Scarab obediently follows. A smirk plays on his lips. The Scarab's paralysis effect, paired with its high-speed stealth. When he runs into that snake tamer again, that bastard won't be escaping so easily this time. Just then, the beetle's status screen updates. A detailed interface displays the Sacred Scarab's skills. The Eternal effect, any damage dealt to the Scarab is reflected back to the attacker as 200% lightning damage. There is a 50% chance to trigger a paralysis effect lasting 60 seconds. As an undead entity, it is immune to fear, poison, blindness, pain, and bleeding. As the two of them step out of the dungeon portal, Lom Viren is already planning his next move. Time to head back and prep the shop. I need to start stockpiling those alchemical potions. Suddenly, Lin Yuan is sent flying through the air, crashing right at his feet. Startled, Lom Viren immediately spins around, his eyes narrowing as he looks ahead. A group of players is marching toward them. Who are they? The leader, a blonde guy with a cocky expression, sneers. Oh, so you're the brat who took her quest? Don't you know she's been blacklisted by our Blazing Flame Guild? Looks like you've got a death wish, kid. Lin Yuan scrambles to her feet, whispering to Lom Viren with a look of pure rage. Listen to me, little brother. Find a chance to get out of here. They're after me. These idiots weren't strong enough for my commission and got their whole team wiped by monsters. Now, they're trying to extort me for the loss. The blonde guy points a finger directly at her face, his neck veins bulging as he screams, "You rotten witch! If we hadn't been helping you fight those stone golems, my brothers wouldn't have lost levels. This debt is on your head. Give us 30 gold coins, or neither of you is leaving this place alive." Suddenly, he feels a freezing wave of dark energy radiating from Lom Viren. The entire group watches in horror as Lom Viren is enveloped in swirls of deep purple cursed energy. The blonde leader stammers, What's happening?" Lom Viren raises his hand, and a massive ritual circle of curses erupts beneath their feet. The blonde guy realizes in a panic, this is bad. It's curse magic. An eerie voice echoes through the air. Descent of the curse. The Sacred Scarab takes flight from behind Lom Viren, its eyes glowing fiercely as his voice rings in their heads. Not leaving alive, you say? Lom Viren smirks with total confidence. Deep purple cursed energy surges around him. This is the perfect chance to test the synergy between his new skill and the Sacred Scarab. Skill activated. Amplify damage. The blonde leader roars at his team's healer. "You useless piece of trash! You can't even dispel a single curse?" The healer panics, his body tightly bound by threads of dark energy. "No, boss, it's not that. I've never seen this kind of curse magic before." A cold system notification pops up. Dispel attempt failed. Cannot be removed. The leader grits his teeth, trying to keep his men calm. Damn it! Don't think a lucky sneak attack gives you the win. He points at Lom Viren, puffing his chest out. "It's just one curse. There are 4 of us. Killing you will be a walk in the park." Before he can finish, a streak of emerald light flashes by. A subordinate lets out a blood-curdling scream as the green glow hits him. Another team member watches in terror as his comrades fall one by one, unable to even speak. When did he attack? Lom Viren stands perfectly still, a sphere of vibrant green energy gathering in his palm. He calculates his move. Use the curse to amp the damage, then let the highly mobile Sacred Scarab wipe out the enemy healer. His tactics are becoming far more flexible. The leader clutches his shoulder, screaming like a madman. "Quick! His skills must be on cooldown. Grab him and kill him now." 2 beefy warriors roar, charging at Lom Viren with their weapons raised. "This guy relies entirely on summons. He's definitely a long-range class. Charge!" The other shouts back. "On it!" Lom Viren's face is shrouded in shadow, revealing only a mysterious, mocking grin. Suddenly, the sword in his hand erupts with a brilliant turquoise light. Virtual data streams dance across the blade. The 3 remaining members of the Blazing Flame Guild bulge their eyes in absolute shock. What? He's drawing a sword? Lom Viren moves like a ghost, flickering past the 2 brutes in an instant. His cold voice whispers in their ears. "Too bad. You guessed wrong." Meanwhile, the healer is being toyed with by the Sacred Scarab. He screams in despair, "What the hell is this thing?" Another member gets grazed by the beetle. He yells out, "How should I know? I hit it, and it only lost 1 health point? Before the leader can react, Lum Viren sends him flying backward with a single kick, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Lum Viren walks over calmly, standing over the leader who is struggling to crawl back up. Impossible. How could my team be defeated so easily? What kind of class are you? The leader's attitude shifts instantly, trying to sound persuasive. I didn't expect her to find a helper like you. How about you join our Blazing Flame Guild instead? How much is that woman paying you? I'll double it, no, 5 times as much. Just as his hand touches the ground, a dark, shadowy vine suddenly erupts from the earth, pinning his hand down. Lum Viren narrows his eyes, his sharp gaze cutting toward the edge of the forest. Still waiting in ambush, huh? From the shadows, a massive ghost wolf lunges out, sinking its fangs into the leader's neck. Lin Moyu mutters coldly, "Shut your mouth and just die." The leader only manages one horrific scream before being shredded by the wolf. Lin Moyu raises his hand, and the corpses on the ground begin to glow. He bellows, "You roar too!" The system screen flickers to life, activating the skill. Corpse explosion! The bodies detonate violently, creating a terrifying blast that blows everything away. The explosion is so massive it stuns the remaining enemies hiding in the woods. One of them barely manages to skid to a halt. A man mutters in sheer terror. Was that a coincidence? Or were we exposed from the start? Right then, Lin Moyu suddenly appears, dusting off his coat with a cold smirk. Looks like there are still 3 little rats left. Seeing the group is compromised, a man in a black cloak shouts a frantic warning. Instantly, a massive jade-blue sword aura erupts from his blade, sweeping across the battlefield and sending the assassins flying. Lin Moyu touches down, his sharp eyes analyzing the situation. Something's wrong. These guys are on a completely different level than the Wild Flame Guild. Could this be another faction? Meanwhile, the 3 cloaked figures quickly regroup, forming a pincer formation. The leader roars, "Since we're exposed, let's finish this. Use that move." The heavy-set brute carrying an axe agrees. He leaps into the air, swinging his massive battle axe in a powerful downward strike. Simultaneously, arrows streak toward him with terrifying speed. He narrows his eyes. Suddenly, a glowing red chain whip lashes out from the ground, aiming for Lin Moyu's legs. Lin Moyu's reflexes are lightning fast. He stomps hard on the chain, using the momentum to vault spectacularly into the air. Effortlessly dodging the spinning axe, he lands firmly on the ground. His sword emanates a freezing frost as he smirks provocatively. "Is that all you've got? Show me everything." Enraged by his attitude, the axe-wielding assassin screams in fury and charges straight at him. "Die, you arrogant brat!" He takes the full force of a swirling blue magic surge. The brute is blasted into the air, gritting his teeth and howling in agony. "Ah!" Lin Moyu's hand glows with oppressive dark magic circles. He delivers the killing blow with a smirk. "Now it's my turn." The system coldly announces. "Skill activated. Damage boost." Hit by the lethal strike, the cloaked man's eyes bulge in panic. Sweat pours down his face as purple dark energy binds his entire body, leaving him completely paralyzed. Choking as the magical vines tighten around him, he twists in desperation, screaming to his comrades for help. "Hurry! Get this off me!" Just as the plea leaves his lips, a massive shadow looms over him, draining the color from his face as he gasps in horror. A colossal stone golem slams a 1,000-pound fist directly onto his position, accompanied by an ear-shattering scream. "Ah!" Ignoring his dying comrade, the leader lashes his chain whip wildly, barking orders. "Don't stop. Complete the mission. We must eliminate him at all costs." The one fighting the archer immediately acknowledges. Lin Moyu easily parries a sharp spear thrust with his blade, his mind calmly calculating. A mission? It seems these guys are mercenaries sent by someone. Before he can finish the thought, the enemy's spear whistles through the air again, thrusting at him with insane speed. But with a masterful flick of his wrist, Lin Moyu catches the enemy's long chain and yanks it with all his might. The assassin's body jerks, losing balance mid-air. He stammers in shock. What the hell is this? At that moment, Lin Moyu's black blade gathers mana and unleashes a violent blue storm right at him. Crushed by the bombardment, the assassin tumbles away, screaming in pain. "Captain, run!" The female crossbowman hiding in the distance covers her face in panic, cold sweat drenching her as she thinks, what kind of monster is he? Second and third bro were taken down in just seconds. While she trembles, the shadow of a magical scorpion falls over her, accompanied by a cold, deadly voice. "Just die already!" The scorpion, crackling with blue lightning, lunges down, electrocuting and binding her as she falls off the cliff, helpless. Approaching the defeated foe, Lin Moyu rests his sword on his shoulder, looking down with an overwhelming cold authority. "Tell me who sent you, and I might spare your life." The female assassin grits her teeth against the pain, her eyes glaring at him with stubborn defiance. "In your dreams, just kill me." Seeing her resolve, Lin Moyu narrows his eyes in thought. It seems she won't talk. The force backing these three must be a massive organization. They'd rather die than leak intel. Who exactly is targeting me? He decides not to waste any more time. He raises his hand, summoning a storm to blast her directly, finishing coldly, "Then I'll grant your wish." The enemy lets out one final cry before completely vanishing. Dusting off his sleeves after the fight, Lin Moyu turns around just as the female archer runs up, excitedly carrying an axe. Tu-Tik praises him with pure admiration. "Phew, you're incredible, kid. Watching those thugs get thrashed by you was so satisfying. I've gathered all the gear they dropped for you." Catching the glowing item he tosses, Lin Moyu generously divides the loot. This silver tier bracer has a skill that boosts attack speed. You take it. I'll sell the rest of the silver items for cash. Receiving the high tier gear, she winks playfully. "Understood, little boss. Then I won't be shy. Just consider this my advance pay." The system interface displays the gleaming silver bracer with its intricate design. The stat panel pops up clearly. Pursuit bracer, silver grade, attack plus 30, movement speed 10, attack speed 15. Bonus skill, rapid fire, providing an extra 15% attack speed. Shortly after they leave the ruined battlefield, she nudges Lin Moyu's shoulder. "So, can we go grab a few drinks to celebrate now?" He shuts her down immediately, replying without turning his head, "No, we have shop business to handle." As the two walk away casually, deep within the thick brush, a mysterious dark figure remains hidden, silently watching their every move. The spy retreats to report to his boss. Those three were a squad with a 100% mission success rate. "I can't believe that kid wiped them all out without leaving a single survivor." Hearing this, the leader narrows his eyes, a sinister excitement flickering from the slit of his mask. "This guy, he's proving to be far more interesting than I imagined." His subordinate asks timidly, "Should we send a stronger team to finish the job then?" He waves his hand dismissively, schemes racing through his mind. "No, I've changed my mind. A talent like him, who hasn't joined any guild yet, we need to find a way to recruit him instead." The leader's eyes glow with a bizarre, eerie blue light filled with curiosity. He barks a sharp order. "Tell the client I'll deal with them myself. For now, suspend every single operation targeting him." Back in the bustling city, Lin Yuan strolls calmly with his hands tucked into his cloak, walking side by side with the archer girl as they enter the peaceful town square. As if that bloody massacre never even happened, Lin Yuan holds a slip of paper, a confident, triumphant smirk playing on his lips. He thinks to himself, "The recipe for the rarest powerful lightning resistance potion in existence has been in my hands for a long time, and I've already secured a contract with a reliable high-tier alchemist. Once I secure a shop location and gather enough materials for mass production, I'll be swimming in billions of gold the moment that lightning attribute dungeon opens." While lost in his dreams of fortune, a flattering voice calls out from behind. "Uyenthan." A golden-haired warrior waves frantically, running toward them as if he's just struck gold. "Uyenthan, you finally remembered your little brother. Remember the last time we cleared that dungeon together? That rush was absolutely insane." The system interface pops up with two glowing notifications. Tai Lok has paid 400 gold coins, and the equipment displayed by his friend Lin Yuan has been sent directly to his mailbox. Seeing him groveling like a lost puppy, the archer girl puts her hands on her hips and teases. "Oh wow, is this your #1 fanboy?" Lin Yuan clears his throat, trying to dodge the over-the-top enthusiasm. "Ahem. Listen, I was just about to buy a prime storefront for my shop. Let's talk about this later." Hearing about spending money, the blonde guy's eyes light up as he beats his chest, eager to help. "Buying a shop? Uyen then. Let me come with. Spending money on little things is my absolute specialty." On the other side, the archer girl waves goodbye. "I'll head back to the workshop for a bit then. I need to clear out all my alchemy equipment." Meanwhile, at City Hall, the mayor sits grandly in his cushioned chair, waving them off. No, this isn't a matter of money at all." The mayor waves his hands repeatedly, his face set in a stubborn, difficult expression. Stroking his dapper mustache, the mayor raises a finger with authority, citing the supreme law. The king has issued strict regulations. The storefronts in Rogo Square are not for sale to commoners. The blonde guy leans over the desk, using his smoothest, most flattering tone to negotiate. "Come on, Mr. Mayor, just think about it for a second. If we buy this place and open a shop, it will definitely boost the local economy. This is a win-win situation for everyone." But the mayor remains firm, holding up a hand to shut him down. "Young man, don't waste your breath. There is zero room for negotiation here. The bargain ends in total failure." The blonde guy turns to Lin Yuan, scratching his head sheepishly. "Uyenthan, I think I messed up. How about I buy you a different shop in the real world instead?" Lin Yuan steps forward calmly, brushing the offer aside. "No need for all that trouble. I'll handle the negotiations with him myself." Thinking the two youths are just going to keep haggling over pennies, the mayor closes his eyes and shoos them away. "Just leave. Get out of my sight." That area was already zoned for someone else a long time ago. But a second later, the official's eyes bulge in pure shock as Lin Yuan's dominant voice cuts through the room. And what if I have this? Holding his head high, Lin Yuan reveals a mysterious metal glowing with a brilliant golden light, leaving the mayor stammering in terror. Isn't this the honorary medal of the Graintail Knights? Only Commander Sid himself has the authority to grant this. Abandoning his fake, dignified persona, the mayor bolts upright, his jaw dropping in horror. You're an honorary knight of the legendary Graintail Knights? Shifting his attitude in a heartbeat, the official bows low, groveling as he pulls out a map with trembling hands. By the king's decree, this commercial district is off limits to commoners, but since you are a core member of the Knights, you naturally have the privilege to buy it outright. Here is the layout. Please, sir, feel free to pick the absolute best spot for yourself. Ignoring the cheap flattery, Lin Yuan crosses his arms and studies the map, his mind calculating every detail. This shop's location is tied directly to my future gold mine. I have to choose carefully. Standing beside him, the blonde guy watches in awe, practically drooling. That's our Uyen then for you, standing before a high official and still looking so majestic and powerful. His hawk-like gaze locks onto a prime red spot on the map. He presses his finger down firmly, sealing the deal. This is the one. They stop in front of a busy building with a sign showing that shop number 32 has been purchased. The warrior looks up, muttering in confusion. Wait, wasn't this area system locked? Who is the beast that managed to snatch this place? And they even hid their identity? Struggling with a heavy chest of equipment, the archer girl stares in disbelief, her mouth hanging open. Huh? You actually bought this entire building for real? Weren't there notifications saying this whole storefront was locked down? With his hands in his pockets and an air of authority, the boss walks up the steps into his new estate. Lin Yuan replies nonchalantly. It just took a little bit of privileged persuasion. He hands a secret document to her and asks seriously. Look over this potion recipe carefully. What materials are we still missing? The system simultaneously notifies that the recipe has been successfully shared with Luo Qingnian. Luo Qingnian frowns as she skims the document, professionally analyzing the situation. I've already gathered all the minor ingredients. The only problem is the lightning lizard claws. They're practically extinct on the market right now. No one's selling. Lin Yuan smirks to himself. It's perfect timing, as his accumulated experience bar is almost ready for a level up. I'll just head out to grind some mobs and collect the materials while I'm at it. Sensing a dungeon run, the blonde guy waves his hands frantically, begging for a spot. You're going out to farm, right? Big brother Uyen. Then take me with you. I promise I'll be the most hardworking looter you've ever seen. The girl quickly refuses, stepping back as she lugs her chest of equipment away. You two go enjoy your little romantic getaway. This young lady only has eyes for her lab and the mysteries of alchemy. Lin Yuan calmly dangles the keys before his partner, exuding the undeniable aura of a powerful boss. I've granted you full authority over the management and business of this shop. From this moment on, this establishment is your private office. Luo Qingyan blinks, completely caught off guard. Huh? Ignoring her confusion, Lin Yuan summons a majestic dark magic beast that spreads its massive wings, ready to take flight. Let's move. We'll fly straight there to save time. Below him, the blonde guy stares at the giant wings with stars in his eyes. Man, that mount is absolutely badass. The system interface pings. Mount Scorpidor successfully summoned. Moments later, they touch down in a treacherous canyon. A fierce dragon-lizard hybrid, glowing with blue energy, snaps its serrated jaws and roars a terrifying warning. It spits a blinding orb of lightning directly at the intruders. The combat interface instantly flickers to life, breaking down the enemy's data. Common Thunder Lizard. Level 17. Health, 3,800. Attack, 330. Defense, 145. Skills include Electric Discharge and Summon Horde. Suddenly, a barrage of emerald fireballs rains from the sky like a deadly meteor shower, threatening to incinerate the ground. With expert precision, Lin Yuan slams his black blade into the earth, using it as an anchor to slide and evade the bombardment. Behind him, the blonde guy scrambles desperately to dodge the chaos. The earth cracks open as a swarm of hideous green lizards crawls out all at once. The blonde guy panics, shrieking, "Whoa, whoa, that's way too many monsters." Remaining as calm as a still lake, Lin Yuan explains the thunder lizard's nature. When one dies, it alerts and awakens the entire pack. This is perfectly normal. Seeing his boss so composed, the blonde guy gets a surge of bravado. "Yuan Shen, let me take the front line for you." Lin Yuan steps back, hands tucked into his cloak, and gives a sharp nod of command. Just focus on gathering the materials. Suddenly, a massive, jagged lizard king wreathed in green flames erupts from the shadows. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Yuan summons his elite minion to the battlefield. "Lizard King, open fire, show them no mercy." A golden system notification flashes brightly across his vision. Congratulations on your victory. You have reached level 16. With a glowing level-up arrow above his head, Lin Yuan smirks. At this rate, he'll be sitting at the very top of the server rankings. Standing nearby, the blonde guy stares at the summoned creatures in total awe. Is that the boss of the Cinder Valley? Are they actually working for Yuan Shen now? This is beyond cool. As the massive stat window appears, Lin Yuan strokes his chin, calculating his next move. The Snake Tamer's leveling speed can't possibly keep up with his. With the Sacred Scarab and his damage buffs, he is determined to hunt that man down, and those three lurking in the shadows, they feel like professional assassins. I need to find an opportunity to investigate them. The blonde guy runs back, panting as he hauls a loot sack larger than himself. Yuan Shen, every single drop is right here. Lin Yuan turns and walks away with effortless grace. Good work, let's go. The scene shifts to the interior of shop number 32, now fully renovated into a stunning establishment. The design is a perfect blend of classic elegance and arcane mystery. Behind the counter, Luo Qingyan swirls a purple test tube, her face clouded with market concerns. The effectiveness of this potent anti-electric potion is undeniable, but the current dungeons don't really require anything this strong yet. If we make them, will they actually sell? Suddenly, the door swings open. Lin Yuan enters with the heavy sack of materials and gets straight to business. This should last us a while. How far along are you with the formulas? Luo Qingyan is stunned by his incredible efficiency. That fast? She stammers, feeling the weight of her profession. This is a high-level recipe. Even master alchemists have a significant failure rate. I need more time to increase my proficiency. Lin Yuan thuds a basket of succulent, glowing fruit onto the table, shifting the business plan instantly. Then we'll sell these first. Seeing this, Han Chung worries about the prime location and tries to intervene. Fruit, boss? You're using a top-tier location like this to sell fruit? Isn't that like using a dragon-slaying sword to kill a chicken? I still have some other potions saved up. Maybe we should sell those instead? Ignoring the skepticism, Lin Yuan offers a confident smirk. Take one bite and you'll understand. Han Cheng, you try one too. Holding a bright red apple, Luo Qingyan remains doubtful. Alright, but isn't this just an ordinary piece of fruit? Disregarding everything else, Han Cheng eagerly takes a massive, messy bite. Yuan Shen must have a reason for this. No point in overthinking it. As he swallows, Han Cheng's eyes bulge in pure shock. He watches his physical and mental stats skyrocket in real time. Look, my stats are rising. How can fruit be this powerful? I told you anything Yuan Shen brings out is bound to be legendary. Ready to rake in the profits, Lin Yuan sets the price with the cold authority of a CEO. There is a limit of 100 uses per person. I will restock the shop every week. List them at 5 gold coins each. Today, we officially open for business. Instantly, a colorful server-wide announcement explodes across every player's screen. Server announcement. Shop number 30. 2 at Rogel Square is now officially open. All players are welcome to visit. Out in the wasteland, a warrior stops mid-combat to look at his teammate in confusion. Wait, didn't Lang Yu say yesterday that it was impossible to buy property? And someone is already opening a shop today? Qian turns to Xiao Dan. Check the logs, it's the first player-owned shop in the entire server. Throughout the city, players are in a frenzy. What's the deal with this? One player stomps his foot in frustration. Damn it! Shop number 32 is the best spot in the city. I've wanted that location forever. Curious crowds begin to shout, let's go! Get to Rogel Square and see what the hype is about. Meanwhile, lurking in a dark alley across from the grand shop, the leader of the assassins breaks into a cold sweat. What? He actually managed to open a shop? The white-haired client beside him hisses through gritted teeth. I thought you were going to eliminate him. When exactly do you plan on striking? The masked leader stands frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Suddenly, a heavy pouch of gold is thrown back, whistling through the air. Catching the payment, the masked leader flatly rejects the contract. Forget it. This guy is far more dangerous than the intel suggested. Even our elite squad was wiped out. Take your money back. We're done with this job. Furious at the betrayal, the white-haired man grabs the assassin's sleeve and roars, Is this just about the money? Tell me, how much do you want? He is willing to throw away a fortune just to claim a life, no matter the cost. As long as that man ends up dead, the price is negotiable. But as he's mid-shout, his pupils suddenly shrink. A wave of pure terror washes over him, making him flinch. In the distance, the powerful Lang Guyet approaches, her icy armor radiating authority. Blinded by a mix of jealousy and fear, the white-haired man flees into the shadows, cursing under his breath that she's looking for that bastard again. Inside the shop, bathed in bright lights, Lin Moyu welcomes the bustling crowd with open arms. Welcome, valued customers. A group of players steps through the door, the leader's eyes darting around the shelves in utter confusion. Seeing only a few scattered items, he asks skeptically, You only sell one thing here? Fruit? You've got the best location in the city just to sell this? That's when the businesswoman Kuya Nan smiles brightly, lifting an apple to make her pitch. "This fruit grants permanent attribute growth," she chirps, "and it's only 5 gold coins apiece." Hearing the steep price, the customer's jaw practically hits the floor as he screams in shock. "How much? 5 gold coins? I couldn't even get 10 gold if I sold every piece of gear I'm wearing." Ignoring the man's stingy shouting, his companion steps forward, eyes wide with curiosity. "Wait, did you say it raises core attributes permanently?" After a moment of hesitation, the skeptical customer decides to take the gamble. "No way, I've never heard of fruit like that. Fine, let me try one." As soon as he gets his hands on it, he stuffs his face, chewing greedily until not a single scrap is left. Instantly, his eyes sparkle with joy, his muscles surge with power as he lets out a triumphant roar. "It's real! My constitution just increased by 4 points." The customer, having just swallowed the last bite, stands frozen. His face is a mask of shock, left completely speechless by the sudden surge of power. Within seconds, the crowd turns into a frenzy. People wave bags of money, shoving toward the counter and shouting, "Hurry, give me 3 more." In his mind, one player is already calculating the profit. If he buys these now and resells them to the major guilds, he'll make an absolute killing. Seeing the chaos erupt, a customer in a red cloak quietly turns and slips away, a cunning, predatory smirk playing on his lips. Just then, as Lang and Guyette steps through the entrance, a system notification flashes before her eyes. "You have entered the shop of your friend, Lin Moyu, Anonymous." Inside, Lin Moyu is standing tall, arms crossed as he greets his guests. Seeing him, the powerful warrior approaches, her voice laced with disbelief. "I had no idea the hidden owner of the server's top shop was you. But how? I came here yesterday to ask, and the NPC kicked me right out." Lin Moyu responds with a mysterious, confident smile. He shrugs with the cool air of a CEO. Maybe it was just a bit of luck. Dropping the small talk, Lang and Yet turns serious. Moving on to the important matter, regarding the sewer incident you mentioned earlier. "I've done a thorough investigation. Our guild definitely did not have any members down in the sewers that day." Hearing this, Lin Moyu gives an enigmatic smile. "Thank you. Perhaps my eyes were playing tricks on me then." Internally, he's already checking them off the list. For now, the Jinghua Shui Yue Guild is cleared of suspicion. With the business concluded, Lin Moyu begins to head up the stairs, tossing out a generous offer over his shoulder. "Feel free to look around. Since we're friends, I can give you a small discount." Behind him, Lang Nuyet reaches out. "Wait!" But before she can speak, her brow furrows. Her eyes sharpen with a sudden flash of predatory alertness. A system warning has just popped up in front of the captain. "Your close friend Qing Yan is in the vicinity. Would you like to send a party invite?" She wonders with deep suspicion Qing Yan is around here too. At that very moment, in a secluded alleyway nearby, the mage Qing Yan is hounding the masked assassin. "I'll pay you triple no, 5 times the fee. It's just one brat we're talking about. Don't get greedy now." But the masked leader coldly shoves his hand away. "This isn't about money. From this moment on, our organization refuses all your requests." Right as they are arguing, Lang Nuyet's icy voice rings out from behind, making the culprit's heart stop. "Qing Yan, what exactly do you mean by increasing a bounty? Who were you planning to assassinate?" Qing Yan jumps nearly a foot in the air, caught red-handed. His face goes pale as he breaks into a cold sweat, stammering out a desperate lie. Lang Nuyet, what are you doing here?" You misheard me. I was just, negotiating a gear trade with him." However, Lang Nuyet's expression darkens, her gaze cutting right through his pathetic excuse. "Have you forgotten that our Iron Triangle team has location tracking? When a friend is nearby, the system automatically sends a notification. Who is this person standing next to you?" I heard the word assassinate very clearly. Qing Yan's mind explodes in a panic. He bites his tongue, cursing his luck. He's completely screwed. Damn it, he completely forgot to block his location from her. Realizing things are turning south, the masked assassin decisively brushes the troublesome client off to make his escape. "Handle your own mess. I'm out of here." But in that split second as he turns to flee, he accidentally reveals a gold-inlaid skull badge hanging from his belt, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Catching that detail, Lang Nuyet's pupils contract in shock. She shivers as she recognizes that familiar item, that pocket watch. Using lightning-fast reflexes, she lunges forward to block his path, shouting, "Stop right there! I have questions for you!" The assassin glances back with a mocking sneer. You think you can hold me?" With that, he launches himself into the air. But suddenly, a mechanical bug swoops down from the sky right into his face. What the? In the next heartbeat, he fires a grappling hook into the wall, narrowly swinging away to dodge a lethal bolt of lightning from the strange creature. However, the moment he lands, Lin Yuan's black-cloaked figure tears through the wind like a phantom to intercept him. The masked assassin barely finds his footing before his eyes widen in pure shock. giving his enemy no room to breathe. Lin Yuan swings his black blade, unleashing a ruthless arc of green energy in pursuit. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" he roars coldly. Cornered, the assassin is forced to use his weapon to parry the crushing blow. Seeing Lin Yuan suddenly appear, Xingyin stands there stunned. "Where did you even come from?" he asks, bewildered. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan sheathes his sword and steps in front of Ling Yue to shield her, replying nonchalantly, "I was nearby and heard a racket, so I came to check it out." "You said that guy was carrying a pocket watch earlier. Are you absolutely sure you didn't see it wrong?" Ling Yue's eyes burn with fierce determination mixed with killing intent. She gives a sharp, decisive nod. "Exactly. Even though it was just for a split second, I'd bet my life I didn't misinterpret what I saw." Seeing her certainty, Lin Yuan lets out a smug smirk and mutters to himself, "Then that's perfect. I was just stressing over where to find you. Who knew you'd just walk right into your own grave like this?" Hearing the challenge, the assassin leader flinches, cold sweat pouring down as he makes a terrifying realization. Could he already know I was the one who sent that hit squad? He wonders. It seems his power isn't just terrifying, his intelligence network is something to be feared too. Realizing the situation has turned against him, he immediately tries to de-escalate, smoothing his tongue to buy time. "I know you're angry, but can't we just talk this out like adults? I can give you an explanation." However, Lin Yuan answers with a powerful sword swing that tears through the earth, forcing the man to leap onto a wall to survive. From below, Lin Yuan counters coldly, "Oh, once I've captured you, I'll get whatever answers I want through my own interrogation." Seeing Lin Yuan strike with such merciless intent, Xingyin retreats in a panic, sweat drenching his forehead as he grits his teeth, plotting a dirty scheme. According to their code, these guys are never supposed to betray their client. But if things go south, I'd better strike first to shut him up for good, he thinks. Across the clearing, Lin Yuan relentlessly hurls attacks at his opponent, driving the man to scream. "That's enough. I've already stopped targeting you. Don't force me into a desperate play where we both end up dead." Lin Yuan only scoffs in pure contempt. "Is running away all you're good at?" Pushed to the edge, the assassin frantically dodges as a lightning beetle zips past. "I'm just a guy doing a job for money. I can't reveal anything about the client. I won't break the organization's code." Catching a vital keyword, Lin Yuan lowers his blade slightly. He narrows his eyes, his sharp gaze locking onto his target. "Paid for a job? Is that so?" Suddenly, a dark sphere lunges toward him from behind. Without a second's delay, Lin Yuan swings his greatsword, splitting the toxic cloud in two. He charges through the blast with an epic, awe-inspiring presence. At that moment, Xingyin charges forward like a madman, aiming to backstab the assassin while roaring savagely, "You're too damn loud, just die already." His mind races with desperate calculations. Is this damn assassin about to sell me out? Not a chance. If Ling Yue finds out about this, I'm finished. However, the sneak attack misses entirely as the assassin smoothly leaps onto the wall. He sneers down at Xingyin. "You idiot! Are you really trying to silence me now?" Sliding back onto the ground, the assassin reaches out with conviction, his eyes blazing with fury. "If you're going to throw honor out the window, then don't blame me for showing no mercy." Standing firmly in front of Ling Yue, Lin Yuan calmly watches as the assassin exposes the culprit's true face. "Those 3 assassins. I did send them, but I was just the muscle. Xingyin is the one hiding in the shadows who wanted you dead." He pulls out irrefutable evidence, a holographic display showing everything clearly. It was a filthy transaction. The bitter assassin lays all his cards on the table. "Take a look for yourselves. He even promised to double the pay once the job was done. Make sure he dies and make it as miserable as possible." "Oh? You're quite the big spender, aren't you? Fine, I'll take the contract." Unable to believe her ears, Leng Yu whips her head around to stare at Xingyin, her eyes filled with crushing disappointment. "Is this true? Xingyin, you actually hired assassins to commit murder?" Cornered, Xingyin points a trembling finger at the assassin, screaming, You bastard! How dare you sell me out?" Ignoring the bickering between the two hypocrites, Lin Yuan casually raises his massive black blade. His voice is icy as he pressures the masked man. "Who you tried to kill doesn't matter to me. That pocket watch you're carrying, where the hell did you get it? Tell me now." Seeing Lin Yuan's sudden intensity, the assassin tauntingly dangles the watch from his fingers. "All this chaos, and this is what you're after? Don't be in such a rush, you'll have it soon enough." With that, he instantly activates his vanishing magic. Disappearing into thin air and leaving his opponent behind, the assassin leaves Lin Yuan frowning in confusion. "I'll have it soon? What the hell does that even mean?" As the outside threat fades, Leng Yue immediately turns to Xingyin with a terrifyingly cold gaze. Her voice is sharp as steel. "Xingyin, I think you owe me a very clear explanation." Facing the captain's bloodlust, Xingyin breaks into a cold sweat. His face contorts in absolute panic as he grits his teeth, unable to find his voice. A moment later, he bursts into tears, screaming with a sickly, obsessive jealousy. Leng Yue, don't you understand yet? If he just disappears, everything can go back to how it was between us. Hearing his twisted logic, Leng Yue cuts him off with a furious roar. Enough. The Xing Yin I knew was a polite, honorable friend, not a coward who hires hitmen to kill people. You'd better apologize to him right now. At that exact moment, the system delivers a fatal blow with a flashing notification. Relationship with Xing Yin. Best friend status has been severed. Staring at the heartless notification, Xing Yin chokes back tears of bitter resentment. You actually chose an outsider? You really cut our bond just for him? And you're making me apologize? What does he have that I don't? Every ounce of suppressed rage finally explodes. Xing Yin's eyes dart around like a wounded beast. He directs all his venom toward Lin Yuan. This is all your fault. Everything. You're the reason our iron triangle fell apart. You've made me a laughingstock. With bloodshot, crazed eyes, he lets out a soul-shattering roar and lunges forward. You're the one who deserves to die. You jinx. You absolute bastard. With a face contorted by pure hatred, Xing Yin surges past Leng Yue, channeling his lightning magic for a lethal strike against Lin Yuan. Roaring like a beast, he screams, I'll make sure you die today. Sensing the murderous intent surging toward him, Lin Yuan slowly turns his head, his eyes burning with a crimson, bloodthirsty light. He scoffs coldly. Fine then, let me send you on your way. Before Tin Yun can even brush his clothes, Lin Yuan gracefully somersaults through the air with fluid precision. He swings his dark green blade to parry the strike, making Tin Yun's eyes widen in pure shock. What? Using the momentum of his fall, Lin Yuan brings his sword down with devastating power. The blow sends Tin Yun flying backward as he lets out a gut-wrenching scream. Arg! Taking the full force of a massive kick, Tin Yun's body spins out of control like a kite with a broken string. He slams into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and struggles to push himself up with his staff. Clutching his chest and coughing violently, he spits out words filled with bitter resentment. Curse you. You think this is enough to take me down? It's not over yet. Just as he frantically raises his staff to summon thunder magic, a glowing green beetle suddenly darts toward him, leaving him dazed and confused. Falling thunder! He isn't even given a second to breathe. The holy armored beetle instantly unleashes a blinding flash of blue electricity. The lightning surges through the mage's body, making him convulse and howl in agony. Ah! Immediately, the system interface coldly displays the verdict of the loser's fate. The target has entered a paralyzed state. Standing tall and looking down at the kneeling man, Lan Weird crosses her arms, radiating a freezing pressure as she demands answers. Tin Yun, it has come to this. Do you still refuse to admit your wrongs? Despite his body twitching from the paralysis, Tin Yun grits his teeth and argues back in hopeless defiance. I did nothing wrong. However, realizing his situation is dire, his eyes shift shiftily as he calculates. Tai Dung, only Kunyan Tai Dung can save me now. He sneakily navigates his menus, his system interface flashing with a cowardly plea for help. Distress signal sent to core friend, Kunyan Tai Dung. Receiving the SOS, Tai Dung rushes over with his team in a panic. Without knowing the full story, he shouts out to defend Tin Yun. What on earth is happening here? Tiongweert, why did you suddenly dissolve your core bond with him? As the group appears, Lan Weird's system interface immediately pings with a notification. Your core friend, Kunyan Tai Dung, is nearby. Would you like to send a party invitation? On the other side, Tin Yun sees his savior arrive. Like a drowning man grabbing a straw, he screams out a cowardly lie. Tai Dung, hurry, help me remove this paralysis. I've been ambushed and played. Disgusted by such a spineless backstabber, Lan Weird decisively swings her greatsword across the path. Tai Dung skids to a halt, staring in total confusion. Lan Weird's eyes are sharp and unwavering as she exposes his crime. Tin Yun intentionally hired assassins to commit murder. This is his own doing. No one is permitted to interfere. Tai Dung's eyes widen in horror as he repeats, hired assassins? His gaze then shifts to the man carrying the black sword. Stunned to recognize a familiar face, he gasps. Supreme? You're here too? And you're holding a sword? Don't tell me. The person Tin Yun wanted to kill was you? Lin Yuan merely gives a cold, curt nod in response. Yeah. Tai Dung's face falls, replaced by a look of painful resignation. He closes his eyes and lets out a helpless sigh. I understand, Supreme. I won't step in. Tiongweert, to think you'd even draw your sword against me. Tin Yun, what kind of mess have you gotten yourself into? Using his staff to pathetically try and stand, Tin Yun's face twists with pure hatred. Tai Dung, even you won't help me? You'd all rather believe an outsider than trust our years of friendship? Not letting the hypocrite continue his sob story, Lin Yuan delivers a cold-blooded kick straight into Tin Yun's chest, sending him whistling through the air before demanding an answer. Tell me, what do you know? Tin Yun grits his teeth, staring back with crazed eyes. In your dreams, I'll die before I ever let you have your way. But before his arrogance can finish, his pupils dilate in sheer terror. The green beetle is closing in on his face once again. Enveloped by brilliant blue lightning that racks his body repeatedly, Tingan's eyes bulge as he screams for mercy. Stop it, just stop. Lin Yuan's armored boots thud heavily against the solid earth, his footsteps carrying a suffocating pressure as he closes the distance. He levels his blade right at the man's throat. Standing like an absolute god of death, Lin Yuan radiates a mountain of murderous intent as he speaks with chilling authority. Now, tell me, who is that man you were with, below him? Tingan is drenched in sweat, surrendering in a total panic. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just don't let that bug shock me anymore. His face is contorted with fear. Trembling, Tingan confesses the truth. That man, he's a member of the Apostles' Guild. As soon as the words leave his mouth, he adds the most crucial detail. While Lin Yuan's boot shifts slightly in a silent threat, Tingan stammers, the pocket watch you mentioned, it's the token of the Apostles' Guild. Visions of hooded figures lurking in the shadows flash through his mind. Lin Yuan muses as he connects the dots. The Apostles' Guild, huh? In his past life, he didn't know much about them, but he remembers they were an organization specializing in high-level assassinations. He reaches up to touch his collar. Lin Yuan's eyes glow with a sharp crimson light as he deduces. Because their movements are so shrouded in mystery, any intelligence regarding them is incredibly rare. While Lin Yuan is lost in thought, Tingan tries to crawl away in secret, but he freezes instantly at the sound of a voice as cold as ice from behind him. Did I say you could leave? He turns his head back, eyes filled with absolute dread. Lin Yuan raises his hand to pass judgment without a shred of mercy. Didn't you say that today? You'd make sure I die? Taking the full brunt of a savage strike, Tingan throws his head back and howls in agony. Engulfed in green flames that tear through his body, Tingan flails his limbs desperately toward his former teammates, begging for help. Lanweert, Dai Dung, save me. I don't want to lose my levels. Help me. Lanweert's face remains cold and resolute. She loudly announces the punishment. Because Tin Non hired assassins, a severe violation of the Mirror Flower Watermoon Guild rules, I have decided to strip him of all his positions. Out of respect for his past contributions, he will remain a member for now. As the magical flames burn, Tingan reaches out a desperate hand toward Lanweert's retreating back, screaming in a final attempt to cling to life. Lanweert, I'm sorry. I'll apologize to him right now. You can't treat me like this. I'm the only one who truly deserves to stand by your side. Her gaze is steel, devoid of any warmth. Leng Yue delivers the final psychological blow, severing every last thread of attachment. Qingyan, you have utterly disappointed me. From now on, address me only as president. A few seconds later, Qingyan's face contorts in a mess of resentment and despair as a crimson notification flashes, exposing his grim fate on the screen. His health points hit 0. Instantly, Qingyan's body shatters into thousands of dark data particles, scattering into the empty air, leaving Tai Duong standing there, his face heavy with helplessness as he watches his old friend vanish into nothingness. Turning his back on the harsh reality, Tai Duong's eyes sink with disappointment as he mutters instructions to his teammates. No wonder he kept making excuses for his mistakes back at the Ash Valley. Forget it, let's go. The figures of those no longer involved slowly fade into the distance. Lin Moyu sinks deep into thought about that golden skull watch, his eyes flickering with sharp intuition. So, that pocket watch didn't belong to the First Disciple's subordinate, it's a token of the Apostles' Guild. But regardless, I finally identified that the snake controller is hiding within this organization. He turns to look at the girl who just stood her ground to protect him. Lin Moyu offers a faint, appreciative smile. Thanks to her, he found a vital clue. He hadn't expected her to defend him so fiercely. Snapping out of his thoughts, he offers his sincere gratitude. Leng Yue, thank you so much. I have a few items in my shop that grant permanent stat boosts. Would you like to come by and pick one? Soon after, they arrive at the shop. The golden glow of the setting sun bathes the building walls. Phew! Finally, everything is sold out. Inside the shop, the seductive manager wipes a bead of sweat from her brow. She stands smugly behind a chest-high mountain of gold coins and asks, "So, what do you think? Your big sister did a pretty good job, didn't she?" Facing the massive fortune, Leng Yue remains stoic, giving a regretful shrug. It seems I missed my chance this time. I'll have to come back another day. From behind, Lin Moyu quickly reaches out to stop her. Wait, Lin Moyu pulls out a handful of shimmering items and presses them into Leng Yue's hands. I happen to have some extras left over. Take them. I hope you won't let that bastard ruin your mood anymore. Staring at the precious items, Leng Yue hesitantly tries to decline. These are far too valuable. I really should pay you. Witnessing this display of favoritism, the manager glares, gritting her teeth in frustration. What? He just gives her a whole handful for free? I've been working my tail off here all day and he acts like I don't even exist? Her slender hands drop to the edge of the table, drained of energy. She lets out a weary sigh of complaint. Sigh. All that work for half the day, and for what? Stomping toward the door, she radiates a dark, sulky aura. I'm better off clocking out early and grabbing a drink. She leaves Lin Moyu standing there, completely bewildered. Watching her storm off, Lin Yuan tilts her head in confusion. Your employee doesn't seem very happy, Lin Moyu replies dryly. She's probably just tired. Let her go rest. Beneath the brilliant sky, the white stone ruins stand in silent stillness. Strolling through the park, the manager kicks a stone pedestal to vent her rage, her face dripping with jealousy. What the hell is he doing? Acting all generous and not even taking her money? Who's actually working for you here? Why don't you just let her run the shop then? A leather shoe stomps a stray rock deep into the grass. A man in a crimson cloak blocks her path. He folds his arms, his voice dripping with menace. Owner of shop number 32. I've been waiting for you a long time. The Black Tree Guild is very interested in your shop. I hope you'll be sensible. The manager's expression instantly sharpens with caution as she shoots a side eye at the intruder. The Black Tree Guild is just as arrogant as the rumors say. You think because I'm a woman, I'm an easy target? You want to use force to take what's mine? The man tilts his chin up with a smug grin. Of course, you could always join us. I guarantee you'd be a guest of honor in our guild. Amidst the tension, a system notification pops up, a friend message from Lin Moyu. A package containing 45 flesh seeds has been added to your inventory. As she reads the text, her expression softens slightly. So he did save some for me. I guess he has a conscience after all. The notification continues with an attached message. Lin Moyu writes, there are 45 seeds left in stock. Remember to put them up for sale tomorrow. Her expectations shatter. She clutches her head in frustration as a fire of rage erupts within her. I knew it. That heartless jerk. Ignored. The man's voice turns growling and overbearing. You don't actually think you can protect that shop, do you? We are a real-world corporation. Don't be foolish. Hearing this, she nonchalantly brushes past his shoulder to negotiate. A matter this big. I'm going to need some time to think it over. If your guild is as powerful as you say, surely you can afford to give me a little time. His eyes narrow into cold slits as he consents. Fine, but don't you dare try any tricks. Without slowing her pace, the manager looks back with a sharp, piercing glare. Remember, I can crush you at any moment. He watches her walk away with a sinister squint. Once I seize that shop, I'll be the one calling all the shots. The afternoon sun bathes the high rooftops in gold, painting a peaceful scene. The manager scowls at the mental image of Lin Moyu. Even after being threatened, I'm still keeping your secrets. Where else in this world could you find a woman as good as me? Disappearing into the crowd, she mutters under her breath, nursing a grudge. You rotten brat. You're going to pay your big sister back for this sooner or later. The uneven rows of houses soak in the fading sunlight. The scene shifts, revealing Lin Moyu standing solitary and tall in the heart of a damp, flooded sewer. Lin Yuan held the glowing green beetle at eye level, his mind already spinning with cold calculations. These flesh and blood seeds were clearly going to be a hot commodity. Once this batch hits the market, the price is guaranteed to skyrocket. While I'm at it, I need to see if there are any traces of that serpent tamer in this area. A silent system notification flickered in midair as he activated his stealth skill. Instantly, Lin Yuan's form blurred and turned completely transparent. He calmly observed the undead guards patrolling with sluggish, hollow movements. The undead were still here, and his sacred beetle hadn't detected anything out of the ordinary. It seems he's been on his best behavior lately. Lin Yuan glided past the ranks of guards, his feet barely brushing the stone steps without leaving a single ripple. He pressed forward, heading straight for the heart of the lair. The moment he reached his target, he dropped his invisibility and summoned a vibrant green scorpion crackling with lightning. Thunder Scorpion, finish this quickly, he commanded. As the strike landed, the system confirmed his entry into the hidden dungeon, the Serpent Demon's lair. The scene shifts to the gloomy center of the Dark God Temple, where eerie violet soulfire flickered, illuminating an eye-shaped throne where the Serpent Tamer lay prostrate. The Serpent Tamer ground his teeth, his fingers clawing at the cold stone floor. That absolute bastard, he hissed, his voice dripping with venom. The more he thought about being robbed, the more his blood boiled. He bolted upright, the snake tails on his back, thrashing wildly in his rage. He keeps camping that hidden dungeon, stealing my treasures over and over again. Realizing his search for help was hitting a dead end, he glanced at the maid standing in the corner and grumbled. Anna won't let me borrow the Underworld King's serpent, and my own little snakes haven't fully recovered yet. Driven to a desperate corner, he fell to his knees before the throne, his voice trembling as he pleaded. It has come to this. Your humble servant has no choice but to beg for your intervention, master. Suddenly, a majestic purple phantom descended from the void, its muffled voice carrying a suffocating pressure. Serpent Tamer. At this very moment, you should be out executing the plan. Crushed by the overwhelming aura, the serpent tamer pressed his face to the dirt, drenched in cold sweat as he panicked to explain himself. Master, there is a player who continuously interferes with our designs. He has even stolen your servant's spirit snakes. The purple phantom spread its arms, a surging, killing intent enveloping its pathetic subordinate. Oh? You mean to tell me you can't even handle a single player? In that case, tell me, how exactly should I punish you? Pushed to the brink, the tamer looked up sharply, a flicker of desperate hope in his eyes. He is no ordinary man. I suspect he is a necromancer hunter, just like you, my lord. At the mention of that title, the violet radiance around the master flared with violent intensity. A necromancer hunter? He repeated coldly. Right then, the radiant and seductive figure of the enchantress appeared, her voice laced with sharp mockery. Oh, little snake charmer, it seems your life in the western desert has been quite pathetic if you have to resort to such a ridiculous lie. There is no such thing as a second necromancer hunter in this world. Ignoring her taunts, the serpent tamer hurriedly threw open his grimoire, frantically presenting his evidence. Master, every word I say is the truth. Please, see for yourself. The book hovered in midair, erupting with energy as the system announced it was loading the memory grimoire, replaying the battle in vivid detail. The horrifying combat footage played out, showing Lin Yuan manipulating the tamer's own snakes into undead minions. In the vision, Lin Yuan stood tall and arrogant, declaring, "My undead are infinite, and your snakes just keep dying. Give up." The violet light from the book swirled, filling the entire temple hall with the recording. Faced with the undeniable reality of the footage, both the master and the enchantress fell silent, their eyes glued to the screen. Even with the proof right there, the enchantress couldn't help but dig the knife in. Is that all? If he's truly that powerful, how are you even alive to crawl back here? How pathetic. Dismissing her jab, the master's phantom began to analyze the situation calmly. To think another necromancer hunter actually exists. Unfortunately for him, his inheritance is incomplete. He has nothing to worry about. Reaching out to summon a vial of deep purple potion, the master spoke with supreme arrogance. I don't need to soil my hands with such a half-baked amateur. The serpent tamer let out a wicked smirk, waiting for his orders. What do you mean, master? The master drew a dark circle in the air, outlining the strategy. Listen closely. Deep within the Western Desert Empire, there are flying serpents capable of extreme speeds. The majestic magic continued to pulse. He emphasized, their spirit-dampening skills are the perfect counter for a player like him. As soon as he finished speaking, a flashing coordinate display appeared before the serpent tamer. Coordinates shared, 458, 274, 96. Clutching the potion, the serpent tamer gave a cruel, savage laugh. Understood. I will make him suffer until he begs for death, forcing him to reveal every trick he has. However, the master suddenly issued a different command. No. If the opportunity arises, bring him in. Let him become one of us. Stunned by the order, the serpent tamer and the enchantress looked up at the purple phantom standing regally atop the sharp crystal stairs. He spoke with the deep curiosity of a true ruler. I am very curious. A necromancer hunter should never have appeared again. Where on earth did he come from? The phantom slowly sat back upon the throne, resting his chin on his hand in a posture of absolute dominance, emitting a pressure that made his subordinates afraid to even breathe. The scene shifts to a magnificent city built with desert architecture. Massive onion domes stood silent under a golden sunset that stretched across the horizon. The serpent tamer stepped through a sun-drenched doorway into a tavern, muttering with bitter resentment. The master actually wants to recruit that piece of trash. Then what about my vengeance? His face, partially hidden behind a snake-scale mask, hardened with cold calculation, his eyes flashing with cunning. He thought to himself, if I'm to pull him in as the master wants, I'll need to use the false disciple's intelligence network to see if he belongs to any guild. Hiding his true intentions, he pulled up the collar of his black cloak and strode confidently into a dilapidated warehouse area, cluttered with stacks of oak barrels. Spotting a waiter carrying a tray of drinks through the narrow stone corridor, the serpent tamer raised a hand to stop him, initiating the secret code. The waiter kept his professional mask on as he reminded him, "Sir, if you want a drink, please go to the front hall." The serpent tamer replied nonchalantly, "Oh no, I'm here to deliver the hops." Under the waiter's scrutinizing gaze, the serpent tamer clicked his tongue in annoyance, his hands fumbling through his pockets. Every single time, it's the same code and the same token check. What a massive pain. Now, let me see where I put that pocket watch. Suddenly, his movements freeze. His pupils dilate in pure shock behind that mask. He frantically searches his cloak, his face turning pale as he mutters in a panic. The pocket watch is gone. When did he lose it? Seeing that the stranger can't produce the token, the server's demeanor flips instantly. His gaze turns razor-sharp and menacing. The serpent tamer stammers out an excuse, pointing his finger wildly. "Damn it, just wait. Let me remember where it fell." But the server cuts him off coldly. Mr. Serpent Tamer, we don't do explanations here. The server's face darkens, his eyes glowing with a murderous red light. He coldly orders him to leave. Perhaps you should try another tavern. Just as the tension peaks, a firm hand reaches out from the shadows to stop the server's outburst. A short, sharp command follows. Wait a moment. From the darkness, the branch leader wearing a silver mask calmly steps into the light. Looking rugged and composed, he crosses his arms to vouch for the fumbling man. I know this guy. Let him in. Recognizing his superior, the server immediately suppresses his bloodlust and bows deeply. Yes, branch leader. The scene shifts to the guild's secret basement, a place of cold blue stone walls lit by flickering torches. Sharpened metal spikes line the walls, revealing the brutal nature of this underground assassin base. The silver-masked branch leader leans back comfortably in a leather armchair. Standing before him, the serpent tamer bows his head in a submissive, groveling apology. Thank you, boss. It's my fault for losing the watch and causing you trouble. The branch leader gets straight to the point. Spit it out. What's going on? The serpent tamer offers a file, using a clever excuse to hide his true ambition. I'm here because I just received a commission. I need intel on this person. As his superior flips through the documents, the serpent tamer gloats internally. These brutes won't realize I forged this commission. Even if they kill him, it's useless to me. His eyes glint with malice as he perfects his plan to kill two birds with one stone. If I can use the intel to make that guy think we have bad intentions, he'll never agree to join us. No matter how much I try to recruit him later, he'll refuse. That way, I can give my master a smooth explanation. The branch leader narrows his eyes at the forged paper and nods thoughtfully. I see. Contrary to his subordinate's schemes, the branch leader reaches into a nearby file box and pulls out a different folder. He leans forward and tosses the paper down, looking genuinely amused. What a coincidence. I just got a commission too. The target is the exact same person. The news hits the serpent tamer like a physical blow. Sweat beads on his temples as he tries to stay calm, stammering. Is that so? Looks like this guy has a lot of enemies. The branch leader taps the folder on his lap rhythmically. I've already finished the investigation. Since it's the same target, I'll just handle it myself. Fearing his prey is slipping away, the serpent tamer reaches out, faking admiration. Boss. Actually, I've always looked up to your strength. Can I come along for this commission? I don't even need a cut of the reward. His overeagerness immediately triggers a suspicious look. The branch leader leans back fully, resting his chin on his hand. Ha, forget it. I only team up with people I know. Besides, why do I feel like you're obsessed with this guy? His heart skips a beat. The serpent tamer avoids eye contact, forcing a smile to hide his growing unease. Unless you have other motives? The serpent tamer quickly waves his hands and backs away. Haha, nothing like that. Well then, boss, I'll go handle another task. As he walks away down the narrow corridor, his face sinks back into a dark, calculating gloom. Even if the Yama actually assassinates him, it won't matter. In this immortal world, he'll just respawn. I have to find another way to ensure Master can never recruit him. Leaving the vengeful man behind, the silver-masked leader sits alone in the isolated stone room. He flips through an old file, a strange spark of interest in his eyes. Who knew that discarded Star Scar commission would come in handy? His thoughts drift back to a fierce clash in a narrow alleyway. He remembers twisting midair to dodge Lin Yuan's powerful slash. No wonder that sour-faced guy went crazy when he saw the pocket watch. The problem was this kid all along. But now everyone wants him dead. This is getting more interesting by the second. Suddenly, a hologram featuring a flaming mask symbol erupts in midair. An urgent system notification appears. The leader is initiating a remote call. An authoritative voice booms from above. The person you mentioned. Is it the one who wiped out our elite squad? The branch leader stands up straight, bowing his head respectfully to the supreme leader. Yes, leader. Unfortunately, things were too chaotic when I met him. He clenches his fist in front of his chest, his voice vibrating with a warrior's hunger. Otherwise, I really would have loved to test my skills against him properly. From the magical flames, the leader's final command rings out decisively. In that case, go test him one more time and see if he has any interest in joining us. Understood. The branch leader bows, his response firm and submissive. Meanwhile, a door creaks open, signaling a return home. The moment Lin Yuan steps inside, he stops dead in his tracks. Before him stands a golden-haired knight in a maid apron, holding a broom and beaming with a radiant smile. Master, I'm here to help you. Lin Yuan freezes, his face twisting in disbelief. Ignoring the ridiculous sight, the innkeeper, Luo Qingyan, walks out with a small box. Hey kid, an acquaintance is looking for you. He's been waiting a while. Lin Yuan's gaze turns sharp as ice. It's him. The cloaked, masked man takes a sip of tea and says nonchalantly, let's go, let's talk outside. Before leaving, Lin Yuan finalizes his weekly trade. Here's this week's stock. A notification pops up. 100 seeds of flesh have been transferred to Luo Qingyan. He adds coolly, feel free to bump up the price a bit. The scene shifts to a desolate canyon, where jagged rock pillars tower under the glow of a setting sun. Lin Yuan chases the assassin, hearing only a mocking voice echoing from ahead. "Did you track me down just to run away?" The assassin leaps across the cliffs, laughing provocatively. "Haha, kid. If you want answers, beat me first, and don't you dare use those weird summons of yours." Lam Veer narrows his eyes. What's this guy's game? Was he sent by someone to assassinate me? He glares back with a cold, unwavering gaze and responds, "Fine. Come at me." The assassin strikes with feral excitement. "Let's see what you're really made of." A razor-sharp claw attached to a long chain whistles through the air, heading straight for Lam Veer. Lam Veer raises his sword to block. Sparks fly as the weapons collide, and the claw clamps firmly onto his blade. He immediately senses something is off. A hidden mechanism? The chain suddenly retracts, pulling the assassin toward him at breakneck speed. Lam Veer smirks. Perfect timing. A surge of emerald death energy erupts from Lam Veer, swirling into a small cyclone. The assassin is startled but still mocks him. A bit too slow, don't you think? Lam Veer's sword is yanked and pinned into the ground. Suddenly, the green aura explodes, blasting everything backward. The assassin jerks the chain hard. "Get over here," he shouts, but he only pulls back the empty sword. Lam Veer has vanished into thin air, leaving him stunned. A dark shadow flickers behind him like a ghost. Lam Veer reappears, slamming a heavy punch into the assassin's neck. "You're the one who's slow!" The impact is so violent it shatters the ground. The assassin collapses while Lam Veer stands over him, gripping his sword once more. He looks down at his defeated foe and asks coldly, "Why didn't you use your assassin stealth skills? Is this how all you apostles handle a contract?" Lying in the rubble, the assassin gasps for air. "Who said? I was here for a contract." Lam Veer points his blade at the man's throat, his gaze sharp as a razor. "In that case, I'll just break your legs first." Suddenly, an emergency notification pops up, an emergency call from his friend Han Than. "Accept?" "Yes," he replies curtly. A frantic message flashes across the screen. Han Than screams, "Uyen Thun, we're in trouble!" The shop owner was just kidnapped by a gang. "I can't take them all alone, get back here now." A crimson bloodlust instantly envelops Lam Veer, his eyes darkening with pure rage. "It seems I overestimated your methods. Resorting to kidnapping? How pathetic." The assassin jumps up, shouting back, "Hey, I'm King Yama, and I don't do dirty work like that. I never lay a finger on women." To prove it, he pulls up his contact list and barks an order. "Just wait. I'll show you. Intel team, listen up. A woman was taken from shop number 32. Find her location, now." A system alert confirms the emergency command. The message reaches every team member. Moments later, the Intel team pings the coordinates. The assassin points toward Lam Veer and shares the data. "She's nearby. Go take care of it. Since I came to your door, I won't run away." The system shares coordinates 8893-47538 with the anonymous player. Lam Veer gives him one last look, his voice freezing. "You'd better not run." The scene shifts to a cemetery. A girl lies beaten on the ground, her body flickering as her health drops to 0. A penalty notice appears. "You have been killed 3 times. Level decreased from 14 to 11. She respawns, still dazed and trembling. She looks up with emerald eyes full of hatred, her beautiful face covered in dirt and burning with rage. 2 men look down at her with smug arrogance. "You little brat, after dying this many times, you still won't talk?" A brute steps forward, growling a threat. Young Master Huen found out from the city officials. "A man bought that shop. If you don't give us his name, we'll send you all the way back to the beginner village." The girl grinds her teeth in silent fury. "These bastards are spawn camping me. I can't escape. Even if I log out, my character will just stay here defenseless." She screams defiantly, "Try it then. I'm not afraid of you." The mage sneers. "It seems you still need to be taught a lesson. Hey, I'm heading to the shop to set an ambush. You finish up here. I know that guy will bite the bait." The other man laughs nastily. "Don't worry. I'll make her submit." Just then, a chilling voice echoes from behind him. "Who exactly are you making submit?" Before they can react, Lam Veer strikes like a phantom. "Go to hell." The mage lets out a blood-curdling scream, followed immediately by his partner as they are both cut down. Lok Kuan Yan watches in stunned silence as her tormentors are wiped out in an instant. Lam Veer stands there expressionless, thinking the coordinates were actually real. Han Than, clad in knight armor, rushes over to block another thug. The lowlife keeps shouting, "You dare lay a hand on the Black Tree Guild? Kid, you're dead. Kneel down if you know what's good for you." Before he can finish, a streak of green light pierces his chest. Lam Veer speaks coldly. "Or what?" In the dead of night, his silhouette is terrifying. The Black Tree Guild. "I'll be seeing them for an explanation." The 2 thugs dissolve into beams of blue light. Lok Queen Yan's stolen equipment drops from their remains. Lam Veer frowns. Her gear was on them all along. Lark Kunyan calls out hesitantly, "Little brother." She looks at her tattered state, her heart heavy with humiliation. Even if it's just a game, the realistic simulation makes the pain feel all too real. Lumvirn gently hands her gear back, his voice softening. "It's okay now. Tell me, what happened?" Looking at the shimmering gear, she can't hold back her tears. They wanted to know who the shop owner was. I wouldn't tell them, so they trashed the shop and kept killing me at the respawn point. Lumvirn sighs softly, his tone calm but slightly reproachful. "You should have just told them." La Quignon wipes her eyes, forcing a brave smile. "I'm the big sister. Of course I have to protect you. Besides, they weren't that tough. I wasn't scared." Seeing this, Hanthan steps forward, his face red with anger. "This is too much. They must have been bullying you for hours to make you drop all your gear." He hands her a vial. "Drink this. You need to recover your stamina." Lok Quignon and Han Than are about to say something when Lin Yuan spins around, his eyes turning as cold as ice. "Tell me everything about the Black Tree Guild." Both of them rush to stop him in a panic. Lok Quignon's voice trembles with worry. "Little brother, don't be reckless." Han Than adds, "Abyss God, the Black Tree Guild isn't someone you can just mess with." Han Than explains the gravity of the situation with a grim expression. Unlike ordinary gaming guilds, these guys have a massive powerhouse backing them, the real-world Black Tree Corporation. Their organization is incredibly tight-knit with a clear hierarchy. They're on a completely different level than any normal guild. Abyss God, you might be strong, but taking on an entire guild of hundreds, maybe thousands of people alone? That's just impossible. Hearing this, Lin Yuan only lets out a mocking smirk. The Black Tree Corporation? I know they have money, but so what? This is the immortal world. With a wave of his hand, he summons a massive winged lion. The overwhelming aura forces the other two to stumble back. Suddenly, Lin Yuan narrows his eyes. Right then, the two thugs he just wiped out respawn nearby. Spotting Lin Yuan, they roar in rage. Damn it. But before they can even twitch, Lin Yuan is already looming over them. Two massive necrotic claws manifest behind his back, his voice dripping with provocation. "Weren't you the ones who wanted my shop? Come on then, show me what you've got." The lead thug bellows, "This bastard only knows how to sneak attack. Die." But the moment he lunges forward, those necrotic claws strike like lightning. The two scream in pure terror. "Ah, what the hell is that thing?" A notification pings. A distress signal has been sent to the nearest members of the Black Tree Guild, but help is too slow, and the massacre begins. HP hits 0. You have been defeated, level 14 dropped to 13. You have been defeated twice, level 13 dropped to 12. Piece by piece, their gear spills onto the ground. You have been defeated 3 times, level 12 dropped to 11. Finally, once they've been grinded down to level 1, they lie broken on the dirt, trembling and begging. "Please, stop killing us. I'm already level 1. This account is basically trash now." La Quignon happily retrieves her equipment. "My gear. Thank you so much, little brother. I really thought I'd lost it forever." Lin Yuan casts a cold, sideways glance at the two pathetic wrecks. Two useless pieces of trash. You really needed backup just to interrogate one person? Right on cue, the reinforcements arrive. A hulking bald man steps forward, his voice booming with arrogance. "Let me see who's brave enough to ruin young Master Haiyan's business." But the second he sees Lin Yuan, he freezes, his eyes narrowing in recognition. "Oh, I remember you. Aren't you that little nobody from the Bloodscale Cave?" He glances at his miserable subordinates before turning back to Lin Yuan. "Looks like you dealt with the young master's men, huh? Once I'm done with you, I'll get back to questioning that woman. Young Master Haiyan will surely give me a massive reward for this." He growls, veins popping on his neck. "I'll crush you." Lin Yuan remains calm, gently patting the head of the winged lion. "So, this young Master Haiyan is the head of the snake." He takes a step forward. The bald captain staggers back in shock, stammering, It's you?" A lowly grunt nearby doesn't realize the danger and sneers. "Stealing from the Black Tree Guild? You must have a death wish. Our captain is a pro in the top 10. If you get on your knees and apologize now, the captain might only kill you a few times." Before the laughter can even finish, Lin Yuan is standing right in his face. A dark shadow looms over him as a demonic voice whispers, "You want to kill me?" The grunt nearly jumps out of his skin. "Gah!" A loud crack echoes as the bald captain slaps his own subordinate across the face. "You idiot! Shut your damn mouth." In an instant, his attitude flips 180 degrees, sweat pouring down his face. "Great one. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared touch this for my life." He bows low, acting like a kicked dog. "I'll take them and get out of your way right now." Lin Yuan's response is ice cold. No need. A flash of blue light erupts, and the entire group is sent flying back. Standing amidst a swirl of death energy, Lin Yuan addresses the trembling captain. "Now that they're out of the way, take me to this young Master Huyan." The bald man nods frantically, Yes, sir, right away. As they walk, the bald captain sneakily opens his communication channel, his mind racing with schemes. Bringing an outsider to headquarters is an act of betrayal. The fines from the Black Tree Corporation would be enough to bankrupt him, let alone bringing a monster like this back. No, he needs a cover story. He sends a message to the guild channel. Trioku urgent report. I found the shop owner. I'm luring him back to headquarters now. Set up an ambush on the path to keep him from escaping. Coordinates 4823-782. Seeing the confirmation signal flash on his screen, the bald captain finally lets out a sigh of relief. A sinister smile spreads across his lips. That fast? This time, I'm saved. Simultaneously, a system notification flashes before his eyes. Lin Yuan has entered the ambush zone marked by the Black Tree Guild's Combat Squad number 7. The bald man stops abruptly, forcing Lin Yuan to halt. A triumphant smirk plays on his lips as he gazes into the empty air before him. It's time. He spins around, pointing a finger directly at Lin Yuan's face and roaring with glee. You idiot! Did you really think you were invincible? Today, I'm going to teach you some manners. Brothers, get him! But no battle cry follows his command. Instead, a dark shadow flashes past like a bolt of lightning, sending an ambusher tumbling across the ground. The bald captain stands frozen, looking around in utter confusion. What's going on? Why hasn't Squad 7 made their move? He turns his head back, and the sight before him turns his blood to ice. In the middle of the forest, the bodies of the 7th Squad are scattered everywhere, faint blue lights of death still flickering in the air. How? How is this possible? He stammers in horror. Was the entire squad wiped out just like that? Lin Yuan walks past coldly, his blade still dripping with blood. He thinks to himself, it was that guy's daggers. Is he actually trying to help me? Lin Yuan looks directly at the captain, who is shaking like a leaf, his voice terrifyingly calm. Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Go ahead, make your move. The bald man is so terrified he stumbles backward, sweat pouring down his shiny forehead. Without warning, a bolt of azure lightning streaks down from the sky, engulfing him. He manages only a desperate scream. Stop, please, I was wrong. As the lightning fades, Lin Yuan approaches the man twitching on the ground. If I'm not mistaken, leading so many Black Tree members to their deaths comes with a heavy price. I bet the guild's fine won't be cheap, right? Lin Yuan's sword rests against the man's throat, the cold blue glow reflecting off his pale skin. Lin Yuan offers a deal he can't refuse. You're out of options. Why not just give me young Master Haiyan's coordinates instead? Maybe after I dismantle the Black Tree Guild, that fine of yours will simply vanish. Having no choice, the captain collapses to his knees. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The scene shifts to a luxurious boardroom. A man is reporting on the Black Tree Group's profits. The Black Tree Guild's profits increased by 30% last quarter. Our new shop projects are moving forward, with targets expected to be met by next quarter. Another shareholder cuts him off. Excuse me, Director Deep, but as far as I know, you haven't managed to secure even a single shop yet, have you? A middle-aged man with an eye patch takes a slow drag from his cigar, replying nonchalantly. About that. But he quickly regains his swagger. Coincidentally, we just found the person who bought the shop. The Black Tree Group doesn't let money slip away. That shop is already as good as ours. Just as he finishes, the door bursts open. Someone rushes in, shouting in a panic, Director Deep, it's a disaster. Someone is storming the guild headquarters. Director Deep slams his hand on the table and stands up, roaring, What? What the hell is happening out there? Outside the magnificent headquarters, screams echo through the halls. Members of the Black Tree Guild are sent flying like fallen leaves by the power of a single intruder. Lin Yuan, alone with his sword, carves a path through the encirclement. You bastard! How dare you strike us on our own turf? One soldier bellows. He is answered by a massive explosion of emerald death energy. Get out of my way, Lin Yuan says coldly. The bald captain stands at the gate, watching Lin Yuan's back, asking with a tremble, Are you really going in alone? Lin Yuan doesn't look back, leaving only a chilling warning. I hope your coordinates are correct. If not, I'll be coming for you next. Inside the headquarters, under the glow of crystal chandeliers, the massacre continues. In a lavish room, a man calling himself Young Master Haiyan is lounging arrogantly. He watches a live stream, boasting to his subordinates. The real show is about to start. Once I seize that shop, I'll squeeze at least a few million out of it. When that happens, I'll reward you all. The live stream shows over 2,000 viewers. A girl sitting in his lap coos, Young Master Huyen, you're so naughty, trying to steal from others again. Just then, the noise from outside grows louder, causing Huyen to frown in irritation. Who's making all that racket? What do I pay you for? Can't you see I'm live streaming? Go see what's going on. The subordinates scramble to obey. Two guards mutter as they head to the door. Wonder what idiot is looking for a death wish today. But the moment they open it, a dark blur slams into one of them. The other can only gasp, "What?" Through the settling dust, Lin Yuan enters, his blade wreathed in death energy. "Are you He Xuan?" Their killing intent clashes in midair, a violent confrontation about to ignite. Young Master Huan curls his lip in disdain, another one looking for attention. "Let's see how I play with this one." The scene immediately sends the live stream into a frenzy. Viewership spikes, comments scrolling at lightning speed. "It's on!" What's Huyen's next move? Who's the unlucky bastard this time? Wait, that guy looks familiar. Huyen slowly swivels his chair around. He looks Lin Yuan up and down, his tone dripping with superiority. "You there. Do you want to join the Black Tree Guild too? Not everyone has the honor of being my dog." He kicks his feet up on the desk, offering an arrogant condition. "How about this? Kneel down and lick my shoes clean, and I might consider letting you in." The girl beside him giggles. Young Master Huyen is giving you a chance. Lin Yuan only responds with a cold, sharp smirk. Suddenly, a wave of azure sword energy sweeps forward. The shockwave blasts the surrounding guards away. Huyen flinches in terror as the blade's energy grazes past him. He frantically grabs the girl, using her as a human shield against the terrifying assault. The livestream chat explodes as the viewer count hits 5,000. "Damn, that's intense. Someone's actually taking on Huyen? This is the guild headquarters. He's a beast. Wait, isn't that the Great God 36? Lin Yuan points his sword directly at Huyen, his voice as cold as ice. "Shop number 32 is mine. If you ever set foot near it again, I will erase this entire guild." After a moment of stunned silence, Huyen throws his head back and laughs. "You? Erase the Black Tree Guild?" He laughs maniacally before leaning forward, looking at Lin Yuan as if he were a complete fool. "I used to think you were just a madman, but it turns out you're just a complete moron." The live stream's viewer count has just exploded past the 10,000 mark. The audience finally recognizes Lin Yuan, and the chat erupts into a frenzy of cheers. "Oh my god, it's the Great God. Now this is a real show." The legend has returned to wipe out Black Tree. Young Master Swan claps his hands, a twisted look of amusement on his face. "Guards, where the hell are you? Get out here and deal with this trash for me." Dozens of Black Tree's elite members surge from the shadows, tightening a suffocating circle around Lin Yuan. One of them snarls. "You dare barge into the Black Tree headquarters? You must have a death wish, kid." Standing in the heart of the ambush, Lin Yuan doesn't flinch. He simply gives his blade a subtle, deadly flick. Young Master Xuan leans back in his chair, crossing his legs with insufferable arrogance. The fact that I even laid eyes on your little shop is an honor you don't deserve. Countless people beg for the chance to give me gifts, and they don't even get through the door." He flicks a single gold coin toward Lin Yuan, making one last insulting offer. "Tell you what, take this gold coin, sign the shop over to me, and then crawl over here to kowtow 3 times. If you do that, I might just overlook your little stunt." He tosses the coin at Lin Yuan's feet like he's feeding a dog. In a flash, Lin Yuan swings his sword, intercepting the flying coin and shattering it into a cloud of dust against his razor-sharp blade. With a cold flick of his wrist, he summons a necro-scorpion, his eyes burning with lethal intent. "I don't have much patience left for a fool like you. Now, drop dead." A surge of eerie green light erupts from the ground, shrieking as it tears through everyone surrounding him. Young Master Swan can't even process what's happening. "Ugh, what?" He stammers in shock as a bolt of emerald energy screams toward his face. A mechanical beetle is already inches from his nose, wings buzzing with the sound of death. He only has time for one gut-wrenching scream before the beetle detonates, unleashing a wave of pure, destructive energy that levels everything in its path. The system notification flashes coldly. HP reduced to 0. The surrounding henchmen stand frozen in terror as they watch young Master Swan's lifeless body hit the floor with a heavy thud. Did he just kill young Master Swan? If you're enjoying the carnage, don't forget to hit that like button. Snapping out of his shock, a captain roars at the top of his lungs. "Kill him! Get him now!" The guards throw themselves at Lin Yuan, desperate to take him down, but it's a slaughter. Their efforts achieve nothing but a chorus of blood-curdling screams echoing through the halls. Meanwhile, in the boardroom, an employee frantically grabs the phone, his voice cracking with panic. "Get the chairman! We have an intruder! He's tearing the headquarters apart!" CEO Diep struggles to maintain his composure in front of the shareholders. "It's clearly just a pathetic, malicious stunt by our competitors. Quickly, get the projector on. Find the Black Swan live stream." As the screen flickers to life, CEO Diep gestures with fake confidence. "Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. You are about to witness the true, overwhelming power of the Black Tree Guild." But then, his brow furrows, and his voice falters. Huh? On the massive screen, Lin Yuan stands alone amidst a literal graveyard of fallen members. The entire boardroom falls into a deathly silence. CEO Deep slams his hands onto the table, leaning in so close his eyes look like they might pop out. He stares at the screen, unable to blink, letting out a roar of pure desperation and shame. This is impossible. The live stream chat is losing its mind, and the viewer count has shattered 20,000. The Great God isn't just soloing a boss, he's soloing an entire guild? Damn, this feels good. I've been waiting to see Blacktree get humbled for years. Go for it, Great God. Take them all down. CEO Deep grinds his teeth so hard they might crack, cold sweat pouring down his face. This can't happen. If this continues, the group's stock will plummet, and his position as CEO will be history. He tries to pacify the board, stammering, There must be a misunderstanding. Is the elite guard on vacation today? I'll contact the man in charge immediately. He snatches his phone and screams into the receiver the moment the call connects. You useless brat. I don't care how you do it. Stop that man right now. At that exact moment, young Master Xuan respawns at the revival point, screaming in a fit of absolute rage. Damn it, you actually made me lose a level. He sprints back toward the main hall, shrieking like a maniac. Stop right now, or I swear I'll take your shop and burn it to the ground. And after that, I'll hunt down every single one of your people until they're back at level 1. Standing amidst the mountain of corpses, Lin Yuan turns his head, his gaze icy and detached. Are you threatening me? Young Master Xuan's neck veins bulge as he snarls back. That's right, I always get what I want. If you don't believe me, keep pushing and see what happens. Lin Yuan slowly closes his eyes, and a terrifying ghostly soul manifests behind him. His voice is cold enough to freeze the marrow in their bones. If that is your final answer, then the Blacktree Guild no longer needs to exist. He raises his hand, the air around him distorting as he triggers his ultimate skill. Corpse explosion. A chain reaction of emerald green explosions erupts from the bodies littering the floor, creating a catastrophic storm of energy. Back in the boardroom, CEO Diep can only watch helplessly as his guild headquarters is swallowed by a sea of green fire. My guild, my legacy. One of the shareholders stands up, looking at CEO Diep with utter contempt. Diep, is this the project you wanted us to sink our money into? This is pathetic. I'm starting to seriously question your ability to manage this group. Hearing this, Diep desperately tries to scramble for control. Everyone, please, stay calm. The elite guard has arrived. He turns to his secretary, his voice trembling. The elite squad received the alert, and they're all online, right? Tell me they're there. The secretary quickly reports, Yes, sir. They've all taken their positions. Through the screen, the room watches as a group of players in heavy black armor shatter the windows, storming the hall. The elite squad leader roars. Listen up. Catch that brat. CEO Diep has promised a bonus of 100,000 to every man who draws blood. Understand? The squad bellows back in unison. Sir! Yes, sir! The livestream viewers have now surged past 30,000. Wait, it's those guys? Oh no, they're famous for playing dirty, but honestly, I think they're just lining up to be slaughtered. The Great God is going to turn them into paste, and indeed, the entire elite squad is immediately thrown into chaos by just one of Lin Yuan's necro beetles. Block that damn bug! Quickly! I've already dropped 5 levels today. One member barely dodges a sword strike, only to find the beetle hovering right in front of his eyes. Damn it, not again. The massacre is over in the blink of an eye. The necro beetle dives, ending another life instantly. HP returns to 0. Lin Yuan hovers amidst the swirling mist of death, looking down at the shivering survivors with a mocking chill in his voice. I thought you were going to hunt me back to level 1? Why are you all hiding in the back now? Where's all that big talk? Not missing a beat. The elite captain raises his sword, trying to rally his terrified men. Stick to the plan, brothers, all together now. The guards charge forward, fueled by desperate greed. But as the captain sees Lin Yuan standing there completely unfazed, he loses it. You arrogant little brat! He launches himself into the air, bringing his blade down in a thunderous strike toward Lin Yuan. We are the ones who will end you, he declares with misplaced confidence. But before his blade can even get close, a blinding flash of green light erupts. The kinetic force slams into the captain, sending him spinning backward as he gasps in sheer terror. What? What is this? Seeing their leader falter, 2 mages in the rear immediately unleash their spells. Fireballs and arrows scream through the air toward Lin Yuan. The attacker's face is twisted into hideous, desperate grins. No matter how skilled you think you are, you can't possibly fight 7 of us at once. Take this in my mockery. Taste my paralysis arrow. Moving like a ghost, Lin Yuan weaves through the onslaught of attacks. He reappears instantly in front of the mage, his hand clamping down hard on the man's face. Your tactics are far too sloppy, he says, his gaze icy. With a surge of power, he slams the mage into the ground, triggering a violent explosion of emerald energy that rocks the entire area. The system screen flickers coldly with a familiar notification. HP has reached 0. In the center of the shattered crater, the mage lies motionless, completely neutralized. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's system alerts. Stealth skill activated. The remaining guards grip their weapons, eyes darting through the haze. Damn it, where did the brat go? Did he run away? Meanwhile, the livestream chat is exploding with comments. Even a tiger can't fight off a pack of hyenas. Our god might be losing, but he's going down in glory. They're only winning because they're outnumbering him. No one could touch him in a fair fight. On the battlefield, a guard punches the ground in frustration, veins bulging on his neck. Damn it. He's turning this place upside down. If we let him escape, the Black Tree Guild's reputation will be dragged through the mud. He bellows at his men. Find him! I don't care what it takes. Suddenly, the sky above them turns pitch black. Young Master Swan, who had been crawling on the ground, breaks into a cold sweat. He turns around, his eyes wide with confusion. Wait, what? From behind them, a horde of massive soul beasts, twisted hybrids of dragons and wolves, slowly crawl out from the depths of death. Their jaws, dripping with fangs, snap toward their targets, sending the soldiers into a screaming panic. What is that? The beast lets out an earth-shattering roar, gathering brilliant green hellfire in its maw. The overwhelming power of the beast's breath explodes, blasting the remaining soldiers into the air. At that exact moment, a notification appears. Stealth skill deactivated. Lin Yuan slowly materializes, crossing his arms as he delivers a nonchalant provocation. If there's anyone else left, send them all out at once. It just so happens there's still plenty of room at the respawn point. In the real world, a young man lounging on his bed stares at his phone, sweating as he watches the stream. Holy crap, I'm witnessing greatness again. When this man decides to move, you can bet there's going to be a body count. On a busy street, a group of teenagers huddle around a tablet, talking excitedly. The Black Tree Guild really messed with a god of death this time. In another corner, a schoolgirl clutches her blushing cheeks, her eyes sparkling as she gazes at her screen. Oh my god, how can he be so incredibly handsome? Far from the audience's excitement, young Master Swan is on his knees, clutching his head and trembling in total misery. Paralyzed by fear, he opens his chat window, sobbing as he begs his father for help. Dad, please, come save me! President Dieppe screams back through the voice chat, spitting with rage. How the hell did I raise such a useless piece of trash like you? You're a jinx! Do you have any idea how much trouble you've brought upon me? Young Master Swan doesn't back down, his neck veins straining as he shouts back. Listen, old man, I was just following your orders to buy those shops. If your intel was garbage, that's on you. Why are you blaming me? Retorted by his own son, President Dieppe chokes on his fury. He slumps over his desk, gasping for air as he tries to suppress his rage, barking orders to his subordinates. You disgraceful brat, I don't care how you do it, just stall him and buy me some time. His face darkens, his eyes flashing with a mix of malice and absolute confidence. The elite expert I hired for a fortune is already on his way. Meanwhile, perched on a high branch overlooking the ruins of the Black Tree headquarters, an assassin wearing a Yama mask clicks his tongue in admiration. Not bad, kid. You've certainly made quite a name for yourself. Suddenly, his system panel lights up with a notification. Urgent commission received from the Black Tree Guild. Objective: eliminate target Lin Yuan. Client identity: hidden. Reward: 500 gold coins. The assassin looks at the screen and lets out a mocking smirk. An urgent commission? They want me to go deal with that kid? How ridiculous. With a flick of his finger, he taps the screen, decisively rejecting the order and blocking all further notifications from the Black Tree Guild. Beneath the mask, his eyes gleam with endless curiosity. I think I'd rather just head over and watch the show unfold. Just then, a new group emerges from the forest. Lin Yuan crosses her arms, observing the scene. Not only did they call the Fury Guild, but even the members of the Apostates Guild are here. It seems Black Tree is really going all out this time. From his treetop perch, the Yama assassin thinks to himself, they're all acquaintances of that kid. This is going to be a hell of a show. A warrior carrying a massive axe cracks his knuckles, his voice low and impatient. I just want to get this over with quickly. Let's just crush that arrogant brat. The assassin watches the three of them charge down, smirking. At this rate, I don't even need to test his strength. I'll just send the video straight to the boss. Meanwhile, in the center of the hall, young Master Swan is surrounded by two soul beasts. He screams in bitter resentment. Even my own father has never hit me. I'm going to make you pay for this. Moments later, the group of mercenaries grinds to a halt as they arrive, staring in shock at the devastation before them. Lin Yuan and the masked assassin freeze as well, silently taking in the situation. Sensing their arrival, Lin Yuan reveals himself, his eyes glowing a piercing red. Lin Yu gasps. The target is actually him? The masked assassin flinches. Is it that madman? At that moment, a voice rings out with biting sarcasm. Hey, young master. Looks like your help has finally arrived. Finding his courage again, young Master Swan looks up from the dirt and bellows. You enjoyed hitting me, didn't you? Everyone, kill him. Today, I'm going to make him crawl on his knees and beg for mercy. Lin Yuan remains calm, his foot planted firmly on young Master Swan as his cold gaze sweeps over the newcomers. He gives them a slight glance, and an invisible pressure washes over everyone. One of Swan's remaining lackeys, seeing the reinforcements, tries to act tough. Huh, you thought no one could handle you? With a rank 1 and rank 2 guild teaming up, you're dead meat. But before he can finish, the axe-wielding warrior shoves him violently aside. Huh? The warrior glares at the subordinates and roars. Get lost! You think that pittance of a reward is enough for me to throw my life away? You're all a bunch of idiots. Immediately, a notification pops up. The system has abandoned the Black Tree Guild's commission. Without another word, the warrior turns around and walks away. Young Master Xuan, still pinned to the ground, screams in a panic. You! Where are you going? You haven't even fought him yet. Are you seriously that scared? Lin Yuan doesn't even spare him a look. He casually swings his sword, sending a wave of emerald energy rippling through the air. The arrogant lackey lets out a single scream before vanishing. HP has reached 0. Having dealt with the small fry, Lin Yuan turns to the remaining 2. Do you two also plan on helping the Black Tree Guild? Another notification appears. The female knight has abandoned the Black Tree Guild's commission. Leng Yue gives a friendly smile and shrugs. I trust you have your reasons for doing this. Do you need a hand? Lin Yuan calmly replies. No need. Just stay back and enjoy the show. At that exact moment, young Master Swan finishes respawning and bolts upright. He points at the mercenaries, screaming his lungs out. What the hell? I didn't pay you idiots to stand there and watch a damn play. The masked assassin crosses his arms, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Is that so? I thought you paid us specifically to watch your pathetic little circus act, young master? Xuan, thinking he's found a lifeline, barks out an order. Finally, one of you has some sense. Get him, tear that bastard apart. But Lin Yuan cuts him off, locking eyes with the assassin. You're the one who cleared out the rats in the forest, aren't you? I recognize your daggers. The assassin chuckles. Just a little extracurricular work. Xuan freezes as if doused in ice water. What? You're a mole too? The assassin pulls up his system menu and starts recording, grinning ear to ear. Hey, don't use such ugly words. I never actually accepted your commission, you know. I'm just here for the chaos. Betrayed and humiliated, young Master Swan and his remaining 2 subordinates can only grind their teeth in pure rage. Damn you. I won't let any of you get away with this. Just you, wait. Suddenly, all 3 feel a terrifying surge of killing intent crashing down from above. A massive energy dragon roars, diving down and swallowing all 3 of them in one thunderous strike. A notification flashes their life force has dropped to 0. Respawning yet again, young Master Swan crawls out from the rubble. His face is caked in grime, but his eyes are still burning with malice. Lin Yuan looks down at him coldly. Let's keep this going. I'm sure your guild leader won't be able to sit still much longer. Meanwhile, in the real world, a shareholder slams his fist on the table, barking at CEO Ye. The group's stock has hit rock bottom. Blackleaf, you caused this disaster, and you will answer for these losses. Nearby, the secretary trembles as he calls out to the CEO. CEO Yi grinds his teeth, his voice a low growl. Shut up. Get my VR helmet. Now! He clenches his fist, eyes filled with desperate resolve. If I don't step in and end this farce, every investor we have will pull out. I have to restore their confidence. At the same time, the scene shifts to the Black Tree Guild headquarters. A notification pings guild leader Blackleaf has logged in. An imposing mage draped in crimson robes materializes amidst the ruins. Lin Yuan glances over and asks bluntly, So, you're the big boss of the Black Tree Guild? Blackleaf thinks to himself, the live stream is still running. I have to finish this kid quickly. He knows the board of directors can't see any weakness. He sneers, Kid, you've picked a fight with someone you shouldn't have. Suddenly, his tone shifts, offering a condescending smile. You clearly have some talent. I might consider letting you join Black Tree. You'll even become an elite squad captain. Young Master Xuan respawns and immediately butts in. Old man, why are you wasting breath on him? He slaughtered our men and you want to play nice? Call the troops and cripple him. Blackleaf ignores him and raises his magical staff. Glowing red energy surges as he bellows. Brat, don't you dare underestimate the foundation of the Black Tree Guild. He unleashes a devastating blast, but a blue spirit intercepts it with ease. Lin Yuan stands behind it, his voice dripping with mockery. Is this the best a leader of a third-rate guild can do? Blackleaf's eyes widen in shock. He used a summoned beast to block that? A split second later, Lin Yuan's soul beast lunges at him. Lin Yuan asks nonchalantly, So, how do you plan to handle this? The beast swings its blade. He barely manages to dodge, but Lin Yuan is already standing right behind him, flanked by a horde of other soul beasts. He coldly declares, It's over. A notification pops up, skill, Tyrant Art activated. Blackleaf panics, realizing he's completely surrounded. Damn it! A violent explosion of emerald energy erupts, consuming everything. Back at the respawn point, Blackleaf and young Master Xuan crawl to their feet once more. Drenched in cold sweat, Blackleaf's mind screams in terror. Impossible. I couldn't even survive one move? This guy is a freaking monster. He realizes he needs to stall for time. He frantically raises his hands, stumbling backward. Wait, we were wrong, he pleads desperately. Stop. We'll issue a public apology and pay whatever compensation you want. Lin Yuan stands there, shadowed by his colossal soul beast. His voice is like ice. You don't realize you're wrong. You just realize you're about to die. The soul beast lets out a deafening roar. It charges, sending the Black Tree members flying like ragdolls. Agonizing screams fill the air as the bastards are tossed into the sky. Young Master Swan shrieks at his father. Old man, do something, anything. Blackleaf snaps back, losing his mind. Shut the hell up. Do what? I've used everything I have. You worthless brat. What kind of nightmare did you drag us into? Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Blackleaf's head. Wait, if even the top players can't beat him, then what? He stares at Lin Yuan and the massive soul beast. NPCs are the only way. The Black Tree headquarters is on the outskirts of the main city. Violence is forbidden here. If I can just alert the peacekeeping guards, he's dead meat. Blackleaf smirks as he pulls out a scroll and turns to his son. You idiot. Why didn't I think of summoning the peacekeeping guards sooner? No matter how strong he is, he's no match for an NPC. He activates an emergency wanted summon. Schwann's eyes light up with hope. I get it, Dad. The guards will intervene. Anyone who refuses to comply will be thrown into the forced away from keyboard prison. A flash of blinding light occurs, and a majestic, imposing general appears. The general's voice booms. Who dares cause a disturbance in the main city? Arrest this man immediately. The father and son duo are certain victory is finally theirs. Absolutely incurable stupidity. Just as expected, the NPC general is flying into a rage. You dare use force right in front of me? How arrogant! Arrest him! I want him locked up for 3 months. The two soldiers immediately charge. Yes, sir! On the live stream, views have already surpassed 30,000. The chat is filled with regret. Oh, what a shame. It's all over now. With this mechanic, how can anyone fight? Seeing this, Blackleaf gets even more cocky. He points at Lin Yuan, mocking him. Ha! Once a player dares to attack a security NPC, they'll be wanted by the entire Western Desert Kingdom. No matter how strong you are, do you really think you can cut down a security officer? But he never expected that the moment his words ended, a black shadow would lung forward. Lin Yuan easily shatters the magic shield, closes the distance, and delivers a finishing blow to Blackleaf. He coldly utters a single word, fool. Instantly, the chat explodes with over 30,000 viewers. Damn, the Great One is just too cool. Looks like he has no intention of making peace. Let those punks act tough. In the end, they're just slaughtered like chicks. The result of that defiance is Blackleaf coughing up blood, eyes wide in shock. The cold notification pops up. Life points have reached 0. Of course, the security officer can't ignore this. He roars, the pressure of a high-level NPC spreading everywhere. You are defying the laws of the Western Desert. I will punish you. Severe punishment. Facing the NPC's wrath, Lin Yuan calmly raises his hand, and a shimmering gold medal drops. The two soldiers freeze before they can even touch him. The metallic sound of the metal hitting the ground makes the entire space seem to stand still. The general is stunned, cold sweat pouring down, eyes wide with disbelief. This is the honorary medal of the Scorpion Knight Order. Looking at the exquisite medal, he stammers. You are an honorary knight? Lin Yuan responds only with a mysterious half-smirk. The situation does a complete 180-degree turn. The general panics and screams at his subordinates. Stop! Stop right now! The two soldiers are bewildered, having no idea what's happening. Immediately after, the general hurriedly bows, carefully lifting the medal with both hands and respectfully presenting it back to Lin Yuan. My lord, here is your item. Lin Yuan nonchalantly takes the medal from the security officer's trembling hands. Now, he is the one giving orders. He points toward Blackleaf and young Master Black, who had just been resurrected. Take care of these two. The general immediately bows, his attitude completely transformed. It is my honor to serve you. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Blackleaf still doesn't understand what's going on. Why hasn't the security officer attacked? Young Master Black beside him turns pale and stammers. Damn it, that bastard is an honorary knight. To him, the security officer is just a wagging dog. On command, the general whips around, his gaze full of killing intent as he points directly at Blackleaf and his son. You two bastards dare to oppose the Scorpion Knight Order. I suspect you are spies from the Southern Return Kingdom. Follow me to the dungeon for questioning. The tables have turned, and the father and son retreat in panic. Blackleaf hurriedly waves his hands. Wait, this is just a misunderstanding, sir. Young Master Black turns to blame his father. Old man, what kind of stupid plan did you come up with? Now you've brought disaster upon us. The general gives them no chance to explain, personally escorting them away. Behave yourselves. Do not disturb the Night Lord. The two soldiers also jump in to drag them off. Walk quietly with us. A final announcement pops up for all players. Blackleaf and Black Hyan have been arrested by the main city security. As he's being dragged away, Blackleaf still hasn't given up. He turns back and screams at Lin Yuan. "Wait! We can negotiate whatever you want. I'll give you money." Lin Yuan coldly turns his back. It's too late for talk now. He looks at the ruins of the Black Tree headquarters and delivers the final judgment. The Black Tree Guild has only one end: dissolution. And just like that, the livestream hits a new record. With over 40,000 viewers, this is a new record for the Great One, taking on an entire guild alone, unprecedented, a battle that will be recorded in gaming history. The truth has proven that the Great One is still the undefeated #1. Meanwhile, in the real world, inside a luxurious boardroom, a powerful man points at the screen, cursing. Ridiculous. This is your so-called plan, and you live-streamed the whole thing? Have you no shame? I should never have entrusted the guild project to a useless person like you. In his room, Blackleaf furiously smashes his gaming helmet. He screams in total helplessness. Enough! Who could have guessed he had so many trump cards? What could I have done? Even the NPCs are on his side. The powerful man coldly barks orders over the phone. The shares of the Black Tree Corporation are surely worthless now. Sell them all. As for those two fools, contact my lawyers. I want them to rot in prison. The subordinate who had been listening all this time suddenly speaks up with an expression of disbelief. That madman actually managed to destroy the entire Black Tree Guild for real. I guess my fine is considered cleared now, huh? Back on the battlefield, Lin Yuan coldly sweeps his gaze across the remaining survivors. Notifications keep popping up. Life points have reached 0, one by one. Even the core members cannot escape his blade. Black Tree Demon War has left the Black Tree Guild. The announcements follow one after another like an obituary for the fall of a power. Black Tree Lowland has left the Black Tree Guild. Black Tree Hidden Blade has left the Black Tree Guild. No one can withstand him. Black Tree Grim Reaper Dual Spears has left the Black Tree Guild. Even the captains are no exception, sent flying by massive soul beasts. Black Tree 4th Squad Captain has left the Black Tree Guild. Finally, one more name vanishes. Black Tree 8000 Kills has left the Black Tree Guild. As the smoke and dust settle, only Lin Yuan remains standing amidst the ruins. The system rings with a final decision. Black Tree Guild members have fallen below 30. The guild is automatically dissolved. Watching from a distance, the assassin King of Hell holds an energy orb, clicking his tongue in admiration. Blackleaf and Black Hyan are in jail, and the guild members were killed until they left in droves. This kid really did take down the whole Black Tree Guild. He opens his control panel and begins sending the precious footage he just recorded. Sending combat video to the leader. With the job done, Lin Yuan turns around, his gaze sharp as a knife, looking directly into the shadows where the assassin is hiding. How much longer do you plan on watching the show? The assassin King of Hell reveals himself, shrugging nonchalantly. Care for a drink? I'll wait for you at the tavern. Ask whatever you want to know. Oh, and don't forget to collect your loot. Lin Yuan watches as the assassin's silhouette fades away, a new plan already forming in his mind. The Black Tree Guild has been completely wiped out. It's the perfect time to investigate the background of the Apostle Guild. He sweeps his arm, a radiant glow engulfing every piece of loot on the ground. A simple system prompt flickers. All equipment gathered. Deep within a hidden sanctum, a girl with short, sharp hair glares at the man before her. Crossing her arms, she demands with a chilling gaze. So, what's the next scheme you need me for? Out with it. The Great Wisdom Serpent couldn't even touch the man standing across from them. A snake tamer sighs in weary frustration as the violet serpent draped over his shoulders flickers its tongue with equal lethargy. Last time, the master gave new orders: scout that man, then find a way to recruit him. Ugh, what a headache. The clandestine conversation between these mysterious figures continues. The man continues. Master gave me intel. I need to head into the heart of the desert to capture a specific type of flying serpent. The girl responds without a shred of hesitation. Your mess, your problem. Figure out how to lure him out yourself. Then we'll finish the master's task together. The man's ego is clearly stung. This is your personal mission, isn't it? In this organization, I might be lower rank than you, but my boss is 10 times more useful than you'll ever be. Don't think you can order me around just yet. The hooded man leans in, his voice a venomous threat. You could refuse, sure, but let's not forget that business with the Count, the one you almost exposed last time. I wonder, what happens if that little secret leaks out? Hearing that, Anna clenches her fists, her knuckles turning white before she finally relents. Just this once, but understand this. There's zero room for error with the serpent civilization. If things go south, I'm bailing first. The man wears a triumphant smirk, unfurling a coordinate map. All you need to do is bait him to this location. Coordinates shared. 799.3.4.7.548. The girl takes the data, her eyes shimmering with deep suspicion. And what dungeon have you prepared to deal with him? Coordinates saved. 799.3.4.7.548. The hooded man's grin turns sinister. He reveals a face partially covered in jagged snake scales. The Dead Sea Island. Meanwhile, at a tavern in windswept city, Lin Yuan and the assassin Yan Wang step through the doors. The innkeeper greets them warmly. "What can I get for you two gentlemen?" Before Lin Yuan can utter a word, the assassin subtly flashes a skull-shaped emblem. The innkeeper's face pales instantly as he bows. "I understand." Turning to the crowd, the innkeeper bellows, "Apologies, everyone. We're closing early today. As compensation, all drinks and food are on the house." The patrons are stunned. Free? The atmosphere instantly turns electric with excitement. One girl cheers, "Talk about luck. Free drinks for everyone." A man grumbles with a grin. "Damn, I should have ordered 3 more rounds." Suddenly, every window and door slams shut, sealing the tavern into a void of absolute privacy. The interior is now eerily quiet and spotless. Lin Yuan scans the room, his eyes sharp. Yan Wang gestures toward a table. "Take a seat." Lin Yuan sits, cutting straight to the point. "Is this a base for the Disciples Guild?" Yan Wang responds with a cryptic, inviting smirk. "If the Disciples Guild interests you so much, why not experience it for yourself?" Right then, another hooded figure emerges from the shadows, extending a formal invitation. "On behalf of the Disciples Guild, I officially invite you to join our ranks." Lin Yuan raises an eyebrow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "So, your way of inviting newcomers is by sending assassins to kill them?" Yan Wang waves his hand frantically, letting out a forced laugh. "Cough, cough. Let's call it getting to know each other through combat. Independent elites like you are rare. We were desperate to bring you in." The innkeeper arrives with 2 glasses of red wine. The masked assassin adds, "To be honest, we've rejected every single bounty placed on your head. That's a first in the history of the disciples." The innkeeper sets the glasses down. "Enjoy." Lin Yuan remains motionless, arms crossed, ignoring the drink. Seeing this, the figure asks coldly, "Well, have you reached a decision?" Lin Yuan takes a slow sip, his piercing gaze locking onto the 2 men. "Inviting someone while hiding your face doesn't seem very sincere to me." In that split second, Lin Yuan activates his skill to probe the man's identity. A system screen flickers. Commencing Spirit Attribute check. Spirit Attribute is 1.5 times higher than the target. Check passed. Enhanced Stealth detected and dispelled. The hooded man is genuinely shocked. He thinks to himself, "Impressive. His perception is razor sharp. He actually saw through my enhanced stealth." Now that he's been exposed, he drops the act. Enhanced Stealth deactivated. A man wearing a mask and a crimson-black cloak appears, radiating a lethal aura. He crosses his legs with casual arrogance. Lin Yuan recognizes him instantly. This is the guild master of the Disciples, Death Manifesto. In his past life, this man was infamous for slaughtering countless powerhouses, a pure psychopath who lived for the thrill of the kill. Lin Yuan replies calmly, "If you've done your homework, you know I don't join guilds, but I do want your information. Name your price." Death Manifesto slides the emblem toward Lin Yuan. "Yan Wang said you were interested in this. Join us, and you'll learn far more." He taps the emblem lightly. "Besides, you've got it wrong. The Disciples isn't a real guild. It's a nominal organization, no need to formally join through the game interface." Behind the mask, Death Manifesto's eyes gleam with absolute confidence. Lin Yuan falls into a deep silence, calculating. "I see. If that's the case, my hidden class won't be exposed. Joining might not be so bad, especially with an intelligence network that spans the entire world of Immortal." He looks up, his mind made up. "If that's how it works, I can consider it. But first, I need to know exactly what I'm getting into." Death Manifesto chuckles darkly. "Hee, I knew it. You and I are the same breed. The Disciples is a very unusual guild." He begins the breakdown. Assassin ranks are divided into common, elite, proficient, excellent, and fatal. 5 ranks in total. Mission difficulty mirrors this: D, C, B, A, and S. He picks up the pocket watch Lin Yuan had his eye on. "As for this watch you're so curious about, it's a token earned only by those who finish 3 S-rank missions and reach the elite rank or higher. With this, you can receive supplies and reinforcement at any outpost. It's also your passport into our true strongholds." Death Manifesto holds the watch out. "Of course, rules are meant to serve the strong. If you join us, this belongs to you right now." Lin Yuan silently takes it. Yan Wang suddenly appears behind him, throwing an arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder. "See? I told you you'd have it soon. I wouldn't lie to you, would I?" Death Manifesto stands, his voice solemn and heavy. "I am Death Manifesto. I officially invite you into the Disciples Guild. Our hierarchy is simple: Master, Minister, Leader, and Member. Join us, and you'll immediately become the Minister of the West Desert Branch." Lin Yuan glanced toward Yama, figuring this guy must be the current minister. "If I take his spot, will he be okay with that?" Yama instantly waved his hands, putting on a cute, exaggerated face. I've been wanting to quit this petty ministerial post for ages. I just want to go out and fight." He leaned in close to Lin Yuan's face to correct him. "By the way, my name is Yama, not this guy." Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. "In that case." He stood up and reached out to shake hands with Death's Proclamation. "A pleasure doing business with you." Beneath his mask, Death's Proclamation's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Seeing the deal struck, Yama chimed in, "Boss, the rookie probably has questions for you. I'm heading out for a drink first." Death's Proclamation nodded. "Go ahead." With only the two of them left, Lin Yuan cut straight to the chase. "I'll be blunt. I'm looking for someone, and I expect the guild to help me investigate." He opened his system panel and shared 2 photos. Death's Proclamation took the data, his eyes widening in shock as he looked at the images. "I see. It's about that watch. So that's your goal." He shook his head. "But I'm sorry. Members of the Apostles are strictly forbidden from investigating one another. That is a fundamental rule of this guild." Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. "So it seems this minister title doesn't actually carry any authority, does it?" Death's Proclamation quickly tried to explain. "No, it's not quite like that." Death's Proclamation continued his explanation, a calculating look appearing in his eyes beneath the mask. "Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. As long as that person wants to accept missions, they can't possibly bypass you as the branch minister." He added with a devious smirk. "You can easily arrange for them to be part of multi-person commissions. However, if they disappear for a long time and refuse missions, they'll be automatically purged from the roster. So, they really don't have a choice." Persuaded by the logic, Lin Yuan nodded and patted the man's shoulder. "Fine, that's good enough for me." Death's Proclamation acted with great favor. "A talent like you is naturally an honored guest. Rest assured, I'll share the latest in-game intelligence with you first. Even in other countries, you'll have the support of our branches just by asking." Having achieved his goal, Lin Yuan turned to leave without hesitation. "Then I'll be going now." Death's Proclamation hastily called out after him. "Wait! At least let me know your ID. I still need to notify the West Desert branch about the change in leadership." A crisp chime rang out as the system announced the player had deactivated their ID cloak. Lin Yuan turned his head slightly, flashed a 2-finger salute at George, and let a smirk play on his lips. "You can call me Qingming." He left Death's Proclamation standing alone, stroking his chin in deep thought. Qingming is truly a hidden tiger. The top spot in the West Desert won't be escaping his grasp. The scene shifts to a desolate area. Lin Yuan, draped in a black cloak, walks leisurely toward a massive, crumbling ruin deep within the forest. As he walks, he rubs his chin, calculating his next move. "Now that I think about it, I've been a bit lazy with leveling up lately." He mutters his plan to himself. "The business with the Black Tree Guild is all cleared up. It's the perfect time to find a nearby dungeon and grind some experience. I haven't paid attention for a while, but the proficiency of my early skills has increased quite a bit on its own." He immediately opens his skill panel to check his stealth technique. Black Iron Grade Stealth, Level 4. Enter a stealth state lasting 5 minutes. Consumes 80 mana, 1 minute cooldown. Proficiency, 8 out of 400. Next is the Level 7 Black Iron Soulfire. Deals magic damage equal to 300% of the target's stats. Consumes 10 mana, 4-second cooldown. Proficiency, 10 out of 700. He smacks his lips in appraisal. "As for the skills I got later, Corpse Explosion is decent, but the Dark Great Curse isn't quite as good." The skill panel switches to Level 5 Gold Grade Corpse Explosion. Effect: detonates 1 corpse, dealing fire damage equal to 110% of his own health. Consumes 140 mana, 5-second cooldown. Proficiency, 21 out of 500. Lin Yuan looks visibly unimpressed. "That trick of restoring 20% health to a single target is practically useless for my massive army of undead zombies." Level 3, Gold Grade Dark Great Curse. Effect: deals damage equal to 20% of the target's maximum health. Consumes 60 mana, 6-second cooldown. Proficiency, 220 out of 300. He clicks his tongue. Summarizing, this maximum health percentage damage is really only good for bullying weak monsters. Remembering the unlucky combat moments where his damage was nerfed, he breaks into a cold sweat and mutters, "If I use this on monsters or bosses at a higher level than me, the system will immediately slash the percentage damage down to a pathetic amount." Pulling out 2 precious skill scrolls, Lin Yuan's eyes light up with calculation. "Based on my grinding experience from my past life, low-level skills can be upgraded through proficiency." Fueled by momentum, he draws his sword and marches forward. The 2 skill scrolls I've been hoarding must be used on the most critical point ideally, directly onto a dark gold grade skill. He reviews his personal data. Lin Yuan, level 16. Profession, Necromancer, Hunter. Talent, Dark Summoning. Underworld Gate, 107 out of 160. He analyzes his situation. Everything else is fine, but the core issue is the Underworld Gate. I need to add some powerful zombies that can actually carry the team. As my level increases, the starter undead, like the Ghost Wolf zombies, are starting to fall behind. He sighs, reaching a conclusion. Since the zombies can't level up themselves, the attribute gap will only keep growing. From now on, I'll try to stop summoning the trash tier ones so they don't clutter the formation. Just then, the system signals that the target has reached the entrance of an elite dungeon, the ruined laboratory. Entering dungeon now. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan strides through the dark, shimmering portal of the ancient ruins. Inside, a scene of bleak devastation awaits him. Massive, rusted suits of iron armor lie scattered across the path. He stops, looking up at a giant black suit of armor, large as a tower, sitting motionless before him. An undead knight? Suddenly, the monster jolts awake. A slash-carrying, shrieking blue energy tears through space, hurtling straight toward him. A crushing pressure explodes. The surrounding undead knights awaken simultaneously, radiating a sky-piercing deathly aura to threaten the intruder. The system issues a warning. Level 18, Elite Undead Knight. Health, 4,600. Attack, 220. Defense, 290. Like a flash of lightning, Lin Yuan slides. He dodges the strike while simultaneously releasing the necro beetle to meet the challenge, a smirk playing on his lips as he exposes the weakness of these hollow-bodied creatures. Though they are incredibly tanky and difficult to deal with, the experience they drop is the sweetest prize among monsters of the same level. Launching an immediate counterattack, the aggressive necro beetle fires a brilliant beam of green energy, piercing straight through the undead knight's chest. Roaring in agony, the knight leaps into the air and slams its massive claymore into the ground, creating a shockwave that splits the stone floor in two. Not about to let his summon take the brunt of it, Lin Yuan gathers a radiant emerald flame in his hands and rushes forward to shield the beetle. Back off, little one. This kind of monster is immune to crowd control and has incredibly thick armor. Let me handle this one personally. With those words, he thrusts his glowing hand into the air. The system coldly initiates a combo chain, casting the skill Wound Amplification to skyrocket the damage the enemy receives. Just as the magic circle beneath its feet ignites, the undead knight raises its giant sword with a roar, preparing to deliver a lightning-fast blow that would cleave the earth. But as swift as a ghost, Lin Yuan glides backward, narrowly evading the cold blade and leaving the three massive monsters swinging at thin air. Taking advantage of the moment the creatures are off balance, he slips into the shadows with a satisfied grin. The system panel immediately flashes, activating his stealth skill. Suddenly, from behind the towering knight, a spectral python emerges, its mouth agape with venomous fangs. The system coldly delivers the death sentence, initiating the corpse explosion skill. The python lets out a bone-chilling hiss, its body swelling with surging green energy as it primes for a catastrophic blast. A violent earthquake erupts, sweeping away everything in the vicinity and sending the rusted iron plates of the undead knight flying into the air. At the same time, generous rewards begin to rain down. He has obtained a brewing recipe for a deadly poison. He also picks up a recipe for a basic mana potion and an intermediate high-grade solvent. As he gathers the loot, Lin Yuan nods in satisfied approval. You have to loot these iron husks the moment they die, or the items will vanish along with their corpses. He steps back into view, deactivating his stealth. He calculates the potential profit. Adding these potion recipes to his shop would definitely spice up the inventory. But just as he is savoring the moment, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flash with a cold killing intent as he notices the fragments of the armor on the ground starting to twitch and move. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrusts his hand forward, blasting a surge of emerald mana straight into the pile of scrap. If it weren't for the experience from my past life, you little rats might have actually pulled one over on me, he shouts, summoning his most powerful ally. Giant zombie wolf, to battle, tear them to pieces for me. The massive wolf lunges forward majestically, baring its fangs as it unleashes a wide-range sonic shockwave, the vicious wolf howl skill. The violent sound waves pulverize the remnants before they can reform. Lin Yuan watches with a cold, judgmental gaze. Turn to dust. The notification panel begins to flash rapidly like he's hit the jackpot targets eliminated. 7 elite undead knights defeated. Experience and loot continue to pour in relentlessly. 5 more elite undead knights eliminated. As the experience flows in, Lin Yuan lands gracefully, a satisfied smirk on his face. Not bad. I leveled up. Along with the stream of cleanup notifications, 9 more elite undead knights are slain, granting more experience. Glory is finally called. The system congratulates him. You have reached level 17. He opens his brilliant personal stat panel to check the results. Player, Lin Yuan, level 17. Class, Necro Hunter, Forbidden Talent, Dark Summoning. Gates of the Underworld, 90, 6 out of 170. Strength, 77. Constitution, 205. Agility, 119. Spirit, 350. 4. Experience, 3 out of 24,138. Even with the level up, Lin Yuan strokes his chin, analyzing the weaknesses in his lineup. The undead knight's defense is just too high. The giant zombie wolf can barely even scratch them anymore. Even though it's labeled as a boss-tier monster, its level is just too low now. However, he feels a bit of regret. But that wide-range howl is just so satisfying to use. It's hard to bring myself to just throw it away. He looks at his pet stats. Dreadwolf Lord, level 6. Health, 2,400. Attack, 360. Defense, 48. Skills, Vicious Wolf Howl, Heart of the Colossus, Claws of Death, Necrobody, and Wrath of the Undying. A spark of desire flickers in Lin Yuan's eyes. Man, if only there was a way to increase the level of these zombies, that would be amazing. He absent-mindedly checks his low-tier units. Standard Howling Thunder Scorpion, level 6, 400 health. Lin Yuan shakes his head in disappointment. These crippled zombies have truly run out of use. Summing them now would only be to use them as sacrificial flares for his corpse explosion. It's the same story for the rest of the remnants. Level 10 Snake Spirit Embryos, level 5 Kobold Miners, absolute garbage. Even those with elite labels, like the level 12 Bone Spike Thief or the level 6 Kobold Overseer, share the same grim fate of waiting to be sacrificed. Suddenly, he cradles the tiny necro beetle on his fingertip, his lips curling into a self-satisfied smirk. But little guys like this with such unique skills, they're rare treasures that even money can't buy. He waves his hand, casting a magic circle to graft emerald energy into the beetle. Keep working hard for me, little one. However, as the beetle nears the undead knight's armor, the system delivers a cold blow. Target is an undead entity, cannot be awakened. Lin Yuan clicks his tongue, drawing a conclusion. These monsters are essentially just wandering spirits clinging to suits of armor. No wonder the resurrection skill failed. Dusting off his hands as he turns away from the ruins, Lin Yuan finalizes his future plans. It looks like from now on, I need to clear out the trash, manage the ratio of low-level undead, and hunt down some real tanks. While he is fired up and calculating his next move, a flashing blue light suddenly cuts through his train of thought. Huh? An emergency notification appears on the system panel. Real-world call. Mother is calling you. Lin Yuan's face shifts to a mix of surprise and concern. It's strange. Ever since he said he wanted to focus on grinding the game for money, his mother has rarely interrupted him like this. Could something have happened? As he answers the call, his mother's voice rings out with anxiety through the system interface. Yuan, has Xiao Dan contacted you lately? Lin Yuan's expression immediately turns stern. He frowns and asks urgently, Xiao Dan? Mom, what happened to her? The scene shifts back to the real world, the image of his blonde sister appearing in his mind through his mother's choked-up words. She hasn't come home in 2 days. Sensing that the situation is bad, Lin Yuan tries to keep his voice steady to reassure her. Don't worry, Mom, I'm coming over right now. Ripping off his VR headset, Lin Yuan rushes down to the living room, asking with a scowl, Mom, what on earth is going on? In the luxurious room, his mother is sitting there, sobbing uncontrollably, while his father sits nearby, head in his hands, looking up with eyes full of worry. Yuan? His mother clutches his sleeve, her face pale as a sheet as she explains through her fear. Just a few days ago, Xiao Dan mentioned she was heading off to a summer training camp. Her signal was hit or miss at first, but for the past 2 days, she has vanished from the grid entirely. His father quickly wraps an arm around her shoulders, offering comfort while trying to find a silver lining. Honey, don't jump to the worst-case scenario. Maybe Xiao Dan is just having so much fun she forgot to check her phone. Hearing this, Lin Yuan lets out a long breath of relief. His mind immediately begins to race, dissecting the situation and scouring his memories. In his past life, this was exactly the time Xiao Dan first crossed paths with the Order. He offers a reassuring smile and waves his hand, speaking with a confidence designed to put his parents' hearts at ease. Actually, I heard Xiao Dan mention that training camp before. They aren't allowed to use their phones until the program is over. Don't worry, Mom. Dad Xiao Dan is perfectly fine. Besides, she's participating in a high-intensity, closed-door combat training session. His mother blinks in confusion, the heavy weight on her chest finally starting to lift. Is that true, Yuan? That girl? Honestly, no matter how busy she is, she should have at least said something to keep us from worrying. His father sighs in relief. Well, that's a weight off our minds then. Although he looks calm on the surface, an icy sense of unease creeps into Lin Yuan's heart as he recalls those masked freaks with the glowing red eyes. I still don't trust the Order, but I have to respect Xiao Dan's own choices. He wipes a bead of cold sweat from his brow, muttering under his breath. A lot of the members in that organization in my past life, well, let's just say they had more than a few screws loose. His expression darkens, his gaze turning razor sharp. The moment she gets back, I need to check her over to make sure she hasn't been hurt. While the big brother is worrying himself sick inside a high-tech simulation room, Xiao Dan, clad in a sleek, form-fitting combat suit, is a whirlwind of motion, her blade whistling through the air as she tears through a swarm of white robots. Suddenly, she lunges upward. Quick as a lightning strike, she brandishes her flaming sword and unleashes a thunderous blow directly at a machine. Immediately, another robot lunges at her from behind. Xiao Dan shifts into a defensive stance, her blade erupting with brilliant azure flames that force the machines back. Channeling every ounce of strength into one final strike, she lets out a fierce, spirited battle cry. A massive spiral of blue energy explodes, a localized vortex that sweeps through the room and sends the robots flying like scrap metal. As the dust settles, Xiao Dan leans on her sword, dropping to one knee as she gasps for air. Pant, pant. Just then, two young men stroll over from the observation deck, looking down at her with smug, self-satisfied grins. Well, how was that? Training with us is a hell of a lot better than fumbling around in the dark on your own, isn't it? The curly-haired guy smirks, clearly proud of himself. Hehe, you can leave whenever you like. We already got the green light from the big boss. Think of this as official organizational training. We're giving you special treatment. Still breathing heavily on the floor, Xiao Dan looks up, her eyes burning with resolve. Thank you. The man in the long coat waves a hand dismissively. Take a break. The boss wants us all to assemble. Meanwhile, in the massive main hall of the Order's headquarters, dozens of individuals possessing extraordinary powers are pouring in. The atmosphere is thick enough to choke on. A rookie standing in the crowd wipes his brow, thinking to himself, so this is the inner circle of the Order? Everyone here looks dangerous, but if I want to get stronger, I don't have any other choice. All around him, the air is buzzing with shocked whispers. You guys heard the news lately, right? The 10th-ranked guild in the Western Desert was just wiped out by a single solo player. Suddenly, the commanding voice of the beautiful leader, Mai Mu, rings out, cutting through the chatter. Even an organization like ours couldn't take down an entire guild with just one person. She sweeps her arm across the air, projecting a holographic display. This is a fragment of his battle footage. Keep your eyes peeled and learn everything you can. The screen flickers to life, showing the familiar face of Lin Yuan. The crowd gasps in unison. Wait, isn't that the god everyone's talking about online? He's impossibly strong. The gossips start whispering immediately. Word on the street is that he went on that bloody rampage all for the sake of a woman. Can you believe it? Just as she enters the hall and sees her big brother's face plastered across the giant screen, Xiao Dan's eyes nearly pop out of her head. She stands there, jaw dropped, sweating buckets. That's him. How is that even possible? Ignoring the commotion, the leader turns to a black-haired girl with a ponytail standing nearby. I'm very curious about the man in this video. The black-haired girl steps forward, her face a mask of cold indifference as she interrupts. You're wondering if he's one of the chosen, aren't you? She closes her eyes, explaining calmly. I tried to sense him, but his threads of fate are drifting and unpredictable. I couldn't get any solid intel. However, I focused as hard as I could. There isn't a trace of a chosen's aura on him. He is absolutely not one of them. The leader's golden eyes narrow with calculating intent. Do you know him? If you can, try to bring him over to our side. We cannot afford to have a powerhouse like that as our enemy. Faced with the leader's question, the black-haired girl waves her hands frantically, a hint of flustered panic crossing her face. Sorry, but he and we aren't exactly close. But the moment the words leave her mouth, her inner self is screaming in terror. Oh my god, why did I just instinctively chicken out and deny it? The elite, silver-haired leader simply nods, not bothering to press the issue further as she turns to leave. Fine. Then stay and explain the nuances of the video to the new recruits. His skills are refined to an unbelievable degree. Just how did he do it? Meanwhile, in a corner of the hall, Xiao Dan is eavesdropping on a group of gossiping members. One guy marvels. Did that dude seriously butcher all those people just for some woman? Hearing this, Xiao Dan's face turns ghostly pale. She is completely shook. Her protective sister instincts flare up instantly. She clenches her fists, gritting her teeth as she mumbles, This is bad. My idiot brother spends all day glued to his games. He's totally clueless about the real world. What if some fox spirit out there is playing him for a fool? I have to find him and demand answers. Seeing Xiao Dan dazed, two trainers walk over to strike up a conversation. That guy's video is peak. Want to spar and try out a few moves later? Xiao Dan, her mind still racing, stammers out a refusal. I just want to go home and rest for a bit. The curly-haired guy waves it off with a casual, easygoing grin. Sure thing. You're welcome to join the Order anytime. How about we give you a ride home? The scene shifts back to the quiet luxury of Lin Yuan's villa. On his phone screen, a message notification pops up. Xiao Dan says she's almost there. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Lin Yuan is deep in thought, his mind processing 1,000 variables a second. Xiao Dan's nearly home. I have to find a way to ask her about everything without scaring her. His gaze darkens as gruesome memories from his past life begin to flood back. The most striking trait of those abnormal chosen ones from the past life is how their deepest memories become a total blur. If they start giving you nonsensical answers, that's the dead giveaway. While Lin Yuan is lost in thought, a sharp creak echoes through the room. The door swings open. and his sister, Xiao Dan, pokes her head in, her vibrant blonde hair glowing as she flashes a bright smile. "I'm home!" Lin Yuan looks up to see his sister returning safe and sound. The cold, defensive wall in his eyes instantly crumbles, replaced by a wave of relief and tenderness. The second she steps inside, Xiao Dan tosses a bottle of water at her brother and plants her hands on her hips. "What's the deal? Why isn't your face glued to a computer screen today? Mom said you haven't been home for days, so I came over to see if you were still alive." Even though she's acting bossy and arrogant, her heart is actually racing with nerves. Damn it, how am I supposed to bring up that woman? If only Qian were here to help. Seizing the opening, Lin Yuan nonchalantly catches the bottle and begins his psychological test. "Do you remember the first time we went to the amusement park? The weather was pretty much exactly like this." Xiao Dan's eyes go wide, staring at her brother like he's some kind of alien life form. "What amusement park? That was a lifetime ago. Why on earth are you bringing that up now?" Lin Yuan drops his gaze, his expression turning stone cold as he plays it off. "Nothing. It just popped into my head." Under the shadows where she can't see, Lin Yuan's crimson eyes narrow into sharp slits. Does she really not remember? Could they have actually brainwashed her? Just as Lin Yuan starts to break into a cold sweat, Xiao Dan taps her finger against her lip as if a light bulb just went off. "Wait, you aren't talking about that time, are you?" Suddenly, a childhood memory flooded with the glow of fireflies rushes back to both of them. Xiao Dan continues excitedly. "The time the park lost power? We went absolutely wild all night and refused to go home, just waiting and waiting for the fireflies to come out." Hearing the perfect answer, Lin Yuan finally feels the weight lift off his chest, but as his gaze drifts down to his sister's hands, a pang of sorrow hits him. She seems safe for now, but she's clearly been through hell. The thick calluses on her palms tell the whole story. Burying his suspicions, Lin Yuan turns away, his fingers tightening around the water bottle. "It's nothing. I sent a gift box to your account in Immortal, so make sure you claim it." Xiao Dan immediately flips back into her tsundere mode, pouting and puffing out her cheeks. "As if I want your junk." Lin Yuan turns back, a smug, victorious smirk playing on his lips as he delivers the finishing blow. "Fine, but if you reject it, don't expect me to cover for you with mom and dad the next time you decide to run away from home." Hit right where it hurts, his sister bristles like a porcupine, transforming into a giant chibi-style figure and screaming at her sweating brother. "Oh yeah, well, what about you? The entire internet is freaking out. They say you wiped out the entire Black Tree Guild all because of some woman. Look, I don't care what you do, but stop making mom and dad worry." Hit with the wave of ridiculous rumors, Lin Yuan fires back with a deadpan expression. "You actually believe that garbage? The truth is, Black Tree was stupid enough to target my shop. You get it now?" Hearing his purely capitalistic logic, Xiao Dan stands there stunned, her face flushing bright red from embarrassment. She lunges forward, snatches the water bottle back from his hand, and prepares to make a run for it. "Whatever. Just be careful, okay? I'm done talking to you. I'm going to sleep." Lin Yuan calls out her name, his face suddenly turning deadly serious. "Xiao Dan," he says, his voice dropping to a low rumble. "I won't ask what you've been doing these past few days, but you have to be extremely careful. Some people aren't nearly as simple as they appear on the surface." Xiao Dan pauses, her back to him, and gives a soft reply. "I know." Lin Yuan stands in silence, watching her silhouette disappear behind the door, when suddenly, an orange notification icon flashes in midair. A sharp beep echoes from his communicator. A virtual screen flickers to life, displaying a high-priority S-Rank mission request. "West Desert Branch Manager, please handle this matter immediately." He knits his brows, unable to hide his shock. An S-Rank mission? Isn't this supposed to be a tier reserved strictly for branch managers? Could this be some kind of welcome gift from the Guildmaster? Elsewhere, in a pitch-black room, a small silver dragon speaks up. "How is the progress?" A girl hidden under a hood replies coldly, "Your information was wrong." She continues with an irritated hiss. "That guy joined the Death Apostles Guild and already seems to be a high-ranking executive. Do you have any idea how much it costs to hire an assassin of his level for a job?" She grinds her teeth, her face twisting in pure agony. 200 gold coins. My entire life savings. I gone. A hooded man with a jagged scar over his eye speaks up. "So, did you set the mission coordinates to Dead Island?" The girl flinches, waving her hands dismissively. "Shut it. I have no idea what Master sees in you. Being a player is such a massive pain in the neck." The scarred man begins to recount the past. "I still remember when Master ordered us to capture those high-level monsters. Images of titanic, ferocious serpent beasts flicker into view. However, at this stage, any monsters we encounter have capped levels. Only the hidden civilization of the Snake People conceals the true high-level serpent gods." He continues his tale. "The Snake People and the West Desert have been sworn enemies since the beginning of time. So, to earn the favor of the snake people, I was sent to frame the nobles of the ancient West Desert Kingdom, the cloaked girl explains, her face still twisted with resentment. My plan was to build a snake altar and pin the blame on Count Callow for conspiring with them. I had just finished the setup in the sewers and hadn't even reached the mansion when that guy appeared and nearly blew the whole operation. Fortunately, that moron Callow actually was conspiring with the enemy. He played right into my hands and ended up throwing himself into a prison cell. After that, I kept grinding my reputation with the snake tribe. I'm on the verge of obtaining a beast even more powerful than the underworld serpent. Another voice cuts through the air. And yet, you still haven't managed to kill him? The man roars back. Do you even pay attention to the outside world while you're hiding in snake territory? Only a complete psychopath could force the Black Tree Guild to dissolve. 3 of the world's top experts went there, and they all turned tail and ran. Is that my fault? The cloaked girl gasps in shock. Wait, you mean he is that expert? I thought they just looked similar, but you're saying they're the same person? The man with the two-toned hair nods firmly. Exactly. This guy is growing at a terrifying speed. If I hadn't tamed this little darling here, the mutated flying serpent, I wouldn't even dream of facing him head-on. The girl sighs, her expression becoming complicated. Sounds like you've been having a rough time. Let's go. He's already accepted the mission. A notification panel pops up. Anonymous Death Apostle Guild. The executor has accepted the contract and is en route to the location. The scene shifts to a desolate, fog-choked island. Monstrous birds of prey circle through the murky gray sky. Lin Yuan sets foot on the island, the sound of sun-bleached bones crunching and shattering under his heels. He thinks to himself that if he didn't have a flying mount, he would have had to find a boat just to reach this island of death. He scans the horizon, watching as skeletal monstrosities prowl through the shadows of the ruins. This dead island is crawling with the undead, creatures that can't even be raised as zombies through dark magic. They offer pathetic experience points and lack any unique traits. Was the real goal of this mission just to come here and level up? Suddenly, a withered skeleton bursts from the earth, thrusting its bony hands upward in a vicious attack. An entire legion of skeletons rises from the soil, swarming toward him like a plague of locusts. Lin Moyu remains composed, observing that this onslaught seems like it will never end. A system interface flickers into view. Elite Skeleton Guard, level 14, health 2000, attack 150, defense 30, skills summoning sense, death slash, and double strike. Standing at the center of the ambush, Lin Moyu speaks with icy indifference. Around him, spirit wolves and sacred beetles have already been summoned, ready for blood. There are too many skeletons. Picking them off one by one is far too inefficient. Emerald energy surges around his body as his eyes flash with a lethal glint. Wipe them all out. Use Corpse Explosion. The Corpse Explosion skill activates. Following a world-shaking blast, a cascade of Emerald System notifications begins to dance rapidly before Lin Moyu's eyes. It signals a massive harvest of experience points. 7 elite skeleton guards eliminated. Experience gained. 8 elite skeleton guards slain. Experience gained. 11 more elite skeleton guards defeated. Experience gained. As the dust and smoke slowly clear, a sacred beetle circles the island before returning to report. A mechanical voice echoes, "Patrol complete. It appears no one else remains on this island." Lin Moyu crosses his arms, a cold smirk playing on his lips. It seems another trap has been set just for him. His eyes glimmer with a calculating light as the image of a shimmering treasure chest forms in his mind. Why not play along and lure the snake behind all of this out of its hole? Besides, the boss here drops a treasure chest that can unlock a random skill for my profession. Since I'm already here, I might as well take it while the getting's good. As soon as he speaks, the earth trembles violently as a massive figure crashes down from above, sending a powerful shockwave through the ground. The remaining skeleton soldiers immediately brandish their weapons, snarling as they charge toward him as if injected with a surge of adrenaline. Lin Moyu doesn't flinch. One of his summoned beasts transforms into a swirling vortex of emerald dragon-like energy, letting out a roar before sweeping across the battlefield, obliterating the grunts in its path. He twists his body, narrowly dodging a colossal overhead strike from a towering skeleton, moving with the fluid grace of a ghost. Lin Moyu narrows his eyes as the sword in his hand begins to glow. Every detail regarding this boss from his past life becomes crystal clear in his mind. When the boss's health drops below 35%, it will sacrifice its minions to heal itself. To win, I must wipe out these skeletons first. Taking action immediately, he dives into the heart of the skeletal horde. His strikes are lightning fast and surgically precise. With every swing, skeletons shatter into dust, accompanied by a constant stream of system alerts. 4 elite skeleton guards slain, experience gained. 12 elite skeleton guards defeated. Gaining experience, Lin Moyu clears the battlefield with terrifying speed, moving like a relentless engine of destruction. 15 more elite skeletons defeated, experience gained. As the final skeleton soldier collapses at his feet, his sword stops glowing. He mutters coldly, Not a single one left. He lifts his crimson glowing eyes, staring directly into the deep shadows ahead, his voice dripping with killing intent. Next is the boss. His silhouette moves steadily toward an ancient, crumbling ruin that reeks of a thick aura of death. A system notification pops up the moment he crosses the threshold. Entering heroic dungeon. Battle at the castle of the Dead Sea King. Now entering the dungeon. Inside lies a vast hall, and upon the central throne sits a massive, armored figure, perfectly motionless. Standing before it, an eerie emerald fireball erupts in Lin Moyu's palm, casting a sickly light across the oppressive darkness. He leisurely climbs the steps, his tone laced with mockery and provocation. Aren't you going to stand up and greet your guest of honor? The heavy armor begins to emit a series of rhythmic creaks. The boss stirs. System: Dead Sea King. Rank: King. Level: 24. Health: 13,500. Attack: 1,250. Defense: 550. Skills: Summoning Roar, Calamity Descends, King's Ritual, and Royal Greatsword. It slowly rises, its razor-sharp claws scraping against the stone floor, sending sparks flying into the air. The boss draws itself up to its full height, its gargantuan frame nearly brushing the ceiling of the hall, exerting a terrifying pressure. Lin Moyu looks up, slightly taken aback by its sheer scale. The boss hoists its massive greatsword as swirls of dark purple energy begin to coil around the blade. The Dead Sea King activates the skill. Calamity Descends. It unleashes a roar that vibrates through the entire hall. Lin Moyu frowns, his face clouded with doubt. A calamity is coming, is it? A massive wave of purple sword chi slashes down, and Lin Moyu quickly leaps back to evade it. Having dodged the attack, he realizes with a shock that its skill set is different from his past life. He has never seen this Calamity Descends skill before. He continues to dodge the boss's earth-shattering swings while desperately searching his memories. I clearly remember that skill slot was supposed to be King's Intimidation. The ground where the sword chi struck begins to bubble as toxic purple smoke rises, corroding the very stone floor. Lin Moyu wonders warily, can this skill actually cause environmental damage as well? His red eyes flash as he watches the floor crack beneath the creature. Instantly, a shadow monster erupts from the corroded ground and lunges toward the boss. Unfazed, he barks an order to one of his summons. Go, test the effects of this special terrain for me. The spirit wolf obeys, slamming its paw onto the toxic purple ground, which immediately triggers a burst of dark energy. Upon contact, the wolf is swallowed by a corrosive vortex. Damage numbers rapidly tick upward, -100, -100, -100. The system notification appears. Continuous health loss. In the blink of an eye, the poor spirit wolf completely evaporates into the purple mist. The system reports its health has hit 0. Beads of cold sweat roll down Lin Moyu's pale face. This entire terrain deals damage? If I let it keep attacking freely, I'll run out of places to stand in no time. Giving him no room to breathe, another streak of purple sword chi slashes toward him, forcing him to roll away. The Dead Sea King swings its massive greatsword in a devastating arc, aiming directly for Lin Moyu's position. While dodging the blow, Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly light up. He recalls a vital detail. I remember now. In my past life, this boss's treasure chest was hidden right inside its throne. He glares at the towering monster beside him as a daring plan takes root. Only that greatsword of its is powerful enough to smash that throne to pieces. He strikes without hesitation. The zombie lizard system ignites its skill. Flame Leap. The lizard erupts in brilliant blue fire, streaking toward the Dead Sea King like a lethal arrow. Opening its maw wide, it exhales a torrent of raw energy, sparking a violent bone-rattling collision. Amidst the chaos, he analyzes the Dead Sea King with a cold, calculating gaze. The toxic mist still clings to the floor. I can't just summon undead minions as cannon fodder right now. At this rate, they'd be corroded the second they touch the ground. Lin Yuan's eyes narrow as his mind races at full throttle. He needs to funnel the boss's attacks into a single point, baiting the monster into obliterating its own throne. Without that, the treasure chest remains out of reach. The boss swings its blade in a frenzy, sending waves of dark energy and chaotic green gas flying everywhere. But suddenly, the purple energy surges vanish into thin air. Lin Yuan lets out a dry smirk. Just as he suspected, this power isn't limitless, it clearly has a cooldown. If that's the case, this just got a whole lot easier. He bellows, pointing a finger directly at the boss. Keep your eyes on the prize. He hurls a barrage of spectral skulls. They swarm and detonate around the boss, blinding its vision. Lin Yuan blurs through the battlefield like a phantom, reappearing right behind it. Too slow. The Dead Sea King howls in rage. It begins gathering energy once more. The Dead Sea King system activates its skill. Cataclysmic Descent. Just then, the beetle god takes flight, shielding him from the blast. Lin Yuan calmly runs the numbers, a 15-second cooldown. Now, you have no more secrets left to hide from me. A brilliant emerald energy blast surges forward, striking the boss. Instantly, he triggers his special skill, Hatred Transfer. All of the Dead Sea King's fury shifts toward the tiny beetle god. It slashes wildly at the shield, but the beetle doesn't budge an inch. The eyes of both Lin Yuan and the beetle god flash with a dangerous light. He barks the command, "Now, activate Corpse Explosion." The remains of the skeletal soldiers from earlier suddenly erupt in a violent chain reaction. The Dead Sea King is sent reeling by the blast, its body stained blue by the explosion. Roaring, it swings its massive greatsword to trigger another skill, Royal Greatsword Technique. The entire hall trembles violently as massive stone pillars erupt from the earth. Lin Yuan leaps onto a pillar, looking down at the raging boss with total composure. I've dealt with this Royal Greatsword technique in my past life already. Suddenly, the Dead Sea King spins around to glare at him, a voice echoing in its mind. In 15 seconds, you're going to be nothing more than a wooden stake. Lin Yuan immediately commands the beetle god, "Go get him, baby!" The beetle roars, launching a relentless assault on the boss. It weaves nimbly through the Dead Sea King's desperate slashes. Lin Yuan narrates from the sidelines like a pro commentator. With the immortality skill active, every hit the beetle god takes is reduced to a measly 1 point of damage. Though a brainless beast like you probably wouldn't understand that. Floating numbers of -1 flicker constantly over the beetle. The Dead Sea King howls in utter frustration, completely powerless against the annoying insect. Driven to madness by the beetle's teasing, it swings its sword blindly. In that split second, Lin Yuan hurls a vial onto the ground. Now, it's my turn. The vial shatters, and the ground beneath the boss instantly turns to solid rock. The system triggers the potion's effect. Ultra-hard stone binds the target's feet for 5 seconds. The Dead Sea King is pinned to the spot. Its eyes bulge in pure shock and confusion as it realizes its legs are locked tight by the jagged stone. A sly, knowing smirk plays on Lin Yuan's lips. He still has plenty of potions left from the batch Luo Qingyan gave him. This is the perfect chance to test the potency of the concoction she brewed as an alchemist. Immobilized, the boss tries to use its summoning skill, but the system notification is merciless. The Dead Sea King system attempted to use Summoning Roar, but with no targets available to summon, the skill failed to activate. Lin Yuan stands before it, arms crossed with an air of superiority, dropping a heavy insult. Trying to heal? Too bad for you, you're all out of food. He raises his hand, and a green draconic serpent summon appears by his side. He chuckles. However, I've prepared a little substitute meal just for you. Instinctively, the Dead Sea King lunges and grabs the incoming serpent. The moment it catches its prey, its skill triggers. The Dead Sea King system activates Royal Ritual. The serpent immediately dissolves into a massive torrent of green energy, surging straight into the boss's mouth. The green energy swirls, engulfing the Dead Sea King's upper body, but a moment later, it lets out a scream of agony, its body convulsing as if struck by lightning. Lin Yuan watches from a distance, asking with mock concern, "Choking on it?" The Dead Sea King desperately stabs its sword into the ground to stay upright. Its power explodes, sending waves of purple energy that shake the entire hall. Lin Yuan lightly hops onto a stone pillar, his tone dripping with defiance. "Trying to limit my movement? Nice try." He grips his sword tight, his eyes burning with battle intent. "Let's end this performance." Instantly, his entire legion of summons, shrouded in a sickly green aura, swarms the weakened Dead Sea King. He wastes no time, triggering his Corpse Explosion skill. A terrifying blast of green energy swallows the boss whole, making the hall groan under the pressure. In the back, Lin Yuan sits leisurely on a rock, chin resting on his hand as he enjoys the show. He stands up and raises his sword to the sky. And now, let us welcome the true king. As the smoke clears, something glitters amidst the ruins of the throne. The boss lunges forward for one last powerful strike, aiming straight for its enemy, but that position is exactly where its own throne once stood. Lin Yuan smiles, satisfied that his strategy worked perfectly. He descends gracefully from above, taking a seat on the shattered remains of the throne the boss just destroyed. At that exact moment, the ghost wolves and gargoyles pounce in unison, tearing into the dying boss. They rip and claw at the Dead Sea King without mercy. Lin Yuan steps forward, reaching toward the glowing treasure chest. "I'll be taking this prize now." With a sharp flick of his wrist, every remaining summon detonates in unison. Corpse Explosion, activated. With a final, sickening thud, the Dead Sea King collapses. Its massive frame hits the floor, the greatsword slipping from its lifeless grip as the battle reaches its end. Standing atop the rubble, Lin Yuan looks down at the boss's carcass with cold indifference. Farewell. With one swift stroke, he decapitates the beast. A brilliant green notification flashes across the screen, confirming his absolute, crushing victory. System: the Undead Sea King has been defeated. You have received 11,000 experience points. Ignoring the massive experience gain, Lin Yuan's gaze is locked onto the treasure chest sitting lonely in the middle of the ruined hall. He slowly approaches, whispering a prayer, hoping his luck will be a bit better this time. In his past life, even after grinding until his bones ached, he only managed to scavenge a pathetic silver-grade skill book from this place. He carefully places his hand on the lid, and a brilliant golden light begins to leak through the cracks. The lid bursts open, and a blinding pillar of dark gold light shoots straight toward the ceiling, carrying a floating skill book with it. Lin Yuan's eyes widen like marbles, unable to hide his utter shock. What on earth is this? Dark gold grade? He cradles the book in his hands, muttering to himself to process the confusion. In the world of immortals, equipment quality is ranked from low to high. White, iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. At this current stage of the game, a dark gold drop is practically unheard of. This thing could only have come from this specific, high-tier random chest. Even in the late game, walking down the street with this item would be enough to intimidate anyone. Eagerly, he checks the item's stats. Calamity System, Unique, Level 1, Effect. Infuses the player's weapon with a Calamity Aura, causing attacks to deal an additional 70% magic damage as bonus damage for 8 seconds. Further upgrades require skill upgrade scrolls. Mana cost 170. Cooldown 15 seconds. Mastery. This skill can only be leveled up using scrolls. Lin Yuan rubs his chin, his mind racing. Could this be why the boss mutated? Was that corrosive mist it spat out earlier actually the Calamity Aura? The system panel flashes. Player has learned the skill, Calamity System. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulls out his hoard 2 skill upgrade scrolls he spent forever grinding for in the Cinder Arena. Finally, a place to use them. The Calamity System reaches level 2, unlocking a new effect. It can now be cast on allied units, increasing all their basic stats by 20. If the target is an allied Necromancer, it sends them into an uncontrollable frenzy for 5 seconds. He grins triumphantly. This is basically a buy one get 3 deal, scoring 3 powerful effects at once. He uses the final scroll, System, consuming skill upgrade scroll to level Calamity System to level 3. New effect unlocked. Release a wave of Calamity Aura, inflicting the Calamity status on all enemies in range, dealing magic damage multiplied by 15% as corrosion damage every second for 12 seconds. Lin Yuan gives his sword a light twirl. A swirling purple-black mist begins to spiral around the blade, radiating a terrifying pressure. Just as he suspected, this is the true power of the Calamity System. Activating Calamity System. He turns to leave the hall filled with purple mist, lost in thought. If he hadn't known the mechanics from his past life, facing this boss would have been a nightmare. Could this be part of a scheme by the mastermind pulling the strings? He reaches out his hand to summon the boss he just took down. System. Summoning Zombie Undead Sea King. Level 24. Health, 13,500. Attack, 1,250. Defense, 550. Skills, Summoning Roar, Royal Right, Royal Greatsword Technique, and Necromancer Body. The boss rises from the grave, gripping its massive greatsword as a ghastly death aura pours off it. Lin Yuan squints at the creature. Huh. The Calamity skill is gone? It seems taking the skill book from under the throne stripped the boss of that power. Standing before the zombie version of the king, he lets out a taunting smirk. Hey there, big guy. Feel like reenacting that little performance for me one more time? Moments later, he slowly emerges from the ruined castle. Lin Yuan raises his hand, and dark purple magical energy coalesces in his palm. The system panel appears, activating level 3 Calamity System, releasing Calamity Aura to inflict status on all enemies in range, dealing continuous corrosion damage, magic damage multiplied by 15% every second for 12 seconds. Instantly, a burst of purple energy explodes outward, sweeping through the entire castle. In the distance, Anna watches the explosion and shudders. She lets out a sneering laugh, full of spiteful pride. That's clearly the boss's ultimate move. With an area attack that big, there's no way to dodge it. Unless a miracle happens, that idiot is definitely meeting his ancestors. She gleefully sends a message to her comrades. The boss is low on health and has entered a berserk rage. You can move in and snatch the loot now. The Serpent Master slowly enters the crumbling hall, clutching a snake-headed staff, his laugh echoing savagely. Hehehe, well done, Anna. His purple eyes gleam with malice and pure satisfaction. That brat must be taking his last breaths by now. Even though Master told us to capture him, I'm going to run this staff through his chest first. Then, I'll make him crawl on the floor, weeping and begging for mercy. He walks forward with total confidence until he spots a familiar hand sticking out from the rubble, alongside a piece of the boss's armor. But then, he freezes for 5 whole seconds. Sitting obediently on the shattered throne is the zombie version of the undead Sea King. The assassin smiles confidently, making a bold assumption. So, after beating the boss into a pulp, you got logged out by its low-health berserk mode? That bastard finally fell into my hands. He scans the debris, searching for Lin Yuan's corpse. When he sees him sitting there, his cold, murderous voice rings out from behind. To be safe, you'd better stay down and let me bind you. Two double-headed vipers of dark energy surge up, wrapping tightly around Lin Yuan. He laughs as he swings two more dark serpents directly at the boss. You stole my secret sewer dungeon, so this boss you crippled belongs to me now too. At that exact moment, the hand gripping the boss's sword flinches. The undead Sea King swings its massive greatsword downward with bone-crushing force. The masked assassin's eyes bulge in terror as he realizes the danger. Suddenly, a violent explosion of emerald energy erupts from beneath his feet, tearing apart the ground where he just stood. Thick dust and smoke billow up, swallowing the entire combat zone. From within the cloud, the Serpent Master struggles to stay upright, leaning on his staff and gasping in utter confusion. How is this possible? This boss still has a full health bar? Just then, a green snake lunges from nowhere, coiling tightly around his leg. The assassin points forward, his voice a mix of rage and dawning horror. Is this the work of the person who did all this? Right then, Lin Yuan suddenly sits up. Surrounding him are his summons, their eyes glowing with a predatory light as they lock onto their prey. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan casually pets the Dark Snake King coiling around his arm, a mocking smirk on his face. What a pathetic excuse for an ambush. He walks calmly out of the shadows, his entire body radiating a terrifying purple-black death aura. In the end, you're the one who started this whole mess. The assassin gritted his teeth, a flash of stubborn desperation burning in his eyes. Humph, you think these guys can stop me? Lin Yuan waved his hand, sending a mechanical beetle charging forward as he spoke coldly. Still trying to struggle at the very last second? The snake tamer's lips curled into a mysterious, mocking smirk. Ha! Instantly, his giant serpent slithered forward to strike. Seizing the opening, the assassin leaped high into the air, mocking them smugly. They're just inferior creatures. No matter how many there are on the ground, they're all useless. Seeing the snake tamer trying to slip away, Lin Yuan swung his arm and gave the command. Lizard King, shoot him down for me. The flying lizard opened its fanged maw wide, unleashing a massive beam of green energy that obliterated everything in its path. Suddenly, the system interface flickered to life. System. Lizard King activates the flame dance skill. The assassin dodged quickly and burst into a mad laugh. Is that all? It's nowhere near fast enough to catch my baby. Seeing this, Lin Yuan slashed out a wave of black light. You won't escape. Mounted on his flying serpent, the assassin swung his weapon to block a streak of sword chi that grazed past him. He declared confidently, Humph, I've already prepared a way to handle your sword chi. The serpent opened its mouth and swallowed the purple energy whole. The snake tamer laughed triumphantly. Surprised, aren't you? Ha ha ha! These are mutants specialized in devouring sword chi attacks. Lin Yuan looked up, his glowing red eyes flashing with pure mockery. Oh? Did I ever say I was using sword chi? Suddenly, the serpent's belly exploded with dark purple death energy. It threw its head back, letting out a wretched scream of agony. The assassin watched in horror as his pet writhed. Was it poison or a burn? As the mutant serpent fell into a free fall, the snake tamer wailed in despair. My masterpiece. My perfect mutant creature. Instantly, Lin Yuan leaped onto the back of a manticore, a winged lion scorpion, and soared into the sky, pointing his sword directly at his enemy. You're not the only one who knows how to fly. He rode the beast, tearing through the wind as he chased the assassin who was struggling to escape midair. Looking back, the snake tamer's forehead was drenched in sweat from sheer terror. Oh no, his manticore is even faster. At this rate, he'd be caught in no time. His mutant creature hadn't even lasted 5 seconds before dying, that black mist. He absolutely must not touch it. Lin Yuan gave a cold command. Shoot him down. The system panel lit up. System. Zombie, Scavenger, Vulture, King activates the blade launch skill. Razor-sharp wind blades sliced through the air. The assassin twisted and turned desperately to dodge the blades grazing his body. He gritted his teeth in agony, watching his snakes being sliced in half. My flying snakes, my precious babies. Furious, he whipped around, glaring and roaring. Do you really think you've already won? Behind him, Lin Yuan remained expressionless, his ice-cold eyes piercing through his enemy's soul. The snake tamer laughed savagely, releasing a tiny silver snake with wings. Go on, try and defeat this little pet of mine. Ha ha, the silver snake emitted invisible sonic ripples. The system interface flashed a warning. Audio interference detected. The assassin thought smugly. Turns out he had more than one. The system displayed another notification. Due to the skill's effect, mental stats have been temporarily reduced. Unable to withstand the sonic waves, the manticore staggered into a free fall. Lin Yuan gripped its back tightly, muttering with a frown. My mental strength. Why is it dropping so fast? He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger and surprise. Was that the snake's real purpose? The system interface clearly showed his stats draining away. Player Lin Yuan, level 17. Elemental mental power, originally 354, now dropped to 154. He continued to fall through the sky. Lin Yuan swung his sword, his voice full of defiance. Is that all? Go, shoot him down for me! A giant glowing dung beetle soared up to block the enemy's path. The beetle fired a blinding bolt of blue lightning, shocking the assassin until his body convulsed. He let out a piercing scream. Not these damn bugs again! He lost all control. The snake tamer and his mount plummeted straight to the ground like a lead weight. His wretched screams echoed across the sky. Clutching the back of the staggering manticore, Lin Yuan thought, forget it. I need to land first. He decisively let go, leaping off the manticore and diving toward the ground, sword in hand. While still in the air, two zombie vulture kings suddenly swooped down and grabbed his shoulders. They set him down gently on the ground, just like royal guards escorting their lord. The moment his feet touched the ground, he immediately aimed at the falling snake tamer, muttering calculations under his breath. At this height, let's test the damage amplification first. A sphere of dark purple cursed energy gathered in his palm. System. Damage amplification skill activated. A massive purple energy explosion erupted, completely swallowing the free-falling assassin. Through the purple haze, the assassin gritted his teeth and activated his final trump card. Damn it! He actually forced me to use my life-saving skill. System. Snake skin shedding substitute skill activated. Suddenly, a dark mist flew straight from the distance, landing right in front of him. System. Affected by skill. He looked at the purple aura swirling around him in confusion. A curse spell? Lin Yuan charged like a bolt of lightning, the sword in his hand flashing with a deadly light amidst spectral skulls. I'll cripple you first, then interrogate you. The assassin hurriedly raised his staff to block the blow, laughing maniacally. Ha ha, let me show you just how weak your attacks are right now. Lin Yuan swung his blade, and a surge of azure sword chi collided with the snake tamer's staff, triggering a small explosion. The snake tamer let out a cry of pain. Ack! He stumbled back, clutching his chest, and screamed in horror. Damn it, your mental strength has been cut by at least half, so how can you still dish out this much damage? Lin Yuan's lips curled into a confident smirk. A notification panel popped up beside him. System. Damage amplification level 1. Effect. Curses a group of enemies, increasing the damage they receive by 50%. Cost 40 mana, cooldown 8 seconds, cannot be upgraded through proficiency. Requirement, find the next cursed book to unlock an upgrade. He spoke coldly. Even with my stats lowered, I have more than enough to deal with you. Lin Yuan pressed the assault, sending waves of spectral skull sword chi relentlessly toward the snake tamer. He moved with blinding speed, appearing in multiple locations at once to deliver lethal strikes. The snake tamer retreated in a panic, his mind racing with only one thought. I absolutely cannot engage him in close combat again. Suddenly, he let out a mysterious smirk. Did you really think I'd let it end like that? Suddenly, he hurls a magic scroll that instantly flares up right in front of Lin Yuan. A massive golden magic circle erupts beneath Lin Yuan's feet. The power binding system is in effect, triggering a temporary shackle that drains agility. A golden aura tightly binds Lin Yuan's body, locking him in place. The snake controller stands at a distance, clutching a staff entwined with two serpents, mocking him with a smug grin. Once caught in this, you're like a turtle wading through a swamp, pathetic and slow. He flicks his wrist, launching a blue flying snake straight at Lin Yuan. Enjoy your torture. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flash with a piercing red light in the darkness. The system activates the magic storage gear skill, instantly purging all crowd control effects. The binding aura shatters. With a swift swing of his blade, a streak of blue sword chi cleaves the snake in two. He summons a divine scarab, asking coldly, "Is this the best you've got?" The snake controller recoils, barking in fury. "Not those damn bugs again." The scarab fires off searing teal laser beams. They rain down relentlessly on the snake controller. Panic-stricken, he tears open another scroll, swinging his weapon wildly to defend himself. "Stop it!" he screams, slamming a strike toward the beetle. The divine scarab erupts with a blinding flash of golden lightning, the menacing crackle of electricity filling the air. Lin Yuan stands with his hands behind his back, his crimson eyes gleaming with absolute coldness. "It's useless," he declares flatly. Sure enough, the snake controller tries to fire an energy blast, but it's instantly pulverized by the scarab's lightning. Lin Yuan doesn't give him a second to breathe, immediately casting a skill on his own summon. The system activates the Tier 2 Natural Disaster skill. It can be used on allies to boost all basic stats by 20. However, if the target is an immortal ally, it causes them to lose control for 5 seconds. The assassin's eyes bulge in terror. "What?" he shrieks, as the buffed scarab rockets toward him like a bullet. A horrific explosion of teal energy erupts, sending the snake controller flying backward through the air. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan lunges forward like a ghost, commanding, "Release the rest of your snakes already." The controller scrambles up, his legs trembling, yet he still tries to act tough. "Don't think I'm that afraid of close-quarters combat," he roars. Massive pythons crawl from his sleeves, wrapping around him like living armor. "I've come prepared, you bastard." He charges at Lin Yuan. The serpents on his body transform into razor-sharp weapons, sparking a fierce melee clash. But despite his desperate struggle, he's utterly overwhelmed. Lin Yuan parries the blows effortlessly, taunting him. "It seems even with your stats boosted, you're still no match for me." The snake controller bursts into a manic, crazed laugh, as if he's finally played his trump card. "Heh, I've prepared quite the surprise for today." Suddenly, that small silver snake from before reappears, looming right behind Lin Yuan. The man gestures wildly, howling with glee. "I won't make the same mistake twice. Go to hell." He commands the python to lunge, aiming to swallow Lin Yuan whole, but Lin Yuan doesn't even flinch. An emerald energy shield flares around him. The python is repelled with a shockwave, and a massive foot slams down, crushing the serpent into the dirt. Lin Yuan stands tall as a gargantuan bone dragon slowly materializes behind him. "Unfortunately," he says coldly, "you're still far too weak." He points a finger at the assassin. Behind him, the zombie Sea King raises its massive greatsword. The respawn point is outside the palace. "I'll kill you back to level 1 for interrogation." But just as his life hangs by a thread, dark chains whip out from nowhere, binding the snake controller tight. Anna, his accomplice, drops from above. She snatches him with the chains and drags him away, cursing. "How disgraceful!" She glares at him. "You lost to a summoner? Is he really that good?" She sneers. The snake controller grits his teeth, snapping back. "Shut up! Don't talk trash when you're not the one fighting him." They glare at each other, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, 2 massive ash lizards emerge, cutting off their escape. Lin Yuan steps out slowly, his red eyes burning with malice. "The maid from before? You even managed to lure an NPC here? Well, in that case, you can stay here forever too." Anna looks around in a panic. "Think of something! Fast!" she yells. The assassin stammers. I'm not good at direct combat. I'm trying." A freezing chill sweeps over them. She screams, "It's here!" The giant ash lizard lunges, its maw full of fangs ready to devour them. Instead, it swings its massive tail, shattering the ground and launching Anna and the controller into the air. Their desperate screams echo through the ruins. Anna hits the ground hard, snapping at her partner. "What the hell is this? Things are spiraling out of control. You told me we were just here to test the waters. If this turns into a real deathmatch, how do you plan on explaining this to the higher-ups?" Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, calculating. A test? What exactly is their true goal? The snake controller looks up at Lin Yuan, a fanatical smirk crossing his face. You brat. You're lucky to even have a chance to join us. The master personally sent the invitation. Serving him and witnessing those miracles is a divine blessing. It's the greatest honor you'll ever receive," Lin Yuan responds with a cold stare, tilting his head. "Keep talking." The snake controller boasts, "If our master hadn't spoken, someone like you wouldn't be worthy to even touch our organization. Let me tell you the truth." He spreads his arms, his eyes wide with crazed devotion. "In 3 years, a god will descend upon this world, and our master is that god's messenger." Lin Yuan's expression darkens as he reassesses the situation. Divine power? From what he says, that first believer already possesses the power of the evil god? This is getting complicated. The controller struggles to his feet, reaching out a hand in temptation. "Just agree to join, and you'll have access to infinite resources." He lets out a maniacal laugh that echoes through the ruins. "Even if you leave the West Desert or the Southern Empire, we have people everywhere." Lin Yuan smirks, deciding to play along for now. "Sounds interesting. How do I join?" He thinks to himself, "That first believer clearly doesn't know the secret of my rebirth. So, he just wants to recruit me?" Seeing his prey take the bait, the assassin's face lights up with smug satisfaction. "It seems you've finally seen the light. Joining us is simple. In a moment, just log out of immortality. Once you're back in the real world, I'll send you an address. The master himself will perform your baptism. Once you accept the grace of the gods, you will officially be one of us." Lin Moyu's voice turns ice cold. A system window flickers to life, showing all of his personal information hidden from view. "But before that, you need to prove your sincerity. Reveal your information and let me see what you're truly capable of." Lin Moyu's face is shrouded in shadows as a faint murderous aura begins to radiate from him. "What a pity," he mutters. The snake controller looks on, confused. "A pity? What's a pity?" Answering him is a magnificent blade of sword energy that tears through the air, striking downward without a shred of mercy. Fresh blood sprays everywhere. The assassin staggers back, clutching his chest in pure disbelief. He grinds his teeth and roars in fury. "Damn you! How dare you ambush me?" With those words, the snake controller turns and bolts for his life, shouting back over his shoulder, "You ungrateful brat! Anna, follow me!" Anna the maid stands frozen in terror. Above her head, the system window clearly displays her status, a weak, level 15 NPC. Red eyes flashing, Lin Moyu whips his head toward Anna and delivers a chilling decree. In that case, I'll finish you off first. But in the blink of an eye, she turns tail and sprints away. Since the Snake Master's mission failed, I'm getting out of here too. I was only here for backup anyway, so don't expect much. Suddenly, the massive form of the Dead Sea Zombie King looms over the path, crushing her every hope of escape. From a distance, the snake controller curses her out. You coward! Sensing the looming danger, his face twists in agony, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. Without warning, the Sea King swings its massive greatsword, delivering a thunderous blow. But the controller manages to raise his staff just in time to block it. You again? The impact triggers a blinding explosion of blue light, shattering the very earth. The aftershock sends the snake controller flying, and he hits the ground in a pathetic heap. Lin Moyu steps forward coldly, his blade pointed directly at his enemy's heart. Above him, a beetle screeches and crackles, poised to strike at any moment. I'm going to make you talk, piece by piece, Lin Moyu growls. The assassin clutches his mangled arm, his mind racing with bitter calculations. He thinks to himself, even though this bastard rejected us, what if the master still refuses to give up on him? Do I really have to share the Western Desert with this guy? His purple eyes flare with a sudden venomous glint. No, there's no way. You think I lured that boss out just to kill you? You're a fool, you little brat. As the words leave his lips, he tenses his muscles, reaching for something at his hip, but Lin Moyu is a step ahead. He lunges forward like a blur, driving a heavy kick into the man's gut. Before the controller can react, Lin Moyu's blade pierces through his hand, sending blood spraying into the air. He collapses backward, clutching his mangled hand and screaming in agony, "My hand! My hand!" Lin Moyu looks down at him with a mix of pity and pure contempt. Your little escape tricks won't work anymore. Despite the pain, the assassin looks up, a twisted, maniacal grin spreading across his face. Escape? Why would I escape? I've already got what I wanted. You bastard. His blood pools on the ground, spreading rapidly. The blood seeps into the cracks of the throne's pedestal, beginning to glow with an eerie light. He shrieks, "Enjoy this! This is a secret known only to me!" The throne reacts to the blood. Sanguine lightning crackles from the pedestal as a pillar of crimson energy erupts from the earth. The explosion completely obliterates the castle's foundation. As the ground collapses, Lin Moyu falls into the abyss. Thinking fast, he shouts, "Mantico!" The Mantico beats its wings and dives, catching him amidst a rain of massive boulders as they tumble toward a magical vortex below. Gazing down at the massive, sapphire-blue vortex swallowing everything in sight, Lin Moyu frowns. Is this the entrance to a dungeon? Below them, the snake controller is in a freefall toward the vortex, holding a glowing teleportation scroll high with an arrogant smirk. "Bye-bye!" the system coldly announces. Teleportation scroll activating. But the snake controller's triumph is short-lived. Lin Moyu hurls a skull forward. It clamps down on the man's hand, triggering a new notification. Teleportation failed. The controller can only let out a desperate "no." In stark contrast to his enemy's panic, Lin Moyu and the Mantico dive calmly into the vortex. It's only then that the snake controller realizes he's dug his own grave. Oh no, this dungeon's level is too high. I never would have dared come here. His face contorts with absolute terror. He lets out a blood-curdling scream as the magical currents swallow him whole. A second later, Lin Moyu is pulled into the chaotic flow of space-time. Lin Moyu narrows his eyes as a sudden thought strikes him. It turns out this is a hidden dungeon he had never even heard of in his past life. The massive energy vortex plunges everything into pitch-black darkness. Eventually, Lin Moyu feels his hands press against a cold, hard surface. He slowly pushes himself up, ripples of amber energy radiating from his body. Opening his eyes, he takes in the strange, alien landscape before him. Standing on a jagged cliffside, Lin Moyu murmurs, "So, it's here." At that moment, the system chimes. Entered hidden dungeon, the corrupt eye. Lin Moyu stands tall, gauging his strength as he assesses the situation. A large-scale hidden dungeon, and my reduced stats have been fully restored. Right in front of him, several level 22 elite Dead Sea giant crabs emerge. HP, 5,500. Attack, 570. Defense, 420. Ignoring the crabs, Lin Moyu mounts the Mantico and soars into the gloomy sky. The beast tears through the misty air at breakneck speeds. Suddenly, they slam into an invisible wall. The system confirms, you cannot leave this instance until it has been completed. Looking down at the water filled with gargantuan tentacles, Lin Moyu concludes, it looks like we need to find that snake controller to get out of here. Let's scout the area first. After some searching, they spot a dilapidated ghost ship drifting nearby. The snake controller is already on board, his face twisted in pure hatred as he stares into the void. "That bastard," he snarls. He stalks toward a slumped pirate skeleton wearing a glowing blue cloak. "I'll make sure you suffer for this," he growls. Approaching the skeleton, he reaches out, muttering triumphantly, It really is here. The information I got from that NPC was right after all. As his hand touches the cloak, a status window flickers to life the mermaid's cloak. This special item is the only quest-related treasure in this entire dungeon. It masks your presence from the merfolk's senses, providing the only way out on a night of the full moon. Without this cloak, there is absolutely no way to leave before the mission is complete. Even if you die, you'll only respawn back at your designated point. The snake tamer lets out a sinister smirk as he drapes the cloak over his shoulders. As for clearing the dungeon, even I have no idea what the completion conditions are. If I lock him in here forever, I'll never have to worry again. At that moment, a pirate skeleton abruptly jolts to life, swinging a curved blade with a deafening roar. "Give me back my head!" Startled, the snake tamer spins around, his face twisted in shock. He quickly regains his arrogant composure and sneers. "Humph. A lowly skeleton dares to lay a hand on me?" He summons a spectral serpent that coils tightly around the skeleton's arm, shattering the bone with a violent squeeze. The creature howls in agonizing fury. "Gah, you bastard, you'll pay for this." 30 minutes later, steady footsteps echo across the ship's deck. The pirate skeleton, eyes blazing with spectral fire, spots Lin Yuan and lunges at him instantly. "Go to hell!" Lin Yuan calmly shifts his weight, his blade flashing in a brilliant arc as he effortlessly parries the skeleton's strike. He gives his opponent zero breathing room, slamming his foot down to crush the pirate's skeletal hand. He levels his cold, sharp blade at the skeleton's skull, causing the creature to shriek in terror. "Stop. Stop right now. This is all a misunderstanding." The sword halts inches from the skeleton's eye socket. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, a thought racing through his mind. "It can talk? Is this a quest, NPC?" The skeleton stammers out an explanation, its hand trembling as it points toward where the snake tamer fled. "It's all a mistake, I tell you. I thought you were with that bastard and his snake, the one who stole my cloak. But he's been gone for a while now." Lin Yuan sheathes his sword, his voice icy. "How much do you know about this place?" The skeleton sits up, heaving a sigh despite having no lungs, and stares out at the storm-lashed sea. "You're a newcomer? Talk about rotten luck." He continues in a dismal tone. "When night falls, every creature here loses their mind and begins a mindless slaughter against one another." Lin Yuan gazes in the direction the snake tamer vanished, his mind calculating the situation. The only way out was that mermaid's cloak, and that bastard took it. It seems he really intends to trap me here. He turns back to the skeleton with a direct demand. "Do you have any other useful items?" The skeleton hesitates, eventually reaching out to offer something with trembling hands. "This is everything I have left. If you promise not to kill me, it's yours." Lin Yuan heads deep into the ship, eventually reaching a massive, echoing hall. He finds a group of humanoid creatures with goat horns, all kneeling in the same direction. Are they bowing to me? He quickly realizes his mistake, his expression shifting to one of mild surprise. No, they aren't kneeling to him at all. Lin Yuan's gaze travels up to the colossal stone wall at the end of the hall, where a massive mural is carved. Is this a depiction of sea monsters or ancient gods? He steps closer, recognizing the familiar shapes of tentacles and powerful bodies locked in prayer. No, this is definitely not a sea god. The mural depicts a gargantuan, flaming eye staring down from a sky filled with stars. Lin Yuan is shaken to his core as a name surges from his subconscious. The Starry Void Evil God. He wonders in horror, how could the Starry Void Evil God be carved here? In his past life, the Starry Void Evil God descended from deep space, but that only happened after the immortal world merged with reality. He recalls the horrific scenes from his past. It was clearly summoned by the first believer. His red eyes flash as he forces himself to remain calm and analyze the discrepancy. No, there's another possibility. I can't let prejudice cloud my judgment. He remembers the snake tamer's words. That man said the first believer had already gained divine power, so why didn't he summon the evil god then? A barrage of complex questions floods Lin Yuan's mind. Does he have to wait until the immortal world becomes reality, just like in my previous life? Or did the Starry Void Evil God never belong to reality in the first place? Images of the real and virtual worlds blur together in his mind. Lin Yuan stands before an ancient map, his gaze sharp and unwavering. I have to clear this dungeon to find the answers. Right now, that temple seems like the most suspicious lead. Time slips away, and the shroud of night finally descends upon the dungeon. Suddenly, a monstrous sea creature erupts from the water, roaring at Lin Yuan with primal rage. Blasphemer, prepare to die! Lin Yuan turns to glare at the monster, his face filled with cold disgust. You're in my way. He raises his sword as the system notification rings out. Calamity skill activated. A massive explosion of emerald energy erupts. From within the light, two spectral magic dragons emerge, letting out a thunderous roar. Lin Yuan gives the command to eliminate them. The two dragons dive, creating a blinding explosion of light that incinerates everything in their path. With the obstacle cleared, Lin Yuan continues his march toward the mysterious temple. Lin Yuan stands atop a rocky ledge, his blade reflecting the cold, pale moonlight. He warily scans the murky forest stretching out before him. He narrows his eyes, muttering to himself with a pensive frown. I knew something was wrong. A thick mass of shadows coalesces from the brush, surrounded by countless pairs of glowing blue eyes. A voice dripping with malice hisses, Blasphemer. Instantly, swarms of blue tentacled monsters erupt from the earth, letting out a savage, guttural roar. Die. Lin Yuan knits his brows, rapidly assessing the threat. So, they've mobilized their entire force? In that case, I don't need to hold back. He thrusts his sword toward the sky. Behind him, a massive gate of death tears open, crackling with green lightning. An immense army of the undead bone wolves, griffins, and immortal warriors marches out from the gate. He commands the undead legion to assemble. A cold, ruthless smile plays on Lin Yuan's lips. He swings his sword forward. Crush them! His undead army charges into the fray, ferociously tearing into the tentacled monsters. Magic wolves lunge to tear down their foes while massive tentacles whip out to bind them, creating a scene of absolute carnage. The battle is brutal and relentless. Both sides throw themselves into the meat grinder, leaving piles of corpses scattered across the ground. Lin Yuan watches the slaughter, realizing the dungeon's level is too high for low-tier undead to be truly effective. It's time for a different approach. He barks out a new order. Magic creatures shaped like scorpions and serpents immediately dive into the thick of the enemy swarm. They latch onto the bodies of the tied merfolk, poised for the decisive blow. The ghost snake coils tightly around its prey, letting out one final bone-chilling roar. Lin Yuan triggers his violent skill, and a wave of destructive emerald energy erupts, swallowing the entire battlefield in its path. A flood of experience points flashes across his system interface. After that devastating blast, nothing remains but the lifeless husks of the mermen scattered across the ground. Lin Yuan raises his hand, readying his next move. That attack drained too many low-level spirits, he mutters. I need to replenish my ranks. Suddenly, something goes wrong. A veil of green energy wraps around the monster corpses, yet they refuse to rise. The system chimes. Target does not meet activation requirements. Talent activation failed. Lin Yuan turns his head, eyes wide with shock. Resurrection? It's not working? Just then, a massive pillar of teal light shoots into the sky from an ancient temple in the distance. Lin Yuan steps inside the temple's dark interior. He gazes up at the brilliantly glowing altar, wondering if this is the source of the mermen's control. He summons a magical scout bird and commands it to probe the area ahead. The magical bird circles the altar, triggering a hidden mechanism that causes the structure to pulse with a violent light. From the dark pool beneath the altar, a figure slowly emerges through ripples of pure energy. As the creature stands to face the scout bird, a crushing aura fills the entire hall. Lin Yuan's red eyes flare as he senses a formidable power. A humanoid beast with the lower body of a serpent, clutching a staff and wearing a crown, looms before him. It snarls with regal authority, "How dare you desecrate the Sea King?" Its status window flickers to life. Merman Priest, a level 26 Lord. Health, 16,500. Attack, 1,750. Defense, 400. Its skills, Soul Chaos, Merman Swarm, Mind Control, and Light Feather. The Merman Priest swings its staff, firing a bolt of dark energy straight at Lin Yuan. Perish, it roars. Lin Yuan reacts in a heartbeat, leaping into the air to dodge the strike while barking an order. Go, Holy Beetle! The massive insect flies forward to tank the blow. Meanwhile, the priest begins chanting a new spell, Crystal Sacrifice, folding its hands to gather a massive amount of mana. The system alerts him. Merman Swarm activated. Behind the priest, an eye-shaped symbol on the statue begins to glow with an eerie light. A colossal pillar of light shoots from the altar to the ceiling, condensing raw energy. From within the light, countless muscular mermen with burning eyes emerge, their roars shaking the room. Facing the onslaught, Lin Yuan confirms his suspicion. So, this altar really does control the mermen. Without a second's hesitation, he waves his hand, ordering his remaining undead legion to hold the line. Spectral wolves and giant bone bears howl, lunging forward to intercept the summoned mermen. They attack with savage fury, firing emerald energy vortexes into the merman ranks. One bear lets out a thunderous roar, readying a devastating blow. A bone bear roars and slams its massive frame directly into the altar. Suddenly, the mermen lose their focus, turning on one another in a chaotic frenzy. A spectral scorpion detonates itself, creating a terrifying blast of sapphire energy that wipes out everything in its radius. The aftershock sends the merman priest reeling, stumbling back in shock. Lin Yuan lands gracefully beside a spectral wolf, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Looks like you won't be summoning any more friends, will you? The merman priest gnashes its teeth, its grip tightening on the staff as its eyes burn with pure, murderous intent. Suddenly, Lin Yuan feels a shift in the air and frowns. The creature doesn't hesitate, pulling several pink potions from its belt. It downs them in a single gulp, and surging green energy instantly mends its broken body. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, slightly caught off guard. A recovery potion? Having regained its strength, the merman priest lunges at one of Lin Yuan's summoned beasts. A blinding burst of light energy erupts, obliterating everything in its path. Standing amidst the ruins of the altar, it screams in fury. "Blasphemer! How dare you destroy the sacred altar?" Lin Yuan cold-bloodedly analyzes the situation. Can't tell friend from foe anymore? The mermen are out of control. Once we take him down, the rest will be easy pickings. Instantly, Lin Yuan swings his blade, weaving threads of emerald sword chi into a perfect, deadly arc. He triggers his level 2 calamity skill, sending a swarm of screaming, ghostly green skulls flying toward the merman priest. Seizing the moment, he yells, "Now's my chance!" He lunges forward, delivering a decisive strike. The merman priest can't react in time as the emerald blade tears through its body, leaving it stunned. The creature freezes in place, then howls in agony and rage. "You filthy humans!" It counterattacks instantly, triggering mind control as a massive beam of violet light blasts toward Lin Yuan. The system warns, user is under the influence of mind control. Hallucinations imminent. Mental attribute check in progress. The system drones. Lin Yuan thinks to himself, another skill based on sonic waves, I see. The world around Lin Yuan shifts abruptly into a desolate, ruined city bathed in a dying sunset. Amidst the rubble lie his fallen comrades and the weak, broken shadow of his past self. Across from him, his little sister feebly calls out, "Brother, save me." Lin Yuan's pupils shrink in horror as agonizing memories flood back. Is this the end of my previous life all over again? The images of his fallen friends are hauntingly vivid, alongside the sight of his own helpless, blood-soaked self drowning in despair. But Lin Yuan's cold resolve snaps back instantly. He analyzes the trap. It seems these sonic waves are designed to dig up the deepest terrors buried in a person's heart. He thrusts his sword straight through the phantom of his past self, shattering the illusion into 1,000 pieces. Standing before the fading nightmare, Lin Yuan speaks with unwavering conviction. "I have never feared death. I only fear the pain of losing those I love and the fall of human civilization." The moment he speaks, the vision shatters like a broken mirror. Back in reality, the system coldly announces, "Mental check passed. Mind control has been dispelled. You returned." The merman priest gasps. By now, the battlefield is total carnage. His undead legion is mercilessly tearing through the crazed mermen. Even more shocking, the mermen have completely lost their minds, turning their claws and teeth against their own leader. They savagely tear at him, feasting on his open wounds. Capitalizing on the chaos, Lin Yuan steps forward slowly, every stride radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. He raises his blade high, his crimson eyes burning with utter disdain. "Die, you useless piece of trash." The system rings out, activating level 3, calamity skill immediately. Ghostly skulls fly out, aiming straight at the priest who is being tormented by his own kind. The attack strikes like an arrow, tearing through the air and leaving a deadly trail of blue light. Without an ounce of resistance, the priest is impaled by the attack as dark energy and emerald light explode violently within him. As the magical smoke dissipates, Lin Yuan steps coldly toward his dying foe. The priest clutches his chest, his entire body trembling with agony and exhaustion, unable to utter a single word. Standing before him, Lin Yuan speaks with a mocking tone, like a king judging a defeated peasant. "Where is your god now?" That provocation is a torch to a powder keg. The priest roars in absolute fury. "Then let us descend into despair together right here." Immediately after, he channels his remaining energy as his body erupts in a crimson glow, letting out one final scream. "Blasphemer!" Lin Yuan raises his blade into a stance, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "It seems you've truly lost your mind." With those words, he kicks off the ground, vanishing like a bolt of lightning and leaving only a blur behind. He leaps into the air, his silhouette tracing a perfect arc through the sky. Aiming straight for his opponent's opening, he delivers a devastating slash. In that instant, time itself seems to freeze. He coldly declares, "It is over." A sharp blade of energy strikes true, sending the priest's body flying backward. After the attack, Lin Yuan signals to his remaining undead army. "All of you, return." The remaining mermen watch their defeated leader in stunned silence. A single thought echoes in their minds before they snap out of their trance, letting out a collective roar of primal rage. But instead of attacking Lin Yuan, they scream and lunge forward, tearing into their own dying leader with savage hunger. Lin Yuan watches the horrific scene from afar, a chilling smile on his face. "You truly dug your own grave." With that, he activates his stealth skill. The mermen frantically rip their leader apart, reducing him to a bloody mess. In the priest's final moments, his eyes hold nothing but utter despair and agonizing pain. In a final burst of desperation, he summons his last bit of strength to throw his subordinates back. At that exact moment, Lin Yuan emerges from the void like a vengeful ghost. He delivers the final blow as a streak of purple light flashes. With his blade glowing brilliantly, he lunges forward to deliver the killing strike to the priest. Immediately after, system notifications flood his vision. You have defeated the Merman Priest Lord. You gained 20,300 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 18. Finally, his personal status window updates. As the Merman Priest fades away, a glowing soul drifts from his body, whispering in a voice filled with relief. Finally, I am free from that endless horror. Suddenly, the dungeon hall erupts in light, replacing the oppressive darkness with a brilliant dawn. The radiance gives the remaining mermen pause. They growl softly before gradually calming down. Lin Yuan stands in the center of the hall, the emerald energy slowly dissipating as the battle concludes. Several items drop from the boss's remains, shimmering on the ground. Among them are a shoulder guard and a strange orb. The system identifies the loot as a high-grade refined meteorite fragment. The description reveals it is fragment 1 of 3. This is a fragment of an unknown item. Collect all 3 fragments to synthesize high-grade refined black gold meteorite. When used for forging, it can upgrade gold-tier gear to black gold quality. Lin Yuan picks up the items, his eyes flashing with surprise and delight. High-grade refined meteorite. This item shouldn't appear until the mid-game. With this, he can forge his first unique item, perhaps even a specialized weapon for his specific class. He pauses, hand on his chin, lost in thought. However, I recall needing one more material to guarantee a 100% success rate. He picks up the strange shoulder guard and asks curiously, "What is this?" As he turns the piece over, a notification appears. Item name hidden. It seems this is a puzzle item for this dungeon. He suddenly remembers the boss's final words and the mural of the evil void god. This is the first time I've encountered a boss that could actually speak. What was he so afraid of? Could it be? Immediately, Lin Yuan turns and walks toward the massive mural. He stands among the mermen, who are now kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with suspicion. This mural is the most suspicious thing here. He narrows his eyes, staring intently at the eye depicted on the wall. Is there something behind this wall? Without hesitation, he swings his sword, sending a massive crescent-shaped energy wave crashing into the stone. The wall shatters, revealing a secret chamber. Inside, a golden chest sits upon a stone pedestal, with a magical purple eye hovering above it. Lin Yuan enters, reaching out to open the chest. The magical eye floats beside him and whispers, "Is it truly you?" Inside the chest lies a fragment identical to the shoulder guard he just found. The system announces, "Unknown fragment 1 of 3. Collect 3 to synthesize." Lin Yuan picks up the fragment as a theory forms in his mind. This is a horn. It looks like I've found the clue to completing this trial. He looks at the floating purple magical eye, and this is? Suddenly, a bizarre sensation washes over him. Lin Yuan whips his head around, hearing the roars of the mermen from outside. He frowns. What on earth is drawing them out there? Lin Yuan quickly steps out of the temple. Below, the mermen are craning their necks, staring at the sky. He follows their gaze to find a perfectly round, brilliant full moon. Lin Yuan murmurs in surprise. A moon? This sudden shift from day to night, could it have triggered a specific story event? Lin Yuan observes the mermen below. Even though it is now night, they show no signs of losing their minds. There is something very wrong with this moon. Meanwhile, in another location, a figure emerges from the water. The system coldly informs the snake controller. Merman cloak is now active. You are currently in an out-of-body state. He wears a smug grin, but the moment he breaks the surface, a massive shadow plunges from the sky and snatches him up. Lin Yuan's familiar voice rings out, "Got you!" The snake controller is hoisted into the air, his face contorted with shock and terror. "Is that you?" Lin Yuan stares down at his struggling enemy with eyes as sharp as blades. The snake controller screams in sheer frustration. "You're like a damn leech. How did I run into you even while hiding here? Talk about rotten luck." Lin Yuan sneers. "The item to leave this place, it really is in your hands, isn't it?" He swings a wave of sword energy, and a summoned beast lunges forward, cutting off every escape route for the snake controller. "Don't even think about running." Panicking instantly, the snake controller summons 3 magical sea snakes to block the path. "Damn it, we were so close." Pinning him down, Lin Yuan doesn't flinch for a second. He charges at breakneck speed, casually swinging his blade to hack those snakes into mincemeat. The snakes' carcasses dissolve into specks of light, scattering across the water. Above, the snake controller hovers in the air, wrapped in a shimmering blue aura. He declares with smug confidence, "As long as I wear this cloak where the full moon shines, I can leave." That's right, that's exactly what the intel said. But Lin Yuan isn't about to let him go that easily. He swings his sword, unleashing a massive surge of energy. A blinding flash of light completely swallows the snake controller. The system notification rings out. Mermaid cloak activated. You are departing from your physical form. Believing he's made his escape, the man lets out a jubilant, twisted laugh. You bastard, rot here forever, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lin Yuan appears, mounted on a winged lion, hot on his heels. His voice is dripping with mockery. Trying to run? It's not that easy. A hexagonal energy wall shimmers into existence, yet the snake controller slips through effortlessly, screaming in frustration. Curse you! A split second later, Lin Yuan and his summon are slammed to a halt by the barrier. Trapped outside the invisible wall, he frowns, reaching out to touch the barrier, only to find another one behind it. Seeing this, the snake controller flies off, howling with triumphant laughter. Haha, your little pet can only go this far, you piece of trash. Not even the heavens can save you now. Just as he finishes speaking, a tiny magical snake slithers out of nowhere right beside him. Lin Yuan simply curls his lip into a smirk, a devious glint flashing in his eyes. Boom! Instantly, the summoned snake right next to the snake controller detonates in a violent explosion. He only has time for one agonizing scream before being sent flying by his own trap. He roars in sheer resentment. You dared to use my own snakes to blow me up? You absolute scumbag! Having dealt with that nuisance, Lin Yuan thoughtfully observes the shifting surroundings. First, those mysterious murals, and now, this bizarre moon. He looks down at the crowd below. These merfolk have completely lost their minds. An ominous crimson hue begins to bleed across the sky, slowly swallowing the moon. Lin Yuan gasps in shock. The moon. It's turned blood red. Below, every single merman tilts their head back, as if performing some ancient grisly ritual. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes. No, the full moon is hidden behind dark clouds, so where's this light coming from? His summon shifts slightly, making him startle and look down. He's stunned to his core. Beneath the lake's surface, the reflection of the moon is glowing a vivid, bloody red. He freezes. Is the real moon actually under the water? The water begins to boil violently as a deep crimson vortex grows larger by the second. Cold sweat breaks out on Lin Yuan's brow as a terrifying realization dawns on him. The eye of the evil god. The vortex settles into the shape of a massive bloodshot eye staring straight up at the sky. From the very center of that eye, a gore-drenched arm claws its way out. That arm drags a grotesque monstrosity out of the glowing red waters. A horrifying creature, bristling with countless tentacles and blood-red eyes, slowly hauls itself into view. Immediately, a system notification pops up with alarming data. Mermaid's Nightmare. Its level and all combat stats are nothing but a string of question marks. Lin Yuan frowns, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He can't even see the specific stats for this Mermaid's Nightmare. It seems the level gap is just way too massive. Thinking he's still at a safe distance, he's proven wrong when the monster suddenly swivels its headless torso toward him. Dozens of glowing red eyes lock onto Lin Yuan simultaneously. Their gaze pins him down, sending a jolt through his chest. It's noticed me. Without a single warning, a massive tentacle lashes out, unleashing a streak of azure energy that tears through the air directly at him. Lin Yuan desperately maneuvers his mount, dodging by a hair's breadth. The energy beam whistles past, slicing clean through one of the monster's own tentacles. While dodging, a tactical question flashes through his mind. If the target has no head, can it still be targeted effectively? He steers his summon through the sky, expertly weaving through the giant beast's chaotic onslaught. He quickly chants a spell, and a colossal bolt of purple lightning crashes down onto the monster's body. The system announces, Calamity version 3 skill activated. A measly minus 300 damage floats up, looking pathetically low. Lin Yuan immediately pushes his mount to soar away, narrowly avoiding another terrifying horizontal sweep. Realizing a frontal assault is useless, he begins to analyze the situation. For this thing to appear in a low-level dungeon like this, there has to be a specific mechanic to exploit. We have to test it out. The monster bellows incessantly as it pursues him, crushing boulders to dust in its path. Lin Yuan glances back. The damage from his Calamity skill is barely scratching its health bar. He takes a deep breath. Fine then, let's give it everything we've got. A horde of undead warriors and hellhounds are summoned, roaring all around him. He clenches his fists, his eyes burning with resolve. Let's settle this face to face. The monster seems to sense the threat, bracing its massive body as it prepares for an all-out offensive. Lin Yuan's undead legion charges instantly, frantically tearing into the gruesome tentacles. Countless magical skulls fly out, gnawing away at the monster's flesh. A brutal melee erupts between the army of darkness and the colossal beast. Suddenly, the monster swings a glowing blue arm, snatching an undead soldier right out of the air. Its hand tightens, crushing the undead into fragments of energy. After a moment of combat, Lin Yuan realizes this creature seems to be acting solely on pure instinct. He pats his mount's neck, commanding it to save its strength. Then, he lets out a smirk. A brainless monster is nothing more than prey. Seemingly sensing his contempt, the monster lets out an earth-shattering roar. Its entire body begins to glow as it gathers a massive amount of energy. Lin Yuan knits his brows. It doesn't even have a head, yet it can emit sound waves? A terrifying shockwave ripples out, obliterating a significant portion of his undead army. Lin Yuan braces himself. I won't fall for that again. But at that critical moment, his inventory suddenly starts glowing and snaps open on its own. Lin Moyu's eyes widen, beads of sweat rolling down as he sees the strange purple magic eye zip out on its own. He gasps in utter confusion. The inventory opened by itself. Before he can even process what's happening, he instinctively retreats. His face is a mask of pure shock mixed with a hint of panic. Not making its master wait long, the magic eye instantly fires a blinding bolt of violet light. It collides violently with the monster's attack, triggering a brilliant explosion that blows everything away. Taking cover behind a massive boulder to avoid the shockwave, Lin Moyu peeks out, his mind racing. Could those be the stone carvings from the secret chamber? The magic eye now hovers in midair, radiating a mystical purple glow while emitting faint ripples of energy. No one expected the massive, terrifying merman nightmare to react like a child seeing a ghost. It cowers, using its tentacles to shield its headless body in a state of absolute terror. Seeing this absurd sight, Lin Moyu looks up at the eye, a smirk tugging at his lips as the truth dawns on him. This stone carving seems to be the ultimate bane of the merman nightmare. Seizing the golden opportunity, he immediately barks an order to his spirit eagle. The bird snatches the eye and dives straight toward the enemy. He mutters with a thrill in his voice, "Why not have a little fun with this?" Just as expected, the monster loses its mind and bolts for its life. Floating above its head is the clear status, fleeing in panic. At the same time, the system generously displays the monster's stats. 30,000 health, 3,100 attack, and 100 defense. Lin Moyu narrows his eyes, a sharp glint in his gaze as he lets out a cunning half-smile. Is that so? Clinging to the back of his winged lion, he streaks after the eagle carrying the magic eye, realizing this is definitely a mechanic-based item. Without wasting another half-second, he waves his hand to summon a skill, shouting authoritatively, "Activate Calamity Skill 43. Instantly, skulls wreathed in emerald flames scream as they charge forward, tearing mercilessly into the monster's mangled flesh. It flinches in agony as damage numbers like -390, -420, and -450 dance across the air. While observing the battle, Lin Moyu muses thoughtfully. Does the damage increase based on its fear level? Right on cue, the system reports damage taken increasing by 30%, then 40%, making him chuckle. He wonders to himself, can a nightmare actually be scared to death? With victory in his grasp, he draws a sword shimmering with brilliant green light. Settling into a finishing stance, his blood-red eyes burn with murderous intent and absolute confidence. He lets out a cold smile. I just need to press the advantage. Anchoring himself to his mount, Lin Moyu transforms into a streak of green light, diving headfirst from the sky. With wind-cleaving speed, he delivers a magnificent slash through the monster's hideous tentacles, sparking flashes of azure lightning. Under the overwhelming power, the massive body of the merman nightmare instantly cracks and shatters into pieces, raining down onto the ground. The system panel flashes with the good news. You have defeated the merman nightmare, gaining 50,000 experience points and reaching level 19. Lin Moyu glides forward, thinking with sheer delight, this boss gives so much experience, I leveled up instantly. I must be the top-ranked player by now. With a landing light as a feather, his boots strike the stone floor with practiced grace. Lin Moyu stands tall, surrounded by swirling green demonic energy, looking triumphant as his level 19 stat board appears behind him. Where the monster's corpse vanished, magical light gathers to reveal a floating item fragment. 1 of 3. Not just that, the system announces the drop of a deep blue energy orb and a piece of golden armor called the Nightmare Core. Pulled by an invisible force, the fragments automatically fly together and merge in mid-air, accompanied by an item description. Fragments can be combined upon collecting all 3. The Nightmare Core is a rare material condensed from pure nightmares. It can be used to forge equipment with spirit as the primary attribute. Lin Moyu nods, stroking his chin. He's almost finished the blacksmith's quest. This core is perfect for him to craft a gold-tier piece of gear. He reaches out and grabs the now fully merged horn. As it radiates a blinding golden light, he murmurs curiously, "And this must be the quest item for the sunken Doomsday Dungeon, right?" Lin Moyu cradles the horn with both hands, his eyes full of thought as the shimmering info box appears. Siren's Cry, a unique quest item. This is a token of the Siren race capable of awakening the Siren King. The sound of the horn signals the upcoming birth of Siren remnants. The bearer will be an honored guest of the Siren tribe. Blowing the horn during a full moon will reveal unexpected visions. Standing on the cliff looking down at the massive blood-red moon, he sighs helplessly. Looks like there aren't any other clues. I'll just have to try blowing this thing and see what happens. No sooner said than done, he brings the horn to his lips and blows a powerful blast. Pink sound waves ripple through the air. As the sound fades, The mermen, who were frantically tearing each other apart below, suddenly freeze as if possessed. They all twist their necks simultaneously, glowing eyes fixed on the cliff top, but then the water and sky begin to distort violently. Colors blur and shatter like an old TV losing its signal. Lin Moyu immediately lowers the horn, his brow furrowed because something is terribly wrong. In the sky, a burst of purple light explodes. The monster's head, covered in hideous eyes, is instantly blasted backward with a sickening crack. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Yuan's eyes widen in absolute shock. He mutters to himself as the realization hits. Has the game's main storyline already been triggered? High in the vast sky, a gargantuan flaming eye rains down bolts of destructive purple lightning, making him wonder, is the astral evil god actually attacking the merfolk? Enduring the wrath from above, the sea below seethes like a boiling cauldron before exploding into towering pillars of water. From the churning depths, a colossal entity with countless tentacles emerges. Radiating a soul-crushing pressure, the system interface flashes the name, the Merfolk King. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, assessing the titan. Is this the King of the Sirens? Hovering in midair, a cloaked figure radiates pure dark magic, sneering with utter contempt. You're such a pathetic creature. At the sound of that familiar voice, Lin Yuan's face pales. He's the first apostle? He gasps, his brow furrowing in confusion. But isn't he supposed to be a player? How could he possibly appear in the game's lore alongside an evil god? The Merfolk King lashes out, swinging razor-sharp tentacles that tear through the air toward the cloaked man. But with a casual flick of his wrist, the mysterious man releases a wave of purple energy, effortlessly repelling every single strike from the King of the Sea. The first apostle raises a hand glowing with unholy power. His gaze, sharp as a blade through his mask, is bone-chilling. You dare make an enemy of a god? He snarls. He hurls a massive sphere of dark energy, a concentrated ball of destruction, straight at the Merfolk King's head. Beneath that twisted mask, a sinister grin spreads as he utters a cruel curse. Even your own flesh and blood shall betray you. Hearing those words, the Merfolk King's pupils contract. Panic floods his eyes as that heretical light begins to corrode his very mind. From the heavens, a barrage of pitch-black energy pillars rain down like a storm, pinning the deep-sea monsters firmly beneath the waves. Bound by massive chains of darkness, the Merfolk King struggles desperately amidst the sky-piercing waves, but he's completely powerless. The masked man slowly tilts his head back in satisfaction. He coldly declares his next move, drawing power from the gargantuan eye of the evil god looming behind him as his backing. He points down at the sea, delivering his judgment. Let me show you the price of defying a god. A bizarre suction force erupts, yanking countless merfolk into the air. While his enemies are being uprooted and dragged toward the sky, the masked man's hand slowly clenches into a fist. His magical power is so intense it causes the surrounding space to warp and crack. A second later, a storm of destructive crimson auroras pours from the sky, tearing apart and vaporizing the giant tentacles in a mere blink of an eye. Witnessing this god-tier slaughter firsthand, Lin Yuan is drenched in sweat. His eyes are wide and bloodshot, leaving him utterly speechless. The historical illusion shatters into pieces. Lin Yuan slowly regains consciousness, finding himself standing on the shore in reality, under a brilliant blood-red moon. Holding the horn in his hand, he frowns as he analyzes the insane truth he just witnessed. The astral evil god wasn't supposed to appear for another 3 years, so why was it in this dungeon so long ago? Deep suspicion flickers in his eyes at the thought of a massive conspiracy. And then, there's the presence of the first apostle. He must have been a chosen one in his previous life. Why would a player appear in the background lore of the immortal world? Still reeling from what he's seen, Lin Yuan decides he can't stop here. He brings the horn to his lips once more, his eyes filled with determination. Let's see what else you're hiding. Immediately, another historical illusion begins to manifest. This time, he sees the Merfolk King standing in the middle of the ocean, facing his own subjects who are slowly being corrupted. The king's voice rings out majestic and powerful, yet tinged with profound sorrow. The evil god's power is too great. My consciousness is fading into chaos. He holds up a sphere of pure light and speaks to his most trusted subordinate. I will slumber here. Once this catastrophe ends, use this to wake me. The merfolk priest respectfully accepts the sphere of light, his tentacles reaching out gently to cradle the treasure. As you command, my lord, he replies. He then turns to his people, raising the horn high and proclaiming, the merfolk shall return to their homeland. The illusion fades, leaving Lin Yuan with the glowing horn in his hands. The item information updates. The merfolk's cry is the only token capable of awakening the Merfolk King. A secondary info window appears. The sound of the horn also marks the birth of the merfolk's descendants. Some among them will become honored guests of the merfolk race. Gripping the horn tightly, everything finally clicks for Lin Yuan. He looks around and whispers, so that's how it is. The reason this dungeon has such bizarre settings is because it's a dream As soon as he speaks, the dream begins to collapse, the crimson space shattering like glass. Lin Yuan is startled as the scene before him shifts at a dizzying speed. He finds himself in the middle of a blood-red sea. From beneath the surface, the massive merfolk king slowly rises, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The king of the merfolk! The sovereign looks down at him, his voice deep and warm but filled with exhaustion. Thank you for granting me a moment of clarity amidst this endless chaos. The evil god's power has seeped into my very bones, and I have yet to recover. But first, I can get you out of here. The merfolk king gently wraps a tentacle around Lin Yuan. The suction-cupped limb cradles his body with surprising softness. The king continues with a heartfelt plea. I hope that in the future, you can look after the remnants of the merfolk race. With that, he tosses Lin Yuan out of the dream. Emerging from the dungeon, Lin Yuan's head is still spinning. The mysteries are piling up. I have to uncover the first apostle's true identity as soon as possible and stop the evil god's descent. Just then, a bright blue notification appears. You have completed Doomsday and received rewards. 10,000 experience points, Doomsday boots, and the Doomsday Wanderer's blade. Meanwhile, at a corner by a stream, the snake tamer who had been blasted out of the dungeon lies groaning in agony. Ow, that bastard. He really hurt me. He struggles to pick himself up. He grits his teeth, his face twisted in pure hatred, yet he forces himself to stay calm. A little suffering like this is nothing. He looks down at the water, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. After everything, that brat won't be standing in my way for the rest of his life. Suddenly, his eyes bulge. A chilling sensation washes over him. Something is terribly wrong. What on earth is happening? From beneath the waves, a massive tentacle erupts, carrying Lin Yuan, who stands atop it with total composure. The snake controller's jaw drops, his voice trembling with sheer terror. You! How the hell are you still alive? Did that cursed sea monster actually bring you back out? Another tentacle lashes out from the depths. The Merman King lets out a thunderous roar. Silence! I am the king of the Merman. He delivers a bone-shattering strike directly at the snake controller. Sent flying for the second time today, the snake controller loses consciousness instantly. The Merman King gently sets Lin Yuan down on the shore, bringing this unexpected adventure to a close. Standing on the cliffside, Lin Yuan makes a solemn vow to the Merman King, who is slowly drifting into a deep slumber beneath the waves. If the opportunity arises, I will protect the survivors of your lineage for you. The Merman King replies in a voice that is faint yet filled with gratitude. Thank you. The Merman race will never forget your kindness. Once the dust settles, Lin Yuan turns around as a reward notification panel flickers into existence beside him. He begins scrolling through the items he's earned. Regarding the sword, he bluntly remarks that the weapon is nothing special. But when his eyes land on the boots, a look of genuine satisfaction crosses his face. These boots, however, are exactly what I need right now. The detail panel appears. Wandering twin blades, silver grade effect attack power plus 35, critical damage plus 30, constitution plus 10, abyssal boots, gold grade effect, constitution plus 50, movement speed plus 35, attack speed plus 30. Attached skill, Endless Pursuit, effect. After dealing damage to a target, moving toward that target triggers the pursuit state, increasing movement speed by 20% and dealing an extra 5% damage. After equipping his new boots, Lin Yuan stands atop the mountain, looking down at the unconscious snake controller below. His mind races with sharp deductions. It seems the First Believer isn't just a simple player. He likely forged a pact with the evil god a long time ago. Trying to stop him from contacting the Starry Sky evil god is a lost cause. The only way to begin is by suppressing the First Believer's faction within the game. I'll have to find another opportunity to take him down in the real world. Suddenly, he hears a faint rustling. A small snake slinks out from the snake controller's cloak. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes and summons his alert bug. Are they really trying the same old trick? A split second later, the bug lunges, slamming into the snake. The snake controller suddenly bolts upright, his face a mask of madness and desperation. You bastard, today, only one of us leaves this place alive. He charges forward with incredible speed, cutting through the air like a lethal arrow. Lin Yuan remains perfectly still. The system echoes a notification. Shadow gauntlets equipped. He raises his hand, and a massive surge of emerald energy blasts outward, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Other players nearby can't help but gasp. The power of the strike is terrifying. A massive boulder is hurled into the air before crashing down, pinning the snake controller beneath it. Crushed under the weight of the stone, the snake controller wheezes in bitter resentment. I admit defeat. Just wait until I respawn. I'll show you what it feels like to be devoured by 10,000 snakes. Lin Yuan walks over and plants his foot firmly on the man. His voice is ice cold. Don't worry, you aren't dying until you reveal the First Believer's location. The snake controller can only let out a pained groan. Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Yuan smirks and pulls out a vial of poison, or so it seems. You won't even get that chance. The system notifies him. Recovery potion has been used. He pours the liquid straight down the man's throat. The bright green fluid makes him convulse. Healing symbols pop up continuously. The villain stammers in a mix of agony and dread. Fine, I'll talk. But it's just a bluff. He quickly snatches a teleportation scroll. He bellows, I'm not telling you anything. You'll pay for what you did today. The system announces, teleportation scroll activated. Teleportation in progress. His trump card is ready as he holds the scroll high. But in a flash, Lin Yuan swings his sword, severing the man's arm. The teleportation glow around the snake controller instantly dies out. The system coldly announces, teleportation failed. He turns back, his face distorted by sheer horror. Lin Yuan stands there, tossing his alert bug casually, his voice radiating pure authority. Now, you have no master, no snakes, and it's just me. No one will ever know about your betrayal. Terrified, the snake controller drops to his knees, begging for mercy. Stop, please, stop. I'll tell you. My master, he's within the snake-human civilization. He screams in desperation. He wants to conquer the snake-human race. Just get that bug away from me. Lin Yuan looks down at him, his voice a commanding edge. First, give me the coordinates to where the snake-human civilization is hiding. Trembling with fear, the snake controller hurriedly agrees. All right, I'll give them to you. I'll give you everything. System notification. Coordinates 9742.365.47 have been shared. Lin Yuan stares at the coordinate panel. This guy is cunning and deceitful. I better preview the coordinates to make sure he isn't making this up. The system continues to preview the terrain at the coordinates. A map unfolds, revealing a location deep within the Western Desert Empire. While Lin Yuan is distracted by the map, the snake controller whispers to the tiny snake on his shoulder. Quick! You're the only one I haven't refined yet. Poison me. Kill me. The snake instantly spits out a cloud of purple venom. The system alerts. Snake venom skill activated. Lin Yuan spins around and slashes through the poison cloud, but it's too late. The snake controller has already begun to dissolve into particles of light. System report. Health points have reached 0. Before vanishing completely, he glares one last time. You really want to find my master? You're just begging for death. Lin Yuan stands there, looking at the loot orb left behind by the snake controller, letting out a sigh. I still let him commit suicide. He falls into deep thought. It seems the First Believer's main goal in the Western Desert is to establish the snake-human civilization. In that case, I can strike directly at their base. His plans will fail. With his mind made up, he summons his manticore mount. Besides, that will lure him out of his hole much faster than me searching everywhere. As he flies toward a distant city, he observes his surroundings. It seems that in my past life, the First Believer really did have some deep ties with the snake-human civilization. Riding on the back of his summon, he begins to strategize. Although the snake humans are weak, they aren't enemies I can take on alone at my current level. A calculating glint flashes in his eyes. However, since the First Believer can use his influence, I can also use the royal authority of the Western Desert Kingdom to wipe them out. In his mind, the images of 2 old comrades begin to surface. He figured it was best to be cautious and filter out some trustworthy teammates first. However, most current players weren't particularly strong. For average players to get stronger, they have to party up to grind mobs and clear quests just to earn a bit of gold and gear. But the cut each person gets is pathetic. On top of that, running dungeons eats up a massive amount of consumables. Repairing or upgrading gear costs a fortune. Meanwhile, the demand for skill books and scrolls keeps their finances completely drained. Low-level mobs have limited loot drops and never drop high-rarity gear, so you can barely make any gold at all. Meanwhile, I'm soloing the entire time, using far fewer resources than the average player. Yet, my mob clearing efficiency puts even veteran players to shame. Relaxing on his floating skeletal mount, Lin Yuan stares straight ahead with a calculating gaze, his aura radiating the confidence of an overwhelming power. As he glides over the village rooftops on the back of his fierce manticore, he continues to map out the economic game plan. However, the enhancement and socketing features after level 20 are where the real gold sink begins. That's when the gap between players truly starts to widen. With his mind set, he dives down and lands gracefully. His boots strike the damp ground firmly, making for a perfectly badass landing. Looking back with a cunning smirk, he nails down the plan. His affinity with the blacksmith should be high enough by now. I'll grab that gold tier gear first, then crush the lightning attribute dungeon. I have to seize this chance to keep the upper hand. He quickly enters the forge, where the system screen immediately displays his current affinity with blacksmith Huo Qin, 5,000. The muscular, balding blacksmith spots him and rushes over, arms wide in a warm welcome. My friend, it's been ages since I last saw you. I'm truly grateful for the ore you've sent me these past few days. My forging skills have improved significantly. It's wonderful. Responding to the enthusiasm, Lin Yuan opens his inventory. The system scans the precious items dropped from his previous battles. High-grade black gold meteoric iron. When used in forging, it can upgrade gold-quality gear to black gold status along with a nightmare core, a rare material condensed from pure nightmares. It can be used to forge gear with spirit as the primary attribute. Without wasting another word, he tosses the glowing materials toward the wide-eyed blacksmith. As we agreed before, forge a piece of gear for me. Here are the materials. The blacksmith stutters in reply. Unique materials? If my master were here, unique gear would be no problem. With my current skill, I can only forge up to gold tier for you. Lin Yuan just blinks, responding with cold, decisive energy. No problem. Just take these precious materials and get to work. The blacksmith's expression turns dead serious. He makes one final request. To craft gold gear, I'll also need the heartwood of an elite treant. Target acquired. Lin Yuan turns on his heel and walks away, his cloak billowing behind him. He leaves behind a single guaranteed promise. Wait for me. Before long, he's deep inside a dense forest under the daylight. His footsteps crunch on dry branches and fallen leaves as he moves with calculated caution. Venturing further onto the desolate hillside, his silhouette radiates a deadly silence, sensing every lurking threat. Suddenly, the massive trees begin to emit an eerie green light. The system warning flashes instantly. Level 20, Elite Earth Treant. Health, 4,300. Attack, 450. Defense, 400. Skills, Binding Branches, Camouflage, Invisibility, and Piercing Branches. The moment it spots its prey, an aggressive treant swings its massive branch downward with a violent crash. Quick as a flash, Lin Yuan lunges backward, dodging the lethal strike with an artistic, floating grace while mocking the monster with a smirk. If I didn't lure you out, you would have been a real pain to find. Counterattacking instantly, Lin Yuan blurs through the thickets, his sword unleashing a brilliant arc of light. The battle ends in a heartbeat, severed logs flying everywhere. He stands with his back turned, coldly dusting off his hands. This is enough for the core material. The system notifications chime in unison. You have defeated 14 Savage Earth Treants, gaining 1,200 experience. As he starts to loot the battlefield, a sudden scream catches his ear. Yikes! Lin Yuan glances over, curious. Looking toward the source, a familiar player is running for his life, flailing his arms and screaming his lungs out. Get out of the way! Right on his heels is a towering boss, devastating everything in its path. The Savage Earth Tree Spirit. Level 25 boss. Health, 6,000. Attack, 500. Defense, 450. Skills, Binding Branches, Camouflage, Invisibility, Piercing Branches, and Nature's Wrath. Watching that pathetic and ridiculous escape, Lin Yuan is left speechless, offering a look of utter exhaustion. Chased by a boss again? Seriously? Though annoyed, he sighs and draws his sword to help. He instantly summons a massive, snarling azure dragon of magic right behind him. Activating the Fire Breath skill, the giant magic dragon head roars, unhinging its glowing maw to blast a pillar of blue flame that incinerates everything in its way. The other player, terrified, clutches his head and shuts his eyes tight, flat on the ground to dodge the horrific heat wave. He doesn't stop screaming for a second. After the flames extinguish the monster, Lin Yuan walks over slowly, his silhouette framed by the burning embers. He teases with a smirk. Heh, my dear friend, what exactly are you doing here? The guy scrambles to his feet, gesticulating wildly with excitement. Buddy, that time you soloed the entire Black Tree Guild was absolutely legendary. Lin Yuan just shrugs it off. It was just a coincidence. But the other guy keeps rambling, his eyes sparkling like he's hit the jackpot. The Black Tree Corporation is completely bankrupt. They vanished. Man, that was so badass. He clenches his fists and laughs gloatingly, imagining the enemy's downfall. Especially that father-son duo, He Ye and He Xuan. They were so used to stealing whatever they wanted. Now they're being hounded by debt collectors every day. They've even threatened suicide. I bet they're regretting everything down to their very bones. The friend grins proudly and continues. Now all the major guilds are terrified of you. They say your strength rivals any top-tier guild, so no one dares to provoke you anymore. Lin Yuan raises an eyebrow, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. If we're going to take on the Snake People's civilization, the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild might actually be of use. He turns to the point, asking directly, So, why is a priest like you soloing monsters again? The guy scratches his head and sighs. Ugh, don't even get me started. A special dungeon is about to open, and my guild is shorthanded. Little Moon sent me out with a random party to gather potion ingredients, but those useless teammates of mine, they took one look at the danger and bolted. Suddenly remembering something vital, he continues with a grave expression. Once that hidden dungeon opens, word is a brand new item will drop something that drastically boosts power. But there's a catch. The dungeon requires a very specific medicine, or you won't stand a chance. It's called an anti-static potion. Without missing a beat, Lin Yuan points toward the leftover tree demon wood from his battle and says flatly, "You need this? Then take it." The priest's eyes go wide. He stammers in disbelief. You're just giving it to me? Don't you need it yourself, my friend?" Lin Yuan turns to walk away, his silhouette shrouded in mystery. As the system confirms he's collected 30 bosswood fragments, he drops a cold reply. "No, this is more than enough for me." Watching Lin Yuan's retreating back, the priest can't hide his admiration. With stars in his eyes, he gasps, "Now that is a real man." Back at the forge, old Smith Flamebird holds the rare materials, his eyes gleaming with professional respect. He clicks his tongue meaningfully. Who knows? Maybe one day your journey will lead you to the Southern Empire. You could find my master there to upgrade your gear even further. Right then, a system notification pops up. The Mentor-Disciple quest has been automatically accepted. Lin Yuan frowns, thinking to himself, I suppose a trip to the Southern Empire is in order. The old smith smiles and explains, "This item lets you specify exactly which attributes and skills you want during the forging process." So, what'll it be? Lin Yuan crosses his arms, analyzing his special abilities. Between damage amplification and cataclysm, he's definitely not lacking in raw power. I've got the dung beetles for crowd control. My only real weakness right now is sustain. Generally, weapons provide healing through lifesteal effects, either physical or magical. However, he reasons further. Almost only melee classes choose lifesteal because ranged classes have such low defense. They usually die before they can even heal up. But then, a realization strikes. He gains 2 points of constitution every time he levels up, so his base damage and health points are already high. Plus, the damage from his undead army counts as magic damage, the perfect synergy. Lin Yuan makes his final decisive call. Forge me a piece of equipment with the spell vamp attribute. The old smith nods firmly. No problem. He tosses the materials into the roaring furnace before handing Lin Yuan another item. Take this too. By adding this Eye of Records to the process, you can create gear that is perfectly tailored to your soul. The system chimes. Eye of Records detected. Custom forging mode activated. Do you wish to forge a specialized professional weapon? Lin Yuan grips the crystal sphere, a question forming in his mind. An exclusive weapon for a necromancer? He taps the yes icon on the system screen. In my past life, I wasn't a necromancer, so weapons didn't matter much. But now, a specialized weapon is exactly what I need. Green energy surges from Lin Yuan's hand, enveloping the sphere as the system confirms the components are ready. The old smith rubs his hands together confidently. Leave the rest to me. The forge fires erupt with a violent intensity, swallowing the magic sphere as the miraculous crafting begins. Flamebird places the forming weapon into the embers. Come back tomorrow to claim it. My friend? Lin Yuan gives a simple grunt of acknowledgement and turns to leave. As he steps out of the forge, his cloak billows in the wind. He thinks to himself, that mission on Dead Island was clearly a targeted strike. It's time to find the King of Hell and demand an explanation. Before long, he enters a darkened room. A mysterious figure in a cloak sits across from him, sounding indifferent. I really don't know anything about what you're talking about. But then, the figure rests his chin on his hand, eyes flashing with suspicion. However, that Dead Island mission does have a lot of questionable details. Lin Yuan's voice turns cold as he delivers a sharp deduction. The Snake Charmer is also a death apostle. It would be inconvenient for him to issue the quest himself. He must have an outside collaborator. Do you have any info on the client? The mysterious figure sinks into thought, tapping his mask lightly. Let me think. Moments later, a holographic image flickers to life, showing a girl with short hair and a black dress. Lin Yuan stares at the image. Is it her? Immediately, the masked man waves his hands in denial. No, definitely not a little girl. It was a man. He wore a hat so I couldn't see his face. Seeing this, Lin Yuan stands up to leave, throwing a parting word over his shoulder. Let me know when you have real news. But the man quickly speaks up to stop him. Are you mad? Wait a second. Suddenly, the masked guy sneaks up behind him, throwing an arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder in a shady, overly familiar way, and whispers, I know you're annoyed, so I'll give you a top-secret insider tip. There's a special dungeon coming up. Most people who go in there will just end up as cannon fodder. He continues boastfully, his eyes gleaming with greedy ambition. But we've already stockpiled a batch of essential items. We're going to use this chance to make a massive killing. Lin Yuan coldly brushes the arm off his shoulder, replying with total indifference. I hope so. Meanwhile, a smirk plays on his lips. The Death Apostle's intelligence network is reliable, but the strongest anti-static potion in existence? I'm the only one who has that. Just as he's about to walk away, the masked man freezes. He pulls out a magic control panel and cries out, Wait, I almost forgot this. He reaches out, handing Lin Yuan a strange badge. This is our guild badge. Use it to hide your real identity when you're out doing shady business. That way, we can shift all the risk onto this empty shell of a guild. The moment the badge lands in his palm, Lin Yuan's pupils shrink to pinpricks. His face is a mask of pure shock as he stares at the carved symbol. Memories of his past life come rushing back, forcing him to ask himself one question. Isn't this the very badge the first apostle wore in the memories of my past life? Lin Yuan grips the emblem tight, his gaze turning cold as steel as he pieces the fragments of the puzzle together. It turns out this guild never existed at all. The man hid his tracks far too well. It seems we will still need to target the Snake People's civilization if we want to flip the board, and force that first apostle to crawl out of the shadows. With every move calculated, he strides down the stone-paved corridor, leaving only a calm final remark. I see. Stepping away from the gloomy shadows of the secret meeting, Lin Yuan heads straight for a bustling tavern. The moment he crosses the threshold, a familiar sharp voice pierces the air. It is the fiery red-haired woman at the bar, grumbling to herself. I am working myself to the bone for that shop, while my little brother is out there living it up. She is clearly tipsy, slamming her beer mug onto the counter so hard the golden foam splashes everywhere. Without even turning around, she keeps shouting her frustrations to the world. Little does she know, Lin Yuan is already standing right behind her. Not at the shop today? I have been slaving away managing those stores for days on end. Can't I treat myself to a little fun for once? But the second she turns around and locks eyes with Lin Yuan's deadpan expression, she nearly leaps out of her skin, sweat beads rolling down her face as guilt washes over her. Hey there, little brother. When did you, get here? She stammers, trying to play it cool. I only snuck out for one little drink today. I swear.